Chapter 1. What to do when the protagonist's halo is too strong. Welcome, host, to the Tianlan world. Tang surveyed his surroundings and struck the wooden bed beside him with his fist. The room he occupied was adorned with exquisite wooden furniture, and before him stood a stone table seemingly carved from a single block of jade. Rising, he forcefully stomped his foot on the floor laid with white jade tiles, then gazed up in bewilderment at the intricately carved ceiling above. Have I really crossed over? Indeed, the host's identity in this new world is Tang and from Dongling City. Tang of Dongling City? Tang was momentarily rooted to the spot, as the name felt eerily familiar. Wait a minute, isn't this the name of a villain from Tian Dao Qianquan? Tang's eyes widened, not in astonishment, but in fear. He felt his legs weaken and hurriedly sat back down on the bed. How have I become such a tragic character? I was merely criticizing the foolishness of the villain in the comments. Must I really be transmigrated as him? Tang felt a profound sense of injustice. He had paid to read this book. Was he not allowed to voice his opinions on the characters? And yet, because of this, he had become Tang, the unfortunate soul, who was the first minor villain to be killed by the protagonist, Tang Fan, in a particularly brutal manner, first rendered powerless, then mutilated, leading to a particularly gruesome demise. The protagonist, Tang Fan, possessed a ring that housed an old man. In less than a month, he had transformed from a mere waste into an extraordinarily powerful being, now the strongest in Dongling City. Damn it, I want to go back. Ding! A system notification chimed. If the host survives all the main storyline points, they may return to their original world with the cultivation and items acquired in this realm. Upon hearing the system's voice, Tang's eyes brightened. If that were the case, perhaps he could come to terms with this situation. Furthermore, he already knew the plot. All he had to do was avoid the protagonist Tang Fan's triggers, and he could survive, right? What is the current plot? The timeline was now at the second chapter's events. What the hell? You damn system. Are you trying to get me killed? To hell with your rewards. I don't want them. As the system's voice faded, Tang recalled the events of this chapter. In the previous chapter, he had severely humiliated Tang Fan, vowing to teach him a lesson during the family competition. Unbeknownst to him, Tang Fan had already reached the 9th tier spirit user level, far surpassing his own 5th tier. Most importantly, Tang Fan possessed the protagonist's halo, allowing him to defeat foes of higher tiers. According to the plot, Tang would be severely injured, while Tang Fan would be recognized by Su Qingru, the young master of Tianyan sect, and become a disciple of the sect. Young master. As Tang contemplated how to avoid this plot, a hurried voice broke through from outside. A portly man with a lecherous countenance barged in. Tang's memories surged forth, revealing the identity of this man as subordinate, Tang Erniu. Young master, a distinguished guest from Tianyan sect has arrived. The family head requests your presence in the main hall. What the hell? Tang gasped. This damn system gave him no time at all. After meeting the representatives from Tianyan sect, the family competition would commence. How could he possibly compete with Tang Fan in his current state? Perhaps he should simply concede right away. Yes, concede. Tang felt like a genius. If he surrendered, he wouldn't have to face Tang Fan. He chuckled to himself. Once Tang Fan left, he would be gone for at least 3 or 4 years. He could then take good care of Tang Fan's parents and improve their relationship, thus securing a powerful ally in Tang Fan. In 10 years, Tang Fan would become the strongest being in Tianlan continent, breaking through to a higher realm. The Tang family would also rise to become the mightiest clan, without exception. As Tang's cousin, he would then stride proudly across Tianlan continent. As for opposing Tang Fan, he had no intention of engaging in such foolishness. What does it mean to be a protagonist? It means being an existence that cannot be killed. The more one tries to eliminate him, the stronger he becomes. In the end, it would be the antagonist who perishes. Which protagonist in any book has ever been slain by a villain? Tang had never witnessed such a thing. Thus, he resolved to implement his plan to cling to the powerful, which, while appearing quite pitiful, had numerous advantages upon closer inspection. For instance, if you were to traverse back 30 years and knew nothing, would you choose to establish your own Alibaba? Or would you rather cling to the leg of Jack Ma? As Tang pondered, he made his way to the main hall. His father, Tang Tianlu, along with several uncles and cousins, were already assembled. In the crowd, Tang An's eyes immediately locked onto Tang Fan. Tang Fan noticed him as well, his expression instantly darkening. Tang An felt compelled to take the initiative to apologize, so he offered what he believed to be a friendly smile. However, in Tang Fan's eyes, it appeared as a provocation. Now that I have reached the 9th tier spirit user level, I am but a step away from the Spirit Master realm. Today, during the family competition, I shall redeem my honor. Tang Fan clenched his fists, vowing silently. In his memories, the initial stages of the book classified strength into tiers: Spirit User, Spirit Master, Spirit General, Spirit King, Spirit Sect, Spirit Emperor, Spirit Venerable, and Transformation. In less than a decade, Tang Fan would reach the Transformation realm. What a powerful ally he would be! He must have sensed my goodwill. Tang An swallowed nervously, feeling inexplicably anxious. The Tang family welcomes the distinguished guests from Tianyan sect. The Tang family opened the main doors wide. Outside, a procession of individuals exuding an aura of strength entered in an orderly fashion. Leading them was a middle-aged man clad in a silver-gray robe, followed closely by a 17 or 18-year-old young woman in a sapphire blue dress, with bright eyes and pearly teeth. Her gaze was clear, and her features were naturally exquisite, resembling a delicate work of art. Her long, flowing hair danced gently in the breeze. At first glance, Tang An was captivated by the young woman, his heart fluttering. If he guessed correctly, this beauty must be Su Qingru. As Su Qingru approached and greeted Tang Tianlu, a frivolous voice suddenly echoed in her ear. She frowned slightly, but aside from Elder Lin and the Tang family head conversing, no one else spoke. Oh, this woman's gaze has drifted towards Tang Fan. Could it be that she is smitten with him at this moment? The frivolous voice chimed in again, this time laced with a hint of mockery. What Tang Fan? She was puzzled, but she noticed that it seemed only she could hear this voice. Otherwise, Elder Lin and several younger disciples would have been furious at such words. Su Qingru was indeed beautiful, with a figure that was alluring. Though she was unaware of the meaning behind the phrases alluring yet callous, she certainly understood they were not flattering. Not only was she striking in appearance, but her talent was also rare among her peers. At just 17. She had already reached the 8th tier Spirit Master realm. How did this person know? Su Qingru was taken aback. She had only just broken through to the 8th tier Spirit Master realm the day before, and aside from Elder Lin, no one else knew. However, this person does possess some discernment. Su Qingru felt a twinge of pride. Among her peers in the sect, her talent was indeed exceptional. Yet, her judgment seemed lacking despite her outstanding looks. She was eager to become one of Tang Fan's harem, even at the cost of a rift with her father, ultimately handing over Tianyan sect to Tang Fan. What? Su Qingru exclaimed suddenly. What happened to Qingru? Elder Lin and the others turned to look. Realizing she had lost her composure, Su Qingru smiled and concealed her surprise, continuing from Tang Tianla's previous words. I am merely curious. I have heard that the younger generation of the Tang family is exceptionally talented. Might you introduce one or two? Su Qingru felt a surge of irritation within her. She was determined to discover who this Tang Fan truly was, the one who had captured her attention so. And that incessant voice in her ear, who could it possibly be? I see. Tang Tianlu stroked his beard and smiled. Our Tang family is fortunate to be under the protection of the Master. The younger generation indeed has a few promising individuals. My son, Tang An, is now 18 years old. While he has attained the 5th tier spirit user level, he is still incomparable to the young prodigies of Tianyan sect. Though he spoke humbly, there was a hint of pride in his words. The resources of the Tang family could not possibly compare to those of Tianyan sect. Yet even so, Tang An had achieved the spirit user realm through his own talent. In Dongling City, he was without a doubt one of a kind. If not for that fortunate child Tang Fan, he would undoubtedly be the #1 in Dongling City. Alas, Tang Fan's luck was simply too overwhelming, but after all, he was the protagonist. In a moment, he would present Tang Fan. After all, Su Qingru had already taken an interest in him. Tang An resolved in his heart. At that moment, Tang Tianlu was smiling and beckoning him to step forward. Su Qingru also turned her gaze towards him, her mind resolute. It must be him, but he clearly did not speak, yet I still heard his voice. Could it be that this is his inner voice? Su Qingru was secretly astonished. In order to avoid drawing attention, she maintained her composure. Tang An noticed her gaze upon him, but he did not believe she was looking at him, for standing behind him was none other than Tang Fan. TSK, TSK, TSK. Observing her small, expressive eyes, it seems she is nearly enamored with him. She must have had her sights set on Tang Fan for quite some time. What a pity that such a beautiful woman ultimately becomes Tang Fan's vessel, her entire cultivation refined by him, relegated to the status of the most ordinary woman among his numerous concubines, reduced to a mere vassal. Such a waste indeed, Tang An internally lamented. He remained oblivious to the fact that Su Qingru, with her fair and flawless hands, was tightly clasping them together. Chapter 2. Today, I shall redeem my past disgrace. This is my son, Tang An Aner. Do come forth and greet the esteemed elders. As the head of the Tang family, it was only natural for him to present Tang An on such a prominent occasion. Yet, Tang An was reluctant. Father, being so ostentatious will surely incite the protagonist's resentment. I dare not obstruct Su Qingru and Tang Fan's display of affection. That woman is fixated on Tang Fan. Father, your son possesses little talent. How could I possibly have any remarkable gifts? However, our Tang family indeed has a prodigy of extraordinary caliber, not only gifted but also modest, a rare talent in a millennium. Tang Fan, with my praise for you, you surely won't hold any animosity towards me, will you? When you and Su Qingru are united, do remember to express your gratitude. If you could share a heavenly fruit from the Tin Yuan sect as a token of appreciation, that would be splendid. But this time, do refrain from being overly ruthless, simply destroying the heavenly fruit tree, causing damage to the protective array, and nearly leading to the sect's annihilation is too much. Tang An sighed internally, while searching for Tang Fan. Unbeknownst to him, Su Qingru's eyes were slightly reddened. The heavenly fruit tree is a secret of the Tin Yuan sect, known only to the elders and my father. Moreover, the tree is indeed connected to the protective array. The tree's destruction would render the array obsolete. How could Tang An be aware of this? Wait a moment. Did he imply that he has experienced this before? Indeed, if he had not, how could he know? Could it be that he is a reincarnation from the future? Su Qingru pondered silently, though her expression remained composed as she followed Tang An's gaze to a young man, Tang Fan. At that moment, Tang Fan's face was a stormy shade of pale, glaring furiously at Tang An. He did not perceive Tang An's earlier words as assistance. In the family, who did not refer to him as a waste, Tang An was the instigator of such taunts. The person I just mentioned is indeed Tang Fan. I believe he will surely become a source of pride for our Tang family in Dongling City. Tang Fan, hurry and greet the esteemed guests of the Tin Yuan sect. With your talents, you will undoubtedly be able to enter the sect in the future. Tang An clapped Tang Fan on the shoulder and tugged at his arm, attempting to pull him forward. Tang Fan was momentarily stunned, unsure of Tang An's intentions. Such an opportunity to step into the limelight, how could Tang An, with his usual disposition, offer it to him? Perhaps he harbored some hidden agenda? Watch closely, this boy is narrow-minded and surely has some trickery up his sleeve, the elder from the ring reminded him telepathically. Tang Fan nodded subtly, maintaining a calm composure as he stepped forward. Suddenly, a voice of derision emerged from the crowd. Young master, who in our Tang family does not know that Tang Fan is merely a waste? He is already 18, yet only a third-year spiritual practitioner. You flatter him too much. Indeed, young master, please do not be modest. Before our esteemed guests, do not remain so low-key. How could a mere Tang Fan compare to you? Everyone in Dongling City knows that he is not worthy of carrying your shoes. To hell with you, you fools. What do you know? Silence. Tang An erupted in fury, bellowing at the few who had spoken. Tang Fan is low-key, but he is not devoid of talent. Tang An felt his legs weaken. It was not that he was cowardly, but rather that he did not wish to die. A ninth-tier spiritual practitioner like Tang Fan was more formidable than his father. Even if the family's protector intervened, Tang An believed Tang Fan had the means to escape. Tang An was aware of the future plot and knew Tang Fan would seize those opportunities. But what if the narrative changed? The son of fortune. How could an ordinary person contend with him? After all, Wang Meng's 400,000 troops were defeated by Lu Xiu's mere 10,000. You need not speak in such a condescending manner. Tang Fan's expression darkened, pushing Tang An aside. Tang Fan, I know you are merely embarrassed. There is no need to be shy. Showcase your talents, and everyone will surely be impressed. Quickly, reveal your prowess as a 9th-tier spiritual practitioner, so that Su Qingru may fall in love with you. 9th-tier spiritual practitioner? Su Qingru gasped in astonishment. In such a small place, this person named Tang Fan could achieve the status of a 9th-tier spiritual practitioner. Such talent is indeed exceptional. No wonder this fellow named Tang and is so fearful. Even the Lord of Dongling City is merely a 5th-tier spiritual master. However, even if he possesses exceptional talent, what does it matter? Su Qingru, will never look upon him with favor. Had she not heard Tang An's thoughts, Su Qingru would have indeed found herself curious about Tang Fan. Once a woman develops curiosity about a man, love is not far behind. Yet, upon learning of the events to come, Su Qingru was resolute in her desire to eliminate him. As the esteemed young master of the Tin Huayan sect, I would never share a husband with another woman, nor would I ever become his vessel. Su Qingru tightened her grip on the sword sheath. Tang, you need not pretend to be a good person. I know you seek to humiliate me. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. Tang Fan scoffed. Tang An inwardly cursed. What the hell? I am merely trying to help you. And how dare you utter such clicked lines? Impudence? Tang Tianlu roared in anger. Though he found it curious that Aner seemed somewhat off today, constantly defending Tang Fan, this Tang Fan was indeed rather arrogant. Tang Fan, how dare you speak to the young master in such a manner? You must be tired of living. The young master has kindly praised you. Do not be ungrateful. At the upcoming family competition, young master, you must teach this ignorant fool a lesson. I thank you all. I am a 5th-tier spiritual practitioner trying to contend with a 9th-tier spiritual practitioner. Though I possess a system, it is of little use now. Damn it. I merely wish to survive until the conclusion and return to my original world, enjoying power and influence, and you fools should not lead me to ruin. Su Qingru pursed her lips, contemplating Tang An's thoughts. The original world? Could it be that Tang An is not from this realm? He just mentioned that Tang Fan is the protagonist. What on earth is going on? 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Such arrogance. With such hubris, it seems our Tin Huayan sect is not regarded by you at all. A light scoff left Tang An utterly dumbfounded. He turned to see Su Qingru's frosty countenance, glaring at Tang Fan with fury. Holy crap! Surely I must be mistaken. Why does it seem that Su Qingru harbors a dislike for Tang Fan? Oh, I understand now. This must be a plot conflict. Once Su Qingru learns of Tang Fan's talents, realizing her previous misjudgment, she will undoubtedly fall hopelessly in love with him. As Tang An's thoughts settled, Su Qingru's icy gaze suddenly swept over him. Why is this woman staring at me? Look at Tang Fan instead. Take him away and become part of his harem. This Tang An is truly incapable of uttering anything wise. Why would I ever fall for Tang Fan? And you are the real fool. Su Qingru silently scoffed. Yet, she found it inexplicably amusing and decided not to reveal her ability to hear Tang An's thoughts just yet. Perhaps in the future, she could glean more about what was to come from him. I meant no such thing. Little lady, you are unaware I have faced countless humiliations within the Tang family, and these petty individuals have never regarded me highly. Tang Fan had long harbored a belly full of grievances. Today, he would reclaim his name in the family competition. With the Tin Huayan sect's representatives present, if they were to learn of his talents, he would surely gain their favor. It seemed that the young lady had mistakenly judged him. Soon, she would realize that his words were not mere bravado. Tang, he pointed directly at him, causing Tang An's heart to lurch. You have humiliated me time and again today. I shall redeem my past disgrace. Feeling the weight of Tang Fan's furious gaze, Tang An's lips twitched involuntarily. You bastard! When have I ever humiliated you? If not for your status as the protagonist, I would have relished the thought of striking you down. Uffed. As his thoughts concluded, Su Qingru unexpectedly burst into laughter. Chapter 3. The joyful acquisition of the primordial Dao tree at this moment. Yunqing, cradled in the arms of Yun Longsheng, had his eyes darting about. Although he was merely a newborn infant, his consciousness was remarkably alert. He could clearly hear the conversations around him and discern the sights in his vicinity. From the myriad discussions among the onlookers, he had largely grasped the circumstances surrounding him. The venerable elder before him, who was being congratulated by the crowd, was none other than his grandfather in this life, the great sage emperor, Yun Tianfu. Though the elder appeared benevolent and kind, his status bore immense weight. Reigning over all of Eastern Extreme Heaven, the man holding him, his father, was the acting head of the Yun family, responsible for all matters in the absence of Yun Tianfu. Quickly dispatch envoys to the other 3 realms. I shall personally report to the Celestial Emperor. Yun Tianfu commanded with a cheerful demeanor. Transforming into a streak of light, Yun Tianfu hastily ascended from the royal palace of the Yun family. Soaring into the heavens soon, the female officials and concubines took turns approaching, marveling at Yunqing, the auspicious child. Although Yunqing felt a surge of delight at the sight of so many beautiful women, he could not shake off the discomfort of being treated like an exhibit. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving a perfect birth. You have received a welcome gift, the primordial Dao tree, which is about to be planted. Please confirm the planting location. A map swiftly unfolded before Yunqing, depicting the entire Xianhuang continent, with streams of spiritual energy coursing through it. Certain areas on the map were rich in spiritual energy, while others appeared rather barren. Yunqing's gaze settled on a plain in Eastern Extreme Heaven. This seemed to be the site where a meteorite had fallen, that he recalled a female official mentioning a name, Kongming Mountain. Upon closer inspection, Yunqing noted that it was indeed a plain, devoid of any mountainous features, as if obliterated by the meteorite. Excellent. This shall be the chosen location, Yunqing declared with excitement, selecting the site on the map. Almost immediately, the Kongming Mountain ruins illuminated on the map, gradually marking the spot where a tree was beginning to grow. Meanwhile, Yun Longsheng, still holding Yunqing, sat in the delivery room to show his queen their child. Suddenly, a radiant glow began to emanate from Yunqing, lifting his entire being into the air as if supported by an ethereal halo. The halo carried Yunqing's form outward from the delivery room. The queen, taken aback, instinctively felt the urge to protect her child and cried out, "My child is flying away. Someone, stop him." "Wait." Yun Longsheng raised his hand to halt the rushing female officials, with a grave expression. He gazed at the levitating Yunqing, recognizing the significance of the halo surrounding him, that he would not disturb the child's destiny. "We shall quietly follow behind," Yun Longsheng instructed as they trailed Yunqing out of the delivery room and beyond the royal palace. The celestial generals of the Yun family, alerted by the floating Yunqing, gathered around. "Do not act recklessly. Whoever dares to disrupt Yunqing's destiny shall be deemed a traitor of the Yun family," Yun Longsheng proclaimed loudly. Yunqing floated gracefully towards the Kongming Mountain ruins. The site, now reduced to dust, blanketed the land in a thick layer of ash. However, the density of spiritual energy in the area sent tremors through the accompanying celestial generals. "Is this substantial concentration of spiritual energy real? This is absurd," exclaimed one, "that I feel rejuvenated all over. Look, my skin has become more radiant. Look, there is a spring," cried another sharp-eyed general, spotting a small pool of water, quietly resting in a depression on the ground. Yun Longsheng activated his divine vision to observe the spring, gasping in astonishment as he recognized it as a rare spiritual spring, a sacred object mentioned only in ancient texts. The spring exuded spiraling currents of spiritual energy, dancing in the air like long whips. Nearby flora and fauna began to stir as they sensed the abundant spiritual energy, initiating their transformation in an instant. Peculiar creatures began to scurry about, each infused with spiritual energy, soon to awaken their intelligence. "This spring is a remarkable creation of my son." Yun Longsheng felt exhilarated, nearly shouting with joy. He immediately led the celestial generals to follow Yunqing towards the spring. Yunqing, naked and unperturbed, gazed at the spring before him. Within his mind's eye, a miniature sapling appeared, shimmering with golden light, surrounded by ethereal mist. The spiritual energy here was extraordinarily rich. "This must be the site I have chosen for planting," Yun Qing summoned the sapling of the primordial Tao tree from his mind and tossed it directly into the spring as soon as the sapling touched the surface of the water. Roots erupted wildly from it, extending deep into the water and reaching the bottom. The celestial generals watched in astonishment, their minds reeling as an array of wondrous phenomena unfolded before them, each surpassing their wildest imaginations. Qilin Child, celestial omens, the essence of the world. Now this ancient sacred spring, along with this unknown sapling. Our imaginations can scarcely keep pace. Do not panic. This is the primordial Tao tree, Yun Longqing spoke solemnly. Though his heart was overwhelmed with astonishment, that he was well aware of the significance of the primordial Tao tree. Legend has it that at the dawn of creation, a colossal tree grew in the center of the Xianhuang continent. Its trunk spanning thousands of miles, splitting the heavens and dispelling chaos. Its roots swiftly penetrated the areas of densest spiritual energy, eventually transforming into the essence that spread throughout the continent, hence named the primordial Tao tree. Records of the primordial Tao tree were kept in the supreme heavenly palace, with scarce references found even in the Tao palaces of the four realms. Yet, the sapling before him was significantly smaller than the legendary tree. However, the stature of such an ancient sacred object should never be underestimated. As the roots of the primordial Tao tree continued to grow and multiply, embedding themselves into the depths of the spiritual spring, the tree began to flourish at an astonishing rate. Chapter 4. The Evolution of Realms. The celestial generals of the Yun family floated in the air, exchanging glances of disbelief as they witnessed the young master being lifted by a mysterious force and were about to intervene. They heard Yun Longqing's order. Yun Qing advanced a step, prompting the surrounding generals to retreat. The group moved in a rhythmic dance, gradually making their way toward the Kongming Mountain ruins. The direction the young master is heading seems to be the shattered Kongming Mountain. One exclaimed, realizing the significance. Yun Longqing, too, recognized this and felt a surge of delight. The Kongming Mountain ruins were the site of the celestial omen, closely tied to the newly born Yun Qing, and the current abundance of spiritual energy made it a premier cultivation ground on the continent. With Yun Qing now heading towards the ruins, Yun Longqing could hardly believe the magnitude of this opportunity. Suddenly, the floating Yun Qing accelerated, transforming into a flash of light, darting away. Quickly, pursue and protect him. There must be no mishaps. Yun Longqing commanded urgently. The celestial generals followed closely behind, also increasing their speed at that moment. The night sky of eastern extreme heaven was illuminated by Yun Qing, the foremost streak of light, racing ahead, followed by a throng of luminous trails, lighting up the vast expanse above. Meanwhile, the great sage emperor, Yun Tianfu, was approaching the southern gate of the supreme heavenly palace, seeking an audience with the celestial emperor. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the spectacle unfolding in eastern extreme heaven, a series of streaks of light soaring through the sky, leaving him momentarily speechless in astonishment. What is happening? Has there been another upheaval in eastern extreme heaven? With a serious expression, Yun Tianfu realized the critical importance of the moment surrounding the Qilin child's birth. Any unusual occurrence warranted scrutiny. He quickly activated his divine eye, peering towards eastern extreme heaven. The divine eye possessed remarkable clarity, piercing through layers of clouds to reveal the happenings in the realm. Upon seeing Yun Longqing leading the celestial generals in pursuit of Yun Qing, he was greatly astonished. Yun Qing has only just been born, yet he is already causing a stir, wandering about instead of remaining within the safety of the Yun family palace. And those halos surrounding him likely indicate that the Tao of Heaven is guiding his path. Yun Tianfu gradually felt reassured. Since it was the opportunity of the Tao, he would allow Yun Qing to pursue it. What fortune it may bring. Furthermore, with Yun Longqing and the celestial generals in tow, there was little cause for concern. May the great sage enter. His Majesty the Celestial Emperor awaits you in the Lingxiao Hall. The divine general at the southern heavenly gate smiled as he addressed Yun Tianfu, who only then regained his senses and withdrew his gaze from the eastern extreme heaven. What is the great sage emperor observing? Inquired the curious guard of the southern heavenly gate. The guard turned to look in the direction of Yun Tianfu. He saw nothing at all. Yun Tianfu let out a hearty laugh and proclaimed, "Fortune! It is the grand fortune of the eastern extreme heaven." Fortune. The guard of the southern heavenly gate was utterly perplexed. Only to see Yun Tianfu stride confidently through the southern heavenly gate, making his way towards the Lingxiao Palace. The great sage emperor seemed to be in exceptionally good spirits today, though the reason eluded the southern heavenly gate guard, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. At this moment, upon the ruins of Kongming Mountain, the primordial Dao tree began its gradual ascent from a mere sapling, sprouting branches. The slender trunk thickened visibly, its growth rings expanding at an observable pace, while buds and leaves unfurled from its branches. The waters of the spiritual spring were rapidly absorbed by the primordial Dao tree, which simultaneously exuded spiritual energy from its foliage. The primordial Dao tree is absorbing the heavenly treasure's spiritual spring. It nurtures itself with the essence of the spring, exclaimed Yun Longqing. In the blink of an eye, the primordial Dao tree had grown to surpass the height of Yun Longqing's home. A short while later, the divine generals floating in the air were engulfed by the lush canopy, enveloped by the spiritual energy emanating from the primordial Dao tree. Observing the divine generals, Yun Longqing slowly articulated, "The primordial Dao tree, the first ancient sacred object that opened up the heavens and the earth, born of the cosmic Dao resonance, grants those who sit beneath it the ability to perceive the primordial sounds of the universe, enhancing their cultivation speed 100-fold. Should divine weapons be placed beneath this tree for tempering, the resonance of the Dao could bestow consciousness upon them, significantly augmenting their power. The area shrouded by the primordial Dao tree is impervious to all poisons. As solid as a fortress, capable of neutralizing any form of assault, rendering it impossible to breach. Not only does it facilitate rapid cultivation, but it also aids in the tempering of divine weapons, serving as an impregnable stronghold. As the primordial Dao tree continued to absorb the essence of the spiritual spring, it had grown to a colossal size, obscuring the sky. The meridians within Yun Qing's body were also opened by the cosmic Dao sounds, with various grand principles engraved deep within his consciousness. That in a mere quarter of an hour, the principles of the Dao brewed within Yun Qing, propelling his cultivation to unprecedented heights. While the divine generals of Yun Longqing and the Yun family needed to actively channel their techniques for gradual improvement, the engraved Dao principles within Yun Qing resonated autonomously with the Dao sounds. Boom, boom, boom. The barriers of Yun Qing's realm were shattered with earth-shattering sounds that reverberated within him, though no one else could hear them. Subsequently, countless streams of spiritual energy erupted from his body, as if something was being transformed. Within his consciousness, he opened a realm of spirit, constructing a luminous palace to store spiritual energy. This process of cultivation was termed opening the spirit, and the realm was named Luminous Palace Realm. The larger the luminous palace, the more spiritual energy it could contain, allowing for a greater reservoir of energy to be harnessed during battle, directly affecting combat prowess. In his own time, when Yun Longqing opened his spirit, his luminous palace spanned 1,000 miles, astonishing the world and marking the emergence of a genius from the Yun family. Now, as Yun Qing approached his own moment of opening the spirit, Yun Longqing felt a twinge of anxiety, mixed with excitement and anticipation. The sheer volume of spiritual energy available for opening the spirit was beyond Yun Longqing's imagination, leaving him in awe of the potential size of Yun Qing's palace. Just as Yun Longqing anticipated, a tremendous rumble erupted from within Yun Qing. Naturally, this explosion was only heard by Yun Qing and Yun Longqing. Unfamiliar with the intricacies of cultivation, Yun Qing's rapid advancement was solely due to the effects of the engraved cosmic Dao principles within him. He observed that the accumulation of spiritual energy within his consciousness was increasing, gradually filling it to capacity. The once empty chaotic space that was his consciousness transformed into a realm of spirit upon the emergence of the cosmic mountains and rivers. The concentration of spiritual energy within his consciousness reached a point where it could no longer contain any more. Boom, boom, boom. Continuous explosions reverberated within his consciousness, and as the cacophony subsided, Yun Qing gazed into his own consciousness. The sky stretched high, the earth lay far away, and an endless horizon extended beyond the reach of his gaze. That I end Chapter 5. From infant to deity, within Yun Qing's realm of spirit, the luminous palace had taken shape and was on the verge of manifesting in physical form. An awe-inspiring palace was being constructed. The pace of the palace's construction was rapid, with the processes of disintegration and formation dazzling Yun Qing. When the palace was finally completed, he could hardly believe his eyes. This was no mere palace. It resembled an entire city. Grand halls of exquisite splendor were arranged in a dense and intricate pattern, sprawling over 30,000 miles, standing within his realm of spirit. Yunqing floated, striving to glimpse the boundaries of his palace. He gazed into the distance, yet all he could see were the endless palatial structures, with no edge in sight. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the spiritual energy within his consciousness had not diminished. Instead, it had all been absorbed into the luminous palace. Such abundant spiritual energy was a rarity, a truly exceptional phenomenon. Yun Longqing stood in stunned silence, his mind blank as he activated his divine sight to observe the realm of spirit within Yunqing's consciousness. After a while, his emotions erupted in a frenzy. The luminous palace spans 30,000 miles. The prodigal son of the Yun family has opened a luminous palace of 30,000 miles in circumference, an achievement worthy of the Tao. Yun Longqing was overjoyed, unable to contain his exuberance as he danced and shouted beneath the primordial Tao tree. The other divine generals of the Yun family, immersed in their own understanding of the Tao, were suddenly startled awake by Yun Longqing's exclamations. They looked around in confusion, initially shocked by the transformation of their surroundings. What happened? This tree was not this tall just a moment ago. Why has it grown to obscure the sky? One of them remarked, I just experienced a breakthrough in my cultivation. My power has significantly increased. This truly is an extraordinary treasure. Suddenly, they became aware of a vast area rich in spiritual energy nearby. The region was immense, yet despite their searching gazes, they found nothing. Among them, one who practiced divine sight looked up, channeling its power to see everything around him. When he directed his gaze toward Yunqing, he beheld a realm of chaos filled with an overwhelming concentration of spiritual energy, as if it were on the verge of overflowing. At that moment, the luminous palace within Yunqing's realm of spirit was fully constructed. A long staircase began to form above his palace, extending diagonally into the sky. This signified the next realm beyond the luminous palace, the heavenly stairway realm. Transitioning between these two realms typically required years of accumulation, filling every corner of the luminous palace with rich spiritual energy before one could begin to ascend. Suddenly, a black line resembling a staircase pierced through the clouds above the expansive luminous palace. Continuing to rise, Yunqing gazed at the heavenly staircase, oblivious to its significance, simply following the guidance of the cosmic Tao sounds as he cultivated naturally. With a thought, he found himself involuntarily rising. Arriving at the base of the staircase, taking step after step upwards, the seemingly long and lofty staircase posed little challenge for Yunqing, and he soon reached the clouds, standing at the end of the staircase. He was buoyed by ethereal clouds, allowing him to stand steady. Before him loomed a towering gateway. This was the gateway to the heavens. Crossing through it would transform an ordinary cultivator into a deity, granting them eternal life, free from aging or death. In the vast expanse of the Xianwang realms, one must undergo hundreds of years of arduous cultivation to pass through the gateway, not to mention the long staircase, which required the honing of the physical body, the cultivation of the primordial spirit, the storage of spiritual energy, and an excruciatingly painful process of cultivation. Yunqing stood before the grand gateway, gazing upwards. The apex of the gateway towered 5,000 to 6,000 zhang high, rendering his diminutive form seemingly infinitesimal in comparison. The cosmic Tao sounds continued to swirl around Yunqing, occasionally sending gentle whispers ahead to guide his path. At last, Yunqing took his first step. The world beyond the gateway was entirely different from that within. Crossing through this portal signified ascension to divinity, wrapped in the embrace of the cosmic Tao sounds. Yunqing swiftly passed through the gateway. In that instant, within the celestial palace of the supreme heavenly court, the celestial being responsible for recording the information of all divine beings was taken aback. What is happening? This child has just been born, yet he has already crossed through the gateway and attained the divine realm. As a member of the celestial palace, he meticulously documented each instance of a cultivator ascending the heavenly staircase and crossing the gateway, facilitating the supreme heavenly court's management of all divine beings. These celestial beings had diligently performed their duties for thousands of years, witnessing a myriad of individuals attain the divine realm. However, all these figures shared a common trait. They were of considerable age. Some were in their hundreds, while others were in their 80s or 90s. Even the extraordinarily rare genius, like Yun Longsheng of the Yun family from the Eastern Extreme Heaven, took over 50 years to reach the divine realm. As for anyone born into divinity, they had never encountered such an anomaly. The Taoist let out an exclamation, drawing a multitude of fellow Taoists to gather around in awe. Indeed, my heavens, is it true that there exists a being who has attained the divine realm just after birth? How could this be possible? Did he amass a treasure trove of celestial materials from the moment he was born? Nonsense. For those who cross the heavenly gate, the significance of such materials is negligible. It is the individual's cultivation that truly matters. Or perhaps someone forcibly bestowed upon him a millennium's worth of cultivation, enabling him to transcend the heavenly gate in one fell swoop. That cannot be correct either. Crossing the heavenly gate tests one's comprehension of the grand principles of heaven and earth. One cannot simply rely on cultivation to breach it. The Taoists exchanged their speculations. Yet swiftly, one of their assertions was dismissed. After a lengthy debate yielded no conclusions, they resolved to seek out the Tao Lord of the Tao Palace to report this extraordinary event. The Tao Lord was currently engaged in refining treasures beside the divine machine furnace. Its flames roaring fiercely, with his life-bound treasure, the Tai Wuming sword, nestled within. That he was engrossed in his work when he heard the report from the Taoists, and was taken aback. You mean to say that a newborn infant has ascended the celestial steps, crossed the heavenly gate, and attained the divine realm? How can this be? The Tao Lord exclaimed, his voice trembling slightly as he steadied himself. Have you verified this? Do not make any mistakes. The Taoist who came to report was drenched in cold sweat. Bowing as he spoke, we dare not speak recklessly. Thus we seek your guidance. The Tao Lord's brow furrowed deeply, struggling to comprehend this matter. Having served as the Tao Lord for a full 10,000 years, he had encountered countless complexities, yet had never faced such an anomaly. Quickly, fetch the supreme treasure of the Tao Palace, the Qinkuan Divine Mirror. I must observe this myself. The Tao Lord commanded loudly that he could no longer afford to continue refining his life-bound treasure. The investigation into this infant's matter took precedence. The Taoists complied and soon returned, presenting a mirror with utmost reverence before the Tao Lord. This mirror was a precious gift from the Celestial Emperor, utilized to stabilize the fortune of the Tao Palace, capable of revealing all things. Nothing could hide from its gaze. The Tao Lord poured a steady stream of spiritual energy into the Qinkuan Divine Mirror, which suddenly erupted with radiant light, reflecting the figure of Yunqing as he crossed the heavenly gate. Chapter 6. The companions of the Tao Palace were stunned. What? This infant has crossed the heavenly gate and continues to advance. The Tao Lord was taken aback, nearly dropping the Qinkuan Divine Mirror, but he quickly steadied it. Focusing intently in the mirror, he saw Yunqing proceeding under the guidance of the celestial sounds after passing through the heavenly gate. The heavenly gate represented a threshold. Beyond it lay divinity. Following the heavenly gate were the realms of divine path, dragon platform, and Lingxiao, culminating in the highest realm of supreme. The Tao Lord, sweating profusely, watched in disbelief as Yunqing traversed a lengthy path, flanked by numerous ornate steels. The realm of divine path was effortlessly crossed. Soon, Yunqing approached a high platform where a green dragon lounged. Dozing lazily, Yunqing stood before the obstructive dragon. It suddenly awoke, revealing a fierce and menacing visage, bellowing at him. Yet the celestial sounds surrounding Yunqing coalesced into tangible threads, rising and encircling the green dragon in a flurry. The dragon roared in vain, utterly ensnared by the threads formed from the celestial sounds. Crashing down upon the high platform, unable to move, moments later, the trapped dragon became petrified, transforming into a colossal stone statue lying there. Having passed the high platform, Yunqing arrived before a palace, the Lingxiao Hall within the spiritual realm, which marked the entrance to the Lingxiao realm. This realm is one that most cultivators spend their entire lives striving to reach, often finding it exceedingly difficult to progress further. Some lack the requisite strength, others the comprehension. In any case, the Lingxiao realm represents the pinnacle of their cultivation. To advance beyond, one must either cultivate more potent divine abilities, enhance their magical capacity, or forge more suitable treasures. For the supreme realm, it remains beyond their reach. This moment, the The Tao Lord's robe was thoroughly soaked with sweat, his mind overwhelmed with shock and tumult. He fixated intently on the Qingquan divine mirror, observing as Yunqing, guided by the celestial sounds, continued his journey into the Lingxiao Hall. The Tao Lord exhaled deeply, continuing to observe for a moment before finally retracting his spiritual energy, ceasing the activation of the Qingquan divine mirror. This prodigy is indeed a prodigy. This matter is of utmost significance. I must report it to His Majesty, the Celestial Emperor, at once. The Tao Lord could no longer attend to his divine machine furnace. Hastily departing to the Lingxiao Hall of the Supreme Heavenly Court to inform the Celestial Emperor, in the underworld, within the Nine Nether Realm, a small boat was ferrying souls across the Sanzu River to the other side. Fengdu, the ferryman, a high-ranking general of the underworld, was navigating a soul away from this shore when, in an instant, the previously tranquil and silent Sanzu River began to tremble violently. The ferryman furrowed his brow, channeling his power to stabilize the boat. Suddenly, numerous wronged souls emerged from the river, wailing and shrieking, their voices piercingly mournful. The Sanzu River was in turmoil. Could it be that a divine being from the Yang world had emerged, thus affecting our Nine Nether Realm? The ferryman, known as the Nine Nether General, the foremost figure beneath the Lord of the Underworld, hastily maneuvered the boat to the opposite bank, releasing the soul on board before swiftly entering Fengdu to report to the Lord of the Underworld. Reporting to you, my lord, there has been an unexpected disturbance in the Sanzu River, with countless vengeful souls emerging from the water, which signifies that something significant is afoot. The Nine Nether General entered the Yama Hall, relaying his observations. The Lord of the Underworld remained silent for a considerable time, not uttering a word. The Nine Nether General approached cautiously, noticing the Lord of the Underworld transfixed beside the treasured book of life and death, which usually lay dormant, now radiating brilliant golden light, its pages fluttering gently. What could this mean? The Lord of the Underworld's face was marked with astonishment, a bead of sweat trickling down his brow. Witnessing this scene, the Nine Nether General felt a tumultuous wave of anxiety rise within him. What could have transpired to cause the Lord of the Underworld to be so on edge? Was there a threat to the Underworld itself? Yet, in this vast expanse of the myriad heavens, apart from the Celestial Emperor seated upon the throne of the Lingxiao Hall, who else would dare to act so recklessly? The Nine Nether General approached the Book of Life and Death, where he observed the golden light intensifying, culminating in an explosion of brilliance that as the blinding light faded, the previously fluttering pages ceased their movement, revealing a name that slowly materialized in the void, Yunqing. This indicated that within the myriad heavens, a newborn infant named Yunqing had come into existence. The fact that this child could provoke a disturbance in the Book of Life and Death raised profound questions. The Nine Nether General could not decipher the Book of Life and Death, yet he understood that the anomaly must be connected to that name. Even more perplexing was that Yunqing's name was enveloped in the aura of the Great Tao, with no other names accompanying it. Those of his kin or progeny were obscured, rendering them invisible. Before he could ponder further, the name began to dissipate, as if it had never existed. Had it perished? The Nine Nether General was left in disbelief, but dared not interrupt the Lord of the Underworld. Yet in the next moment, he glanced back at the Book of Life and Death, his eyes widening in shock. The name was vanishing from the pages. The disappearance of a name from the Book of Life and Death could signify either the scattering of the soul or entry into the divine realm. Had he perished? As the Nine Nether General contemplated, he looked up at the Lord of the Underworld, suddenly frozen in place as if it were merely death. Why would the Lord of the Underworld appear so startled? Just then, the Lord of the Underworld spoke slowly. No wonder the disturbance in the Book of Life and Death. It seems destined that he shall enter the divine realm. What? The Nine Nether General gasped, astonishment filling his eyes. You mean to say? But the Lord of the Underworld fell silent once more. The Nine Nether General felt his mind go blank, utterly unable to comprehend the Lord's words. To be destined for the divine realm from birth. How could this be? Countless beings within the myriad heavens toil for lifetimes and still find themselves yearning in vain. Yet at this moment, someone is born as a divine being. After a prolonged silence, the Lord of the Underworld closed the Book of Life and Death, his resonant voice echoing throughout the underworld. All inhabitants of the underworld, Exert every effort to investigate the origins of Yunqing. I must know what has transpired. The Lord of the Underworld had governed the Underworld for 100,000 years and had never encountered such a preposterous occurrence. Yes, the denizens of the Underworld bowed deeply in respect, their faces filled with reverence. Yet, there were countless individuals filled with doubt. Even those divine beings whose names have been expunged from the Book of Life and Death could be traced by the Lord of the Underworld. Why then did this Yunqing necessitate the entire Underworld's pursuit? In this realm, was there truly any being whose origins could elude the Lord of the Underworld's scrutiny? Chapter 7. The Celestial Emperor bestows treasures. Within Yunqing's spiritual realm, the scene in the Lingxiao Hall was resplendent, with hundreds of statues standing tall, each emanating waves of spiritual power. This moment, as Yunqing stepped into this place, it signified that he had entered the Lingxiao realm. This height, difficult to attain even for countless cultivators throughout their lives, was effortlessly reached by Yunqing. The 100 statues before him represented trials. Only by shattering them all could one exit the Lingxiao and ascend to the supreme realm. As Yunqing gazed upon the scene, the statue at the forefront suddenly opened its eyes that in an instant, a surge of spiritual energy began to swirl around it. Simultaneously, the statue, originally crafted from jade, appeared to come to life. Its body shaking incessantly. The lustrous hue of jade faded, and the statue now resembled a living creature. It was an ancient ferocious beast, considerably larger than an ordinary tiger, seemingly the progenitor of the tiger clan. With a resounding roar, the beast's mighty growl reverberated throughout the Lingxiao Palace, its gaping maw aimed directly at Yunqing. Taken aback, Yunqing realized he was but an infant, yet to commence his cultivation, and now he was expected to battle these statues upon entering the Lingxiao realm. Just then, a boundless aura of Xianhuang surged behind him, while the primordial Dao tree trembled in the external world. The Xianhuang energy surged forward, shielding Yunqing's diminutive form in an explosive flash. The awakened statue was enveloped by the Xianhuang energy, which then crushed it into fragments. The shattered pieces of the statue floated upwards, gradually coalescing before settling back into place. The statue remained motionless, as if it had succumbed to complete silence. This signified that Yunqing had successfully passed the first trial of the 100 statues. Just as Yunqing brimmed with confidence, preparing to advance further and allow the Xianhuang energy to deal with the second statue, he noticed the Xianhuang energy starting to surge back towards him. In the external realm, the primordial Dao tree emitted a faint glow, causing tremors throughout. Within Yunqing's consciousness, the Xianhuang energy enveloped him, transporting him away from this place in a fleeting moment, the world around him blurred in a rapid flash. Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of numerous divine generals, the chaos that had surrounded Yunqing dissipated, revealing his figure. Observing this small silhouette, Yunlong City was filled with astonishment. As Yunqing ascended the heavenly stairs, the scene became indistinct to him. Yet the magnificent palace stretching for 30,000 miles and the celestial stairs leading to the heavens were vividly etched in his mind. A newly born infant had already attracted the celestial stairs. It was known that ascending the heavenly stairs and crossing the celestial gate marked the entrance to the divine realm. Even he, with his extraordinary talents in Yunlong City, took until the age of 58 to achieve the divine realm. Yet, Yunqing had ascended the heavenly stairs at birth. There was even suspicion in Yunlong City that over the course of time, their son had already crossed the celestial gate. Yunqing's figure became clearer, the Xianhuang energy gradually separating from him and returning to the primordial Dao tree. Following this, waves of Dao sounds resounded. Although Yunqing could not discern the specific words being uttered, he understood the essence of the message. It was the primordial Dao tree advising him in the path of cultivation. A solid foundation is paramount. Should Yunqing rely on the Xianhuang energy to break through the Lingxiao realm, he would undoubtedly face limitations in the future. In that moment, the once revered primordial Dao tree appeared as a benevolent elder, gently guiding Yunqing. Nodding in acknowledgement, Yunqing, despite his infancy, retained memories from his previous life, thus grasping the implications of this counsel. The Dao sounds gradually faded, and the branches of the primordial Dao tree lowered, tenderly caressing Yunqing's head, as if to commend him. Meanwhile, in the distance, Yunlong City and the divine generals watched this scene, utterly dumbfounded. Particularly, Yunlong City felt an overwhelming surge of emotions that I asked someone well-versed in the ways of the world. He understood that the primordial Tao tree possessed sentience. Yet to witness it display such affection towards an individual was unprecedented. As the oldest sacred artifact in existence, even the lofty, heavenly emperor might not provoke a response from the primordial Tao tree. At that moment, the primordial Tao tree lowered its branches, gently stroking Yunqing. "Your Majesty, I have urgent matters to report." The Tao master of the Tao Palace hurriedly entered the Lingxiao Hall. Upon entering, he encountered an elder with long, flowing hair, exuding boundless power, causing the surrounding void to tremble, as if harboring some terrifying presence. "Greetings, great Saint Emperor Qingming." The Tao master hurriedly bowed to the elder. Yun Tianfu waved his hand dismissively, stepping aside. Just then, a voice resonated from the empty imperial throne at the top of the Lingxiao Hall. "The infant is the grandson of great Saint Emperor Qingming, and the celestial phenomena reflected upon the Qingkun divine mirror signify the manifestation of his palace construction." The voice was impossible to discern as male or female, young or old, and its origin was uncertain. Yet all who heard it felt a tremor, for the voice belonged to the true sovereign of the Xianhuang continent, the heavenly emperor within the Lingxiao Hall, the ultimate supremacy of the world. "Oh, has my grandson startled the Tao master, great Saint Emperor Qingming?" Yun Tianfu chuckled, a hint of uncontainable joy on his face. "Then I must apologize on his behalf." Upon hearing this, the Tao master was immediately struck with trepidation, hastily exclaiming, I dare not, I dare not. I was unaware he was the grandson of great Saint Emperor Qingming. It was my rudeness. What a jest." Who was Yun Tianfu? The master of the eastern extremity in the four extremities heavens, one of the most formidable beings in the Xianhuang continent. How could he dare to demand an apology from him? The Tao master, with a face full of smiles, retreated. However, Yun Tianfu felt elated within, paying little mind to the incident, and turned to the throne, stating, "I report to the heavenly emperor that my grandson has descended, accompanied by the celestial phenomena of falling stars, which may alarm the world. Thus, I have come to inform you." The throne remained empty, yet a voice replied, "I am already aware of all that transpires in the eastern extremity. This child is worthy of being the young master of the eastern extremity. I shall bestow him a gift." Then, golden light erupted from the throne, gradually revealing several items. The aura of the emperor instantly filled the space, causing Yun Tianfu's robes to flutter without wind. As if impacted by some unseen force, as the golden light faded, Yun Tianfu gazed upon the unveiled items. A long blade radiating a faint red glow, a pair of boots enveloped in spiritual energy, and a suit of armor. These three items were refined by the emperor for my young son. Yet alas, my son is without fortune. Thus, they are now bestowed upon the grandson of great Saint Emperor Qingming. The voice of the heavenly emperor echoed, distant yet clear, as if rising from the depths of the abyss, soaring skyward. Listening to this, Yun Tianfu fell silent, his eyes reflecting a sense of regret. It was said that the heavenly emperor once had a son who perished before birth due to congenital deficiencies. Even with the heavenly emperor's celestial capabilities, he could not resurrect him, that as time passed. The more profound one's cultivation, the stronger the bloodline's power, making it increasingly difficult to conceive offspring. Hence, the treasures painstakingly refined by the heavenly emperor for his young son were rendered useless. Though these items belonged to a deceased child, Yun Tianfu felt a surge of excitement within, for they were treasures beyond compare, crafted by the heavenly emperor for his own son. The three items gently descended, stopping before Yun Tianfu. With trembling hands, he received them. The majesty of the emperor emanated from the three items, but it dissipated in an instant. These treasures were forged from the rarest materials in the world, capable of accompanying their master through growth, their value beyond measure. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Feeling the vibrations emanating from the three items, Yun Tianfu was overwhelmed with excitement. Then, seemingly recalling something, he inquired, "May I ask if these three items have names?" "None." The voice of the heavenly emperor faded, leaving the Lingxiao Hall enveloped in silence, as if a sigh echoed through the air. After a long pause, Yun Tianfu nodded gently and expressed his gratitude once more before departing. The Lingxiao Hall of the Heavenly Court returned to tranquility. Chapter 8. The elusive Kongming Mountain. As Yun Tianfu exited, Approaching the southern heavenly gate, he encountered the Tao Master again, who held the Qinquan divine mirror. Seemingly engrossed in its reflections, beside him, several divine generals and Taoists were also observing the Qinquan divine mirror. Our powers are insufficient to perceive the happenings within the Lingxiao Hall, yet that infant is the grandson of great Saint Emperor Qingming. Surely, entering the Lingxiao realm will not pose much difficulty. The Tao Master stroked his beard, gazing at the Qinquan divine mirror. Within it, Yunqing was enveloped by the Xianwang energy, having exited the Lingxiao Hall. Based on the Heavenly Emperor's earlier words, this little fellow would undoubtedly reach the Lingxiao realm. A hint of envy flickered in the Tao Master's eyes, coupled with a sense of curiosity. I wonder if he can match his father or even great Saint Emperor Qingming. Match great Saint Emperor Qingming? How is that possible? Some Taoists shook their heads in disbelief, yet gazing at Yunqing's form departing the Lingxiao Hall in the Qinquan divine mirror, they found themselves at a loss for words. The crowd fell into silence. At that moment, the Tao Master sensed an imperial might spreading from behind him. Turning, he discovered Yun Tianfu approaching. Upon seeing this, everyone bowed respectfully, collectively exclaiming, "We pay our respects to great Saint Emperor Qingming." Yun Tianfu, with an imposing demeanor, strode past the crowd. He took the Qinquan divine mirror from the Tao Master's hands, glanced at the scenes within, and smiled. "This is my grandson. There is no need for alarm." Esteemed divine officials, hearing this, the crowd, having already been informed by the Tao Master, felt a renewed tremor within. After all, he was the grandson of the great Saint Emperor, and such phenomena naturally invited speculation from countless onlookers. This child's future is limitless. As for the images upon the divine mirror, the Tao Master had likely already shared them with the others, indicating that the achievements of his grandson lay ahead, rather than in his current cultivation. The gathered crowd nodded in agreement, relieved that the Tao Master had returned to convey the words of the Celestial Emperor. Otherwise, the notion of an infant freshly born, stepping into the divine realm, and even heading straight towards the realm of Lingxiao would be utterly inconceivable. After speaking, Yun Tianfu presented the Qinquan divine mirror to the Tao Master and, with a graceful departure from the heavenly court, bid farewell to the great Saint Emperor of Qingming. The assembly, not daring to be remiss, bowed in unison, only rising once the imperial aura dissipated and was no longer perceivable. Meanwhile, Yun Tianfu had already returned to the eastern extreme heaven. However, the moment he set foot in the eastern extreme heaven, his expression shifted dramatically. His Kongming Mountain had previously been devastated by the meteor shower, yet now it was shrouded in a hazy mist. Was this a residual effect of the meteor shower's phenomenon? Yun Tianfu pondered, stepping forward, and the air erupted with explosive sounds as his figure vanished, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived near the mist. The imperial energy enveloped his being, drawing in countless spiritual essences, while within the mist, rich spiritual energy surged forth, rushing towards his eyes. Open, behold, the Emperor's eyes gleamed with brilliance, seemingly intent on piercing through the nebulous mist. Yet, that brilliance was met with an impenetrable barrier, unable to breach the thick veil. Yun Tianfu was taken aback, a flicker of doubt rising within him. Having ascended to the imperial realm for many years, he had never encountered such a situation. Just as he was about to investigate further, he observed the mist beginning to swirl, with over 100 figures emerging from within. Father Emperor, it was Yunlong Cheng, accompanied by hundreds of divine generals who appeared at this location. "We pay our respects to the great Emperor." The divine generals exclaimed in unison, their voices harmonizing, radiating divine splendor, exuding extraordinary might. Yun Tianfu nodded, then turned his gaze towards the mist. Inquiring, "What is this mist?" His voice carried a hint of astonishment, for even with his imperial cultivation, he could not unravel the enigma of the mist. Upon hearing Yun Tianfu's question, a smile of joy appeared on Yunlong Cheng's face as he replied, "Father Emperor, you shall know once you enter." Subsequently, Yun Tianfu and the others stepped into the mist. Upon entering, all the mist vanished, and the Xianwang energy flowed freely. Yun Tianfu looked outward, finding no mist to obstruct his view. Instantly, his gaze was drawn to a colossal tree and an infant standing beside it. That is, Yun Tianfu squinted, his eyes widening in disbelief, a look of astonishment etched upon his face. The primordial Tao tree? Yuan Tianfu could scarcely believe his ears. What is the primordial Dao tree? It is said to be an ancient sacred artifact that existed at the dawn of creation, capable of dispersing into spiritual energy, nourishing an entire continent once fully grown. However, records of the primordial Dao tree are exceedingly scarce, with only a few fragmented illustrations having been passed down through the ages. Thus, Yuan Tianfu could recognize it at a glance. Now, this ancient artifact had replaced his Kongming Mountain, flourishing in this very place. In that moment of shock, Yuan Tianfu recalled the scene he had witnessed at the Southern Heaven Gate and hurriedly turned to Yun Longcheng, asking, could this be what Yin Xing has been searching for? At that time, he had seen Yun Longcheng leading a throng of people following Yin Xing, seemingly in pursuit of an opportunity, and the direction was precisely here. Indeed, a look of excitement and pride graced Yun Longcheng's countenance. Excellent! 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 Yuan Tianfu exclaimed joyously, repeating the word thrice. Then his gaze fell upon Yin Xing. Just then, the infant standing beneath the tree stirred. Earlier, the primordial Dao tree had seemed like a wise elder, imparting countless profound truths and mysteries to him. Although he had yet to embark on the path of cultivation, he had diligently committed much of it to memory. The knowledge imparted by such a sacred object was undoubtedly an opportunity that countless cultivators might never encounter in their lifetimes. At this moment, having just been born, he was receiving a baptism beneath the primordial Dao tree, as if experiencing an epiphany, his entire state of mind rendered exceptionally clear. Meanwhile, the primordial Dao tree gradually settled into tranquility, and Yin Xing emerged from that extraordinary realm. He slowly opened his eyes, only to find a multitude of gazes fixed upon him. An elder, radiating an aura of immense sanctity, was smiling warmly at him. And behind him stood his father and a host of divine officials and generals. The elder, whom Yin Xing had recently encountered, was none other than his grandfather. Sensing Yin Xing's gaze, Yuan Tianfu's face lit up with joy. And in the blink of an eye, he was at his side, lifting him up that MY royal grandson, destined to achieve greatness and establish unparalleled feats. Yuan Tianfu cradled Yin Xing in one arm while stroking his beard with the other, exuding an air of boundless authority. Hearing this, the hundreds of divine officials and generals knelt in unison, proclaiming, "The great Saint Emperor of Qingming is mighty. The great Saint Emperor of Qingming is mighty. The great Saint Emperor of Qingming is mighty." Their resounding voices echoed around the primordial Dao tree, lingering without respite. However, this thunderous reverberation did not travel far, entirely obstructed by the surrounding mist. The events transpiring within remained unknown to the outside world. Only rumors circulated that following the meteor shower, the Kongming Mountain of eastern extreme heaven had been shattered into fragments. From that moment on, a billowing yellow mist enveloped the ruins of Kongming Mountain, rendering it invisible to even the most powerful of beings. Chapter 9. The Thousand Mechanism Monk comes to accept disciples. The birth of the legitimate heir of the Yun family spread like wildfire across the entire Xinhuang continent. The common folk of the feudal states knew only that from that day forth, for several consecutive days, whether day or night, shooting stars streaked across the night sky. Countless people believed it to be a divine omen and knelt in worship, unaware that it was merely the divine generals of eastern extreme heaven conveying messages to this place that I report to the great emperor. The remaining envoys from the other three realms have returned, and the congratulatory gifts from the 800 feudal states have all arrived. The lords are awaiting an audience outside. In the grand hall of the Yun family, an official of rights knelt before Yuan Tianfu, delivering his report incessantly. The official and the other ministers dared not raise their heads, for seated upon the imperial throne was not the great Saint Emperor of Qingming, but an infant. The great Saint Emperor of Qingming stood beside, affectionately patting the infant's small head, clearly delighted. Let the crown prince take charge of the audience, and inform the 800 lords that for the next 15 years, all taxes are hereby exempted. Yes, the official responded promptly, and several others rose simultaneously to follow him in announcing the decree. Meanwhile, Yuan Tianfu continued to playfully engage with Yin Xing, chuckling as he asked, "My dear grandson, is this throne comfortable?" Yin Xing, still unable to speak, could only nod, prompting Yuan Tianfu to burst into hearty laughter, completely disregarding the imposing aura of the great Saint Emperor. Just then, a commotion erupted outside that a flicker of displeasure crossed Yuan Tianfu's eyes as he turned to gaze toward the entrance of the hall. At that moment, a divine official rushed in, kneeling on the ground to report to Yun Tianfu, Great Emperor, the Thousand Mechanism Monk has arrived. The Thousand Mechanism Monk has come to our eastern extreme heaven? Yun Tianfu was momentarily taken aback. The Thousand Mechanism Monk was a renowned imperial-level cultivator, yet he had no fiefdom, often secluding himself for cultivation or disappearing without a trace. Rumors suggested he had departed the Xianhuang continent for distant lands. Yet unexpectedly, he had appeared in eastern extreme heaven today. Before Yun Tianfu could contemplate further, a figure stepped into the grand hall. Behind him, numerous divine generals rushed to intercept him. Halt! Yun Tianfu's voice rang out, and the divine generals froze, unable to advance another step. However, their hearts were filled with trepidation. Their duty was to guard the Yun family, yet they had allowed someone to breach their defenses so easily. This was a dereliction of duty, a capital offense. Nevertheless, Yun Tianfu continued, "This individual is not one you can stop. Step back." Upon hearing this, the crowd sighed in relief, bowing before retreating. That moment, everyone in the hall, including Yun Tianfu and Yun Qing, turned their attention to the newcomer. Before them stood a monk, clad in a robe that shimmered with golden-red divine light. "I come uninvited. I hope the great Saint Emperor of Qingming will not take offense," the Thousand Mechanism Monk said, his face radiating a serene glow as he gazed at Yun Tianfu. Yun Tianfu, his emotions unreadable, replied, "You have intruded without invitation, yet you hope this emperor will not take offense." The might of the emperor manifested. An overwhelming aura erupted, and a terrifying pressure bore down upon the Thousand Mechanism Monk standing in the hall. The ministers present knelt, unable to move, for under the imperial might, there was no room for resistance. Yet the monk merely smiled slightly, and behind him, a golden Buddhist statue materialized, emanating boundless Buddhist power to shield against the imperial pressure. A resounding crash echoed as the Buddhist power clashed with the imperial might, sending shockwaves rippling through the air. Observing this, both the Thousand Mechanism Monk and Yun Tianfu unleashed their powers, forming a solid barrier of spiritual energy to contain the aftermath of their confrontation. Otherwise, the Grand Hall of the Yun family would surely be reduced to dust. Even so, the residual force caused the ground to tremble, and the kneeling ministers quaked in fear, as if witnessing an apocalyptic scene. After a lengthy pause, the residual force dissipated, and the trembling crowd gradually calmed. Suddenly, Yun Tianfu erupted into hearty laughter, causing the ministers below to gaze up in astonishment. Opposite him, the Thousand Mechanism Monk also laughed heartily. Subsequently, to the amazement of all present, Yun Tianfu spoke again. "You, monk, have made significant progress in your cultivation since we last met." The master of the Yun family chuckled, recalling the last time they met when neither of them had ascended to the realm of emperors. The Thousand Machine Monk appeared to express a sense of nostalgia, while the assembled ministers below were left in utter astonishment. After all, Yun Tianfu had already reigned as an emperor for a millennium. Could it be that the Thousand Machine Monk had some profound connection with the Yun family? Above, Yun Tianfu merely smiled faintly before inquiring, "It has been a millennium since we last met. Pray tell, what brings you to my eastern extreme heaven today?" He could hardly believe that a powerful figure of the emperor's domain would take the time to visit an old acquaintance for no particular reason. As anticipated, the Thousand Machine Monk shifted his gaze towards the quietly seated Yun Qing upon the imperial throne and declared with solemnity, "This humble monk has come to take on a disciple." At this proclamation, the grand hall fell into a silence so profound that one could hear a pin drop. All present held their breath. Take on a disciple? Who could he possibly mean? It was undoubtedly the newly born Yun Qing. Yet, the fact that a great emperor would travel such a distance to personally apprentice a mere infant was astounding. That I have traversed the emperor's realm for many years, and my Yun family stands as one of the four great families of the Xianhuang continent. There is no need for us to take an outsider as our master. Yun Tianfu's voice resonated, echoing downwards, and the kneeling ministers silently agreed. The Yun family stands tall at the pinnacle of the Xianhuang continent, with Yun Tianfu being the current emperor, honored as the celestial sacred emperor. His son, Yun Longsheng, is an unparalleled genius, renowned for his extraordinary cultivation speed. It could be said that the finest cultivation resources on the entire continent were at the disposal of the Yun family. Yun Qing had no need to seek guidance from others. Upon hearing Yun Tianfu's words, the Thousand Machine Monk smiled gently and responded, I have no doubt regarding the depth of the Yun family's foundations. However, he slowly surveyed the surroundings, and then, as his robe billowed, a radiant light enveloped Yun Tianfu and Yun Qing, while the ministers in the hall were wrapped in a warm, gentle force, causing them to float softly outside the hall. With a resounding click, all the doors of the grand hall shut, and the imperial might surged forth, preventing any prying eyes to at that moment. Only Yun Qing, Yun Tianfu, and the Thousand Machine Monk remained within the hall. What? Yun Tianfu narrowed his eyes, showing no concern for the Thousand Machine Monk's intentions. Instead, he gently caressed Yun Qing's little head. The Thousand Machine Monk pointed at Yun Qing seated upon the throne and remarked, "If it is destined for him to become an emperor, that is nearly a foregone conclusion, something we both understand well." Yun Tianfu silently observed him, waiting for him to continue. However, beyond the emperor's realm, there exists another level. Upon hearing this, Yun Tianfu's pupils constricted, and with a wave of his hand, boundless spiritual energy erupted, converting his imperial might into a tempest that enveloped the inner and outer layers of the grand hall. Then, Yun Tianfu barked sternly, "Li Changsheng, should you seek death, do not drag my Yun family into it. You dare covet the position of the Celestial Emperor? And what of the Celestial Emperor? Was he not also merely a human who ascended through cultivation?" Chapter 10. The Celestial Emperor Bestows Treasures. Yun Tianfu's inability to see through the Void Mountain, the Thousand Machine Monk, however, remained remarkably composed, as though discussing a trivial matter that I in the past 1,000,000 years. How many have laid eyes upon the true visage of the Celestial Emperor? Is he dead or alive? What is his lineage? Listening to the Thousand Machine Monk's inquiries, Yun Tianfu fell into silence. The Celestial Emperor reigned supreme, governing the heavenly court, yet no one had ever witnessed his true form. Even his origins and background were merely subjects of endless speculation, with no one able to verify them. If you and I are to break through the 100 ancestral statues in the Lingxiao realm, then it is quite possible that the Celestial Emperor barely managed to breach the Lingxiao and enter the Supreme Realm. Noticing Yun Tianfu's lack of response, the Thousand Machine Monk continued, "And since we have both attained the status of Emperor, why should we not pursue the ultimate Supreme Realm?" Hearing the Thousand Machine Monk's words, Yun Tianfu felt a wave of confusion rise within him. Then, by taking Yun Qing as your disciple, have you already discovered the method to enter the Supreme Realm? He found it puzzling. If the method truly existed, why would the Thousand Machine Monk not step into the Supreme Realm himself first? The Thousand Machine Monk slowly nodded but then shook his head again. "What do you mean?" Yun Tianfu inquired, perplexed. The Thousand Machine Monk replied, "I only recently concluded my seclusion and heard of Yun Qing's emergence, which brought forth the star-falling phenomenon. This is our destined connection. Should he encounter obstacles on his path, as his master, I can shield him from calamities. Destiny." Yun Tianfu's gaze settled, turning to look at Yun Qing. The star-falling phenomenon, the primal chaos divine tree, and the Thousand Machine Monk's timely emergence upon Yun Qing's birth. Could it be that all of this was preordained? Furthermore, based on what the Thousand Machine Monk had previously stated, he surely possessed knowledge of methods to ascend to the status of Celestial Emperor. This knowledge was something that, not only Yun Qing, but even Yun Tianfu himself, yearned for deeply. The position of Emperor was ultimately exceedingly difficult to advance beyond, yet throughout the years, countless heroes had perished on the battlefield of myriad clans while the Celestial Emperor had never intervened. Perhaps sensing Yun Tianfu's wavering resolve, the Thousand Machine Monk finally disclosed his true intentions. If there were to be another Celestial Emperor, upon hearing the words battlefield of myriad clans, Yun Tianfu's brow twitched imperceptibly. After a long pause, he turned to Yun Qing and said, "My dear grandson, the Thousand Machine Monk wishes to take you as his disciple. What are your thoughts on this? After all, as the grandson of an emperor and the son of a quasi-emperor, Yun Qing's bloodline power was formidable enough for him to understand the world even at this moment. Moreover, Yun Qing was not merely a newborn child, but one who had been reborn. He had comprehended the conversation between the two earlier. Though still unfamiliar with this world, he was certain of one thing. His lineage was incredibly strong. Why then would he need to bow to others as a disciple? Would he be subject to humiliation? Additionally, this monk, while appearing kind and benevolent, exuded an aura of immense power that suggested he was no ordinary figure. Qing waved his little hands, but suddenly realized he was unable to speak. Subsequently, he shook his head, not willing. Witnessing this scene, the Thousand Machine Monk was taken aback. The expression on his face turned quite peculiar, with his dignified appearance and the aura of a wise monk, who wouldn't feel inclined to approach him. Yet this child had actually refused him. As a result, the Thousand Machine Monk felt that the immense shadow of the Buddha behind him might have intimidated Qing. In an instant, the Buddha's figure transformed into a burst of golden light, and the celestial aura surrounding the Thousand Machine Monk dissipated entirely that moment. He appeared as an ordinary monk walking by the roadside. He then stepped up to the throne where Qing sat and cheerfully said, "Dear disciple, I possess thousands of wondrous techniques and treasures here. Would you like to take a look?" Qing waved his little hands, feigning an attack against the Thousand Machine Monk. The monk was unfazed, merely chuckling. Yet suddenly, a strand of Xianhuang energy surged forth from Qing. Boom! The immense uproar reverberated throughout the entire palace. The Yun family's estate was vast. Yet at this moment, the shockwave from the Xianhuang energy caused everyone in the Yun family to feel an intense tremor. Countless divine generals soared into the sky, eager to ascertain the cause. Even the prince, Yun Longqing, who was currently meeting with the feudal lords, sensed the anomaly. With a spear in hand, he moved towards the source of the disturbance, asking, "Who dares to attack the Yun family?" In that instant, the sky darkened ominously, and countless guests who had come to celebrate were left in shock, believing that some monumental upheaval was occurring. All is well. You may retreat. Just as chaos erupted within the Yun family, a commanding voice resonated through the heavens. Upon hearing these words, everyone settled down, returning to their places, for they all understood that as long as the owner of this voice remained, the Yun family would face no peril. And the voice belonged to the celestial sacred emperor, the current head of the Yun family, Yun Tianfu. The turmoil swiftly abated, as if nothing had transpired. After hearing this, the prince, Yun Longqing, also felt reassured and turned back to the banquet where the 800 feudal lords were gathered. Inside the grand hall, as he observed the Thousand Machine Monk being repelled several steps back by the Xianhuang energy, Yun Tianfu smiled. Yet, despite his amusement, there remained a hint of astonishment in his gaze. What was happening? Was the Xianhuang energy serving as a protective barrier? Equally astonished was the Thousand Machine Monk, who looked at Qing with disbelief. The star-falling phenomenon, the protective Xianhuang energy, suddenly his eyes sparkled with delight, leaving Qing nearby puzzled. Qing babbled innocently, "Yeah." Qing incessantly waved his small fists, attempting to adopt a fierce expression to intimidate Qianji Sung into keeping his distance. However, Yun Tianfu and the other person failed to comprehend his intentions. Observing this, Qianji Sung stepped forward once more, gazing at Qing with a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "This child is destined to achieve a higher level of cultivation. Such profound fortune cannot simply be attributed to exceptional talent." Within his heart, Qianji Sung resolved, this bond between master and disciple must be pursued. "Well, do you still wish to test your mettle?" Yun Tianfu remarked with a smile as he regarded Qianji Sung, who remained silent, merely observing Qing. Enveloped in the aura of Xianhuang, Qing vigilantly scrutinized the monk. Although the Xianhuang aura had previously repelled him, it now quivered slightly under the monk's imposing presence. As if gripped by fear, could this monk's cultivation truly rival that of my grandfather? A flicker of doubt arose within Qing that if he indeed matched Yun Tianfu, then perhaps becoming his disciple would not be a bad idea. With a prestigious lineage and an unparalleled master, would he not then stride through the world with unparalleled confidence? Chapter 11. Qianji Sung. Here to accept disciples. As Qing pondered, he beheld Qianji Sung clap his kasaya, and a jade orb materialized in his hand. Upon seeing this object, Yun Tianfu narrowed his eyes. "That am why, dear disciple, I possess a transformation pearl. Would you be interested?" Qianji Sung squatted before Qing, gently waving the jade orb in front of him. Qing gazed at the orb, perceiving a fleeting shadow within it, as though someone were undergoing a heavenly tribulation, a spectacle both grand and terrifying. Yet upon closer inspection, it appeared merely as a smooth orb, devoid of any peculiarities. Being still young, Qing was oblivious to the significance of the transformation pearl. Yun Tianfu spoke up, and Qianji Sung was momentarily taken aback, preparing to retract the orb. However, at that instant, Yun Qing unexpectedly reached out and snatched the orb from Qinji Sing's grasp. Qinji Sing paused, then a look of delight spread across his face. Yun Qing examined the orb, turning it over in his hands, yet found nothing remarkable. The earlier shadow had vanished that moment. Yun Tianfu explained. The transformation pearl is a treasure condensed by exceptionally gifted cultivators during their tribulation to become divine. Possessing this pearl allows one to glean insights from the experiences of others, thereby facilitating the path to divinity. As he spoke, he sighed, adding, however, the condensation of a transformation pearl requires not only formidable talent, but also serendipity. Neither I, Yun Tianfu, nor the rarely seen genius, Yun Longqing, managed to condense a transformation pearl during our ascension. Yun Qing understood that his grandfather was speaking directly to him, and he nodded, albeit with a vague comprehension. This pearl was condensed by this humble monk during my ascension to divinity, that if my path is safeguarded. Dear disciple, you shall undoubtedly surpass your peers when the time comes. Qinji Sung seemed quite proud of himself, yet Yun Tianfu remained silent. The mere fact that Qinji Sung could condense a transformation pearl spoke volumes about his exceptional talent and fortune. Only such an individual could genuinely protect Yun Qing on his path to greatness. Nevertheless, despite his understanding, Yun Tianfu would not impose his choices upon Yun Qing. Thus his gaze fell upon the young boy. Yun Qing regarded Qinji Sung, the aura of Xian Huang swirling around him, that he then extended a hand, palm open before Qinji Sung. What is this? Qinji Sung did not grasp Yun Qing's intentions, yet Yun Tianfu understood. Teasingly remarking, you, my dear apprentice, having accepted a disciple, do you not intend to gift him this transformation pearl? Although the pearl was remarkable, it was somewhat inadequate given Qinji Sung's cultivation level. Am I such a miserly monk? With that, Qinji Sung waved his hand, causing a multitude of spiritual energies to swirl forth, revealing various items from within his kasaya. These objects shimmered with golden light, their divine radiance suggesting they were extraordinary. The Yun family undoubtedly possesses numerous treasures, so I shall present something unique. Soon, among the treasures emerging from his kasaya, a small booklet appeared, gently descending before Yun Qing, erupting in a burst of golden light. Yun Qing felt a torrent of warmth surge through his body, as profound characters materialized within his consciousness. Though your Yun family's floating cloud technique is a premier method of movement, my sacred step technique is far more suitable for cultivation from a young age. Should you possess an unparalleled physique in the future, you shall undoubtedly stand above all. As Qinji Sung's voice faded, the golden light in Yun Qing's consciousness transformed into vivid images that he beheld the legendary beasts, True Dragon, Divine Phoenix, White Tiger, and Xian Turtle, the ancestors of countless mythical creatures long thought extinct, encircling him and roaring fiercely. Yun Qing felt his very soul tremble under the onslaught of the four beasts. However, it was merely a tremor. After a considerable time, he regained his composure. The spectral forms of the four beasts within his consciousness ceased their roaring and dissipated like shadows. Yet he sensed that they had not truly vanished. Rather, they lay dormant within his consciousness, awaiting the right moment to emerge. The sacred step technique, birthed from the movements of the four sacred beasts by an ancient power, when cultivated to its zenith, could unleash the might of ancestral beasts. Noticing that Yun Qing had awakened, Qinji Sung elaborated while raising his hands, once more. 2 droplets of blood, radiating a fierce crimson light, appeared in his grasp. The intensity of the crimson light enveloped the great hall, and a terrifying aura emanated from the blood. A roar erupted from one droplet, transforming into boundless waves of spiritual energy that crashed against the three of them. Before the dragon's roar could subside, a phoenix's cry followed suit, unleashing an equally vast wave of spiritual energy that spread outward. However, protected by the Xian Huang aura, Yun Qing remained untouched by any repercussions, while Yun Tianfu and Qinji Sung were similarly unaffected. Upon sensing the formidable power within the 2 droplets of blood, a hint of astonishment graced Yun Tianfu's face as he inquired, "Is this the blood of a true dragon and a true phoenix? Moreover, is it their essence blood?" A proud smile adorned Qinji Sung's countenance. These 2 droplets of blood were indeed rare treasures. Upon hearing the term essence blood, Yun Tianfu's breath grew heavier. Chapter 12. Body Refinement. A human-shaped beast boom. Instantly, the fierce aura emanating from the two droplets of essence blood surged forth, shattering the Xian Huang aura and surging towards Yun Qing's forehead. Aware that Yun Tianfu was present, Yun Qing felt assured and offered no resistance. The two droplets of essence blood, seemingly imbued with sentience, vied with each other, colliding against Yun Qing's forehead, but he felt a fleeting chill before a warm flow surged into his limbs and bones. The crimson light emanating from the droplets swiftly dissipated, as the warmth coursed through his body. Yun Qing sensed a subtle heat within his blood, which soon escalated into an all-consuming fervor, causing his blood to boil. The previously vanished crimson light re-emerged, this time radiating from outside his body. Red runes began to materialize beneath his skin, transforming into intricate patterns that coursed over his exterior. However, Yun Qing remained unaware of these wondrous transformations, for he was engrossed in introspection. The luminous palace he had previously constructed began to crumble, as if time itself were reversing, while the four beastly silhouettes projected by the sacred step technique gradually re-emerged. The terrifying aura of the unparalleled beasts permeated Yun Qing's consciousness and body simultaneously. Roar! Within his consciousness, the four towering figures seemed to sense a grave threat, erupting in a chorus of roars. Yun Qing's consciousness quaked under the weight of their terrifying cries, as if it were on the verge of collapse. Could it be? Is this monk here to accept me as a disciple, or to bring me harm? A sense of unease unfurled within Yun Qing. Though he had yet to commence his cultivation, he understood the significance of the consciousness that if it were to collapse, even if he survived, he would be left a mere shell of a person. Just as Yun Qing's anxiety peaked, Yun Tianfu and Qinji Seng, observing from the sidelines, acted in unison. Upon witnessing Qinji Seng's intervention, Yun Tianfu immediately withdrew his imposing aura, stepping back to serve as a protective barrier. Qinji Seng, with palms pressed together, unleashed a resonant chant. The previously retracted phantom of the Buddha reappeared. Yet this time, it was larger and more dynamic, moving in tandem with Qinji Seng's gestures. Buzz! The void trembled as if struck by the resonance of the chant. Threads of golden light swirled within the sound waves, transforming divine radiance into a cleansing stream that surged towards Yun Qing's being. In an instant, a stream of this divine essence materialized within Yun Qing's consciousness, pacifying the once roaring four sacred beasts. However, the atmosphere within Yun Qing's consciousness dimmed ominously. Boom, boom, boom. Thunder rained down relentlessly, striking against his consciousness. Chapter 12. Progress, progress, progress. A tempest arises, stirring up colossal waves. Heavenly fire descended, continuously enveloping Yun Qing's consciousness in a calamitous scene. As such a scene unfolds, Yun Qing finds himself unable to discern the images within his sea of consciousness. Even his awareness has begun to blur. The four sacred beasts, once restless, now manifest as faint silhouettes in the darkness, no longer dissipating as before. Meanwhile, the crimson radiance enveloping Yun Qing intensifies to a blinding degree, as if something within him were striving to break free. Beside him, Yun Tianfu, being a formidable emperor-level expert, keenly senses the slightest fluctuations in the surroundings that he can distinctly perceive that at this moment, a miraculous transformation is occurring within Yun Qing, as if a terrifying entity is gradually awakening. Awaken! The thousand mechanisms monk bellows, his eyes snapping open, while the statue behind him follows suit, its gaze now fixated on Yun Qing. Two beams of golden light pierce forth from the statue's eyes, directly striking Yun Qing's brow and seamlessly penetrating into his sea of consciousness. With a resounding whoosh, it is as though the dawn's light has burst forth from the distance, piercing through the heavens. The darkness is cleaved apart like parchment by a sharp blade, and the light beams create an opening. The gap in the darkness widens until the two streams of golden light completely dispel the shadows encroaching upon Yun Qing's sea of consciousness. Thunder, tempest, and celestial fire vanish without a trace. Yun Qing's sea of consciousness returns to an unparalleled tranquility, as if all that transpired was merely a figment of his imagination. The normalcy of his consciousness is restored. Yun Qing's awareness reverts to its original state. The fierce crimson light surrounding him abates, transforming into a gentle glow that envelopes his entire being, rendering him a sphere of red light. Roar! Within Yun Qing's sea of consciousness. The sacred beasts emit a roar once more. However, this time, only the ethereal forms of the dragon and phoenix are howling, while the white tiger and the black tortoise remain silent. What is happening? Yunqing feels a sense of confusion, unable to comprehend the spectacle before him. Just then, two crimson rivers surge forth from the depths of a sea of consciousness, extending toward the ethereal forms of the true dragon and true phoenix. Those are the two drops of essence blood from earlier. Joy surges within Yunqing as he suddenly realizes what has transpired. The sea of consciousness serves as a repository for one's spirit. And highly skilled cultivators often need only to introspect their sea of consciousness to ascertain any ailments afflicting their bodies. Previously, the ferocity contained within the essence blood had engulfed Yunqing, leading to signs of collapse in his sea of consciousness. Now, however, this essence blood begins to nourish his sea of consciousness, indicating that he has successfully navigated through a crisis and has refined these two drops of essence blood. This monk possesses remarkable abilities at this moment. Yunqing finds himself genuinely impressed by the Thousand Mechanisms monk, who has managed to assist him in refining the essence blood of the ferocious beast in such a profound manner. With the refinement of these two drops of essence blood, Yunqing's future physical prowess may very well rival that of ancient ferocious beasts. Yet, unbeknownst to Yunqing, a transformation has already occurred within him. One that neither the Thousand Mechanisms monk nor Yun Tianfu could have anticipated. Within Yunqing's sea of consciousness, the crimson rivers flow vigorously, having been transformed from the essence blood of ferocious beasts, now resonating with the true dragon and true phoenix of the four sacred beasts. The sounds of dragon roars and phoenix cries intertwine, no longer carrying the previous sense of terror. Instead, they morph into waves akin to celestial music, instilling within Yunqing an overwhelming sense of familiarity. The two drops of essence blood have ceased to be antagonistic. Rather, they now resemble his own bloodline, beginning to nourish his physical form and the two sacred beast ethereal forms within his sea of consciousness. Chapter 13. A great cause and effect. Severed Yunqing slowly opens his eyes, feeling an intense warmth coursing through his entire being. Boundless power coalesces and expands within him. With a gentle fist swing, the essence of the primal yellow energy entwines and emerges, stirring the spiritual energy within the grand hall into a frenzied whirlwind. After a prolonged moment, the spiritual energy within the hall settles. Observing this spectacle, both the Thousand Mechanisms monk and Yun Tianfu reveal expressions of astonishment. He has remarkably attained the strength of a juvenile ferocious beast solely through two drops of essence blood. Ordinarily, the essence blood of ferocious beasts could enhance one's bloodline, granting the physical form the capability to transcend the constraints of humanity. However, it is astonishing that it has directly elevated Yunqing's physical strength to that of a juvenile, ferocious beast. The mere act of swinging a fist to disturb the spiritual energy serves as proof. Wonderful! Marvelous! The Thousand Mechanisms monk exclaims, unabashedly expressing his delight. Even Yun Tianfu cannot help but nod in agreement. Yunqing, however, finds himself somewhat perplexed, merely sensing an inexhaustible and terrifying power surging within him. Yet upon witnessing the elation of the two figures before him, he begins to grasp the magnitude of his recent gains. It appears that those two drops of essence blood have provided him with immense assistance. With this thought in mind, Yunqing feels an eager anticipation to commence his cultivation in this world. At that moment, the Thousand Mechanisms monk speaks again. With the essence blood of ferocious beasts fortifying your physique before stepping into the divine realm, your physical prowess will undoubtedly rival that of all your peers at the same level. Furthermore, with the divine transformation pearl, your entry into the divine realm will be nothing short of exceptional. The path laid out for Yunqing is now fully established as for the path of cultivation. The way of the master may not suit you. It is essential for you to explore it yourself that a smile graces the Thousand Mechanisms monk's face, seemingly filled with confidence in Yunqing. Listening to these words, Yunqing nods in understanding. His somewhat dazed expression endears him to the Thousand Mechanisms monk, who affectionately pats his head. Subsequently, the Thousand Mechanisms monk turns to Yun Tianfu and states, "For the next decade, this humble monk shall instruct Yunqing in the eastern extremity. May I have your permission?" Yun Tianfu chuckles. "Since Yunqing has already become your disciple, it is only natural." However, he pauses before adding, "The Heavenly Emperor has also bestowed 3 treasures. I initially intended to present them to Yun Qing after he commences training, but since he has already taken you as his master, I shall bestow them upon him today." Upon hearing Yun Tianfu's words, the Thousand Mechanisms monk displays a look of astonishment. Although he harbors no particular fondness for the Heavenly Emperor, the latter is a supreme being of the Xianhuang continent, and any gifts he bestows are sure to be extraordinary. Meanwhile, Yun Qing's heart races. He has heard tales of that Heavenly Emperor since birth, and his grandfather, the Celestial Sage Emperor, was conferred by the Heavenly Emperor. Even the Qing in his name derives from the first character of the Celestial Sage Emperor's name. Such a figure bestowing gifts upon him must surely be of the highest quality. With that thought in mind, Yun Qing feels a surge of anticipation. With a wave of his hand, Yun Tianfu conjures 3 treasures emanating a faint white light within the grand hall. Warning, warning! A great cause and effect has emerged. At that moment, the system within Yun Qing's mind suddenly issues a warning, its tone markedly different from its previous calmness, now tinged with urgency. What great cause and effect? Yun Qing is taken aback, inquiring within his mind. This item has been refined by a supreme-level figure. Should you choose to use it, an inerasable cause and effect will be established with the other party, the system explains to Yun Qing. Upon hearing this, Yun Qing is momentarily stunned, then comprehends. This is a treasure personally refined by the Heavenly Emperor, that if he accepts it, an inevitable connection will form for the concept of cause and effect. It is ethereal and elusive, yet seems to influence many aspects. Just as the Thousand Mechanisms monk accepting him as a disciple actively creates a cause and effect relationship between them. With this bond, the Thousand Mechanisms monk would ensure his safety in times of weakness, while Yun Qing, once strong, could lend assistance to his master. As for the supreme treasures gifted by the Heavenly Emperor, acquiring them may very well require him to pay with his life in the future. Realizing this, Yun Qing feels cold sweat trickling down his back. System, do you have any means to erase the cause and effect associated with it? Yun Qing queries in his mind that in truth, he could refuse the gift. But since his grandfather has already accepted it on his behalf, failing to find a way to sever the connection with the Heavenly Emperor could lead to trouble down the line. Host, after each breakthrough, you will have one opportunity to alter your fate. Would you like to erase the cause and effect of the Heavenly Emperor's treasure now? The system's voice returns to a calm state. Yun Qing is taken aback upon hearing this. Reflecting on the system's nonchalant tone, he wonders why it had been so urgent earlier. Silently grumbling, he responds in his mind, "Erase it, ding, congratulations, host. The alteration of fate has been successful. The cause and effect of the Heavenly Emperor's treasure has been erased." Hearing the system's voice, Yun Qing feels a wave of relief wash over him. This moment, he notices the 3 divine objects gently hovering before him. The Thousand Mechanisms monk, sensing the imperial might radiating from them, exclaims in astonishment, "The materials are all supreme treasures, comparable to imperial weapons." Yun Tianfu nods with a smile, continuing, "All 3 of these treasures are companion divine weapons, capable of cultivating alongside their master." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of disbelief flickers in the Thousand Mechanisms monk's eyes. To create companion divine weapons worthy of being bestowed by the Tao. Has the Heavenly Emperor transcended the Tao? As a great emperor, he is acutely aware that even they can only resonate with the Tao, summoning myriad paths to descend and vanquish countless foes. If the Tao cannot be achieved, then neither can the Emperor. Yet the Heavenly Emperor has managed to personally forge companion imperial weapons. These 3 items do not yet possess names. Once you, Qing, begin your cultivation, you may name them yourself, Yun Tianfu says with a beaming smile directed at Yun Qing. Yun Qing nods in agreement, feeling an urge to express that even if he were to think of names now, he wouldn't be able to articulate them. Subsequently, the 3 treasures enter Yun Qing's sea of consciousness through his brow. With a mere thought, they will appear before him instantly, requiring not even a trace of spiritual energy to summon. In the heavenly realm, within the majestic Lingxiao Palace, the absence of the Celestial Emperor for countless millennia rendered the Grand Hall devoid of visitors, save for urgent matters requiring announcement. Yet, the space above the imperial throne seemed oddly distorted, as if the light passing through had encountered an unseen barrier. "I am the Celestial Emperor. destined to vanquish all foes in this world. The vast skies and the Xianhuang continent shall ultimately belong to me. The fabric of causality severed. Despite the apparent solitude, voices continued to echo. Seemingly from nowhere, at last, a feeble voice emerged, silencing all others. The Lingxiao Palace returned to its tranquil state, as if nothing had transpired. Such had been the norm for thousands of years. Chapter 14. The Academy of the Celestial Emperor's Legacy. A decade slipped by in the blink of an eye. During this time, the eastern extreme heaven flourished due to the arrival of Yunqing. Meanwhile, Yun Tianfu, who had long been in seclusion, chose to remain vigilant in the eastern extreme heaven rather than retreat into isolation. In contrast, Crown Prince Yun Longsheng and the nameless grandson of the imperial lineage had vanished without a trace. 8 years prior, a conflict had arisen between the underworld of Juyou and the Yun family, instigated by the underworld Lord Yin Jun's desire to learn the name of the Yun family's royal grandson, a request that had been denied. Consequently, Yin Jun and the Grand Sage Emperor Yun Tianfu engaged in a fierce battle that lasted 3 days and 3 nights. Utilizing the protective array of the Yun family, Yun Tianfu managed to hold his ground against the already established emperor Yin Jun. This clash drew the attention of others from the 3 extremes heaven, leading to their intervention. However, the other Grand Sage Emperors attempted to gather information regarding the royal grandson, but were met with Yun Tianfu's firm refusal. The matter was left unresolved, yet it was evident that the grandson was an extraordinary talent, destined to surpass Yun Tianfu in the future. Holy Step Technique, Dragon Form. A thunderous shout resounded, followed by a soaring dragon's roar that sent countless birds and beasts scattering in panic. My dear disciple, you have done justice to the treasures I bestowed upon you. A monk's hearty laughter echoed as he nonchalantly gestured, pointing with a finger. Instantly, myriad golden lights erupted from his fingertip, converging into an immense golden digit that in an instant, the void was compressed as an elusive figure was forcibly redirected from its original trajectory by the golden finger. Boom! The golden digit exploded, transforming into a myriad of intricate runes infused with Buddhist power, enveloping the figure. Seeing this, the monk smiled. Yet, at that moment, a diminutive figure suddenly appeared behind him. Slash! As the word fell, an overwhelming force surged forth from the red long knife held by the figure. However, before the knife could strike, the monk's golden robe floated up autonomously, enveloped in a radiant light. Clang! The sound of impact was remarkably crisp, yet despite the diminutive figure's utmost effort, the knife could not breach the robe. Just as he was about to concede, an enormous tree nearby trembled, releasing boundless Xianhuang energy that rapidly surrounded the 2 combatants. What is going on? The monk grumbled in dissatisfaction, quickly retreating as the wielder of the knife rejoiced. Laughing, Master, why flee? As a great emperor, can you truly be pursued by a mere nascent practitioner like me? Nonsense. Tell the Hongming Dao tree not to interfere, lest I teach you the importance of respecting your master. In the blink of an eye, the monk had traversed 3,000 miles. The Xianhuang energy enveloped the figure, and seeing the monk's distance, he prepared to pursue. Suddenly, the void erupted with a thunderous sound, causing both to halt. An overwhelming aura permeated the surroundings, and soon, Yun Tianfu arrived. With a single glance, he spotted the 1,000 mechanisms monk and Yunqing, who were separated by thousands of miles. Puzzled, he quickly understood upon noticing the swirling Xianhuang energy surrounding Yunqing. Upon Yun Tianfu's arrival, the 1,000 mechanisms monk and Yunqing ceased their confrontation. The Xianhuang energy dissipated from Yunqing, returning to the Hongming Dao tree. I Chongsheng, a formidable emperor, being chased by my grandson. How utterly disgraceful. At that moment, the once imposing Grand Sage Emperor Yun Tianfu openly mocked the 1,000 mechanisms monk. The monk, non-committal, merely asked, "What brings you here today?" Yun Tianfu chuckled, lowering his gaze to Yunqing, and continued, "Yunqing has commenced his training. In a few days, the Lingxiu Academy will arrive here to recruit students that I came to inquire about Yunqing's thoughts." Lingxiu, upon hearing this, the 1,000 mechanisms monk squinted, seemingly deep in thought. Yunqing stepped forward, asking, "What is so special about the Lingxiu Academy?" Yun Tianfu stroked his beard, smiling as he explained, "In ancient times, when humanity had not yet flourished, There existed a celestial emperor who ascended to the imperial realm with unparalleled prowess, leaving a legacy for humankind. This celestial emperor established the Lingshu Academy to gather the talents of our race. Since its inception, the Lingshu Academy has nurtured countless prodigies, its depth rivaling that of the four great families that stand proud among the 3,000 divine nations. Chapter 14. A legacy of profound depth, a super academy moreover. The Lingshu Academy is situated at the heart of the Xianhuang continent, in distant correspondence with the heavenly court and the underworld. Countless talented individuals aspire to enter the Lingshu Academy, hoping to ultimately grasp the celestial emperor's legacy. Yet, throughout history, no one has succeeded. However, the foundation of the Lingshu Academy, built over millions of years, is extraordinarily profound. Grandfather, are you suggesting that I should join the Lingshu Academy? Upon grasping the implications, Yunqing inquired. Yun Tianfu nodded, then sighed. Your father, in his youth, ventured out on his own and never entered Lingshu, but it truly is a remarkable place. Yunqing nodded, then glanced at the Thousand Mechanisms monk. The monk, emerging from his reverie, interjected, No, you cannot go to Lingshu. It is not a suitable place. Without further explanation, he firmly rejected the notion. Why not? Yunqing asked, perplexed. Yun Tianfu seemed to recall something. I remember encountering you a millennium ago. You appear to have come from the Lingshu Academy. Those are merely past events. There's nothing to discuss. Before Yun Tianfu could finish, he was interrupted by the Thousand Mechanisms monk, who addressed Yunqing. The Lingshu Academy is merely a repository of the celestial emperor's legacy, that if you are determined, I can take you to the battlefield of the myriad races. At the mention of the battlefield of the myriad races, Yun Tianfu's expression darkened, and he admonished as Yunqing's master. How can you speak so recklessly? The monk, taken aback, was about to respond when he noticed Yunqing's presence, prompting him to silence himself. Yunqing, curious, observed the two, but both fell into a contemplative silence. After a long pause, the monk finally spoke again, addressing Yunqing. My dear disciple, should you wish to attend the Lingshu Academy, I shall not object. Yunqing blinked, contemplating for a moment before replying. If my master does not permit me to go, then I shall refrain from attending. His face radiated with sunshine. After all, over the past decade, the Thousand Mechanisms monk had wholeheartedly guided him, enabling him to achieve the consummate realm of the nascent stage before reaching adulthood. With the meticulous mentorship of a great emperor, Yunqing's progress was nothing short of meteoric, his cultivation speed and strength surpassing that of his peers by 1,000-fold. Moreover, compared to others, Yunqing's foundation was exceptionally solid. His physique remarkably robust, even rivaling some practitioners at the Heavenly Gate level. Witnessing Yunqing's calm demeanor, the Thousand Mechanisms monk fell silent. With a sudden leap, he ascended to the heavens, exclaiming, Yun Tianfu, follow me. Hearing this, Yun Tianfu rose to pursue, leaving Yunqing behind. As the two great emperors vanished from sight, Yunqing turned and walked toward the Hongmeng Dao tree. That a towering tree, surrounded by spiritual energy, seemed extraordinary. Not far from the great tree, a rich spiritual spring continuously surged forth, nourishing the surroundings. This was the celestial spring bestowed by the Hongmeng Dao tree, brimming with life force and spiritual energy. With a single drop comparable to a potent elixir, beneath the Hongmeng Dao tree, a youthful figure sat cross-legged, murmuring to himself that, O tree spirit, do you think the two primordial spirits within me can cultivate harmoniously? A hint of worry marred Yunqing's brow. Above him, the leaves of the Hongmeng Dao tree rustled, seemingly responding to his thoughts. Indeed, even you have never witnessed such a phenomenon. How shall I navigate my path? As he spoke, Yunqing idly plucked a blade of grass from the ground, placing it in his mouth, then laid back with his hands behind his head. The Hongmeng Dao tree fell silent, no longer responding. Instead, Yunqing remained deep in thought. Ever since he absorbed the blood essence of the dragon and phoenix, he discovered that the true dragon and phoenix among the four sacred beasts manifested within his mind had come to life. Initially, he believed it was merely the effect of the holy step technique. However, as he began constructing his luminous palace, the true dragon and phoenix astonishingly entered the palace he was building, according to reason. The brilliant palace constructed within the sea of consciousness can only be accessed by one's own primordial spirit. Should an outsider force their way in, they would risk being usurped. However, Yuan Qing discovered that upon the entrance of the true dragon and true phoenix into his luminous palace, there was not only no rejection but a profound sense of shared origin. From that moment onward, he comprehended that he possessed not merely a single primordial spirit. The true dragon and true phoenix had also transformed into extensions of his own spirit. Having perused nearly all the texts of the Yun family, including the records of the primordial Tao tree, he had never encountered such a phenomenon. Could it be that the dragon and phoenix spirits could accompany him as he ascended the heavenly stairs and passed through the heavenly gate? A sense of uncertainty lingered in Yuan Qing's heart, yet he was assured that he could effortlessly manipulate the dragon and phoenix spirits without any difficulty. Consequently, he chose to inquire of the primordial Tao tree, refraining from questioning the Qinji monk or Yin Tianfu, so be it. He resolved to proceed step by step. With a sigh, Yuan Qing touched his face, hoping he would not truly transform into a dragon and lose his handsome visage. Just as Yuan Qing indulged in self-admiration, the yellow mist above swirled, revealing two figures. Sensing their presence, Yuan Qing, basking in the sun, opened his eyes and deftly leapt into the sky. The two individuals who had appeared were none other than the Qinji monk and Yun Tianfu, who had departed moments earlier, both adorned with smiles. The Qinji monk spoke. "Ah, my dear disciple, I have conferred with your grandfather, and it has been decided that you shall attend the Lingshu Academy." Yuan Qing was taken aback, his eyes reflecting confusion. Hadn't they just expressed reluctance for him to go? What had changed so suddenly after a brief outing? He turned to his grandfather, Yun Tianfu, and inquired, "Grandfather, did you give my master a good thrashing?" Upon hearing Yuan Qing's words, Yun Tianfu was momentarily stunned before bursting into hearty laughter. "Ahem, I merely had a discussion with your grandfather. You may attend the Lingshu Academy, but there is one matter you must heed." The Qinji monk's expression turned serious, while Yun Tianfu appeared indifferent, as though the topic at hand held little significance for him. Seeing the solemnity on the Qinji monk's face, Yuan Qing too adopted a serious demeanor. "Master, please speak. The Lingshu Academy harbors animosity towards me. Should you venture there, you must conceal the fact that you are my disciple." Yuan Qing was momentarily stunned. His master, the esteemed Qinji monk, had a vendetta with the academy? Furthermore, it seemed his master held a certain trepidation regarding the place. It was not that he feared any individual within, but rather that the Lingshu Academy was of great significance, and there was no need to provoke it unnecessarily. Listening to the Qinji monk's explanation, Yuan Qing nodded. After all, the Lingshu Academy was an institution established specifically for the human race on the Xianhuang continent, and it was reasonable for the Qinji monk to exercise caution. However, as he listened, Yun Tianfu displayed little reaction, a hint of resignation flashing in his eyes. As for the Lingshu itself, there was little of concern. Countless talented youths would undoubtedly emerge, but they should not pose a challenge to you. With that, the Qinji monk shifted from his previous seriousness, a hint of a smile gracing his features. After all, he had personally guided his disciple for 10 years and had marveled at Yuan Qing's talent on numerous occasions. It was certain that Yuan Qing would have no rivals among his peers. Suddenly, the Qinji monk clasped his hands together and recited a passage of Buddhist scripture. Having practiced alongside the Qinji monk for a decade, Yuan Qing was unable to comprehend the meaning of the scripture, as the Qinji monk did not wish for Yun Tianfu to follow his path. Then, a colossal Buddha statue appeared behind the Qinji monk. The primordial Tao tree trembled as if faced with a formidable foe, the Xianhuang energy surging forth to envelop him. Yuan Qing's heart raced. Unless it was imperial might, it was inconceivable for the primordial Tao tree to react so vigorously. The Qinji monk's Buddhist light expanded continuously, and imperial energy poured forth wildly. Soon, the eyes of the Buddha statue behind him slowly opened. Within those eyes lay a miniature world, perpetually collapsing and reshaping. Akin to an endless cycle of reincarnation, that a golden light surged forth from the Buddha statue's eyes, racing towards Yuan Qing. Before Yuan Qing could react, the golden light transformed into a series of symbols and entered his body, inscribing itself upon each of his bones. Yuan Qing's bones radiated brilliance before settling into tranquility. "This is the life-preserving spell I have set for you, ensuring your safety." The ethereal visage of the Buddha statue behind the Qinji monk vanished as he spoke slowly. Yuan Qing nodded solemnly, saying, "Thank you, master." The Qianji monk's kindness was as weighty as a mountain, having imparted knowledge, resolved doubts, and safeguarded him. The Qianji monk smiled, though I cannot claim you as my disciple in the traditional sense. You must not bring shame upon our name. Understood, Yun Qing affirmed, brimming with confidence. Subsequently, Yun Tianfu advised Yun Qing to rest for a time in preparation for the entrance examination at the Lingshu Academy. While he and the Qianji monk took their leave, as they stepped out of the yellow mist, Yun Tianfu remarked, "She is merely a sage, not yet an emperor. Why do you fear her so?" A hint of bitterness appeared on the Qianji monk's face as he fell silent. Chapter 15. The entrance examination begins. 3 days swiftly passed in the eastern extremity of heaven. At this moment, a colossal bird unfurled its wings, obscuring the sun. Below, in the divine kingdom, countless mortals believed the sky had suddenly darkened, filling their hearts with dread. The great bird soaring across the heavens was ablaze with faint flames. The legendary Jinwu, having flown in from beyond the river of stars, between the feudal kingdoms lay boundless chasms, the weak water surging forth. Should anyone manage to cross, they would undoubtedly possess immense strength or be accompanied by a treasured artifact. Yet this bird, resembling the Jinwu, effortlessly traversed the chasm, even causing the weak water to momentarily still in the wake of its wing beats. Some rushed to report to the Yun family's south heavenly court. Master, it is said that a decade ago, the Kongming mountain of the Yun family was obliterated by the phenomenon of falling stars, which is how the yellow mist came to be. On the back of the great bird, a young man gazed curiously at the expanse shrouded in yellow mist. Beside him stood a middle-aged man with crossed arms, a terrifying aura of spiritual energy radiating from his being, indicating his high cultivation. Listening to his disciple, the middle-aged man spoke that yellow mist is unknown even to the elders of the academy. Perhaps only the 5 directions are aware of its origin. The 5 directions? The young man's eyes sparkled with admiration at the mention of the term. Recently, having passed the examination to become a new student, he had been chosen as the disciple of the middle-aged man, and thus was still unfamiliar with the academy. However, he had heard of the 5 directions. The true overseers of the Lingshu Academy, whose power was unfathomable. Since the appearance of that yellow mist, I have scoured the texts yet found no reasonable explanation. That moment, a melodious female voice chimed in. The young man and middle-aged man turned to see a woman rising gracefully, her celestial beauty causing all to momentarily hold their breath. However, aware of her identity and formidable cultivation, none dared harbor a hint of disrespect. She was Yi Zhu, the elder dispatched by the Lingshu Academy to oversee their recruitment team, a figure of considerable renown within the institution. With a gentle motion, Yi Zhu advanced, and all aboard the great bird made way for her. The young man and middle-aged man both clasped their hands in greeting. The powerful woman stepped forward, her gaze fixed upon the distance where the yellow mist swirled, obscuring all within. Under the command of the Qianming Great Saint Emperor, I present my respects to the esteemed members of the Lingshu Academy. A voice, authoritative yet tinged with respect, drew Yi Zhu's attention back to I am Yi Zhu, elder of the Lingshu Academy. Please inform the general that our recruitment is about to commence. The talented individuals of the Tianlan Divine Kingdom have awaited this moment for long. We beseech Elder Yi to proceed at your convenience. The divine general smiled and stepped aside, for it was the Lingshu Academy, which only recruited once every 30 years, and countless individuals had eagerly awaited this moment. Who could possibly be unaware? Yi Zhu waved her delicate hand, and the great bird beneath them rapidly diminished in size before vanishing entirely. Yet none of those previously supported by the bird fell. Instead, a refreshing aura swirled around their feet. Then, Yi Zhu lightly gestured, and 4 stone platforms of varying sizes materialized in an instant. The platforms arranged themselves from bottom to top, forming 3 tiers with steps extending from the lower 2 platforms, connecting down to the earth below. Countless onlookers marveled at the scene, astonished by the saint's formidable power to reshape the landscape effortlessly. The members of Lingshu landed atop the highest and smallest platform. Subsequently, the middle-aged man stepped forward and tossed a scroll into the air, where golden characters materialized, capturing the attention of the multitude. As the crowd scrutinized the text, they discovered it outlined the rules for the entrance examination. Those over 60 years of age, prohibited. Those who fall from the platform, prohibited. Those who arrive late, prohibited. Those who ascend without stepping on the platform, prohibited. Then, the middle-aged man addressed the throngs below. Within 10 days, ascend the 3 tiers and complete 3 assessments to gain entry into Lingshu. He exerted no force, yet his voice, as if imbued with life, began to resonate wildly, clearly reaching the ears of everyone present. Below, the number of those eligible exceeded several thousands, all of whom, upon witnessing the rules, felt a surge of eagerness. The assessment commenced. A resounding voice echoed through the sky, prompting countless individuals to spring into action. As the words fell, numerous figures soared into the air, making their way towards the staircase. However, upon nearing the stone steps that extended from the first platform, they all plummeted down. This place was under a restriction. Flight was forbidden. In an instant, some grasped the meaning behind the phrase, "Those who have not ascended the steps are prohibited." Point 1 must ascend the stone steps step by step. At the Yun family estate, atop a roof, Yun Qing languidly reclined, gazing at the distant stone platform. Behind him stood Yun Tianfu and Qian Jisung. A flicker of confusion crossed Qian Jisung's eyes as he pondered deeply. Why did it have to be her? Yun Tianfu, oblivious to this, turned to Yun Qing and remarked, "Grandson, it seems your competitors are not to be underestimated." Yun Qing sat up, smiling as he replied, "Grandfather, if I were to be eliminated, you wouldn't be angry, would you?" Noticing Yun Qing's playful demeanor, Yun Tianfu retorted with irritation, "If you disgrace our family, don't ever think of returning home." His words suggested that he might actually prefer to remain here. Yun Qing stood, brushing off his pants. Before Yun Tianfu could react, his feet exerted force, and a pair of boots manifested, enveloping his previous footwear. With spiritual energy swirling, Yun Qing propelled himself forward. The treasure gifted by the Celestial Emperor was indeed extraordinary. Yun Tianfu chuckled, his gaze closely following Yun Qing's retreating figure. Meanwhile, several figures emerged from the Yun family estate, closely tailing Yun Qing towards the stone platform. Yun Tianfu regarded them softly, saying, "Young members of the Yun family, go forth and carve your own paths." His voice transformed into a fine thread in the void, reaching the ears of all who had taken flight. Many turned back, clasping their fists in respect towards Yun Tianfu. A closer look revealed that these individuals were predominantly youths, likely the younger generation of the Yun family participating in the assessment. After paying their respects to the great Saint Emperor Qingming, they turned once more and ventured into the distance. Qian Jisung squinted, his gaze fixed upon the 4th-level high platform. Suddenly, Yi Yizhu, seated atop the 4th level, felt a pang of unease, promptly opening her eyes. Within her gaze, stars revolved, and the heavens seemed to invert, a glimpse that transcended millennia. "ISU." Yi Yizhu felt a disturbance in her heart, her eyes piercing as she looked toward the direction of the Yun family's celestial realm. Chapter 16. The Ascendance of the Yun family members. "Monk, you have been discovered." Yun Tianfu stroked his beard with a smile. However, Qian Jisung paid him no heed, retracting his gaze as his imperial might gradually receded. In contrast, Yi Yizhu's eyes flared with intensity, fixated on the direction of the Yun family's celestial realm. Indeed, this aura is unmistakable. A determination flickered in Yi Yizhu's eyes as she rose from the stone platform. In the distance, within the Yun family celestial realm, Qian Jisung seemed to perceive this scene. "This is not good. I must take the lead." As his words fell, his figure tore through the surrounding void, vanishing from sight. Just as he disappeared, a stunningly beautiful woman emerged from the void, her exquisite countenance etched with frost. "Who dares to trespass upon the Yun family?" The divine general guarding the Yun family bellowed, ascending into the sky. Yet, Yun Tianfu remained unfazed, his smile undiminished. "You were just a tad late." He wanted to escape." Yi Yizhu snorted coldly, the void trembling once more as a rift opened, and she too stepped inside. Meanwhile, Yun Tianfu waved his hand, signaling for all divine generals to retreat. Underneath the stone platform utilized by Lingshu Academy for the assessment, a dense throng of people gathered. Most among them, due to their age, were ineligible to participate in the assessment, yet such a grand event occurring once every 30 years warranted their presence. Having only just begun, it was astonishing that someone had already traversed half of the staircase. Whispers erupted among the crowd, of course. That is the 3rd son of the Heavenly Lan Kingdom's monarch, a prodigy from a young age. His strength is undoubtedly exceptional. Oomph. Look at that person ascending swiftly. That is Li Siyu from the Daowei General Manor. Rumor has it he is the most likely candidate to claim the first position. Whence did you acquire such news? I say the strongest must certainly be the Sun young master from the Hualong Manor. Nonsense. It must surely be the talented youth from the Ji family. The spectators, unburdened by the need to pass the assessment, naturally engaged in lively debate and quarrels. Due to the sheer number of people, the atmosphere became exceedingly boisterous. Amidst the crowd, several youths were conversing. Yun Qing, just stand beside Brother Chenhong later. If anything arises, we will handle it for you, a slender girl said cheerfully, patting Yun Qing, who walked beside her. Yun Qing cast a slightly dissatisfied glance her way and replied, Sister Yunhua, do not underestimate my abilities. All right, our Yun Qing is the best. The girl named Yunhua continued to beam, her gaze drifting towards the foremost figure. Yun Chenhong. He was the most outstanding genius of their generation in the Yun family, having even taken Yun Longsheng, the crown prince of the Yun family, as his mentor as the youngest among them. Yun Qing was naturally shielded by his companions. Yunhua, once we ascend the platform, ensure that Yun Qing's identity remains concealed, Yun Chenhong stated, his tone notably calm. Understood. Yunhua nodded, and the others concurred. After all, they were about to step beyond the protection of the Yun family. And should their identities be revealed, many with ulterior motives would surely target Yun Qing, that at the very least, those from the three extremes heaven would take action. Subsequently, the group encircled Yun Qing, arriving at the base of the first stone platform. Let us go, Yun Chenhong announced, and together they ascended the staircase leading to the earth. Instantly, the scenery transformed, that it was as though a veil of night had descended upon them. The sky darkened, leaving only faint starlight flickering. The previously disruptive murmur ceased abruptly. Turning back, they beheld a gaping abyss where the crowd had once been, now entirely vanished in this realm. It seemed as though only those participating in the entrance assessment remained upon the staircase. This space is unlike what we witnessed earlier. The handiwork of a mighty being is truly astonishing. Yun Chenhong exclaimed in admiration, stepping forward. Yun Qing, after a few contemplative glances, paid little mind. The conditions on the staircase bore a striking resemblance to the yellow mist formed by the Hongmeng Dao tree. The only difference was one served to isolate the outside, while the other shielded the inside. This design was also to prevent external disturbances from affecting those engaged in the assessment, while spectators outside remained unaffected. Able to observe the proceedings, the seemingly unremarkable stone steps, devoid of any extraordinary features except for their silence, revealed their true nature upon closer inspection. Yun Qing discerned that there were precisely 99 steps, a number too deliberate to be mere coincidence. Deep in thought, he followed closely behind Yun Chenhong and the others, stepping onto the first stone step. The moment his foot landed, Yun Qing sensed a shift and a fierce gust of wind surged towards him, wreaking havoc before dissipating. This gale, though strong, felt no different than a gentle breeze to Yun Qing. Given his cultivation leveled, he looked up to see the others ahead, moving effortlessly, seemingly undeterred by any obstruction, while Yunhua remained by his side, appearing equally unaffected. Ascending to the second step, Yun Qing noted the wind had intensified slightly, but still remained manageable. Subsequently, with each step taken, the wind grew stronger, and the impact on everyone escalated swiftly. By the time they reached the 30th step, those who had ascended to the 40th step ahead, including Yun Chenhong and his companions, noticeably slowed their pace, yet Yun Qing maintained his composure. Yun Qing. At that moment, Yunhua spoke, if you find yourself struggling, just stay behind me. She was panting, yet she still offered Yun Qing a faint smile that a warm current coursed through Yun Qing's heart as he smiled and shook his head. Then, the spiritual energy within him surged forth, transforming into waves of potent force that coursed through his body. Taking a step forward, he placed a hand on Yunhua's shoulder. Before she could react, he effortlessly propelled her upwards several steps. The gale that should have hindered their progress was swiftly dispelled by Yun Qing. Just as Yunhua was about to speak, she felt a renewed strength emanating from the hand resting on her shoulder. In the blink of an eye, Yun Qing had brought her directly alongside Yun Chenhong and the others. The foremost figure, Yun Chenhong, seemed to sense something amiss. Upon turning around, he discovered that Yun Qing and Yunhua stood just 2 steps below him, while 2 others lingered on the same level as Yun Chenhong. The remaining two members of the Yun family had fallen behind, unable to keep pace with the group to Qing'er if the pressure becomes overwhelming. "Just stay behind me," Yun Shenhong said with an elegant smile and a tone that was rather nonchalant. Yun Qing, revealing a bright smile that showcased his pearly white teeth, stepped forward. Although he believed that the others genuinely meant well, he felt somewhat underestimated. Thus, Yun Qing resolved to demonstrate his capabilities that he moved ahead, then stilled his form. The boundless spiritual energy within the Ming Palace began to surge violently, continuously flowing towards him. "Steady," Yun Qing uttered softly. Yet his voice resonated clearly in everyone's ears. The spiritual energy transformed into an overwhelming force that propelled both those behind and those closer to Yun Qing, making their bodies feel remarkably light. With ease, they ascended the steps. Each time they climbed a level, the opposing spiritual wind intensified. Yet before Yun Qing, it was entirely dissipated. To everyone's astonishment, the seven of them swiftly converged. "Let us go," Yun Qing commanded, releasing the energy that had propelled them and pushing forward. Without a moment's hesitation, the others followed suit. Yun Qing's immense spiritual energy resembled a merciless beast, shredding the incoming winds to pieces. Unhindered by the spiritual winds, they swiftly traversed the majority of the distance. Chapter 17. The confrontation on the first layer of the stone platform. How could they move so rapidly? They don't seem particularly old, yet they appear so at ease. Could they be cheating? Observing the group advancing briskly ahead, two individuals were taken aback, nearly losing their balance and falling due to the force of the winds. Aside from them, the onlookers outside and others on the steps also displayed expressions of surprise. The cause of this commotion was none other than Yun Qing and his companions. With Yun Qing absorbing all the spiritual winds, they moved as if on level ground, their speed astonishingly swift. Ignoring the gazes from those around them, Yun Qing and his group reached the first layer of the platform, where many had already gathered. These individuals had successfully participated in the assessment and arrived here relatively early. However, passing through the first layer had consumed considerable effort, and they were now recuperating. As Yun Qing's group arrived on the first layer, many turned their attention towards them. The platform was vast enough to accommodate tens of thousands. Yet currently, it held fewer than 1,000, appearing rather spacious. Nevertheless, this was merely the first day of the entrance examination, and more participants would surely join later. "Qing, just how powerful have you become?" Yun Shenhong inquired, astonished as he stood beside Yun Qing. After all, even his own formidable mastery was struggling against the spiritual winds, yet Yun Qing had brought so many up single-handedly. Did this imply that the combined strength of the six others was inferior to Yun Qing's? Yun Qing smiled graciously and replied, "Just at the pinnacle of the heavenly stage." Yun Shenhong felt a surge of frustration. Just at the pinnacle of the heavenly stage? At 19, he had only reached the initial phase of the heavenly stage. While that might not be remarkable among the Yun family's prodigies, it was still a commendable pace, especially under the guidance of the esteemed Yun Long City. Yet Yun Qing had achieved this at merely 10 years of age. Yun Shenhong gazed into Yun Qing's clear eyes, deciding against further discussion on the matter. At that moment, a sharp voice rang out from nearby. "Oh, isn't that Yun Shenhong?" The tone dripped with disdain. Yun Shenhong and his companions turned their attention towards the source of the voice, where a young man approached, flanked by two frail-looking youths, twirling a short blade in his hand. "Licu," Yun Shenhong calmly stated, his expression unperturbed. "You arrived quite early. Strength dictates speed," Licu retorted arrogantly, scrutinizing the 7 members of the Yun family. Though the Yun family held royal status, the Li family was also of considerable influence. They would not dare provoke Yun Qing, but they felt emboldened to confront someone of Yun Shenhong's lesser status. Noting that Yun Shenhong stood at the forefront, Licu deduced that he was the leader of the group. Assuming the other 6 were not of much higher standing, Licu, "What business do you have?" Yun Shenhong asked, somewhat irked that Licu sauntered closer, the smile on his face vanishing as he approached Yun Shenhong. "I have no particular business, but I've heard that the Yun family's prince has taught you the legendary Qing Lei Ba Jing, that I wish to exchange a few techniques," as he mentioned the Qing Lei Ba Jing. A flicker of anger crossed Licu's eyes, in contrast. Yun Shenhong responded calmly, "Have you forgotten the lessons from a few years ago that warned you against provoking my family? You seek death." Li Siyu shouted in fury, swiftly thrusting his short blade towards Yun Shenhong's forehead. Clang! A long spear materialized in Yun Shenhong's hand, soaring upwards like a dragon ascending the heavens, its tip colliding with the blade. Then, with a powerful sweep, spiritual energy surged from within Yun Shenhong, violently crashing towards Li Siyu. Boom! The explosive sound captured the attention of everyone on the first layer of the platform, even drawing the eyes of those on the fourth layer and distant onlookers. As the dust settled, fragments fell like popping beans, producing a series of crisp sounds. Both Li Siyu and the two frail youths remained unscathed. Watching from a distance, Yun Qing narrowed his eyes, then he glanced at Yun Shenhong. Then at Li Siyu, an ominous premonition stirring within him. Although Yun Shenhong had managed to repel Li Siyu, he suspected that he would ultimately be unable to match Li Siyu's strength. Nevertheless, he retained confidence in his own abilities and chose to observe quietly. Your father colluded with the underworld to spy on the Yun family's secrets. If it weren't for the prince remembering that your Li family's ancestor once aided in quelling a rebellion, your entire clan would have been exterminated. Yun Shenhong spoke in a calm, emotionless voice. That Li Siyu burst into laughter, leaving those around him confused. After a long while, he finally ceased his laughter. Your grandfather failed to seize the throne. What benefit can someone of your lowly status derive from invoking the Yun family name? Li Siyu seemed to laugh until tears streamed down his face, wiping them away as he continued. With your background, even if I were to kill you, nothing would come of it. His gaze turned cold and sinister. Though Yun Shenhong had received guidance from Yunlong City, he ultimately belonged to a less influential lineage. As Li Siyu was of the same generation, if he were to injure or kill him during their conflict, the Yun family would have no grounds for complaint. You two deal with the other 6. Li Siyu ordered casually. The two frail youths nodded and simultaneously sprang into action. Yun Shenhong immediately grew wary. Stay together, be careful. As soon as he spoke, he charged forward. The long spear in his hand displayed its might. Enveloped in azure lightning, exuding an overwhelming aura. Seeing Yun Shenhong rushing towards him, a sinister smile curled on Li Siyu's lips. A blinding light erupted from his short blade, dazzling those around him, as spiritual energy surged forth, directly assaulting Yun Shenhong. Yun Shenhong felt a sharp pain in his eyes and instinctively closed them. In an instant, Li Siyu's speed accelerated exponentially, closing the distance between them. Suddenly, he appeared directly in front of Yun Shenhong, unleashing a violent wave of spiritual energy without restraint. Although Yun Shenhong sensed someone before him, his vision was obscured, preventing him from evading the attack, and he was struck by the spiritual force. A profound sense of crisis surged within Yun Shenhong's heart. Get lost, he bellowed, swinging his spear around him with force, sweeping outward. Clang! The metallic clash unleashed a torrent of chaotic spiritual energy, prompting those nearby to instinctively retreat a few steps to avoid being caught in the backlash. Yun Shenhong's vision quickly cleared. He saw Li Siyu's short blade striking against his long spear, emanating a terrifying wave of spiritual power. Yun Shenhong was certain that had this strike landed, even if he survived, he would emerge gravely injured. At that moment, Yun Qing, standing alongside the other members of the Yun family, narrowed his eyes, but he did not focus on the battle between Yun Shenhong and Li Siyu, but rather on the two frail youths charging towards him. What was concerning was that while those two appeared weak, their speed rivaled that of Li Siyu, indicating they had undoubtedly reached the heavenly stage. Yun Qing's nerves tensed, unwilling to let down his guard. Although Yun Hua and the others shielded him at the center, Yun Qing knew they were not a match for the two. Chapter 18. Yun Qing takes action. Is that Yun Shenhong from the Yun family? Who is he battling against? That is Li Siyu from the Dawei General's mansion. The Dawei General's mansion. Are they so reckless as to dare to strike at someone from the Yun family? I've heard that Yun Shenhong is merely a collateral descendant of the Yun family, not particularly influential. Surely Li Siyu has seized upon this weakness to take action. The crowd below buzzed with excitement, with some eager individuals offering explanations, while others added suspense to the unfolding drama. 8 years ago, the eldest son of the Dawei General's mansion conspired with those from the underworld to spy on the secrets of the Yun family, but was directly executed by the Yun family's crown prince. It appears that Li Siyu may be seeking revenge for his father. Some speculations were astutely on point, leaving others astonished that if we speak of 8 years prior, the battle between Yun Tianfu and the Lord of the Underworld. Yin Jun truly shook the heavens and earth, instilling trepidation in countless lives during their confrontation. The cataclysmic scene of the ground collapsing would have surely obliterated the entire 800 divine kingdoms of the eastern extremities had they not been inadvertently restrained in their slaughter. Now, reflecting upon that day, those who witnessed it still feel a lingering dread at this moment. On the first stone platform, Yin Chenhong was still entangled in combat with Li Siyu. Their strengths seemed fairly matched. Yet Li Siyu consistently maintained a slight edge, his power formidable, exuding an aura that subtly suppressed Yin Chenhong. Behind them, two youths approached the six individuals. "What are you trying to do?" Yunhua admonished with a cold demeanor. The two frail youths exchanged glances and launched themselves into action, completely disregarding Yunhua. "How dare you offend the Yun family? Do you wish to court death?" Others joined in the reprimand, yet the two youths remained unfazed, their blades gleaming ominously. Seeing this, the rest of the Yun family members did not dare to be complacent, drawing forth their weapons. Although they were merely collateral branches of the Yun family, the family's profound heritage shone through. And their weapons were indeed remarkable that in an instant, it seemed as if boundless spiritual energy erupted on the first stone platform, with various golden lights soaring toward the heavens to an unsuspecting observer from afar. It would surely appear as if treasures were materializing. As the tension escalated on the platform, the spectators below became increasingly agitated. They were not particularly concerned with the outcome of the duel above. They merely wished to witness the extent of these prodigies' prowess. However, the result was somewhat unexpected. The two frail youths appeared to suddenly suffer a fit, hurtling backwards before they could even approach the members of the Yun family. Truly, the members of the Yun family struck with such swiftness. Some praised, while others expressed dissatisfaction. "It's merely 6 against 2. The crowd buzzed, many turning their attention back to the duel between Yin Chenhong and Li Siyu, as that contest still seemed to hold some back and forth worth watching. Yet on the first stone platform, apart from Yun Qing, the remaining 5 surrounding him stood frozen in place, for they had not even made a move. It appeared as though some unseen force had suddenly propelled the two youths away. Yunhua, in disbelief, turned around and seemed to grasp something. She looked back to see Yun Qing still standing in position. "Yun Qing, was it you who made a move?" Yunhua gently inquired. Yun Qing shrugged, a hint of exasperation evident, replying, "To deal with 2 worthless opponents, I wouldn't trouble my esteemed brothers and sisters." His voice was somewhat childish, yet imbued with a confidence that left Yunhua momentarily speechless. Just as she opened her mouth to respond, a loud shout from nearby interrupted. "Be careful." Yunhua quickly turned back, only to see the previously repelled youths reappearing, blood trickling from the corners of their mouths. As if they had sustained some injuries that in the course of Yunhua and Yun Qing's exchange, they had once again closed in on the group. Their chosen target was none other than the unsuspecting Yunhua. Startled, she hastily raised her sword to defend herself. Clang, clang, clang. Yunhua exerted her utmost strength to strike at the 2 assailants, while the other 4 members hastily joined in to intercept the youths. Yun Qing, however, merely smiled faintly, muttering to himself, "It seems I underestimated them a bit." With that, he stepped forward, and in an instant, the 5 engaged in combat with the 2 youths felt a surge of spiritual energy erupting from behind them. Waves of spiritual energy surged forth, crashing against everything around. Yet, astonishingly, the waves of energy seemed to possess a certain intelligence, bypassing the 4 members of the Yun family before charging ahead to collide violently with the 2 youths. "Break!" At that moment, one of the youths shouted, swinging his sword downward, managing to block the entirety of the spiritual energy unleashed by Yun Qing. It appeared he was already a practitioner of the heavenly realm. Yun Qing chuckled, entirely unfazed, and moved forward, riding the waves of energy that in the blink of an eye, he was upon the 2 youths. Despite their youthful appearance, their cultivation suggested they were likely much older than they seemed. Upon seeing one of the 6 from the Yun family break through, the 2 previously bewildered youths suddenly understood. It was the individual before them who had ambushed them. Their confidence surged. If the 2 of them joined forces, surely no one would stand a chance against them. They firmly believed their earlier defeat stemmed solely from Yun Qing's underhanded tactics. With this mindset, the 2 youths exchanged a knowing smile. "Since you've delivered yourself to us, prepare to die." Initially, they had intended to discern who among the group posed a threat and take precautions, but now that they knew who it was, they felt no fear. Hearing their words, Yunqing merely smiled and shook his head. Ignorance is truly terrifying. What did you say? The youths felt insulted, their expressions darkening. Yunqing, however, remained silent, his speed increasing as he unleashed a powerful punch. Holy Step Technique, Dragon Form. Yunqing's voice was not loud, yet it carried an overwhelming presence. Akin to an ancient dragon awakening from slumber, roaring mightily. The two frail youths exchanged glances, their eyes flashing with disdain, before they both moved to strike. Their forward-thrusting palms collided with Yunqing's fist in midair. Boom! The space between their hands and his fist compressed, causing the spiritual energy and void to collapse and churn, evoking trepidation in all who beheld this moment. The spiritual energy turmoil generated by the clash of their powers far exceeded the gusts of wind previously felt on the stone steps. Do you dare to show your face with such meager strength? One of the youths taunted. Though somewhat astonished that Yunqing could contend with both of them simultaneously, he still regarded him with disdain. Yunqing, upon hearing this, merely smiled. The best is yet to come. The spiritual energy circulating beneath his feet intensified, while within his inner palace, a true dragon soared upward, letting out a piercing cry. The spiritual energy within his palace seemed to ignite, boiling and bursting forth. Simultaneously, the power of his physical body surged forth, dragon form, the true aspect of the dragon. The two youths, who had just looked down on Yunqing, suddenly felt a terrifying dragon's roar echoing in their ears. Before they could comprehend what was happening, they sensed the force behind Yunqing's fist amplifying dramatically, in an instant. That power far exceeded their own. Alarmed, they enveloped themselves in spiritual energy, attempting to continue resisting Yunqing. Yet the moment their spiritual power manifested, it was immediately dispersed by the overwhelming force of his punch. Before they could brace themselves again, the wind from his fist transformed into two powerful strikes. Crashing into the two youths, boom! A resounding explosion echoed across the first stone platform, drawing the attention of those who had previously overlooked this confrontation. Even Yun Shenhong, uncertain of what transpired, cast a worried glance in their direction. Yet all he witnessed was a cloud of dust and dispersed spiritual energy. Meanwhile, the self-assuredly Siyu seized the opportunity to ambush Yun Shenhong, landing a successful blow. Look away. Those two are twin spiritual prodigies cultivated by my Li family. Even I find it somewhat challenging to face their combined might. The members of your Yun family are finished. Retreating to a distance, Li Siyu spoke with a hint of mockery. Yun Shenhong, clutching his bleeding arm, shot a furious glance at Li Siyu as the dust on the stone platform gradually settled. The smug expression on Li Siyu's face froze, morphing into one of disbelief. Noticing the shift in his expression, Yun Shenhong turned to see a massive pit had formed behind him, and standing beside it was none other than Yunqing. Yun Shenhong stepped forward, peering into the pit, and beheld the two frail youths lying within. Resembling two lifeless dogs, their garments tattered, revealing their deeply blackened skin, a sinister aura wafted from them. What on earth is happening? Yun Shenhong asked, bewildered by the current turn of events. Yunqing lightly leaped over the vast pit, standing before Yun Shenhong, and smiled. Brother Shenhong, with such weaklings, there is no need for you to intervene. What? Yun Shenhong was taken aback. Just as he was about to speak, Yunqing suddenly dashed toward the stunned Li Siyu. Yunqing, come back. Seeing Yunqing's actions, Yun Shenhong suppressed his injuries and hurriedly sought to intervene. Li Siyu, now coming to his senses, looked at Yunqing with a mix of shock and resentment. As he saw Yunqing approaching, he gathered his energy and focused, thinking, "You've come to me. Prepare to die." Li Siyu's voice was filled with murderous intent, akin to a biting cold wind, leaving all who heard it shivering to the bone. With a sharp sound piercing the air, the short sword flowed forth like a stream, extending for 100 steps without diminishing in its might. Onlookers beheld the clash between Yunqing, charging forward from the stone platform, and the torrent of the sword, oblivious to the peril that lay ahead. Li Siyu scoffed, convinced of Yunqing's imminent demise. However, in the next instant his pupils dilated, as if witnessing the most improbable event in existence. Yun Shenhong, who sought to intercept Yunqing, halted in his tracks, his gaze equally filled with confusion. Indeed, All who witnessed the scene were left perplexed. With a resounding crack, the sound echoed crisply across the stone platform. As the sword that had struck Yunqing's chest appeared to shatter under immense pressure, the collapse of the blade shattered Li Siyu's understanding. As he stood momentarily stunned, Yunqing unleashed a ferocious punch. Alarmed, Li Siyu desperately attempted to evade, but the speed and force of the blow overtook him, resulting in a violent collision. The sound was no less than the previous explosion, as boundless spiritual energy surged forth. Unreservedly crashing into Li Siyu's face, Li Siyu felt as though his chin and forehead were no longer part of the same head, the excruciating pain rendering him unconscious. Subsequently, his head continued to move, propelling his body backward. The onlookers, who had just witnessed Li Siyu suppressing Yun Shenhong, were now utterly stunned by his sudden defeat. Ultimately, Li Siyu tumbled beyond the first tier of the platform, signifying his failure in this assessment. Ignoring the astonished gazes of those behind him, Yunqing calmly approached the deep pit from earlier, and with a swift motion, sent the two spirit children following in Li Siyu's wake. Following this, Yunqing clapped his hands and remarked nonchalantly, "Let us hasten to the next level." Engaging with such individuals was merely a waste of his time, so he dispatched them with ease. However, as Yunqing took several steps forward, the others behind him remained motionless. Confused, he turned back only to meet the bewildered expressions of his companions. Yunqing paused, then inquired, "What are you all dawdling for? Let us move." "Oh, right, let's go," the others, regaining their senses, followed Yunqing towards the next tier of stairs. The remaining spectators, who had witnessed Yunqing's ruthless handling of Li Siyu and the other two, dared not impede his path and quickly cleared the way. Once Yunqing and his companions ascended to the second tier of stairs, a few individuals finally spoke up. As expected from the Yun family, that young man is incredibly formidable. We barely managed to catch our breath upon reaching the first tier. Yet he engaged in battle without any sign of fatigue. Outside the platform, discussions filled the air, resonating with astonishment. However, none of this concerned Yunqing, who now led the remaining 6 members of the Yun family onto the stone steps leading to the second tier. This time, it was not Yun Shenhong who forged ahead to clear the path, but Yunqing himself, standing at the forefront. The moment he stepped onto the first stair, an inexplicable pressure enveloped him. The stairs beneath seemed to possess an alluring force, tugging at their bodies. Having just tested the application and storage of his spiritual energy, was he now being assessed on his physical strength? Yunqing pondered silently. With each further step he took, the pressure intensified, doubling in magnitude, just as he suspected. Yet for his body, honed through the blood of dragons and phoenixes, this was an effortless trial. If the pressure continued to escalate, he could easily ascend hundreds more steps. The other members of the Yun family following behind him appeared largely unaffected, their expressions remaining relatively relaxed. Observing this, Yunqing quickened his pace, bearing the increasing pressure for over 20 steps. Aside from Yun Shenhong and Yun Hua, the others bore beads of sweat upon their foreheads that it seemed Yun Hua and Shenhong possessed considerable cultivation. Yunqing mused, as the true dragon energy within him surged forth, a red light radiating outward. The power of the sacred beast expanded around him, enveloping the members of the Yun family who were struggling to cope with the pressure. Instantly, the burden on the remaining 4 diminished significantly. They exchanged puzzled glances, turning to Yunqing. Yet, Yunqing did not look back, merely stating, "Let us proceed." With that, he continued onward, helping his companions withstand the pressure, while Yun Hua and Yun Shenhong pressed on with their own strength. The staircase leading to the second tier consisted of 99 steps, meaning from the first tier onward, there would be an additional 98 increases in pressure. Although the initial pressure was not overwhelming, it would accumulate, rendering the latter stages a harrowing ordeal for those undergoing the assessment, particularly for Yun Hua and Yun Shenhong, who lacked Yunqing's assistance. Their pace noticeably slowed after traversing 60 steps. Yun Shenhong fared better, while Yun Hua found herself unable to rise as she pressed downward. Her body began to tremble violently, as if battling against an unseen force. Yunqing, supporting the others, did not hasten his pace, maintaining a steady rhythm alongside the two, that upon reaching the 80th step, Yun Hua finally succumbed to the pressure, collapsing to the ground. Observing this, Yunqing focused his thoughts, unleashing his dragon might to alleviate the oppressive force for her. Instantly, Yunhua felt an overwhelming sense of relief and managed to stand once more. She cast a questioning glance at Yun Qing, who simply smiled in response, saying nothing as for Yun Shinhong. Despite his slowing pace, he continued to persevere. By the time he reached the final 9 steps, the terrifying pressure rendered him nearly unable to stand. Yet he gritted his teeth and pressed on. With only 9 steps remaining, Yun Shinhong took a step forward. Boom! The immense force nearly sent him staggering. Yet he remained upright, his hands bracing against the ground. Yun Qing observed this scene, but refrained from intervening. Then, Yun Shinhong lifted his head, blood spilling from his mouth, his eyes filled with indomitable spirit as he continued to ascend to the next tier. Again he stumbled, yet he did not fall, determined to rise once more before making his way to the next level. Yun Qing and the others followed closely behind him, ready to assist should he require it. However, Yun Qing believed that Yun Shinhong could manage on his own. Chapter 20. What? Care to give it a try? At that moment, on the 4th tier of the stone platform, the onlookers from Lingshu were observing the assessment below. Among them was a young man. Gazing curiously at the spot where Yun Qing and his companion stood, he turned to the middle-aged man beside him and asked, "Master, why do the 6 members of the Yun family appear so at ease, while the one who seems the strongest is struggling so?" The middle-aged man, arms crossed and radiating waves of spiritual energy, appeared to possess significant cultivation. Upon hearing his disciple's question, he too focused on the group from the Yun family. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Is he bearing the weight of the assessment for others? What? The young man's mouth fell agape in astonishment. "Master, are you suggesting that his apparent struggle is due to helping others endure the pressure?" Like his expression, his heart brimmed with shock. He had passed the assessment merely half a month prior and had been taken under the wing of the middle-aged man, so he was well aware of the difficulty involved. Even as the first place from the last divine kingdom, he would never claim he could withstand the pressure of more than 3 individuals. Yet that young man appeared to be enduring the weight of 7. Though he looked somewhat beleaguered, his strength must surely surpass mine by a considerable margin. The young man felt a surge of admiration. However, the middle-aged man shook his head. "I am not referring to him." "Ah." The young man was taken aback. The middle-aged man glanced at the young man and inquired, "Han Feng, have you not noticed that one among them has remained remarkably composed throughout?" Han Feng paused, then scrutinized Yun Qing and his companions closely. Finally, his gaze settled upon Yun Qing's face. "It's him." He had witnessed Yun Qing swiftly defeat Li Siyu and the other 2, a scene firmly etched in his memory. Yet, to Han Feng, Li Siyu and his companions had hardly seemed formidable, which is why he had not paid much attention. But now, it was clear that the young man's strength was not to be underestimated. Could it be that he was helping the other 5 endure the assessment? And yet, Han Feng's voice trembled slightly, that he appears so unfazed. If Yun Shinhong were to assist others, he could accept that, having observed his struggles. But at that moment, Yun Qing seemed utterly unperturbed, as if the 6-fold pressure were of little consequence. "Master, you cannot be jesting with me," Han Feng asked cautiously. The middle-aged man shot him an exasperated glance. "Why would I jest with you?" At this moment, Han Feng truly believed, his gaze towards Yun Qing filled with disbelief. Below, thanks to Yun Shinhong's efforts, Yun Qing ultimately refrained from making a move. The 7 had ascended to the 2nd stone platform. And as soon as Yun Shinhong stepped up, he fell directly to the ground. Blood spilled from his mouth, and his entire face had turned a deep purple under the immense pressure. Gasping for air, mixed with blood and oxygen, he coughed violently. Observing this, the others hurriedly approached, concern etched on their faces as they helped Yun Shinhong to his feet. Meanwhile, Yun Qing tapped his pocket, and a jade vial appeared in his hand. He then flicked the vial gently, causing a droplet of crystalline liquid to soar from its opening. With the emergence of that droplet, the surrounding spiritual energy surged, intensifying several-fold, and everyone nearby could not help but take a deep breath. The droplet then flew directly towards Yun Shinhong. Upon consuming the droplet, an overwhelming vitality coursed through Yun Shinhong's body, rapidly replenishing his depleted energy, and his condition visibly improved. Noticing this, Yun Qing put the jade vial away. The droplet inside was sourced from the heavenly treasure spiritual spring that appeared alongside the Hongmeng Dao tree, containing vast life force that even the rarest treasures could not rival. Just then, A figure suddenly approached. Yun Shinhong. What happened to you? A handsome young man appeared before the group, his eyes filled with confusion as he looked at Yun Shinhong. After ingesting the heavenly treasure's spiritual spring, Yun Shinhong's condition had improved significantly, and he opened his eyes. Upon seeing the person before him, he exclaimed in surprise, Ji Xian, you made it up here so quickly? Of course. I was cooped up at home for a year and just got released a few days ago. The expression on Ji Xian's face was quite vivid, leaving one to wonder whether it was joy or sorrow, that he then scrutinized Yun Shinhong with curiosity, asking, you didn't get hurt because of the second layer's trial, did you? Yun Shinhong, hearing this, did not conceal the truth and, albeit somewhat embarrassed, nodded in response. Ji Xian burst into hearty laughter. I was planning to give you a good beating for revenge, but now you're in no condition to compare with me. His excitement was palpable, while Yunqing looked on in bemusement at the scene. However, given their familiarity, it seemed that Yun Shinhong and Ji Xian were old acquaintances, so Yunqing did not pay them much mind and instead turned his attention to the third layer. The first layer tested spiritual power. The second layer tested physical strength. What, then, could the third trial entail? As Yunqing pondered this, he suddenly felt a chill in the air, before he could ascertain the source. A girl's voice rang out, Ji Xian, it's time to go. The group turned to see a girl clad in black approaching them. Her beauty was breathtaking, her skin as white as snow, resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens, untouched by the mundane world. Yet her expression was cold, as if inscribed with a warning to keep a distance. That as she drew nearer, the chill intensified. That Ji Xian shivered and complained to her, Sister Shuer, you've released your cold aura again. He shot a glare at the girl as he spoke. Ji Shuer paused momentarily, then waved her hand, dispelling the cold air. Apologies. That as the chill dissipated, Yunqing narrowed his eyes, observing Ji Xian and Ji Shuer. Their swift ascent to the second layer signaled their extraordinary capabilities. Moreover, having been trained by an imperial-level expert from a young age, Yunqing's instincts were sharp. The cold aura emitted by the girl was no ordinary phenomenon. Yun Shinhong, are you all ready to go, or do you need to rest a while? Ji Xian inquired, preparing to leave. Upon hearing this question, the members of the Yun family turned to look at Yunqing. Yunqing, taken aback, asked, why is everyone looking at me? Ji Xian, puzzled, echoed, yeah, why is everyone looking at him? A peculiar silence fell over the already sparse second-tier platform, with only a few early arrivals breathing heavily as they meditated, leaving the rest in quietude. Let us go. Yunqing finally spoke. The others from the Yun family turned to face the third layer's steps, but Ji Xian's question had left him momentarily stunned. Just as the 7 from the Yun family were about to ascend, they heard Ji Xian call out from behind, wait. The group halted. To Ji Xian, what do you want? Yun Shinhong asked, somewhat bewildered. That Ji Xian stepped forward, sizing up Yunqing, and remarked, this kid, he can't possibly be stronger than you. Can he? Upon hearing this, Yun Shinhong frowned, about to respond, when Yunqing interjected, what? Want to give it a try? At this, Yun Shinhong's expression froze. And as he turned to dissuade Yunqing, Ji Xian exclaimed, sure. Ji Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he had just heard something monumental. The others jumped in surprise, while only Yun Shinhong and Ji Shuer remained unfazed, seemingly already aware of Ji Xian's nature. Chapter 21. How did you place second? Ji Xian, behave yourself. Let us get on with it. Just as Ji Xian seemed on the verge of flight with joy, Ji Shuer interjected. The previously frigid girl now had a hand gripping Ji Xian's ear, her face contorted with anger. That no, Sister Shuer, just this once, Ji Xian whimpered, desperately glancing at Yun Shinhong and Yunqing for help. However, sensing Ji Shuer's murderous glare, both men promptly turned away and headed towards the steps. That as they distanced themselves, they whispered to each other, Qing'a, what are you afraid of? Brother Shinhong, I'm not afraid. I just think we good men shouldn't quarrel with women. Exactly. That's what I think too. Yet after walking for a while, Yun Shinhong felt compelled to explain to Yunqing that Ji Xian has tremendous talent, but he is a bit dim-witted. That I gave him a beating once, and he's held a grudge for years. Listening to Yun Shinhong's words, Yunqing began to ponder, tremendous talent. Just how talented is he? What did you say? Curious, Yun Shinhong asked. Nothing. Yunqing replied hastily. Down on the 4th tier's high platform, a middle-aged man observed those below preparing to ascend to the 3rd tier and spoke to Han Feng beside him. Han Feng, go ahead. He produced a pouch and handed it to Han Feng. Yes. Han Feng replied with a bow, then leapt gracefully onto the third stone platform. Simultaneously, the members of the Yun family ascended the steps leading to the third stone platform. To their surprise, there were no trials on the steps. They passed through effortlessly. Could it be that the third trial lies not on the steps, but on the platform itself? Yun Shenhong voiced his confusion. Yun Qing nodded in agreement. Once they reached the stone steps, they found Han Feng standing in the arena at that moment. The Yun family had reached the third layer faster than anyone else. Han Feng greeted the arriving members of the Yun family with a smile. Congratulations on reaching this place. That if you are ready, you may proceed to the third trial. However, Yun Shenhong felt a sense of caution and lowered his voice to Yun Qing. This person's strength must be considerable. Yun Qing nodded, sensing that the young man before him had already reached the celestial realm. Yet his strength likely paled in comparison to Ji Xian's. This man was not one of the instructors from Lingshu Academy. Yun Qing concluded swiftly. Subsequently, the group approached Han Feng. Han Feng gently tapped the pouch in his hand, and 7 stones appeared. Each stone shimmered with a faint blue aura, resembling a miniature world. These are illusion stones. By infusing your spiritual energy into them, you will unlock your own illusions. Successfully overcoming the illusion will count as passing the trial. Han Feng explained patiently, then waved his hand, distributing the 7 stones to each individual. Let me remind you, the illusions within will match your own strength. After saying this, Han Feng stood still, awaiting the next arrivals. Heeding Han Feng's warning, the group nodded and began to infuse their spiritual energy into the stones. One by one, their figures vanished, seemingly leaving this place. Observing this, Yun Qing did not overthink and infused a trace of his spiritual energy as well. Instantly, he felt the stone in his hand radiate with light. As the blinding blue glow enveloped him, Yun Qing found himself transported to a realm of void. Was this the battleground for the illusions? As he surveyed his surroundings, a powerful aura suddenly emerged behind him. Startled, Yun Qing quickly focused to investigate, but he then saw a figure emerging from a corner of the void. Someone who mirrored Yun Qing in both form and appearance. However, the man's gaze was filled with ferocity, as if he might leap forward at any moment to shred Yun Qing to pieces. Using my face, and yet maintaining such a disdainful attitude. Yun Qing shook his head in resignation. Yet, just as he did so, the illusion before him sprang into action. Its speed was astonishingly swift, like a shooting arrow in the void. Yun Qing reacted with remarkable quickness, delivering a punch in an instant. Bang! The 2 fists collided, and Yun Qing felt an immense physical force. The power was far beyond that of Li Siyu and the twin spirit children he had encountered earlier. Yet, Yun Qing remained utterly unfazed, a faint smile gracing his lips. Indeed, it matches my own strength. Just as Han Feng had stated, the power of this illusion was identical to that of its true form. Such formidable physical prowess was something Yun Qing possessed as well. A golden light erupted from Yun Qing's eyes, and the might of the dragon spread forth in an instant. Crackle! Crackle! The sound of explosions reverberated beneath his flesh, as if some terrifying transformation were unfolding. That Yun Qing's aura surged upward, an endless reservoir of physical strength coalescing at that moment. Just then, the illusion opposite him let out a mighty roar, followed by the sound of a dragon's chant. Yun Qing could distinctly sense that as his own physical strength intensified, the illusion's power was simultaneously bolstered. This was quite the development. Observing this, Yun Qing's smile widened, and suddenly a crimson long blade materialized behind him. The blade was suffused with the force of laws, enough to make even deities tremble. He then stepped back, creating distance from the illusion, while grasping the hilt of the red long knife. Yet the illusion was relentless, charging forward once more. Yun Qing swung the blade, for this knife could slay immortals with a swift motion. The blade was unleashed. Crack! The illusion's form came to a halt, a fissure appearing in the expanse of void. Subsequently, the void shattered piece by piece, and the illusion dissipated into nothingness. Han Feng's astonished face appeared before Yun Qing, while Yun Qing himself stood in a daze that he had intended to wield the immortal slaying knife for a grand battle against the illusion, yet it had ended so swiftly. You passed the assessment. Han Feng's eyes were wide with shock. It had been less than 20 breaths since Yun Qing had entered, and he was already back. Yun Qing, equally perplexed, was momentarily stunned. I passed the assessment. Just as both were enveloped in confusion, the illusion stone that had vanished earlier reappeared. Then, under their gaze, golden light erupted from the stone, and a golden badge shot forth, landing in Yunqing's hand. Upon inspection, he noticed a single character inscribed on the illusion stone. That observing this scene, Han Feng gasped in astonishment and quickly exclaimed, "Congratulations, you have passed the assessment." Yunqing fiddled with the badge before sheathing the immortal slaying knife that it was a treasured gift from the Heavenly Emperor, typically used in battles against the Thousand Mechanism Monk. He had anticipated showcasing his prowess today, yet he had only needed a single strike to defeat the illusion. Just then, as Yunqing felt a twinge of disappointment, he noticed someone ascending the steps once more. Turning around, he saw the previous Ji Shuer and Ji Xian. The two nodded in acknowledgement to Yunqing, who returned the gesture. Following this, Han Feng explained the illusion stone to Ji Xian and Ji Shuer. After which they commenced their own assessment. The Ji Xian cast a skeptical glance at Yunqing, as if pondering something that eluded him. 50 breaths later, Ji Xian's figure materialized upon the stone platform. Han Feng was once again left dumbfounded. When Ji Xian received his badge, Yunqing finally grasped the confusion reflected in Ji Xian's eyes. "Why am I in second place?" The youth's voice soared to the heavens, laden with disbelief and skepticism. Chapter 22, Determining Victory and Defeat. First place is him. Ji Xian's gaze was filled with astonishment. That it was only now that he comprehended why Yunqing had not entered the illusion assessment, but stood alongside Han Feng. Because Yunqing had already completed the assessment, and he had done so before Ji Xian had even arrived. "Hey, you from the Yun family?" Ji Xian approached Yunqing, somewhat resentful, with Shuer and Yun Chenhong absent. "In taking advantage of the absence of distractions, shall we engage in a duel?" He sidled up to Yunqing, making exaggerated expressions that Ji Xian added, "If you lose, hand over the first-place badge to me." Seeing his demeanor, Yunqing couldn't help but chuckle and asked, "And if you lose, what will you offer me?" "Nonsense, how could I possibly lose? That's non-negotiable." Yunqing outright rejected him, feigning to step away to Ji Xian. Seeing this, immediately panicked and shouted, Wait, if I lose, I'll be your subordinate." "Being a subordinate, what use is that?" Yunqing's words dripped with disdain, yet he found Ji Xian rather amusing. "How about this? Since Yun Chenhong hasn't come out yet, if I lose, I'll give him the second-place badge." Ji Xian contemplated for a moment before agreeing, as he was confident he would emerge victorious. Yunqing nodded. "It's a deal." In an instant, a fierce wind whipped up around Yunqing. "Are you in such a hurry?" Yunqing teased with a smile, yet without any hint of carelessness. He launched a punch at Ji Xian. The two fists collided, unleashing an overwhelming aura that spread out, making Han Feng feel as though two ferocious beasts were clashing before him. "Not bad, not bad," Ji Xian exclaimed joyously. They separated, and Ji Xian extended his hand, conjuring a dagger from the void. The power of the laws flowed through it, attesting to the weapon's exceptional nature. After all, on the Xinyuan continent, many imperial-level experts had emerged over the years, and numerous prestigious families possessed quasi-imperial weapons. That Ji Xian wielding such a divine weapon indicated his favored status within his clan. Subsequently, Yunqing's smile faded, and the long knife reappeared in his grasp. That Ji Xian and Yunqing stood facing each other, an enigmatic aura coalescing between them. They resembled two lurking ferocious beasts, poised to strike. In an instant, Yunqing sprang into action. That he took a step forward, sacred step technique. His speed surged dramatically as the dragons and phoenixes within the palace took flight. The phoenix's cries soared to the heavens, and the dragon's roar echoed across the skies. Han Feng, watching from the sidelines, sensed a shift in Yunqing's aura, as if a sovereign were descending. Then, Yunqing's figure vanished. His speed had reached its zenith. The sounds of wind and shattering void erupted around him, akin to a monstrous beast charging forward. On Yunqing's feet, the Heavenly Emperor's bestowed boots materialized. The deities falter, treading between yin and yang. Indeed, the divine steps. Yunqing's speed surged once more, though it was but a fleeting moment. He was already before Ji Xian. That Ji Xian reacted with incredible swiftness, thrusting the dagger forth in an instant. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out, and an overwhelming force erupted before Ji Xian. Yunqing's form slowly materialized, his hands gripping the red long knife, striking against Ji Xian's dagger. The two divine weapons clashed in midair, the power of the laws radiating outward, causing the surrounding void to tremble with ripples. The fierce spiritual energy collided at the meeting point of their blades, creating a dazzling explosion. Boom! The spiritual energy gathered in the center before ultimately erupting. Debris flew, and the stone platform showed signs of cracking, prompting both to retreat. Huff! Ji Xian gasped for breath, feeling a tingling in his arms, astonished by Yunqing's strength. Yunqing, too, was inwardly alarmed. While Ji Xian appeared somewhat dim-witted, his power was undeniably formidable. After all, even with the enhancement of the Sacred Step technique and the might of the dragon and phoenix, he had not managed to overwhelm Ji Xian with a single strike. Again, Ji Xian laughed heartily, and Yunqing smirked, both of them dashing forward. Did I end that moment? The entire stone platform was engulfed in dust and debris, their spiritual energies transforming into blades, relentlessly shooting toward each other, their weapons swinging with unyielding force. In such a scenario, to underestimate the opponent would be an affront. The spiritual energies surged, and the clash between the two left Han Feng watching in awe. He had initially been confident of his first place, but witnessing the duel between Yunqing and Ji Xian, he gradually came to a realization. He could not best either of them. Boom! Following a violent explosion, the two separated once more, only to charge forward simultaneously, treading the heavens and traversing the skies. Sacred Step technique. The voices of Ji Xian and Yunqing resonated together, their speed and strength elevated to their utmost limits by their respective techniques. Even Han Feng found it challenging to discern their figures amidst the chaos. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing echoed from within the dust, their techniques emerging in a dazzling display that left one breathless. The terrifying vibrations even began to disturb a certain elderly cultivator traversing the stone steps toward the third level. What on earth is happening up there? A somewhat aged cultivator revealed a puzzled expression as he ascended the steps. Although a cultivator's appearance does not necessarily correlate with age, it was clear that this individual was somewhat seasoned. This year, I, Wu Guangyao, am already 59 years old. My strength should suffice to claim first place. Should it not? The elderly monk exuded a measure of confidence as he swiftly ascended the stone platform. Upon the third tier, a fierce battle raged on. The clang of weapons reverberated, drowning out the tumultuous echoes of the previous clash. Gradually, the cacophony subsided, and the swirling dust began to settle, as the haze dissipated. Countless eyes widened in anticipation of the outcome of this fierce contest. Two figures emerged amidst the remnants of the confrontation. With a thud, one combatant fell to the ground, while the other stood resolute. The onlookers held their breath, and even Han Feng could not resist peering forward to discern the victor. Then, the standing figure extended a hand, revealing a red longsword that emerged from the remnants of the dust before vanishing. That it was Yunqing who had triumphed. As the dust cleared entirely, Ji Xian struggled to rise from the ground. The area bore countless craters, the once pristine surface now marred and desolate. Yunqing, panting heavily, bore no visible injuries. Ji Xian, laboring to stand, retrieved a small vial from his robes and consumed its contents in one swift motion. Exhaling deeply, he advanced towards Yunqing, unwilling to concede. Yunqing raised an eyebrow and remarked with a smile that Ji Xian, however, shook his head, his expression turning serious as he declared, "I cannot defeat you." Just when Yunqing believed Ji Xian was conceding, he continued, "But this is only the present. One day, I shall surpass you." The fire of determination ignited in Ji Xian's eyes, as though his defeat at the hands of Yunqing fueled his resolve. He extended his fist towards Yunqing, who smiled in return and offered his hand. "I await your esteemed presence." The two youths' fists met, lacking the overwhelming force of their previous clash, yet still carrying a weighty significance. This gesture transcended mere pride or enmity. It was a promise forged between young aspirants that on the fourth tier, Han Feng's mentor observed the scene with a satisfied nod, proclaiming, "The youth is indeed teachable." Suddenly, an incongruous voice pierced through the atmosphere atop the third tier. What just transpired? An elderly cultivator ascended the third tier, calling out to the assembled individuals. Han Feng, noticing the commotion, hurried forward to address the old cultivator, stating, "Esteemed elder, what transpired was merely a duel between the first and second rank competitors. There is no cause for concern." What esteemed elder? Wu Guangyao, visibly displeased, scoffed before his eyes widened in astonishment. First and second? He then turned his gaze towards Yunqing and Ji Xian, pointing at them and inquiring, "Are they the ones?" Indeed, Han Feng affirmed with a nod that Wu Guangyao, in an audacious display, pointed directly at Yunqing and Ji Xian's position, arrogantly challenging, "Come, let us spar once more. Should you lose, the first place shall be mine." The declaration fell upon the crowd like a thunderclap, plunging the assembly into silence. Those who had followed him up the stairs were equally taken aback. A fair-skinned girl clad in animal skins and a towering middle-aged man exchanged incredulous looks upon hearing his boastfulness. How can one be so audacious? Just then, a violent gust swept through the area. "This is bad," Wu Guangyao gasped. Boom. The third tier erupted in a shower of debris. Did you catch his movements? The girl in animal skins, taken aback, looked towards the imposing figure beside her. No, the man named Tabayu replied. His voice heavy with astonishment. He was deeply shocked, as he and the girl, Ta Li, hailed from the barbarian tribe, where they had been trained to cultivate formidable physiques from a young age. Yet today, before the seemingly frail youth, a profound sense of peril enveloped him. Though the youth appeared slight, the force unleashed in his strikes was nothing short of terrifying, and his speed was beyond their comprehension. At that moment, Yunqing stood firmly, his blade raised, as a figure lay before him. Why the sudden hostility? Wu Guangyao curled up on the ground, slowly rising. Yunqing, at a loss for words, remarked, "Wasn't it you who sought a fight? Do you not wish to continue?" "And no, you've won, you've won." Yunqing sheathed his long sword. As the atmosphere finally settled, Han Feng quickly approached, distributing illusion stones to those who had ascended the third tier. The individuals infused their spiritual energy into the stones, causing their forms to vanish. Yunqing remained behind. Appearing contemplative, Ji Xian approached, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. "What are you pondering? How many individuals like you, burdened with concerns of unforeseen events, carry medicinal elixirs?" Yunqing's gaze was intense. As if contemplating a decisive action, Ji Xian pondered for a moment before responding. "Is that even a question? Surely, there would be many. Even the most confident would carry something to avert misfortune." Yunqing nodded, acknowledging the truth in Ji Xian's words. After all, even he had filled dozens of vials before coming here. "Why do you ask?" Ji Xian inquired, still puzzled. Just as Yunqing was about to respond, the sound of space fracturing resonated, and two elongated figures appeared simultaneously. Brother Chenhong, Sister Shuer. The newcomers were Yun Chenhong and Ji Shuer, with Yun Chenhong taking third place and Ji Shuer fourth. "Hey, Ji Xian, have you forgotten something?" Yunqing shot a sidelong glance at him. Ji Xian blinked, then reluctantly produced his second-place badge, approaching Yun Chenhong. After explaining the situation to Ji Xian, both Ji Shuer and Yun Chenhong displayed expressions of shock. To Qing'er, "What is this, Brother Chenhong? It's nothing. Just take it." Moreover, Yunqing added with a hint of a smile, "I would like to ask for your assistance in the near future." "What kind of assistance?" Yun Chenhong inquired, slapping his chest, feeling that he need not be so courteous with Yunqing. However, once Yunqing revealed his plan, he regretted his eagerness to comply to Ji Shuer upon hearing the proposal, flushed with embarrassment, and exclaimed, "Nonsense." She then turned and distanced herself from the three. That only Ji Xian, upon hearing Yunqing's scheme, became exhilarated, eager to put it into action. "Is this truly a good idea?" Yun Chenhong, though older, found himself at a loss. Yunqing, wearing a serious expression, replied, "What is there to fear? This is merely a strategy of fishing with bait. But are you not worried about the academy intervening? Even when I fought Ji Xian, the commotion drew no attention. As long as we abide by the assessment's requirements, there should be no issue." Yunqing asserted confidently, prompting Ji Xian to nod vigorously. Though Yun Chenhong remained somewhat reluctant, he recalled his earlier promise to assist Yunqing. To backtrack now would be too embarrassing. Ultimately, with an unwilling expression, he accepted the immortal herb Yunqing offered and made his way to the stairs leading from the second to the third tier. Watching Yun Chenhong slowly take a seat, Yunqing and Ji Xian were filled with excitement. Brother Chenhong sustained some injuries when ascending the second tier, and his garments bear bloodstains. He is the perfect candidate for this act. I can hardly wait to set this plan into motion. Rest assured, if you find yourself at a disadvantage, I shall step in. Yunqing clapped Ji Xian on the shoulder. Hearing this, Ji Xian, with his fists primed and a proud demeanor. Declared, "How could that be? Though I lost, my strength remains formidable." In the distance, Han Feng observed the peculiar antics of the trio, furrowing his brow as he glanced their way. Shortly after, an individual ascended the stairs to the third tier. Noticing this, Ji Xian and Yun Xing turned their backs to the newcomer. Observing their odd behavior, Han Feng felt a sense of suspicion. The individual who had just reached the third tier cast a puzzled glance around. Noting that no one was paying attention to him, his gaze then fell upon Yun Shenhong, whose brow was furrowed in pain, revealing that he had indeed suffered considerable injuries, and there, resting upon his legs, was a prize-winning immortal herb. The onlooker's eyes widened in shock. Han Feng's lips curled into a smirk. What kind of prodigious youth is this? It is evident that they are colluding, one by one. Others began to take notice that on the second-tier platform, Li Tianming exhaled slowly, having recuperated from the exhaustion of the second assessment, that he surveyed the crowd, estimating about 100 individuals, many of whom had just arrived and were seated in meditation. It was only the fourth day. It seemed his pace was commendable. Li Tianming, filled with confidence, stood and approached the staircase leading to the third tier. Had he not been delayed by other matters and taken time to recover, he would not have needed 4 days to reach the third tier, that he wondered if he could still vie for a position within the top 10. Contemplating this, Li Tianming ascended the staircase toward the third tier. After a few steps, he found himself atop the stone platform. This assessment conducted on the platform itself. As Li Tianming found himself in a state of bewilderment, a waft of exquisite fragrance wafted past his nostrils. Following the trail of this alluring scent, he beheld a figure, a young man, engrossed in meditation, his brow furrowed, and his garments marred by dried blood, suggesting he bore significant wounds. The source of the enchanting aroma emanated from a spiritual herb resting upon the young man's leg, Lingji. The gathering was sparse. Thus Li Tianming remained oblivious to the presence of Yun Xing and his companions nearby. Instead, his gaze was fixated on the Lingji, which radiated an ethereal energy accumulated over millennia. A millennia-old Lingji was akin to a miraculous elixir. Casting a glance around, he observed 2 youths with their backs turned, engaged in an unknown endeavor, while another young man, facing him yet with his eyes shut in meditation, was Han Feng. Stealthily, Han Feng squinted in that direction, internally pleading, "Don't be fooled, don't be fooled, don't be fooled." However, Li Tianming appeared far from the obedient figure Han Feng anticipated. After surveying the surroundings and noticing the absence of attention directed his way, a sly smile crept upon Li Tianming's lips. A treasure left unwatched, it would be remiss not to seize it. Without hesitation, he made a decisive move, swiftly advancing towards Yun Shenhong, extending his hand. Li Tianming reached for the precious Lingji. The process was seamless, devoid of any obstruction, and he grasped the coveted herb. Yet, just as he intended to secure it, he sensed a presence looming behind him. Reacting instinctively, he attempted to retaliate, only to find both his hands suddenly ensnared, rendering him immobile. Surprised by the strength gripping his wrists, Li Tianming thought, "How swift, how powerful. Who is it?" He inquired towards the figure behind him. But before a response could be given, he was startled to discover that the boy in front had vanished. The other youth, now turned towards him, wore a grin. "Hey brother, that's rather unfair, that I placed 20 millennia-old Lingji here. And you've taken them all?" The boy behind him spoke. Taken aback, Li Tianming retorted, "What 20 Lingji? You're talking nonsense, still denying it, are you?" The youth behind him seemed incensed, slowly applying pressure. Li Tianming felt as though the hands restraining him had transformed into a colossal mountain, pressing down with immense force. Soon, the pain became unbearable, and he shouted, "Stop, please!" The pressure suddenly eased, and the boy's voice rang out again. "So, have you confessed?" "I confessed to nothing. I only saw this one," Li Tianming protested vehemently. Still not admitting it, the boy ready to exert force once more. "Stop." Suddenly, the other youth intervened. Hastening towards them, Li Tianming cast a grateful glance in his direction, but the newcomer addressed the one restraining Li Tianming, saying he should have consumed it. "We ought to cut him open to investigate." As he spoke, the youth produced a large knife from seemingly nowhere, startling Li Tianming. What terrified him further was the ethereal energy coursing through the blade. "An imperial-grade weapon? That makes sense, but yours is too large and unwieldy. Use mine instead." The youth behind him brandished a dagger, glimmering with the same ethereal energy. Another Imperial-grade weapon. No, 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 let us discuss this amicably. Li Tianming shouted in fear, desperately attempting to halt their actions. Did you not consume it? The boy wielding the great knife inquired, feigning innocence, though the weapon in his hand instilled dread within Li Tianming. This was no trivial matter. With his current state, a single strike could spell his demise. No, no, I truly did not take your Lingji. It's just this one. Still denying it, swish, the dagger flashed perilously close to his face. I admit. Li Tianming cried out, feeling the pressure mounting as he hastily complied. Just return it to me. You all, Li Tianming lamented, nearly in tears, pondering where he might find the other 19 Lingji. At that moment, Yunqing interjected. If he is reluctant to yield, let us check what he possesses and seize it as compensation. Right, search my bag. It contains all I have. I truly took nothing from you. Li Tianming grasped this lifeline with fervor. Very well. The young man behind him released his grip, while simultaneously retrieving the pouch from Li Tianming's waist. Nearby, Han Feng observed this unfolding scene, muttering under his breath. Don't act rashly. You're no match for them. Yet evidently, Li Tianming was not inclined to heed Han Feng's counsel. Rising from the ground, he glared at the two youths, rubbing his wrists. You little brats dare to rob me? I am in the mid-stage of the celestial realm. With that, he lunged forward, intent on reclaiming his pouch. He assumed he had been ambushed, allowing the youth to seize his belongings. In a direct confrontation, his cultivation would ensure victory. Two mere children, reaching only the early stages of the Ming Palace, stood no chance against him. As Li Tianming reached out, he failed to notice the sinister smirks on the youths' faces. Thud, before Li Tianming's hand could make contact with the pouch, he felt the young man, Ji Xian, vanish in an instant. Then he found himself forcefully pinned down. This time, he was face first against the ground, clearly observing the individual restraining him. One hand of the youth effortlessly held him in place, while Yunqing shook the pouch he had liberated from Li Tianming. This one is for you. This one is for me. From a distance. Han Feng watched in disbelief as the two openly divided the spoils. Realization dawned upon Li Tianming. In a direct confrontation, he stood no chance against the youth before him. A complete mastery of the celestial realm? He was astonished that this boy, appearing merely 15 or 16 years of age, was a practitioner at the pinnacle of the celestial realm. Was this not his trial? But weren't trials supposed to generate illusions? Yes, this youth at such a young age, achieving the peak of the celestial realm, must be an illusion. As Li Tianming spiraled into his thoughts, Yunqing and Ji Xian completed their division and tossed the now empty pouch back to Li Tianming. Instantly, he felt the weight of pressure lift from him. Have I passed the trial? Li Tianming cautiously inquired, cough. At that moment, Han Feng, who had remained seated until now, stood up, a hint of embarrassment on his face as he approached Li Tianming. Placing an illusion stone into his hand, infuse it with a trace of spiritual energy, and you can commence your assessment. That Li Tianming was taken aback, that you're the one responsible for the assessment at Lingshu Academy? Then who are they? Cough, cough. Han Feng lowered his voice, a lesson learned from being greedy. What? You just let them rob me without intervening? Li Tianming protested, visibly dissatisfied. Meanwhile, Ji Xian and Yunqing returned the millennia-old Lingji to Yun Shenhong. Turning their backs once more, Han Feng could only whisper, I can't contend with them. What? Li Tianming was left bewildered. Chapter 25. The Outcome? Reluctantly, Li Tianming entered the illusory trial, while Han Feng cast a pleading glance towards the fourth tier. Yet the individuals atop the fourth tier remained indifferent. Han Feng, in silence, returned to his seat, hoping that those who followed would not succumb to greed. Meanwhile, on the fourth tier, a teacher observed the scene with curiosity. Asking He Zudao, these two possess such remarkable talent. If we do not intervene, they may stray down the wrong path. That He Zudao, Han Feng's mentor, chuckled. No matter. I will watch over them, but if trouble arises, I shall intervene. Seeing this, the teacher could only relent. That He Zudao, however, regarded the collusion of Yunqing and Ji Xian with satisfaction, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. The cultivators below had fallen into a hushed silence, unsure of how to evaluate the duo's audacious extortion. As time passed, numerous cultivators ascended from the second tier to take part in the assessment, except for a few who maintained their integrity and evaded the scrutiny of Yunqing and Ji Xian. The vast majority suffered great losses in pursuit of that single millennia-old Lingji. Simultaneously, the number of individuals passing the final illusion trial continued to rise. That be why the fifth day, the influx of successful candidates surged. Aliyah Yu, Wu Guangyao, and even the unfortunate Li Tianming emerged from the entrance examination on the fifth day. Following them, Yinhua appeared on the eighth day. That in the ensuing days, a steady stream of individuals broke through the illusion, and the number of successful candidates swelled rapidly. That on the ninth day, "Hey, release me at once. Don't compel me to resort to force." A youthful voice resonated from the third platform, where 7 or 8 dozen individuals stood, seemingly having passed the assessment. Upon hearing this voice, many turned to look, and upon witnessing the situation, they silently gazed into the distance, inwardly lamenting, yet another unfortunate soul consumed by greed. Meanwhile, Ji Xian was firmly restraining a young lad who clutched a precious 10,000-year-old Ganoderma. "You dared to audibly protest after stealing 20 of our 10,000-year-old Ganoderma, placed here?" Ji Xian exerted pressure, and soon after, he and Yun Qing began to divide the items surrendered by the boy. Though the lad felt indignant, his lack of strength forced him to begrudgingly initiate his illusion assessment. This scenario unfolded repeatedly until the conclusion of the assessment. That a block of illusion stone emerged, which subsequently shattered, revealing a figure. The very boy who had previously begun his assessment in frustration. From within the stone, a silver-white badge materialized, signifying that his rank was beyond the 10th. All eyes were drawn to the badge, particularly the inscription it bore, 100 de Han Feng. Upon discerning it, spoke slowly, "The 100th has appeared. The assessment is now halted." With a wave of his hand, he zoomed out from the fourth stone platform, instantly teleported all individuals from the first and second platforms to the ground. Those who had not reached the third platform had thus lost their final opportunity. Then on the third stone platform, numerous stones simultaneously manifested, causing the space to become densely populated with several hundred individuals. "What is happening? Why am I out?" some exclaimed in confusion, while others were startled. "Indeed, I hadn't yet defeated my illusion. How vexing. Could something have gone awry? Have the top 100 already emerged at that moment?" Someone suddenly grasped the situation and scanned the surroundings. Within the platform, a figure gradually ascended and declared, "All enrollment badges have now been distributed. Thus, the illusion assessment is terminated." The crowd turned in unison, finally recognizing the individual responsible for distributing their badges. "How infuriating! I was so close to defeating my illusion." A young cultivator lamented, glancing at his weapon with a face full of regret. Many shared his sentiments, regretting their lack of swiftness. Yet, some cultivators narrowed their eyes, seemingly aware of something, their lips curling into a cold smirk. Just then, a cultivator raised his voice, "Does obtaining that badge guarantee admission?" The clamorous crowd immediately fell silent. Han Feng, upon hearing the inquiry, subtly smiled before responding, "I understand your intentions. You have one final opportunity left, to seize the badges." A sweeping gaze over the crowd revealed a glimmer of excitement in the eyes of many who had not yet acquired a badge. Naturally, there was also the incentive of rewards upon enrollment, with higher rankings yielding superior rewards. Han Feng paused before continuing. "However, there is a rule. If both the assailant and the target possess badges, a successful theft results in an exchange of badges. Failure necessitates surrendering one's badge." Upon hearing this, the atmosphere atop the third stone platform shifted dramatically. Those with badges eyed their neighbors warily, while those without badges scrutinized the badge holders, seeking out the weaker among them. That, of course, some badge holders coveted higher rankings, each harboring their own ambitions. After all, the rewards from Lingshu Academy were undoubtedly appealing, and the golden badges of the top 10 seemed to suggest something of great significance. After Han Feng's pronouncement, he surreptitiously observed Ji Xian and Yun Qing. Their earlier plundering had surely ruffled a number of feathers, making them prime targets. Yet he noticed that Ji Xian and Yun Qing appeared engrossed in pointing at a heap of rare materials on the ground, seemingly oblivious to the brewing tension. Standing behind them, Yun Chenhong and Ji Shuer occasionally exchanged remarks, as if dividing spoils. Meanwhile, the vacated first and second stone platforms began to rise, merging with the third platform. The remaining few hundred individuals on the third layer, aside from Han Feng, were suddenly lifted by an unseen force. The 100 badge holders were segregated from the hundreds without badges. Following this, He Zhudao stepped forward, landing gently on the third platform. The 10-day assessment concludes in 4 hours. After 4 hours, all who have not acquired a badge will forfeit this enrollment opportunity. The rules have been clearly stated. Now, it is up to you to demonstrate your capabilities. With that, He Zhudao and Han Feng simultaneously vanished from the third platform. At this moment, Yun Qing had completely divided the spoils with Ji Xian. Both revealed their golden badges, one inscribed with 1 and the other with 3. Yun Qinhong, why don't you return the second badge to me? Ji Xian inquired, glancing at the golden badge in Yun Qinhong's possession, which bore the inscription to. You could attempt to seize it. Yun Qinhong replied with an arched brow, casting a sidelong glance at Yun Qing. Ji Xian promptly shook his head. Forget it. Third place is quite satisfactory, that he had no desire to relinquish his third position. Have you all noticed? At this juncture, Yun Qing spoke up. Noticed what? The atmosphere feels off. It seems they are preparing to unite against us. Yun Qing narrowed his eyes, his expression turning serious. The Ji Xian paused, surveying the surroundings, that he observed that each individual harbored a glint of greed in their eyes. While many others bore expressions of hatred, they were all individuals who had been robbed by Yun Qing and Ji Xian, naturally harboring ulterior motives. The stone platform was no longer an assessment arena, but had transformed into a battleground rife with undercurrents. Chapter 26. A prime target. After He Zhudao and Han Feng departed from the third platform, a moment of silence enveloped the crowd. However, following this brief tranquility, those without badges began to take action. Instead of launching an immediate attack, they first sought to form alliances, hoping to band together for mutual protection. After all, the 100 badge holders had undoubtedly demonstrated exceptional abilities to complete the assessment ahead of the rest. Those who reached the third platform were certainly not foolish and understood this truth. Even if they were supremely confident, having an ally provided an extra layer of security, prompting them to seek companionship. Among the 100 badge holders, some began to stir restlessly. Yun Qing sensed several hostile gazes directed at him, but paid them no mind. Surrounding him were Ji Xian, Ji Shuer, Yun Qinhong, and Yun Hua. All formidable forces, and they collectively possessed 4 golden badges. Hey, Yun Qing, I have a feeling numerous individuals are planning to target us, Ji Xian whispered, drawing closer. Although the atmosphere remained relatively peaceful, a significant chaos was bound to erupt in the ensuing 4 hours. Yun Qing nodded, yet he felt no concern. Instead, he gestured for the others to follow him. The expanded stone platform had become exceedingly vast, capable of accommodating tens of thousands without issue, providing an open environment. They were on the move. Among the badge holders, some noticed Yun Qing and his companions heading toward a distant area, prompting them to voice warnings. Instantly, a multitude of eyes fixed upon Yun Qing and his group. A few individuals, seemingly having formed teams, also trailed behind Yun Qing and the others. What are we being summoned over here for, shrouded in mystery? Ji Xian queried, somewhat perplexed. Given their strength, they had no need to hide. They could simply wait for the time to elapse and deal with anyone who dared to disturb them. However, Yun Qing appeared to have a different perspective. Lowering his voice, he stated, "Do you remember the rules? A failed theft results in the surrendering of badges." Although he had just been dividing the rare materials with Ji Xian, he recalled each word Han Feng had articulated. What rules? Ji Xian, seemingly confused, had clearly not heard. Thud. Ji Shuer, with a blackened expression, smacked Ji Xian on the head, then gestured for Yun Qing to continue. Yun Qing, speechless, regained his composure and elaborated. Over there, several hundred individuals are vying for a chance at enrollment. Yet they lack badges to at this point. Yun Qinhong appeared to grasp the implication and added to Yun Qing's explanation. If we could procure their badges, they would surely be willing to pay a price. Are you suggesting we seize others' badges and sell them to those individuals? Ji Xian interjected, his eyes sparkling as he felt he had hit upon something significant. Yet behind him, Ji Shuer once more scowled and delivered him another punch. Sister Shuer, what do you mean by that? Ji Xian exclaimed in frustration. Did you not hear? If we steal others' badges, we must exchange badges that we already hold the first to the 4th positions. If you attempt to steal from others, are you not merely aiding them in ascending the rankings? Yun Qing felt somewhat speechless. Fortunately, there was Ji Shuer. Otherwise, communicating with Ji Xian would be exceedingly difficult. Therefore, Qinger implied that we should devise a means to entice someone to seize from us. Correct? At that moment, Yunhua, who had been silent beside them, finally spoke up. Her lineage held a low status within the Yun family, hence she typically refrained from speaking. However, neither Yun Qing nor Yun Shenhong overlooked her presence. Yun Qing nodded. Just then, Ji Xian was about to say something when he was abruptly silenced by Ji Shuer, who covered his mouth and said fiercely, "Hold your tongue." Ji Xian had no choice but to relent. Currently, there was a pressing issue. Our side was somewhat too powerful, deterring anyone from taking action, Ji Shuer remarked, her gaze drifting to the back of Yun Qing. There, more than 20 individuals lingered, having followed Yun Qing and the others away from the crowd. Yet they did not approach, merely observing from a distance, seemingly hesitating on whether to act. Although they were not a unified group, each small faction outnumbered Yun Qing's party. However, apart from Yunhua, the remaining members were ranked from first to fourth, exerting quite a significant intimidation. "It matters not. We shall simply wait, for time is on our side," Yun Qing replied nonchalantly, aware that if others were intimidated, there was little he could do. However, should anyone dare to approach. Amidst the crowd, the elderly cultivator Wu Guangyao sensed unfriendly gazes directed at him, prompting him to grip his golden badge more tightly. Yet surrounded by so many, his sense of security was diminished, and he longed to distance himself from the throng. That moment, he caught sight of Yun Qing and the others. While he was unfamiliar with the others, he recognized the formidable Yun Qing and Ji Xian, who had dealt with him in an instant. The young boy not only possessed remarkable strength, but Ji Xian from the Ji family always accompanied him, indicating a significant background. With this thought, Wu Guangyao donned a smile and approached Yun Qing and his companions. Upon nearing, he immediately said, "Predecessor, do you remember me?" The crowd was taken aback. This fellow appeared somewhat aged, yet addressed Yun Qing as predecessor. Although his cultivation level was high, it seemed rather peculiar. "Hey, what do you want?" Yun Qing inquired, but it was Ji Xian who responded first. Wu Guangyao chuckled before explaining, "I merely wish to apologize for my earlier offense, and to serve you, predecessor," as he continued to prattle. Yun Qing could no longer bear it and interjected, "Just follow us obediently, duh." Wu Guangyao was momentarily stunned. Then his face lit up with joy. Meanwhile, Yun Qing turned his attention elsewhere, in the distance upon witnessing this scene. Many furrowed their brows. Their initial intention had been to unite against Yun Qing and his companions, but now another individual had joined their ranks. What to do? The newly added figure also seemed to possess a golden badge, undoubtedly of considerable strength. "Humph, that fellow is no spring chicken. His talent must be mediocre. What is there to fear from someone like him?" Someone scoffed, and another quickly chimed in, "I saw him struggle at the fleshly body testing stage. He barely made it through later. He merely entered the third platform sooner after recuperating on the second. His addition will only draw more attention to him. Indeed, they must have 5 golden badges among them." A gluttonous individual licked his lips, his blood stirring. Of course, some remained more rational, whispering, "Their strength shouldn't be underestimated, I believe we should gather more people, then strike together to oust them, after which we can determine the distribution of the golden badges." As soon as this was suggested, many expressed their agreement and began to rally others in an instant. Those on the platform, each with their own motives, sprang into action. However, they all shared one consensus. Yun Qing and his companions were a delectable morsel that everyone coveted. As time elapsed, minor skirmishes began to erupt. Once the badge snatching commenced, both the thief and the victim's badges would emit a glow, and upon the conclusion of the confrontation, they would automatically exchange positions or fly back to the original owner. This was a regulatory mechanism to prevent dishonesty. Despite the continuous clashes, they remained far from Yun Qing, having no impact on him and his group. However, Yun Qing keenly sensed that, whether intentionally or not, the number of individuals gathering around him was gradually increasing. Some bore badges while others did not, yet they harmoniously coexisted. Furthermore, Nasir's gaze occasionally flitted towards Yun Qing and his group, hinting at ulterior motives. The few individuals holding golden badges each aligned themselves into small factions, a Yu and a Li were together, and the imposing figure of the towering man served as a tremendous deterrent. Meanwhile, the unfortunately Tianming was alone. Previously, several had attempted to attack him, but failed miserably. Not only had he taken their badges, but he had also stripped them of all their possessions. In contrast, Yun Qing's side, though numerous, appeared quite youthful, with the first-ranked Yun Qing seemingly only 10 years old. Moreover, significantly, among the 6 of them, 5 bore golden badges representing the top 10. Among these 5 badges, aside from the elder cultivator Wu Guangyao, who was 7th, the others ranked from 1st to 4th. This represented the best rewards achievable since enrollment, igniting envy in many. Hey, I say, what use is it to elevate our rank by seizing those silver badges? Since we must act, why not take a gamble for those top 10 golden badges? Someone in the crowd shouted. He hid among the throng, remaining unseen, yet his words ignited a spark of ambition within others. Only those still without badges continued to fixate on the holders of silver badges, while those already adorned with badges turned their gazes towards Yun Qing and his companions, that I in a single phrase. The 5 of them became the target of everyone's envy. Indeed, if we lose, we must surrender our badges anyway, so why not go for a golden badge instead? If we win, we secure a spot in the top 10. Exactly. Let us join forces, first oust them from the stone platform, then discuss how to divide the golden badges. Having previously suffered losses to Yun Qing and Ji Xian, some held grudges and now sought to incite discord among the crowd. If we strike together, no matter how strong they are, they cannot withstand our combined might. Observing the crowd's escalating desire to instigate conflict, Yun Qing's group remained remarkably calm, merely retreating in an orderly fashion towards the edge of the stone platform. They're scared, someone quickly deduced upon noticing Yun Qing's actions. Those without badges began to shout, "Our numbers give us strength. Let us push them off and then claim those golden badges. Indeed, even the strongest geniuses must yield to us today." However, while their shouts were fierce, no one dared to make the first move. The N01 wished to be the initial fool, risking becoming a scapegoat while allowing others to reap the rewards. Yet, equilibrium and rationality are only temporary. As time passed, some would inevitably grow envious. Those without badges felt compelled to seize one quickly, while those aspiring to elevate their ranks needed to acquire higher rank badges before time ran out. As Yun Qing's group continued to retreat, more and more individuals pressed closer, steadily amassing. Heavens, with so many attacking, it seemed Yun Qing and Ji Xian were destined to meet their demise this time. On the 4-stone platform, a teacher observed the scene below, astonished. Having spent hundreds of years at Lingshu Academy and witnessed numerous admissions assessments, he had never encountered such a spectacle in previous years. Even when many sought to snatch badges, it was predominantly one-on-one, or at most, a few against one. However, this was the first time nearly 100 individuals had united to assault one side. These 2 youngsters possessed commendable talent. Yet it remained to be seen if they could conceal their prowess, as they were rather ostentatious. That a female teacher seemed to lament for Yun Qing and Ji Xian, but a hot-tempered male teacher immediately countered. Ostentatious? If I had such talent, I would demand those old geezers wash my feet on my first day at Lingshu. The crowd fell silent. Although Lingshu Academy maintained a rather lenient atmosphere, none dared to engage with such a bombastic teacher. After all, those referred to as old geezers in Lingshu Academy were at least formidable figures in the Lingxiao realm, if not quasi-emperors or great emperors. At that moment, Yun Qing and his companions found themselves at the edge of the stone platform. Though the 3rd-level platform had expanded several times after merging, it still had boundaries, and Yun Qing and his companions had indeed reached the limit. "We have our chance," someone shouted. Suddenly, a figure darted out from the crowd, remarkably swift, rushing towards Yun Qing and the others amidst the sound of wind slicing through the air. Could they no longer hold back? A flicker of confidence passed through Yun Qing's eyes that individual made their move. Dozens of figures sprang into action atop the stone platform. In an instant, spiritual energy surged violently, and residual shadows crisscrossed as the sound of various weapons unsheathing pierced the air, becoming the most resounding note upon the stone stage. In a heartbeat, the badges worn by Yun Qing and his companions emitted a radiant glow. Among the advancing figures, more than half were adorned with a luminous emblem, causing the platform to erupt in brilliance. This signified the official commencement of the badge snatch. At this moment, the first assailant had already approached Yun Qing and his companions, yet his target was not Yun Qing, but rather Ji Xian, as a slender and delicate young girl possessing a golden badge. It was only natural for her to be selected as the primary target. The assailant clenched his fists and aimed a brutal strike at Ji Xian. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed as spiritual turbulence erupted. A single hand intercepted the dual fists. It was Yunqing. The assailant instantly realized he was no match and attempted to retreat. However, he suddenly felt his body lose balance and was sent flying backward. Almost immediately, a sharp pain pierced his chest, as if it had been delayed in its arrival. Yunqing's strike was executed with such swiftness that he could not react in time. The assailant collapsed into unconsciousness, and simultaneously his badge soared toward Jishua. Yet at this moment, Yunqing and his companions paid it no mind, for with the first individual repelled, 10 others surged forward. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye, and a barrage of attacks enveloped Yunqing and his companions. However, speed was not their forte. Both Yunqing and Jishuan drew their blades, clang, clang, clang. Under the tremendous impact, the incoming attacks from the ordinary soldiers shattered into pieces, with fragments of blades being swept back by the powerful gale of their spiritual energy, instantly inflicting injuries upon several assailants. Just as these few prepared to retaliate, they witnessed the figures of Yunqing and Jishuan vanish from sight. Sacred steps, stepping through the heavens in 1,000 strides. 2 resounding shouts echoed as the formidable power of their physical strength manifested. With each footfall, the silhouettes of the 10 assailants were sent hurtling downward. Simultaneously, 6 silver badges, glimmering with radiance, shot up from the platform below and flew toward Jishuan and Yunqing. Chapter 28. Alliance in the Realm of Tianlan. The 4-layer stone platform that had stood for 9 days was reduced to 2 layers just a moment ago. The lower tiers coalesced into a vast platform, which would serve as the final testing ground. At this moment, a battle of astonishing magnitude erupted upon that platform, shocking the countless onlookers among the cultivators. Nearly 100 individuals launched their attacks against 6. More accurately, it was an assault against 2 individuals, for only Yunqing and Jishuan were actively engaged, while the other 4 merely stood by, watching. But it was not that they were unwilling to join in. They simply found it challenging to intervene. Given Yunqing's speed, only Jishuan could barely keep pace and strike alongside him before he took action. After repelling the 10 attackers, Yunqing and his companions had already acquired 7 silver badges. Those who initiated the attack, if defeated, would lose their badges. The united force of 100 continued to surge forth relentlessly. Everything unfolded at an astonishing pace, with several more individuals closing in. Yunqing swung his fists in a sweeping motion, instantly sending 5 opponents flying, knocking them unconscious midair as they plummeted. Jishuan also delivered a powerful kick, trouncing 3 others beneath his feet, rendering them incapable of resistance. His cultivation at the heavenly stage granted him immense physical prowess, which, while not matching Yunqing's, was more than sufficient to handle the others. Thus, the 2, previously besieged, now resembled lambs charging into a lion's den, with no hope of return, despite the overwhelming numbers of their attackers. None could withstand the combined might of Yunqing and Jishuan. In an instant, silver badges surged toward the 2. Humph, a bunch of useless fools. Just then, a commanding voice rang out, and a figure leapt from the crowd. Simultaneously, 4 others emerged, seemingly preparing to join forces with that individual. The 5 converged, each appearing to be of considerable age, likely in their 30s or 40s. Are these the previous generation of prodigies from the Tianlan kingdom? At once, some recognized the 5. Had they chosen this moment to ally with the Lingshu Academy, the members of the Sun family, who had reportedly reached the pinnacle of the Ming Palace realm 12 years ago, must now be at the heavenly stage. What was happening? Were they 5 joining forces to seize the golden badges from Yunqing and Jishuan? These 5 were not to be compared with the previous attackers. They were genuine prodigies, and given their family backgrounds, the individuals they had nurtured were certainly extraordinary. Humph. If 5 were to strike together, they must be aware they are not their match. Words alone hold no weight. Let us wait and see. Some expressed regret, while many others eagerly anticipated the spectacle. Who would emerge victorious? The monstrous youths of the Yun and Ji families, or these 5 seasoned prodigies? The onlookers' gazes were fervent, directed toward that confrontation. Meanwhile, after dispatching the last few assailants, Yunqing and Jishuan sensed an anomaly. Before them stood 5 new figures, their aura radiating with formidable strength. Oddly enough, the caliber of talent in this Tianlan kingdom was exceedingly high. He Zhu Dao, observing the chaos below from the 4th tier, pondered thoughtfully. While Yunqing's unparalleled talent was an unexpected variable, it was generally accepted that Jixuan represented the pinnacle of the Tianlan Kingdom's standards. Embodying the average level of this recruitment drives top scholars. However, the emergence of these 5 individuals from the immortal families was clearly excessive. Nevertheless, He Zudao could surmise that these individuals were likely too young to have participated in the last recruitment, as they were not yet 10 years old at that time. Yet, Yunqing's ability to overshadow his peers at the age of 10 was indeed astonishing. Upon the platform, many began to withdraw silently. In the blink of an eye, a vast space was cleared. Yunqing and Jixuan collected their silver badges, and together with those obtained by their companions, they now possessed a total of 31 silver badges and 5 golden badges. Claiming nearly 40% subsequently, Yunqing regarded the foremost figure among the 5. He recalled that this individual bore the 9th golden badge. Remembering this, a smile crept across Yunqing's lips. He had indeed snagged a significant catch. Jixuan, Yunqing, hand over your golden badges obediently, and I may allow you to retain your opportunity for enrollment, spoke the individual who had claimed the 9th position, that he was Sun Xing of the Sun family. The strongest among the 5.30 years prior, he had only been 5 years old, thus missing the entrance examination for the Lingshu Academy. Yet now, he had attained the pinnacle of the heavenly stage, standing tall among his peers. The other 4 were 2 at the heavenly stage early phase and 2 at the mid-phase. Among the 100 on the stone platform, they could easily dominate. More importantly, Yunqing and his companions were far too young, possessing virtually no battle experience compared to them. If you have the ability, come and take it. Why waste breath with empty words? Jixuan retorted fearlessly, brandishing his golden badge. Yunqing remained calm, observing the leader, who seemed to possess strength comparable to Jixuan's. Hearing Jixuan's words, Sun Xing furrowed his brow, but he sensed that Jixuan's power was on par with his own, while the others merely possessed the heavenly stage strength. And even those 2 girls were only at the Ming Palace realm. However, one individual eluded his comprehension, that being Yunqing of the Yun family. Clutching the first-place badge, and with Jixuan willingly cooperating with him, there must be some hidden intricacies. Yet he was unaware that Yunqing had already clashed with Jixuan, thus could not gauge Yunqing's true strength. Nonetheless, a 10-year-old child, even with talent akin to Jixuan's, would undoubtedly be inferior in power. Sun Xing mused, convinced his assumptions were mostly correct, that if they were merely at the peak of the Ming Palace, or even the early heavenly stage, his companions would have no trouble dealing with them. I will say this one last time. If you refuse to hand over your golden badges, do not blame me for disregarding the bonds of the immortal families, Sun Xing declared. Our Yun family has no ties with the Sun family. Yun Shenhong interjected, as a member of the Yun family. He bore the pride of his lineage. Then, Sun Xing lowered his head, his voice growing somber. In the next breath, he raised his gaze, eyes filled with murderous intent. Prepare to die, boom. The void erupted with a thunderous roar as a copper hammer materialized in his grasp. The hammer trembled incessantly, collapsing the surrounding space, drawing it downward. Simultaneously, the other 4 members of the immortal families received the signal and moved into action. In an instant, a ferocious wave of energy exploded forth, far surpassing the earlier combined assault of the 100 against Yunqing. Chapter 29. Confrontation upon the 3rd-tier stone platform. A torrent of spiritual energy whirled chaotically as the 5 coordinated their assault toward Yunqing and his companions. Under this colossal onslaught, it seemed as though Yunqing's group was but a lone boat amidst a raging sea, on the verge of capsizing. The 5 advanced with remarkable speed, charging toward Yunqing and his companions. Yun Shenhong snorted coldly, stepping in front of Yunqing, a long spear manifesting from the void. Green lightning danced upon the spear, writhing like a crazed serpent. Why father's Qinglei dominance? Yunqing instantly realized the astonishing proficiency displayed before him. No wonder Yun Shenhong managed to surpass the illusionary assessment in just half a day. He undoubtedly possesses extraordinary talents. In the next moment, Yun Shenhong swiftly wielded his spear, summoning a terrifying force of thunder that descended from the heavens, stirring up clouds of dust and delineating a zone of rampant azure lightning upon the stone platform. Witnessing this, Sun Xing did not falter in his speed, sneering coldly, merely a trifling skill. He then accelerated abruptly, his companions following suit, dodging the descending azure thunder while charging forward with determination. Observing their advance, Yin Chenhong brandished his spear and darted out. From behind Sun Xing, one of his allies swiftly moved to confront him. Clang! The spear struck against a shield, the resonating metallic sound reverberating violently, impacting the eardrums of those nearby. It's my turn. With Yin Chenhong's engagement, Ji Shuer beside Yin Qing let down her hair, cascading it freely. Beneath her black combat attire, her delicate form trembled slightly. In an instant, a lake blue longsword appeared in her grasp that Ji Shuer flickered forward, thrusting her sword fiercely. Instantly, an icy aura erupted from the blade, causing the ambient temperature to plummet. Another ally of Sun Xing emerged, ready to meet her challenge. The clash of cold and spiritual energy resonated, and suddenly, a few snowflakes coalesced in the heavens, only to be torn apart by the chilling winds moments later. Ji Xian, noticing Ji Shuer's involvement, turned to Yin Qing and said, "That Sun Xing is yours. Don't let him overpower you." With that, Ji Xian vanished, brandishing a dagger. Simultaneously, the elder cultivator Wu Guangyao, beside Yin Qing, seemed poised to join the fray as he retrieved a long staff. Since we're engaging, I might as well stretch my limbs. Wu Guangyao positioned the staff behind him, unleashing a formidable surge of spiritual energy that he then took several steps forward, sweeping the staff toward the front. Sun Xing's last companion from the immortal family appeared momentarily affected by Wu Guangyao's presence. Hesitating for a moment before redirecting his target toward him, Wu Guangyao also advanced to confront him. In the blink of an eye, everything transpired in a flash of lightning. Onlookers saw those surrounding Yin Qing vanish in an instant, leaving a vast empty space occupied solely by Sun Xing. Brandishing a copper hammer and the unmoving figure of Yin Qing, we must allow some time for the auction badge. It's best to resolve this quickly, Yin Qing remarked coolly as a longsword materialized behind him. The peculiar patterns etched along the back of the blade were diverse in color, yet the edge gleamed with a chilling radiance. With a flick of his wrist, the sword appeared in his hand. Though merely 10 years of age, his frame had yet to fully develop, yet the long sword seemed as if custom-made for him. Even more striking was the faint flow of law power coursing through the blade. Though scant, it was emblematic of an imperial-grade weapon, the Excalibur. Yun Qing grasped the sword and lowered its tip to the ground. Seeing this, Sun Xing's copper hammer radiated a brilliant light, golden luminescence swirling around him. The power of the laws also descending. It too was an imperial-grade weapon. The crowd gasped in astonishment, marveling at the sight of so many imperial-grade artifacts in one day. Are imperial-grade weapons losing their value now? Truly, this is the realm of the Eastern Extreme Celestial Emperor, where hidden dragons and crouching tigers abound, and the depth of resources is staggering. As Sun Xing did not pause, he swung the copper hammer toward Yin Qing. The latter remained unperturbed, as Sun Xing closed in. Yin Qing dragged the sword and began to elevate his foot, but he then stomped down heavily. With the sacred step technique, the power of the dragon and phoenix enveloped him. The strength of the technique coursing through his body and infusing his arms. Following this, Yin Qing forcefully raised the sword that was trailing on the ground. Instantly, a blade of light erupted from the Excalibur's edge, charging forward with the sword itself. Clang! The upward swing of the sword did not collide with the copper hammer, yet it produced a terrifying resounding noise, rivaling the force generated when Yin Qing faced Ji Xian. The copper hammer was halted by the ascending Excalibur, sending a wave of numbness through Sun Xing's arm. This brat has already reached the heavenly stage, Sun Xing concluded in an instant, yet he exhibited no inclination to retreat, pressing forward against the sword with all his might. This sword is impressive, but it depends on whose hands it rests. The murderous intent in Sun Xing's eyes became evident as boundless spiritual energy and physical strength surged into the copper hammer. Boom! A colossal impact resonated as the Excalibur was forced downward. However, Yun Qing did not yield an inch. He extended his left hand to grip the sword's hilt. In an instant, the power of the Excalibur doubled. What? Sun Xing was taken aback, but before he could react, the power of the Excalibur surged again. This strength was nearing my own. His heart raced with disbelief that a fully realized practitioner of the heavenly stage. His physical prowess was formidable. Coupled with years of careful nurturing from his family, he could barely contend with Heavenly Gate cultivators. But why was this youth before him capable of such feats? Yun Qing, observing the astonishment in Sun Xing's eyes, allowed a faint smile to grace his lips that you're quite good, but unfortunately, you fall far short. In an instant, he exerted force anew. Boom! With this tremendous sound, the Excalibur forcefully lifted the copper hammer. Impossible? Feeling the overwhelming power beneath the hammer that completely crushed him, panic flickered in Sun Xing's gaze. Yet in the blink of an eye, he suppressed his fear. The battle was not yet over. He could not lose his composure. However, before he could regain his composure, the power emanating from the Excalibur surged once more, transforming into an infinite blade of energy that slashed towards Sun Xing. Not good. The strength of the Excalibur now equaled Sun Xing's. And every slash of that blade could be fatal. Surrounding Sun Xing, spiritual energy erupted, morphing into a protective barrier, barely deflecting the blade's assault. Before he could catch his breath, the Excalibur exerted its strength once more. A glimmer flashed in Yun Qing's eyes as the sounds of dragon roars filled the air. The power of ferocious beasts surged within him, that in his mind palace. Spiritual energy expanded continuously, awakening the human primordial spirit within. The dragon and phoenix spirits surged forth from the palace, that in an instant, the powers of the true dragon and true phoenix melded into Yun Qing's being, unleashing an overwhelming force. Clang! The Excalibur broke through the distance between it and the copper hammer. Striking down upon it with ferocity, Sun Xing felt a terrifying tremor radiate from the copper hammer. Boom! In the next heartbeat, the thunderous sound echoed throughout the third level of the stone platform. Reverberating through the skies, subsequently, Sun Xing could no longer maintain his grip on the copper hammer, the imperial-grade weapon slipping from his fingers. The boundless blade light, now unimpeded, ascended toward the heavens. Chapter 30. A resounding victory, the copper hammer. Imbued with the power of the laws, soared into the sky before plummeting back to the ground. Thud. As the hammer struck the earth, it created a deep crater, embedding its head into the ground and fracturing the surrounding area. The power of the laws flowed through the copper hammer, enticing many onlookers with envy. Yet, none dared to approach to seize that imperial-grade weapons are imbued with restrictions. Unless one is of imperial level, they cannot be broken, and attempting to do so would provoke the wrath of imperial-level experts, rendering the endeavor futile. Moreover, the hammer belonged to Sun Xing of the Immortal family, one of the illustrious households of the Tianlan Divine Kingdom. However, at this moment, Sun Xing lay unconscious upon the stone platform, a long gash slicing through half his face, blood and flesh mangled. The Excalibur sent the copper hammer flying. The explosive blade energy also detonated across his visage. Had he not reacted swiftly at the last moment, his head might have been severed cleanly from his neck. Yun Qing gradually sheathed the Excalibur, then calmly gazed ahead at a golden badge sword from Sun Xing's grasp. Countless eyes fixated on this scene, greed unmistakably glimmering within them. Yet upon seeing Yun Qing grasp the golden badge, they promptly averted their gazes. Yun Qing inspected the badge, noting the character inscribed upon it. It signified he had secured the 9th position. Turning, he casually tossed the badge. Yun Hua, who had been standing still, caught it, momentarily stunned. Yun Qing, this upon witnessing Yun Hua with the golden badge, some individual's thoughts began to stir again. Hand over that silver badge of yours. I'll pay you handsomely. Yun Qing smiled. Hearing this, Yun Hua promptly retrieved her silver badge and rushed over to present it to him. That he accepted it, scanning the crowd with a piercing gaze. The underlying threat unmistakable. Yun Qing then stepped forward and delivered a kick to Sun Xing's side. Despite his small stature, the kick sent the adult Sun Xing flying off the platform. This signified that Sun Xing had irrevocably lost his chance for admission. The next opportunity would not come for another 30 years. Yet Sun Xing would likely no longer meet the age requirement of under 60 to boom. A fierce surge of spiritual energy drew everyone's attention as Yun Qing turned to look. A spear clashed against a shield, azure lightning swirling as if endowed with sentience, gathering together and unleashing a terrifying aura. The power seemed reminiscent of a heavenly tribulation, an inexhaustible force of destruction. Crack, crack! 2 sharp sounds emanated from the shield, and then the spear pierced through it, striking directly at the one wielding the shield. Blood splattered as Yun Qinghong's long spear pierced the man's shoulder, yet he did not relent. Driving forcefully onward, The man staggered, unable to maintain his footing, pushed back by Yun Chinhong's relentless advance. Zzz. Azure lightning erupted from the spear, coursing chaotically across the man's body, and soon the acrid scent of charred flesh wafted through the air. Subsequently, Yun Chinhong delivered a powerful kick, and the man, devoid of any strength to resist, was sent sprawling to the ground that a silvery light shot forth from his body, landing in the grasp of Yun Chinhong. Ah, Yun Chinhong is quite impressive. A girl's voice suddenly echoed in Yun Qing's ear. He turned to see Ji Shuer, clad in a sleek black ensemble, approaching while gathering her hair into a bun. Behind her, a figure lay unconscious, half frozen, with a silver badge trailing in her wake. That Ji Xian is rather embarrassing. Yun Qing retorted. Boom. Not far away, the ground erupted violently, spiritual energy surging toward the commotion, as a dark figure flitted by. In the next breath, the surroundings fell silent and a young man appeared, grasping another by the collar, the latter's body marred with numerous wounds. Though not fatal, the sight was gruesome. The young man then hurled the injured individual onto the stone platform below. Ji Xian clapped his hands and approached Yun Qing, calling out, "This guy is roughly at my level. Why should I feel embarrassed if I'm a bit slower?" At that moment, Yun Chinhong joined them, a shallow gash marring his face, evidently a recent injury, though it seemed inconsequential. "Why, Zizhu, our earthly ties have reached their conclusion that I have already sworn an oath to my master, vowing never to return to the Lingshu. You claim that the elders forbid you from seeing me, yet you also assert that your master prohibits your entry into the Lingshu. Which of these statements bears the truth, and which is but a falsehood?" Yi Zizhu's delicate visage was shrouded in frost, her voice quivering with barely concealed emotion. The monk, now merely the Thousand Mechanisms monk, maintained his composure, yet a flicker of unnoticeable pity danced in the depths of his eyes. "Very well. If we are to disregard the past, then why have you evaded me for so long?" "Nay, I am but in pursuit of the great path," he replied. Suddenly, Yi Zizhu erupted in laughter, though it was tinged with sorrow. Her dark tresses billowed in the wind, and her figure stood as steadfast as a boulder, clad in a flowing white robe that exuded the ethereal grace of a celestial being, yet she remained ensnared in the dust of the mortal realm. Her eyes blazed with brilliance, recalling fragmented memories of bygone days, that I Changsheng is your great path to become that heartless scoundrel. Her gaze, filled with righteous indignation, quickly morphed into a mask of indifference. The Thousand Mechanisms monk fell silent. And after a prolonged pause, he spoke again. "Zizhu, our earthly ties have indeed come to an end." Upon hearing this, Yi Zizhu planted her sword behind her, casting her gaze towards the direction of the Tianlan Divine Kingdom. "Very well. That junior from the Yun family must surely be your disciple, that I shall slay him. If this is your great path, then I shall shatter it. Unthinkable." The Thousand Mechanisms monk's voice rose, his expression finally betraying a hint of unrest. Observing the change in his demeanor, Yi Zizhu's face suddenly softened with sorrow. "Is he truly that important to you?" The monk fell silent once more, and after a while, he replied, "Once a disciple, forever a son. I have taken Qing'er as my disciple. I must shield him from the calamity of becoming an emperor. The calamity of becoming an emperor. Are you so certain he will ascend to that height? If he cannot, then none shall. Thousand Mechanisms monk, what is it that you truly seek?" At that moment, Yi Zizhu's voice was laden with melancholy. What was even more astonishing was that the abbot, known for his fiery temperament within the Lingshu Academy, was shedding tears. Her eyes mirrored the inverted stars of the heavens, crystalline tears tracing down her flawless countenance, seemingly tugging at the strings of someone's heart. The Thousand Mechanisms monk's expression remained unchanged as he swiftly turned away. "Zizhu, humanity cannot exist without an emperor. Until the day an emperor rises, I shall remain unable to pursue the great path. The emperor must be the strongest among humanity, leading our kind to unparalleled glory. Yet ever since the Celestial Emperor established the Celestial Court and the Netherworld, there has been no emperor among the myriad races. What I seek is the re-emergence of the emperor." With that, a rift opened in the void surrounding the Thousand Mechanisms monk. Divine light streamed from his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose, and a phantom of a great Buddha manifested behind him, while lotus flowers bloomed beneath his feet. Then he stepped forth and departed from that place, leaving Yi Zizhu amidst her tears, which danced in the wind until they vanished without a trace. Once Yi Zizhu had gone, a single tear seemed to moisten the sand where the 1,000 mechanisms monk had stood, from which a pure white flower blossomed. Should a being of great power witness this scene, they would surely be astounded. Legend has it that when the Buddha weeps, flowers bloom even in the wasteland. Yet soon, the ravages of the wind and sand obscured it all, as if nothing had ever transpired. Chapter 32. Times N. I'll trade the badge for 47th place along with a Bodhi fruit. On the stone platform, a cultivator held up a silver badge and shouted towards the front that Ji Xian nodded and said, "All right." He then tossed the silver badge from his hand. Simultaneously, the other person received the Bodhi fruit and the silver badge from Ji Xian. Upon examining the badge, the individual saw the number 30 inscribed upon it, indicating that he would enter the Lingshu Academy in the 30th position. Not only him, but many others began to auction their items as well. Meanwhile, Yun Qing sat idly to the side observing. Yun Hua and Ji Xian were engaged in the auction, while Wu Guangyao appraised the authenticity of the items presented, and Yun Chunhong and Ji Shuer maintained order. Yun Qing rested his chin on his hand, gazing into the distance. During the earlier battle, the dragon and phoenix within him had unleashed their combined might, ultimately overpowering Sun Xing with overwhelming force. Yun Qing seemed to grasp why his master, the 1,000 mechanisms monk, had exerted such effort to engage him in combat. For a long time, he had failed to comprehend why a great emperor would choose to spar with him. Yet now he understood. No matter how high one's cultivation, it is merely a foundation, a prerequisite. However, if one possesses an ocean but does not know how to harness its waters, even a small flame can be extinguished. Conversely, if utilized properly, every ounce of strength can be fully expressed. As the time drew near its conclusion, the number of individuals bidding for the silver badge grew, increasingly substantial. Qing, are you not going to leave any for the others from the Yun family? Noticing that the crowd was thinning, Yun Chunhong took a moment to approach Yun Qing. Upon hearing Yun Chunhong's inquiry, Yun Qing shook his head. Unlike Yun Hua, the other members of the Yun family had not passed the illusion trial. For them, Yun Qing had already brought them to the 3rd level in the shortest time, yet they failed to emerge within the top 100. To grant them entry badges would merely subject them to another round of crushing defeat at the Lingshu Academy. Yun Chunhong stood beside him for a moment, glancing into the distance before turning back to Yun Qing. Did I understand? Yun Chunhong returned to his previous spot and remained there until the auction concluded. Eventually, all 35 silver badges in their possession were successfully auctioned off. That we've struck gold. So many treasures. We're rolling in it. Wu Guangyao exclaimed, staring at the mountain of various treasures piled before him, tears of joy brimming in his eyes. Ji Xian, witnessing this, scoffed, "Look at you, acting like you've never seen wealth before. You're embarrassing this young master." Hearing Ji Xian's remark, Wu Guangyao could only helplessly roll his eyes. Had he been born into the Ji family, he too might have spoken such condescending words. Nevertheless, he refrained from arguing with Ji Xian and instead pointed at the pile of items, asking, "How should we divide these?" The idea was proposed by Qing. So naturally, he should be the one to divide them. Yun Chunhong interjected, his gaze directed at Yun Qing. Yun Qing paid little mind, casually selecting a few nourishing herbs before setting them aside. "Did I ask that all you're taking from this mountain of treasures?" Yun Chunhong couldn't help but question. Considering the vast array of items obtained, even if Yun Qing took half, no one would have protested. Yet his choice of only a few items was indeed peculiar. Yun Qing nodded. "Everyone has worked hard. You can distribute the rest, Brother Chunhong." With that, Yun Qing stepped aside. That it wasn't that he was being magnanimous. Rather, he found the remaining items beneath his notice. From birth, Yun Qing's physique had absorbed the essence of true dragons and true phoenixes, complemented by the nurturing of the heavenly treasure spiritual spring and various top-tier materials, rendering him extraordinarily powerful. Consequently, the effects of ordinary herbs were negligible for him, a realization he had come to previously. Otherwise, the treasures bestowed upon him by the 1,000 mechanisms monk far surpassed those in the Yun family's treasury. Of course, the few herbs that Yun Qing had selected were still commendable. Yun Qing glanced at a peculiar herb in his hand. This herb was undeniably unappealing, with a jet-black exterior resembling dried blood, and its leaves appeared shriveled, as if malnourished. Yet, the herb exuded a unique fragrance that stirred even Yun Qing's blood, igniting some latent quality within him. His instincts told him that consuming this herb would undoubtedly strengthen the essence of his true dragon and true phoenix. However, he chose not to consume it immediately, planning to wait for a suitable moment to refine it. The remaining herbs were all comparable in potency to dragon saliva grass, so Yunqing took them as well. Raising his head to gaze at the fourth level, he noted that the time was drawing nigh. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the heavens. Everyone looked up to find that it was none other than He Zudao from earlier. The examination time has concluded, He Zudao announced, waving his hand. Instantaneously, those without badges vanished from the stone platform and reappeared on the ground. On the stone platform, exactly 100 individuals remained. These were the chosen ones from the Tianlan Divine Kingdom who would enter the Lingshu Academy. Many of them displayed expressions of elation. The Lingshu Academy, said to have been established by a celestial emperor, had nurtured countless powerful figures for humanity. That celestial emperor was revered as the Emperor of Humanity. To gain entry to the Lingshu Academy is an immense honor, as it signifies one of the greatest prodigies in the realm. Once inside, the cultivation resources available are beyond imagination. High above the sky, the figure of He Zudao gracefully descended. This time, during the assessment, all of you, 100 in number, have successfully obtained the enrollment badge that I extend my warmest welcome to each of you as you enter Lingshu Academy. As soon as He Zudao finished speaking, the crowd erupted into cheers and applause, with many onlookers outside the stone platform joining in the ovation. Simultaneously, the divine nation of Tianlan marks the final stage of our recruitment. And thus, we shall soon embark on our journey back to Lingshu Academy. He Zudao's voice resonated in the air, showcasing his extraordinary prowess. Prior to this, each individual was granted half an hour to attend to their affairs. A radiant glow erupted from the bodies of the 100 participants, 10 of which shone with golden brilliance, while the remaining 90 emitted a silvery gleam. Subsequently, the light dissipated, revealing an inexplicable aura surrounding each individual. Within this half hour, if you present your badges, you may directly approach us. Failure to arrive within the allotted time will be considered a forfeiture of your enrollment. With that said, He Zudao's figure vanished once more, prompting those on the third stone platform to spring into action. Some descended from the platform, while others ascended to the fourth level. Presumably having no personal matters to attend to soon, the third stone platform stood empty. Chapter 33. Enemies. Yi Zizhu Yunqing. Are you really not returning with us? Yunhua gently inquired. Upon hearing her question, Yunqing smiled and shook his head slightly, saying, I have made all necessary preparations. Please convey my regards to grandfather. By the time I return, I may very well be an emperor, and I shall certainly make him proud. Yunhua felt a twinge of regret for her inquiry, but nodded solemnly before taking her leave. Meanwhile, Yun Shenhong stood beside Yunqing, watching her depart. Also present were Ji Xian, Ji Shuer, Wu Guangyao, and others who had obtained golden badges. Yunhua was the only one who received her golden badge from Yunqing, while the others had earned theirs through their own merit. Confident in their ability to pass the entrance assessment, they had all made their preparations and were reluctant to leave. Yun Shenhong rubbed his nose. Expressing his melancholy, Ji Xian glanced at him disdainfully and remarked, At your age, are you still going to cry? Yun Shenhong turned to Yunqing, and the two exchanged a knowing glance before nodding in agreement. Subsequently, the group turned and made their way to the fourth level. Hey, are you Yunqing? A girl's voice called out from behind them. Yunqing turned to see a fair-skinned girl clad in animal skins gazing at him with a cheerful smile. Her beauty rivaled that of Ji Shuer, and the animal skins lent her an air of wildness and freedom. Beside her stood a towering figure, a man whose stature dwarfed hers by half a body length. Beneath his dark skin lay an intimidating strength. What can I do for you? Yunqing inquired coolly. I'm Ali, and we'll be classmates from now on. Let us look out for each other. Ali stepped closer, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons, charming to behold. However, Yunqing merely nodded slightly, his gaze shifting to the giant beside her. The diminutive Yunqing looked up, and the man appeared as imposing as a mountain. Exuding a palpable sense of pressure, Oh, this is a fellow tribesman of mine, Ali introduced, then leaned closer to whisper in Yunqing's ear, He is a bit of a fool. Just pretend he isn't there. Ayu scowled, tugging at Ali's arm as they made their way toward the fourth stone platform. Yunqing and the others exchanged glances, then followed the pair. Meanwhile, the unfortunately Tianming also set off. Ultimately, the third stone platform was left desolate, occupied only by a lone figure. This individual had an unremarkable appearance, but if one were to judge, they would note his icy gaze. Even in solitude, his eyes radiated a chilling intensity. Previously, someone had attempted to seize his golden badge, only to be driven away by his formidable stare, which instilled a sense of dread akin to being locked in the gaze of a malevolent spirit. He remained on the platform, deep in thought, seemingly torn between ascending or departing, that in the end, he chose to advance. That as he did, the third stone platform crumbled with a resounding crash, disintegrating into fragments before merging back into the city structure. What? That brat said what? In the Yun family residence, Yun Tianfu fumed, lacking any semblance of the patriarch's authority. Before him stood a girl. Yun Hua, did Qing truly say that? Yes, patriarch. Yun Qing indeed said so. Very well. You may leave now. Time is of the essence, so bid farewell to your parents. Yun Tianfu waved his hand, and Yun Hua exited. Seated in the great hall, Yun Tianfu stroked his beard, muttering in indignation. This boy shows no respect for his grandfather in front of outsiders. As the recruitment assessment concluded in the divine nation of Tianlan, the throngs of onlookers began to dwindle. The previously crowded space gradually became more open. As half an hour slipped away, a terrifying aura suddenly materialized in the sky. A captivating figure tore through the void, appearing in the heavens above. That in an instant, a colossal golden figure emerged. It was a divine general. But the moment he sensed that aura, he retracted his manifestation. Meanwhile, everyone on the fourth platform gazed skyward. It was an extraordinarily beautiful woman, her expression cold as ice, her garments billowing, and the power of the laws swirling around her. Elder Yi, one person recognized the figure in the sky. Then, Yi Zizhu stepped forward, instantly reaching the fourth platform. Yun Qing narrowed his eyes. Although Yi Zizhu did not look at him, he felt as though she had briefly assessed him. He recalled the wise words of his master, the Thousand Machine Monk. Do not reveal your status as his disciple, for there are enemies within Lingshu Academy. Given that this individual was an elder, it was wise to exercise caution. With this in mind, Yun Qing silently took 2 steps back. Yet, at that moment, Yi Zizhu spoke. Who was the top scorer in this assessment? Yun Qing was taken aback. It seemed he could not evade her inquiry, that He Zudao felt a tremor run through him before stepping forward to respond. Elder Yi, the top scorer of the Tianlan assessment, is from the Yun family, Yun Qing. Yun Qing of the Yun family? Why isn't stepping forward? Yi Zizhu's voice rang out as she turned her gaze toward Yun Qing's location, clearly aware of who he was. Elder Yi, I am here. May I inquire what you require? Yun Qing stepped forth from the crowd. His attire shimmered with golden and white jade accents, exuding an air of exceptional quality. Yi Zizhu's gaze swept over him, ultimately resting on the 10-year-old boy. Though he was not tall, an inexplicable aura surrounded him, reminiscent of a youthful emperor. The Thousand Machine Monk accepted you as a disciple. Yi Zizhu's expression remained calm. Yun Qing, unyielding yet respectful, replied loudly. Yes. Excellent. Yi Zizhu's stunning visage betrayed no emotion. In the future, within Lingshu, you must not tarnish his reputation. Yun Qing was taken aback, wondering what she meant. Wasn't she seeking revenge? But soon, he regained his composure and confidently replied, I shall heed Elder Yi's guidance. With that, Yi Zizhu turned away, no longer addressing the crowd, her expression resolute. Since he is acknowledged by you as the Emperor of Humanity, what harm is there in my offering him protection for a time? Chapter 34. Do not seek a master. Half an hour after the final assessment concluded, all the enrollees arrived at the fourth platform just in time. He Zudao stepped forward, cupping his hands in respect. Elder Yi, everyone is present. Shall we commence our journey? Commence. Yi Zizhu replied flatly, waving her delicate hand at a small, exquisite golden bird appeared in her palm. The moment it fluttered its wings, it soared into the sky. In an instant, the golden bird swelled to an enormous size, and Yun Qing sensed a familiar aura emanating from it. A fierce beast. As Yun Qing pondered, a creature from legend materialized before them. The beast was engulfed in golden flames, faint yet distinctly visible in the eyes of all present. Jin Wu. Some individuals are exceptionally well informed, exclaiming in astonishment that it is said that the golden crow possessed divine strength from the moment of its birth. And in ancient times, There existed a legend that a powerful member of the Golden Crow clan transformed into the sun upon death. Amidst the battlefield of myriad races, the nine-headed ancestral Golden Crows perished simultaneously, their bodies morphing into the celestial suns above. The 10 suns turned the entire realm of cultivation into a colossal furnace, and those born in that era could only witness the burning spiritual energy against a backdrop of deep crimson skies. Eventually, a formidable human cultivator converted the 9 cycles of cultivation into arrows, shooting down the 9 suns, thereby rescuing the realm of cultivation from catastrophe. Subsequently, to prevent such calamities from recurring, the various clans united to seal the Golden Crow lineage. Thus, this once mighty race fell silent for several million years. Yet today, they glimpsed another Golden Crow. Could it possibly wield the power of a sage? Wu Guangyao muttered, his eyes brimming with horror. Those beside him also exhibited expressions of disbelief. Fear not, everyone. This is merely a descendant of the Golden Crow clan, harboring a trace of their bloodline. The IT is the Mount of Elder Yi. Upon witnessing some students displaying fear, a teacher promptly stepped in to clarify and assuage their anxiety. As the non-pure-blood Golden Crow's form continued to expand, Yi Zizhu waved his sleeve, and the figures of the crowd materialized upon the Golden Crow's back. Hundreds stood upon its expansive back, yet it remained remarkably spacious. Following this, He Zudao advanced to the head of the Golden Crow, while Yi Zizhu settled at its tail, sitting cross-legged. The Golden Crow flapped its wings, and in an instant a tempest arose, the flames enveloping it surged forth. The Golden Crow soared, its majesty resonating across vast distances. In the blink of an eye, they departed from that locale, heading towards the borders of the Tianlan Divine Nation. Despite the Golden Crow's remarkable speed, those standing upon its back felt no tremors, for it was simply too colossal. As the Golden Crow flapped its wings, the borders of Tianlan swiftly came into view, for a cultivator of the Ming Palace realm. It might take several months to reach the borders of the Tianlan Divine Nation. However, aboard the Golden Crow, they arrived in less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Look below, the Windhounds are hunting. Many had never ventured beyond Tianlan and were thus filled with curiosity about everything. The crowd leaned over to gaze down, and even Yun Qing could not suppress his curiosity. However, the Windhounds that had been racing halted abruptly upon the approach of the Golden Crow, trembling and prostrating themselves on the ground, as if overtaken by fear. The suppression among ferocious beasts. The Golden Crow then let out a thunderous cry that shattered the barriers of the realm. The void fractured, revealing the expanse beyond the Tianlan Divine Nation. Below, the weak waters surged, riddled with thunder pools. As heavenly tribulations continuously descended, occasionally accompanied by greedy glances that as the Golden Crow entered the rift in the void, those tribulations seemed to have found their target, rushing towards them with fervor. Meanwhile, the great demons and ferocious beasts dwelling in the void began to reveal themselves. Charging towards this location. Suddenly, Yi Zizhu, seated at the tail of the Golden Crow, opened his eyes. Humph! With a cold snort, the heavenly tribulations abruptly hesitated, and the ferocious beasts and great demons fled in panic, no longer daring to approach. The Golden Crow continued its flight, and along the way, it seemed as if the tribulations were avoiding its presence, for wherever the Golden Crow soared, the thunderclouds and pools vanished, leaving no trace of peril. Thus, the Golden Crow carried the crowd across one divine nation after another, traversing the vast, unknown void. After 7 days, following the Golden Crow's final breach of the void, they reached their destination. It was a divine nation rich in spiritual energy, reputed to be the center of all human divine nations. The Dacian Divine Nation. Unlike other divine nations, the Dacian Divine Nation was divided into 3 major continents: Lingyuan Continent, Lingshu Continent, and Lingjing Continent. Among them, Lingyuan Continent was an open region, accessible to all. In contrast, Lingshu and Lingjing Continents housed the Lingshu Academy. Within Lingjing Continent resided all the esteemed elders of the Lingshu Academy. This was the most formidable force throughout the Xianhuang Continent, with the number of Lingxiao realm cultivators surpassing all other continents of humanity. Their strength was unfathomable. It was precisely these individuals who safeguarded the myriad talents of humanity over countless millennia, ensuring their survival. Up ahead lies the Lingshu Academy. You have already passed the entrance examination. The next step is the process of selecting a mentor. Those with golden badges remain, while those with silver badges need only carry their badges. And someone will be assigned to guide you. He Zudao's voice remained steady and powerful amidst the howling winds. Once he finished speaking, many were instantaneously transported to the Lingshu Academy below, while Yun Qing and others remained above. Of course, there was one more person, Han Feng, but he was directly accepted as a disciple by He Zudao. Thus he did not return to the academy for registration like the others, but accompanied He Zudao to the Tianlan Divine Nation. The other accompanying teachers also departed after the students had disembarked, that in an instant, the already expansive back of the Golden Crow became even more vacant, that Yun Qing and the others were pondering. They noticed Yi Zizhu rising to his feet. Observing this, He Zudao retrieved a jade slip from his sleeve and handed it to Yi Zizhu. After receiving it, He Zudao took Han Feng and left. Subsequently, under the gaze of the crowd, Yi Zizhu crushed the jade slip in an instant. Golden divine light flowed forth from the slip, coalescing in the air to form a list. First place, Yun Qing. Second place, Yun Chenhong. Third place, Ji Xin. Fourth place, Ji Shuer. Fifth place, Tuobali. Sixth place, Tuobiyu. Seventh place, Wu Guangyao. Eighth place, Li Tianming. Ninth place, Yunhua. 10th place, Xiaoba. Upon seeing the last name, the crowd was momentarily taken aback. Why does he not even have a surname? Moreover, Xiaoba does not seem like a name. It appears more akin to a code name. Yun Qing also quietly observed that individual. Previously, he had not paid attention to him. Yet he sensed a hint of coldness in that person's gaze, that their murderous intent aimed at me. Yun Qing narrowed his eyes, but quickly realized, no, it is merely the nature of his gaze. As if sensing Yun Qing's scrutiny, Xiaoba slightly turned his face, causing Yun Qing to lose sight of his eyes. How intriguing. Truly a peculiar individual. Yun Qing shook his head, choosing to disregard him. Then Yi Zizhu spoke again. As the top 10, you will have the opportunity to choose a mentor. However, I advise you not to base your choice solely on cultivation level. After saying this, Yi Zizhu turned his gaze to Yun Qing. As for you, you may opt not to select a mentor. Should you have any questions, feel free to approach me. The crowd's attention swiftly shifted to Yun Qing, their eyes filled with envy. Although Yi Zizhu did not explicitly state it, his implication was unmistakable. He intended to take Yun Qing as his disciple. Only Yun Qing felt somewhat perplexed. Why not allow him to choose a mentor? What scheme is at play here? Furthermore, based on your badges, rewards will be granted after enrollment. However, Yi Zizhu did not elaborate on the specifics of the rewards. The Golden Crow continued to shrink, ultimately carrying several individuals towards the Lingshu Academy. Chapter 35. A clash unfolds. What is this? I am merely ranked 70, and I must reside in such a place. Not bad. I heard that those ranked 91 to 100 can only dwell in areas with the most diluted spiritual energy. And at night, they might even encounter wild beasts. Alas, I hope the rewards will be better. I spent 2 rare 1,000-year-old spirit herbs to purchase this badge. Outside the Lingshu Academy, 2 young men were lamenting. However, a passerby, upon overhearing their conversation, halted in his tracks. That a person emerged from the crowd, seizing one of them and inquiring, "Brother, what did you say? You bought a badge for the 71st place." The individual was taken aback, unable to believe what he heard. The one being grasped impatiently pried the hand away, retorting, "Yes, you from that divine nation dare to sell badges for admission to the Lingshu Academy." The inquirer remained astonished, while the badge buyer realized the misunderstanding. What do you mean I misunderstood? Our badge was obtained after the conclusion of the 3rd round of assessments, where someone snatched over 30 silver badges and auctioned them off. What? The inquirer believed his ears had deceived him. They snatched over 30 badges. What a joke. Wouldn't such a person instantly become the target of hundreds? What a joke. I bought it directly from him. Just one person? Not at all. There were 6 of them, all possessing golden badges. Now I understand. The astonished individual finally began to piece things together. It seemed that a certain fellow had allied with a group of strong cultivators to target the weaker ones. Moreover, given the abundance of weaklings in the Tianlan Divine Nation, it was no wonder that these 6 managed to succeed. What a wasted effort. I thought I could acquire a Lingshu badge now, and I had even planned to buy a few for my younger kin during the next enrollment. Subsequently, he strode away with an air of nonchalance. However, as the students from the Tianlan Divine Kingdom began to enter the Lingshu Academy, a tale spread throughout the institution. the top scorer of the Tianlan Divine Kingdom's admission examination, had allied with 5 others from the top 10, and during the final assessment, they brazenly amassed silver badges. Ultimately holding an auction, many first-place achievers, upon hearing this news, lamented their own lack of foresight in not considering such a strategy. Others speculated that the quality of the freshmen from the Tianlan Divine Kingdom might be lacking. Otherwise, how could 6 individuals collaborate to seize over 30 silver badges without drawing the attention of the remaining few hundred? And how could they manage to conduct an auction safely? Naturally, many inquired about Han Feng. The first place from the Jinhan Divine Kingdom, as it was said he was present at the scene. Yet, Han Feng remained tight-lipped about the circumstances, while whispers circulated that he had been bested by the top scorer from the Tianlan Divine Kingdom. To this, Han Feng had but one reply: "I know nothing." Meanwhile, Yun Qing was entirely oblivious to the rumors circulating in the outside world at that moment. He was in quiet contemplation by a spring. This was a mountain within the Lingshu Academy, seemingly one of considerable height. Since He Zizhu had brought them to this place a few days prior, he had merely uttered a phrase about waiting in tranquility before departing. Ji Xian could hardly contain his impatience, dragging Wu Guangyao down the mountain the very next day. That in the days that followed, they roamed aimlessly together almost daily. Meanwhile, Yun Qing had been cultivating in this location for 10 days. Compared to the entire Tianlan Divine Kingdom, the spiritual energy in the Daqian Divine Kingdom was remarkably abundant, even leaving Yun Qing somewhat astonished. And no wonder the Lingshu Academy was situated here, even without daily practice. Simply absorbing the spiritual energy in the atmosphere could prolong one's life. Moreover, the presence of prodigies among the human race made cultivation here exceptionally fruitful. However, for Yun Qing, the concentration of spiritual energy was merely adequate. After all, no amount of spiritual energy could compare to the Tianbao spiritual spring. Reflecting on this, Yun Qing rummaged through the pocket tied at his waist, producing a small vial. Inside was still more than half a bottle of Tianbao spiritual spring, which he had brought from his home. This was merely one of the vials he had used. Within the storage space of that pocket, there were over 100 unopened bottles, truly a portable Tianbao spiritual spring. If the outside world were to discover this, countless individuals would undoubtedly be envious. Subsequently, a drop of Tianbao spiritual spring entered his mouth, and Yun Qing stowed the small vial away again, but he patted his pocket, causing a few sprigs of celestial herbs to materialize. Among them was a rather unsightly herb, entirely black and with wrinkled leaves. Yun Qing glanced at it and first consumed the more familiar herbs. Instantly, the medicinal power of the Tianbao spiritual spring enveloped these herbs, dissolving within his mouth. That a surge of vitality and medicinal potency clashed and merged within him, infusing his limbs and bones within the palace of the Ming. The primordial spirits of the true dragon and true phoenix expanded slightly as the medicinal power coursed through them. Simultaneously, the diminutive primordial spirit that belonged to Yun Qing also grew in size as the immense spiritual power contained within the Tianbao spiritual spring dispersed. Once the medicinal power was exhausted, Yun Qing turned his gaze to another herb in his hand. The fragrance emanating from the herb was incessant, seemingly possessing an inexplicable allure, while the black substance enveloping it continued to exude a tempting aroma. Upon inhaling this scent, Yun Qing felt his blood surging within him, reminiscent of the fusion he experienced with the blood of ferocious beasts in his youth. Could this black substance possibly be the blood of a ferocious beast? Yun Qing pondered with some doubt that in fact, he possessed the primordial spirits of the true dragon and true phoenix, as well as their blood. Given the current strength of his physical body, consuming this herb would pose no issue. However, he was apprehensive about wasting the herb's medicinal properties through reckless consumption. Presently, the effects of ordinary treasure herbs on the nourishment of his dragon and phoenix primordial spirits had already diminished. Furthermore, the Tianbao spiritual spring could only replenish vitality and spiritual power, with minimal effect on the physical body. That wasn't this the black herb that Wu Guangyao had received earlier? At that moment, Yun Chenhong's voice suddenly resonated beside Yun Qing. Yun Qing looked over to see Yun Chenhong examining the herb, scrutinizing it closely before speaking. I had a feeling this herb wasn't anything good, but Wu Guangyao insisted it was a treasure. So I accepted it. You might want to refrain from consuming it. Yun Chenhong gazed at Yun Qing, his eyes reflecting a hint of concern. After all, Typical treasure herbs were often surrounded by ethereal energy. Yet this one appeared pitch black, with even the leaves looking wrinkled, bearing no resemblance to celestial materials that it instead resembled crops scorched by heavenly fire. However, upon hearing Yun Shenhong's words, Yun Qing had an epiphany. Since Wu Guangyao had deemed it worthy of acceptance, he must surely recognize this herb. "Where is Wu Guangyao?" Yun Qing inquired. Yun Shenhong hesitated, then replied, "I just saw him being pulled away by Ji Xian, who said he wanted to go down the mountain to see some pretty girls that Wu Guangyao initially refused, but after hearing there was a place selling celestial herbs at a bargain, he decided to go." A twitch appeared at the corner of Yun Qing's mouth that Ji Xian, though seemingly naive, had expertly maneuvered Wu Guangyao. "Brother Chenhong, what about Yin Hua? I haven't seen her around these past few days. She went down the mountain a few days ago with Ji Shuer. I heard she wanted to inquire about potential masters to apprentice under, so I let her go." Yun Qing nodded, relieved to find at least one reliable person. However, before he could speak further, a sound of rushing air interrupted him. A lake-blue longsword sliced through the air, conjuring a crystalline ice bridge that appeared to possess sentience. Extending towards them, two girls, hand in hand, materialized upon the ice bridge, which seemed to stretch forth with purpose. One girl was clad in black attire, her hair tied back, while the other was charmingly dressed in white. Upon closer inspection, Yun Qing recognized them as Ji Shuer and Yin Hua. However, their faces were filled with urgency. Yun Qing, upon spotting him, Ji Shuer called out, hastening her pace across the ice bridge, that as they neared Yun Qing, the bridge appeared to falter, collapsing with a thunderous crash. The Ji Shuer and Yin Hua leaped gracefully, landing before Yun Qing. "What has transpired?" Yun Shenhong inquired, observing the anxiety etched on their faces. That Ji Xian is down below, engaged in a fight. Ji Shuer, while regulating her internal spiritual energy, spoke, with Yin Hua echoing her words. Hearing this, Yun Qing narrowed his eyes, rising to his feet and stretching his limbs. Coincidentally, he too wished to descend the mountain to see for himself. "Let us go," Yun Qing declared, sweeping Ji Shuer into his arms and activating the sacred step technique. Without merging with the power of the dragon and phoenix, his speed surged to its peak. Chapter 36. A Chilling Intent. Yun Shenhong could only catch a fleeting glimpse of the afterimage left by Yun Qing as he whisked Ji Shuer away. Yet he endeavored to follow. Meanwhile, Yin Hua remained on the mountain, not pursuing further, as her cultivation was the weakest among them, and her presence would hold little significance. Down below, on a bustling street in Lingyuanzu, a crowd had gathered in a circle. "What has happened?" Those who arrived later queried the onlookers at the front. "That I heard the freshmen from Lingshu Academy are fighting." "What? Make way, I want to see." People pressed in closer, eager to witness the commotion. Within the encircled crowd, Wu Guangyao wielded a long staff, his chest heaving violently, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Opposite him, Ji Xian brandished an imperial-grade dagger, glaring furiously at the individuals before him. Before them stood four youths, all clad in seemingly expensive attire, clearly signs of prominent families. One of them, a young man fanning himself with a folding fan, jested mockingly, "With your level of cultivation, how do you expect to obtain a golden badge? If it weren't for your sneak attack." Wu Guangyao's expression darkened, fury igniting in his eyes. "Sneak attack? I merely sought to greet those two sisters. Yet you dared to interject. Are you courting death?" Wu Guangyao attempted to retort, but a surge of blood rushed forth, rendering him momentarily speechless. Earlier, he and Ji Xian had spotted Ji Shuer and Yin Hua on the path. But this individual had been entangling them. As Wu Guangyao and Ji Xian approached to inquire about the situation, the opponent had launched a sudden attack, striking Wu Guangyao with remarkable ferocity, leaving no room for escape. Even for Ji Xian, subsequently, Wu Guangyao and Ji Xian retaliated. Yet the opposing group coordinated their strikes with seamless synergy, leaving Wu Guangyao and Ji Xian at a distinct disadvantage. "That I must say, at your age, you still dare to call yourself a freshman?" The young man with the folding fan, seeing that Wu Guangyao seemed unconvinced, taunted him further. In the realm of cultivation, practitioners enjoyed long lifespans, often living for hundreds or even thousands of years without stepping into the divine realm. Thus, Wu Guangyao's 59 years were not considered overly old. However, within the Lingshu Academy, where young talents from various realms congregated, Wu Guangyao's age was rendered somewhat burdensome. for against two hardly brings you any glory. Ji Xian's face clouded with disdain as he mocked them. Yet the four youths remained unfazed, bursting into laughter. Little brat, as long as we can defeat you, it matters not if we are 4 or even 100. A youth stepped forward, brandishing a short chain in his hand, a sly grin plastered across his face. His fists were undeniably formidable, a fact that lent credence to his demeanor. Wouldn't you agree? His eyes gleamed with derision, mirroring those of the youth wielding a folding fan. Seizing the opportunity as he approached, Ji Xian tightened his grip on the dagger, a surge of spiritual energy erupting from within him, enveloping his legs as he executed the technique. Heavenly steps, shadows flickered, and the onlookers could feel a terrifying aura emanating from Ji Xian. Oh no! The folding fan youth's expression shifted dramatically. Ji Xian's attack was entirely unforeseen, leaving his companions utterly unprepared. He quickly stowed away his fan, and with a burst of energy from his feet, poof! Ji Xian's dagger sliced through the air, spraying blood from the arm of the youth wielding the chain, while the folding fan youth materialized in front of him. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Ji Xian retreated to Wu Guangyao's side, his gaze darkening once more. Had it not been for the intervention of the folding fan youth, Ji Xian's dagger would have surely severed the throat of the chain-wielding youth. In that fleeting moment, the folding fan youth's swift reaction revealed his remarkable strength. Perhaps he had underestimated them, that a glimmer of surprise flickered in the folding fan youth's eyes. Quickly morphing into malice, Ji Xian was evidently younger, yet his prowess instilled a sense of trepidation. This enmity had been established today. If Ji Xian were to grow stronger, he would undoubtedly become a significant nuisance. A decision formed within him: eliminate this boy. Though the academy forbade mutual harm, the fate of a deceased genius weighed less than that of a living one, a reality starkly evident. Then, the folding fan youth tucked his fan behind him, swaying it slowly. The trio behind him, including the youth who had just been rescued, all caught sight of his subtle signal. They exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with murderous intent. In an instant, the folding fan youth flicked the fan open with a sharp snap, signaling attack. The three behind him sprang into action, while the folding fan youth's figure vanished from sight. Over there, Ji Shuer, feeling the wind howling past her and the rapidly shifting scenery, pointed towards a direction. Yunqing immediately rushed in that direction. That a throng had gathered, and Yunqing had no time to weave through the crowd. He bent his legs and leaped with force. Boom! A young boy, cradling a young girl, descended from the sky. The four who had just charged at Ji Xian were momentarily distracted, halting their movements. Wow! That startled me, exclaimed one of the onlookers, patting his chest. The others nearby cast approving glances at the startled cultivator. Amidst the crowd, the folding fan youth was initially taken aback, but upon recognizing Ji Shuer in Yunqing's embrace, his eyes glimmered with greed. Yunqing set Ji Shuer down and turned to face the dumbfounded Ji Xian and Wu Guangyao. You back. The folding fan youth dashed forward, his eyes gleaming with avarice. I am He Haoyan. Might I inquire the name of this lovely lady? As he spoke, He Haoyan reached for Ji Shuer. Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of danger surged within him, amplifying 100-fold in an instant. Before He Haoyan could comprehend what was transpiring, he heard the sounds of dragon roars and phoenix cries ringing in his ears. Immediately after, a tremendous force exploded against his face, inflicting excruciating pain and shock. He Haoyan's visage was instantly marred, in the astonished gazes of those around him. The previously arrogant He Haoyan was abruptly sent flying. Boom! His companions were caught off guard as He Haoyan collided with a wall. The cultivator's body was incredibly sturdy, causing the wall to collapse, while He Haoyan was thrust into the room beyond. At that moment, one youth finally reacted. He Xiao, he exclaimed, rushing towards He Haoyan. The others turned to gaze at the one who had sent He Haoyan flying. However, to their disbelief, it was none other than the boy who had just delivered the beauty back. Moreover, judging by the boy's age, he appeared even younger than the one wielding the dagger. As they were still reeling from this shock, a furious roar erupted from behind. I will. He Haoyan, supported by the youth who had rushed to him, had one side of his face severely dented. His previously handsome features had now transformed into a visage of horror. He shoved away the youth beside him, fixing his gaze on Yunqing as he approached step by step. I will kill you. Yunqing had humiliated him in front of the crowd, especially in front of Ji Shuer, igniting a fierce desire for vengeance within him. Upon hearing this declaration, those surrounding them shuddered. In contrast, Yun Qing, observing the advancing He Haoyan, calmly replied, "What a coincidence. I share the same sentiment, that in an instant, the atmosphere was laden with murderous intent." Chapter 37. Seizing the opportunity, a just outpouring of wrath on this day. A street in Lingyuan Continent had erupted into a fervent bustle. Among the crowd, many whispered amongst themselves, "What just happened? It seems a new student from Lingshu is clashing here. What? Which side has the upper hand? Do you see that child in the center? Yes, the smallest one. He just sent the opposing leader flying. Nonsense, how could he possibly send the youth flying? Why would I lie to you?" Their voices gradually grew louder, only to be stifled almost immediately. Those closest to the scene held their breath, sensing the atmosphere solidifying with tension. The two individuals poised to clash could erupt at any moment. He Haoyan's eyes blazed with fury. Yet internally, he remained remarkably composed. Though he yearned to eliminate the boy before him, Yun Qing maintained a serene expression, his youthful face betraying no hint of emotion that he awaited his opponent's move. The folding fan youth. He Haoyan, whose face had been struck, was gradually regaining composure. His eyes glinted with venomous intent. The atmosphere hung in a peculiar stillness, poised for a shift with the slightest provocation that in the next heartbeat. He Haoyan lunged forward. Simultaneously, his companions sprang into action. The four coordinated seamlessly, unleashing their lethal techniques upon Yun Qing. Holy step technique. Yun Qing smirked, finding the opponent's speed rather sluggish in his eyes. Dragon and Phoenix unite. Instantly, the dragon roars and phoenix cries that had reverberated in He Haoyan's ears echoed throughout the crowd, as if a true dragon and phoenix danced around Yun Qing. Subsequently, Yun Qing's figure vanished from sight. Meanwhile, seeing the four launch an assault, Wu Guangyao and Ji Xian also took action. Such speed. He Haoyan thought in astonishment, realizing that Yun Qing's velocity was subtly surpassing that of the youth with the dagger. He was more gifted than the one wielding the dagger. As he pondered, He Haoyan suddenly accelerated, and he swung his palm like a blade, aiming to strike as he caught sight of Yun Qing. Clang! His hand met the blade of a dagger, revealing Ji Xian's face. What? How is this possible? He Haoyan gasped, then shouted, "Not good!" Without time to turn his head, several screams erupted from behind him. Boom! 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 3 consecutive explosions resonated, accompanied by the sound of walls crumbling. Just then, a wave of perilous energy surged from behind him. Clang! He Haoyan raised his other hand to block the incoming strike that was a long yellow staff. Its black patterns vividly discernible, wielded by Wu Guangyao. Having failed to land a blow, Ji Xian and Wu Guangyao swiftly withdrew. He Haoyan also retreated, turning to find Yun Qing's figure had inexplicably appeared behind him. Not far off, his 3 companions lay sprawled on the ground like defeated dogs. Did you all just witness what transpired? I have no idea. That boy seemed to materialize there suddenly, and then those 3 were sent flying. To each they were so arrogant just now, and yet a 10-year-old child dispatched them in an instant. What a disgrace. This child is extraordinary. 1 punch, and the 3 of them didn't even have time to react. I knew it. Their harassment of that girl was utterly unethical. Now they've met their comeuppance. Amidst the crowd, discussions erupted regarding the unfolding scene. Although they were oblivious to the specifics, the outcome was unmistakable. Aside from the folding fan youth, the others were utterly inept. Their incompetence was no match for their attempts to bully others. Indeed, Lingshu Academy needs to emphasize moral education. What kind of misfits are they recruiting? What are you all saying? That child must certainly be from Lingshu Academy. Moreover, he appears to be a newcomer. Nonsense, that must be some ancient monster in disguise. Regardless, witnessing such unjust individuals receive punishment is utterly gratifying. As the murmurs within the crowd grew louder, He Haoyan, at the center of it all, felt his expression twist in rage. Enough, his voice thundered towards the onlookers, silencing the crowd instantly. Defeated or not, what merit was there in intimidating bystanders? At that moment, a voice rose from the crowd, prompting many to nod in agreement as they turned to locate its source. That a young man emerged from the periphery of the throng, exuding an air of confidence, his eyes reflecting a serene composure. Another newcomer? Someone remarked upon noticing the golden insignia hanging from his chest, resulting in an exclamation of surprise. "Chen Hong, you arrived a bit late," came the voice of Yun Qing. Chen Hong offered a sheepish smile in response, saying, "My family's floating cloud technique has been neglected in practice, so naturally, I cannot compete with you." Nevertheless, his gaze shifted to assess He Haoyan, who stood at the center of the gathering. Soon, an odd expression crossed Chen Hong's face. While the left side of He Haoyan's visage was quite handsome, the right side appeared somewhat sunken, creating an unsettling asymmetry to He Haoyan. Noticing the newcomer not only ridiculing him, but also appearing quite familiar with the young boy opposite him, felt his teeth nearly grind to dust in frustration. "You lot, just wait," He Haoyan declared, pulling a jade slip from his robe and crushing it with force. Instantly, a ripple spread out as if something was dispersing from the surroundings. "A communication jade slip?" Yun Qinghong paused, seemingly recognizing the object. "What is that?" Yun Qing inquired curiously. Wu Guangyao nearby explained, "It is a tool for transmitting simple messages. Two identical jade slips are forged with a connection. When one is shattered, the other will also break simultaneously, though its range is limited." Yun Qing nodded, understanding at last. Growing up in the Yun family, he had always had skilled protectors by his side and had never encountered such an object before. This journey away from the family had rendered it unnecessary, which was why they had not prepared one for him. Indeed, one must venture out to gain experience and grow. Otherwise, one risks becoming a hollow individual with superficial prowess. "Is he calling for help?" Yun Qing mused, puzzled, summoning reinforcements. "It seems," Ji Xian affirmed, a confident glint in his eye. "Regardless of who they are, we have nothing to fear." He gripped his dagger tightly, ready to face the impending conflict. However, Yun Qing furrowed his brow. "What is it?" Yun Qinghong asked, surprised by Yun Qing's demeanor, that if he is indeed calling for aid. Yun Qing smirked. "Then let us preemptively engage in a righteous brawl before they arrive." As he spoke, a flicker of wicked red light gleamed in his eyes. The others, initially taken aback, soon displayed expressions of dawning realization. Even Ji Shuer, at that moment, unsheathed her azure longsword from the void. "What are you all planning?" He Haoyan felt a chill run down his spine, as though something terrifying was fixating upon him. That in an instant, the spiritual energy of Ji Shuer, Wu Guangyao, Yun Qinghong, and Ji Xian erupted forth. Chapter 38. "He Qianqi, why do you lack martial ethics?" He Haoyan thundered, but his words could not halt the actions of Yun Qing and the others. Boom! Instantly, a chaotic surge of spiritual energy enveloped the area. The coldness erupting before him, He Haoyan launched a powerful strike, dispersing the chilling force, while a long sword pressed against his palm, preventing any further advance to at that moment. He Haoyan's heart trembled. An overwhelming sense of danger approached from his right. Glancing sideways, he caught sight of a long spear crackling with azure, lightning sweeping towards him, its tip brimming with ferocious energy. He Haoyan attempted to block it, but the spear retracted, and the azure lightning surged forth, spreading wildly across his body like a greedy serpent. Just then, a yellow staff adorned with black patterns swept in, forcing He Haoyan to parry. Wu Guangyao struck the staff fiercely against He Haoyan's hand. Ziz! The spiritual energy enveloping He Haoyan was instantly devoured by the azure lightning. Following that, an overwhelming force surged from the spear, and with his hands restrained by Yun Qing, he found himself unable to resist. He Haoyan relinquished the icy long sword and the incoming staff, his body hurtling backward as the overpowering force rendered him incapable of enduring. The Azure Lightning Tyrant, by the might of Azure Lightning. It claimed supremacy over the world. But at that moment, a dagger appeared, lunging toward He Haoyan with a flow of law-like energy coursing along its blade. He Haoyan was startled, barely stabilizing himself. Once again, the folding fan materialized in his hand. However, unlike before, when he opened the fan, the power of the laws flowed and the images upon it transformed. The artwork seemed to come alive, undulating in distinct patterns. Within that image, a white tiger was racing through the mountains. As the white tiger drew nearer, it visibly enlarged, as if ready to leap out from the fan's surface. But just then, the dagger struck. Puff, puff, puff. He Haoyan narrowly evaded. The dagger missed vital points, merely leaving cuts on his arms and legs. Anger flared in He Haoyan's eyes as he flicked the fan open. Roar! A tiger's roar reverberated through the heavens, echoing for miles around. Interesting, Yun Qing observed from behind, taking in the scene that He Haoyan indeed possessed formidable strength and wielded what appeared to be an imperial-grade divine weapon. Yun Shinhong, though lacking in cultivation, exhibited remarkable combat prowess as a disciple of Yunlong City. Yunqing's father, Deji Xian, possessing high cultivation, wielded an imperial-grade dagger, unleashing terrifying offensive capabilities that as for Wu Guangyao and Ji Shuer. They were evidently outmatched in terms of cultivation, but each had unique fighting styles that proved difficult to contend with. As Yunqing observed, the battle intensified. The white tiger leaping forth from He Haoyan's fan was immensely powerful, yet somewhat sluggish. After several moves from Yun Shinhong, its fur had begun to char. Ji Shuer expertly wielded the cold energy of her sword, significantly hampering the speed of both the white tiger and He Haoyan. The Ji Xian consistently seized opportunities to inflict additional wounds upon He Haoyan, while Wu Guangyao, despite his weaker strength, adeptly positioned his staff to block any exposed vulnerabilities, effectively cornering He Haoyan. At this juncture, the attacks from the group began to balance out. One could not deny that although He Haoyan was not weak, his offensive capabilities were insufficient. No, it was not that his attacks lacked strength. Rather, he was unwilling to forsake everything for a full assault. Observing this, Yunqing discerned a critical flaw. He Haoyan's every strike was overly cautious. Even when parried, he would retreat as swiftly as possible, never allowing himself to fall into dire straits. Yet this very approach rendered him incapable of posing a genuine threat to Yun Shinhong and his companions. Yunqing shook his head, diverting his gaze from the fray, that if only one or two opponents stood before him, He Haoyan could rely on his strength to overwhelm them. However, when facing equally matched opponents, He Haoyan's mentality had already faltered. Presently, a semblance of balance seemed to have formed among them. Yet upon closer inspection, it was evident that He Haoyan continued to accrue injuries, though he appeared to evade fatal wounds and managed to retreat unscathed. Over time, this would inevitably lead to his downfall. Where were the reinforcements he had summoned? Yunqing looked skyward, puzzled. The distance between Lingshu Island and Lingyuan Island was not vast. They should have arrived by now. Yunqing refrained from intervening, lying in wait, preparing to receive aid. He Haoyan was merely a bait. Cease this. At that moment, a thunderous voice echoed from the distance. Yunqing turned to see figures rushing toward them. The leading individual, a young man, bore a striking resemblance to He Haoyan. The group moved with astonishing speed, arriving at the scene in mere moments. The foremost young man unsheathed a long sword, aiming a downward slash at the ground. In an instant, a terrifying wave of sword energy surged forth. Yunqing's pupils constricted as he infused spiritual energy into his feet, donning the divine movement boots, the sword of immortal slaying, and the primordial armor bestowed by the heavenly emperor, all simultaneously manifesting. Before the sword energy could descend, Yunqing made the first move. The Ji Xian reacted in kind, evading the onslaught of sword energy. The remaining individuals were not as quick to react. Even as Yunqing sprang into action, he merely managed to pull Yun Shinhong and Wu Guangyao to safety in the nick of time. Yet, one wave of sword energy still hurtled toward Ji Shuer. Dragon form, pushing his speed to the absolute limit, Yunqing swung his blade. The surrounding spiritual energy erupted violently, sending the onlookers reeling from the overwhelming force. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resonated as immense power surged through Yunqing's arm. With his dual-handed grip on the blade, his formidable physical strength erupted instantaneously, and the sword energy was successfully intercepted before Ji Shuer, dissipating into nothingness. At that moment, the young man who had just swung his sword was already close to He Haoyan. He wore a grim expression as he steadied He Haoyan, while his companions arrived one after another. They drew their weapons, forming a protective circle around the young man and He Haoyan. "Brother, you finally arrived." He Haoyan, discerned the identity of the newcomer, and a look of joy illuminated his face. The young man, referred to as brother by He Haoyan, dispelled the lightning aura surrounding him. Subsequently, he cast a glance at the still recovering indentation on He Haoyan's face, then turned his gaze toward Yunqing and the others who had already retreated. Who dared to injure the younger brother of He Tianqi? He Tianqi's voice thundered with rage, dripping with lethal intent. The crowd, previously dispersed by the surge of spiritual energy, now displayed expressions of astonishment upon hearing that name. That is he truly He Tianqi? Wasn't he a student who enrolled 30 years ago? So, this He Haoyan is indeed his younger brother? Panic spread among the new students, realizing they had unwittingly crossed paths with Yi Tianqi. Indeed, they all possess considerable talent, but alas, their luck has abandoned them, encountering such a formidable adversary. Rumors suggested that Yi Tianqi had ascended to the divine realm 5 years prior. Whether this was truth or fiction remained uncertain. It is most likely true that I heard that Yi Tianqi passed the assessments of Lingshu Academy a fortnight ago and is now a human-level student. Upon hearing this, many were left in shock. Lingshu Academy categorizes its students into 5 tiers, commencing with the spirit level upon enrollment, ascending sequentially to human, earth, sky, and void. Naturally, the latter 3 tiers are reserved for the Academy's elite. While the void tier remains a legendary classification, perhaps existing only in tales, students of Lingshu Academy are permitted to graduate upon reaching the earth level. Those who pass the sky level assessment may even gain access to the fabled human emperor inheritance. Whispers abound that many elders and faculty members of Lingshu Academy have yet to pass the sky level assessment themselves. Thus, a student like Yi Tianqi, having passed the human level assessment, is already considered exceptional. The gazes of those surrounding Yunqing brimmed with sympathy, recognizing the dire consequences awaiting a group of fresh students who had provoked a human-level student. Chapter 39. Dragons and Phoenixes in a Bustling Street of Lingyuan Continent. A throng of cultivators encircled the area, rendering it nearly impassable. Within the crowd stood a dozen individuals, at the center of which was a boy of around 10 years, confronting 2 young men. The resemblance between the 2 young men was unmistakable, suggesting a blood relation. The boy was adorned in armor and boots that shimmered with a greenish hue, while the crowd remained oblivious to its significance. Yunqing understood that it signified his equipment had reached a certain quality in accordance with his cultivation level. Moreover, the divine movement boots would grant him a formidable ability upon his ascension to the sky level, the power of leaping. Previously, Yunqing had successfully evaded He Haoyan by employing this very technique, swiftly eliminating his 3 companions. With this ability, barring the intervention of a divine-level powerhouse, he could extricate himself from nearly any situation. Yet, faced with the He brothers, Yunqing harbored no intention of retreating. After all, he had previously confronted the likes of the Thousand Machine Monk, and even Yi Tianqi, no matter how strong, could not possibly rival such an imperial powerhouse. This little brat is merely swift. Had it not been for his sneak attacks, I would have dispatched him long ago. He Haoyan seethed with indignation. Listening to his brother's words, Yi Tianqi regarded Yunqing and the others with a mocking expression. The new students today are indeed rather arrogant and in need of a lesson. With that, Yi Tianqi stepped forward. Clang, his long sword pierced the ground with ease, as if slicing through tofu. Haoyan, retaliate against that brat as he struck you. Let us see who dares to intervene. With a mere glance, he signaled to those beside him, who promptly positioned themselves alongside Yi Tianqi, their gazes fixed upon the individuals behind Yunqing, ready to spring into action at a moment's notice. A smile crept onto Yi Haoyan's face as he opened and closed his folding fan, causing the previously present white tiger to vanish in an instant that I merely cannot abide the many bullying the few. Especially since both this lad and I are fresh students, a one-on-one duel would likely yield little advantage for him. As Yi Haoyan spoke, he advanced, seemingly dismissing the earlier notion of 4 against 2. Enough of your prattle, Yunqing retorted, raising his long blade. Humph. Yi Haoyan scoffed, once more opening and closing his fan. Suddenly, a surge of flames erupted from the paper fan, racing toward Yunqing with an insatiable hunger. Open, with a swing of the immortal slaying blade, Yunqing dispersed the flames, which seemed to part for him as he advanced, the blade's sharpness undiminished, indeed gaining momentum. Seeking death, Yi Haoyan, witnessing this, snapped his fan shut, blocking the incoming blade. The force of the laws surged forth, and the clash of 2 extraordinary weapons sent ripples through the surrounding spiritual energy. The fan, appearing wooden in structure, was now as unyielding as steel, absorbing the full brunt of the immortal slaying blade's might. Realizing this, Yunqing swiftly withdrew. Trying to flee, Yi Haoyan's cruel smile widened as he channeled his spiritual energy and pursued Yunqing. Yunqing, however, maintained his composure, grounding himself and halting his retreat. What is he planning? Yi Haoyan wondered as Yunqing struck a pose. Divine step technique. Yunqing advanced with a step, his entire body accelerating to extraordinary speeds. Yet his feet remained firmly planted, the blade in hand slashing forward with tremendous force. The agility of his body could also serve as a weapon. With the blade's speed magnified, it bore down upon He Haoyan with the ferocity akin to that of a young, ferocious beast. He Haoyan, realizing the danger, hastily raised his fan in defense. Now, Yun Qing relinquished the immortal slaying blade, sending it hurtling toward He Haoyan's fan, while simultaneously clenching his fist. Dragon form. An ethereal image of a true dragon erupted behind Yun Qing, coiling around his arm. Phoenix form. A true phoenix soared skyward, exuding a fierce aura that enveloped Yun Qing, infusing his body with strength. With the resounding cries of dragon and phoenix echoing, Yun Qing's punch fell like the inexorable toll of death, echoing in He Haoyan's ears, shaking his very soul. He gripped the fan tightly, bracing against the blade's assault. Yet Yun Qing's fist, akin to a relentless force, detonated before him. Boom! In an instant, dust and debris erupted, the chaotic spiritual energy swirling in a tempest, prompting those closest to shield their eyes. Amidst the cacophony, He Haoyan felt as though he were struck by a heavy hammer, the force exploding outward. Crack, 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 strange sounds echoed in his ears, and He Haoyan, aware of the excruciating pain coursing through his body, recognized it as the sound of bones fracturing. His bones, nurtured by countless rare materials and purified by spiritual energy, suddenly proved too fragile to withstand such an impact. Yun Qing's fist continued its relentless assault, akin to droplets of water persistently striking a stone, gradually eroding his formidable physique. For behind each droplet lay an unfathomable ocean, an overwhelming strength rivaling that of a young, ferocious beast. He Haoyan, still not yet transcended into the divine realm, was utterly defenseless against such an onslaught. His corporeal form crumbled beneath the might of Yun Qing's overwhelming power. Puff! Blood sprayed forth as He Tianqi's pupils constricted upon witnessing the scene before him. Yun Qing's bloodied fist had precisely struck He Haoyan's chest. Clearly, the blood was He Haoyan's. In that moment, He Haoyan's shirt lay shredded, exposing white ribs and crimson flesh, a truly horrific sight. Meanwhile, the dragon and phoenix figures surrounding Yun Qing surged forth, their might directed at He Haoyan's chest. Damn it, He Tianqi cursed inwardly, and in the instant he drew his sword from the ground. He reached He Haoyan's side, that He Haoyan's hands still clutched the fan, attempting to ward off the incoming immortal slaying blade. Yet his other arm hung limply at his side, that He Tianqi extended his hand, aiming to seize Yun Qing's arm. However, before he could make contact, the dragon and phoenix figures from Yun Qing coalesced into solid forms, launching toward him. What? He Tianqi gasped in shock, instinctively swinging his sword. Clang! The dragon and phoenix released a resounding cry, their scales providing protection. Unnoticed by all, a white mark inexplicably appeared upon the primal armor adorning Yun Qing, though it vanished as swiftly as it came. Within Yun Qing, the dragon and phoenix spirits had dissipated, leaving behind a small red figure. As He Tianqi retracted his sword and prepared to strike again. This time, both spiritual energy and immense power descended simultaneously. Divine realm. Yun Qing, taken aback, refrained from underestimating the situation, and the solidified dragon and phoenix forms swiftly dispersed. These were not mere projections solidified. Rather, Yun Qing had channeled the power of the dragon and phoenix spirits to manifest the strength of his own body. Thus, every attack aimed at those two solid forms inevitably fell upon Yun Qing himself. This individual possesses terrifying strength. Yun Qing withdrew his fist, grasping the immortal slaying blade and retreating swiftly. He Tianqi did not pursue, but instead turned his attention to He Haoyan, whose countenance had grown rigid. Slowly, he lowered his gaze to his chest, and then his grip slackened. The imperial-grade divine weapon, the folding fan, clattered to the ground, and He Haoyan collapsed, unable to maintain his stance. Chapter 40. Divine Realm. Battling beyond one's level in the end. He Haoyan had grossly underestimated the 10-year-old child, resulting in his utter defeat. Upon witnessing the severity of his injuries, it is evident that without a respite of at least 10 days, he will be unable to move. 10 days. Given his current state, it would be a miracle if he survives at all. That arrogant fellow, who once believed himself to be formidable, was easily vanquished in just a few moves. It is not that he lacks strength. Rather, the young opponent he faced was simply too powerful, consistently outpacing him with every strike, leaving him utterly defenseless. Could it be that this young lad has already stepped into the realm of the divine? Upon uttering these words, the onlookers fell into a profound silence. They sensed that Yunqing appeared quite youthful. If he had truly entered the divine realm at such a tender age, it would be utterly terrifying. However, if Yunqing had not crossed into the divine realm, their strengths should be comparable. Yet, Yunqing's single punch had left He Haoyan in a grievous state, showcasing an overwhelming disparity in power. How could a practitioner of the same level achieve such a feat? Very well, He Tianqi remarked, casting a calm gaze upon Yunqing and uttering but two words. Yunqing, however, furrowed his brow, puzzled by the meaning behind He Tianqi's words that he observed as He Tianqi aided He Haoyan to his feet. Setting aside the fact that He Haoyan was already unconscious, even if he were awake, he would likely be incapable of standing, as Yunqing had shattered his bones with a single strike. After assisting He Haoyan, He Tianqi's companions carried him away, and He Tianqi, now free, retrieved a small azure vial from his robes. He uncorked the vial and poured out a golden pill. The pill exuded a rich aroma that wafted through the air, and Yunqing too caught a whiff of its enticing fragrance. Imbued with vitality and spiritual energy, a familiar sensation stirred within him. Was it the Tianbao spiritual spring? After a moment of contemplation, Yunqing confirmed it. This was a pill crafted from the Tianbao spiritual spring. Enhanced by various precious herbs, it locked in the vitality and immense spiritual energy contained within the Tianbao spiritual spring, making it an exceptional remedy in times of dire need. He Tianqi pinched the golden pill, then placed it into the mouth of the unconscious He Haoyan. Using his spiritual energy, he dissolved the pill, allowing the golden liquid to flow towards He Haoyan's chest. Visibly, the blood that had been gushing from the punctured wound ceased its flow. And soon, the wound began to heal at an astonishing rate. The sounds emanating from within He Haoyan, akin to thunderclaps, indicated a remarkable recovery, while the bones that Yunqing had shattered were being reconnected. The vitality within the pill manifesting its potent effects. Yunqing merely observed this spectacle with cold indifference, refraining from intervening once more, for He Haoyan could not withstand his full-strength assault. It posed no threat. It was He Tianqi who now exuded a palpable sense of danger. If Yunqing did not eliminate this individual, he would find it impossible to dispatch He Haoyan, as the medicinal effects began to wane. Within mere moments, the grievously injured He Haoyan astonishingly regained consciousness. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld He Tianqi before him. Cough, cough, cough. Instantly, spiritual energy surged chaotically, interrupting his breath. The areas previously injured by Yunqing still throbbed. Though no longer severely, the flow of spiritual energy within him experiencing a slight delay. All right, you lot, keep an eye on him, He Tianqi instructed those supporting his brother, then turned his gaze toward Yunqing. Quite impressive. My master provided me with a 9-turn pill for emergencies, and who would have thought it would be needed here today? He Tianqi's expression gradually darkened. In that case, you shall repay this with your life. His voice turned icy, and despite the surrounding calm, Ji Xian and the others felt a chilling aura emanating from him. That Yunqing's countenance grew grave as the sense of danger from He Tianqi intensified. At that moment, Ji Xian and the others, without uttering a word, stepped forward in unison, clearly indicating their intention to stand together. Yun Chenhong gripped his spear tightly, the azure lightning crackling with fervor, poised for action. The energy of laws flowed around Ji Xian's dagger, with spiritual energy swirling at his feet. Ji Shuer and the injured Wu Guangyao, though wielding unremarkable weapons, nonetheless radiated an indomitable spirit. Do you think to join forces against me? Unfortunately, you are not yet capable. A long sword materialized in He Tianqi's hand. Though it was not an imperial-grade divine weapon, it was laced with strands of malevolent energy, sure to possess tremendous power. Yunqing brandished his celestial slaying blade, ready to counterattack. Get back, quickly! A voice from the crowd suddenly cried out. In that instant, the onlookers grasped the implications of Yunqing's earlier attack, which had already generated a terrifying maelstrom of spiritual energy. Should these individuals strike simultaneously, it would inevitably endanger those nearby. In an instant, the crowd recoiled, creating a wide-open space in the center. Meanwhile, the companions accompanying He Tianqi also retreated with He Haoyan. They were not afraid of Yunqing's group. But the potential to inadvertently harm He Haoyan would surely invite reproach. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, with many hearts racing in their chests. Just then, He Qianqi made his move as a divine realm practitioner. His speed was astonishing. He had transcended the limits of humanity, refining his spiritual energy, physical form, and soul to their utmost extremes, merging his soul with his body to break through the shackles and enter the divine realm. This meant that his control over spiritual power and physical strength was beyond that of any who had yet to attain the divine realm. This was the very reason he felt confident in overpowering Yunqing and his companions. However, he faced Yunqing, a being who had already transcended the limits of humanity. In terms of spiritual energy, physical prowess, and soul, Yunqing had long surpassed even ordinary celestial tier and heavenly gate practitioners. He Qianqi's figure moved so swiftly that it was nearly imperceptible. And Yunqing advanced as well. Holy Step Technique. The powers of the dragon and phoenix entwined, augmenting the Holy Step Technique. The light upon the spirit boots blazed brilliantly, and Yunqing's speed surged dramatically, barely allowing him to keep pace with He Qianqi. He saw the long sword in He Qianqi's hand twist and lunge toward him. Slash. Yunqing gritted his teeth, raising the celestial slaying blade. Celestial. In order to enhance his speed, he refrained from using the Holy Step Technique to bolster his strength, lest it diminish his velocity. Blade. As the final word escaped his lips, Yunqing's physical strength erupted in full force. Within him, his soul avatar mirrored the action of wielding a blade, cleaving forward upon the arms of the soul avatar. A diminutive true phoenix and true dragon took on the form of bracelets, propelling his arms forward. Clang. The sword's blade collided violently with the descending edge of the blade. The surrounding void fractured, revealing signs of impending collapse that a terrifying shockwave coursed through Yunqing's arm. But he had no time to dwell on it. He relentlessly urged his physical limits, pushing the blade forward. However, before him, He Qianqi stood like an iron wall, resolutely countering the advance of the celestial slaying blade. Both possessed strength far beyond that of ordinary beings, and in this moment, it was unleashed in full force. The clash of blade and sword. The collision of power against power. At this juncture, Ji Xian made his move. He wielded his dagger, transforming his body into a streaking beam of light, hurtling toward He Qianqi. Yet He Qianqi easily discerned Ji Xian's intentions. With a swift gesture, he unleashed a torrent of chaotic spiritual energy, enveloping Ji Xian. Observing this, Ji Xian reversed his grip on the dagger and slashed outward. Instantly, the chaotic spiritual currents were cleaved open, allowing Ji Xian to emerge from the breach and charge toward He Qianqi once more. Retrieve. He Qianqi, noticing this, forcefully retracted his sword, attempting to retreat. That moment, the celestial slaying blade in Yunqing's hand erupted with brilliance. Its blade energy swirling fiercely, He Qianqi remained unperturbed, skillfully maneuvering his long sword, neutralizing the clash of blade and sword, and successfully retreating. Shortly thereafter, Ji Xian's dagger drew near. Umph! He Qianqi snorted coldly, sweeping his sword aside. Ji Xian felt the immense force transmitted through his dagger, causing him to veer off course. Just then, a surge of lightning and cold energy simultaneously assailed him from behind, He Qianqi unleashed a barrage of sword energy, effortlessly repelling Ji Shuer and Wu Guanyao. However, before he could regain his footing, Yunqing's celestial slaying blade surged forth once more. Chapter 41. A shift in the balance. He Qianqi sensed something amiss. Although Yunqing's combat experience was not extensive and his cultivation level relatively low, his attacks bore an unexpected efficacy. The immense power even left a divine realm practitioner like him somewhat taken aback. The blade he wielded was an incredibly sharp, imperial-grade divine weapon, and its sweeping arcs compelled He Qianqi to exert all his strength and defense. Even the slightest lapse in vigilance would unleash the blade energy upon him. Threatening his life, meanwhile, the relentless assaults from the others, though easier to counter, proved to be a persistent nuisance. Whenever He Qianqi sought to eliminate one adversary, Yunqing would swiftly intervene, thwarting his efforts. Thus, despite the relatively lower cultivation levels of those before him, they had successfully ensnared He Qianqi in a protracted struggle. The onlookers outside were equally astonished. These 5 newcomers, despite their collaborative efforts, not only managed to evade defeat at the hands of Itianchi, but also subtly began to display signs of suppressing him. The quality of this year's freshman is indeed remarkable. Even a formidable individual like Itianchi has found himself at a disadvantage. Look at those five. Although their coordination isn't particularly seamless. That young lad wielding the blade is undeniably a formidable opponent, each strike infused with an overwhelming might. Indeed, it appears that Itianchi is not only strained in dealing with the other four, but must also remain vigilant against the sneak attacks from that 10-year-old boy. That youth is armed with an imperial-grade divine weapon, and a mere touch could be catastrophic. Many spectators gradually began to discern the intense battle unfolding before them, voicing their evaluations. Although Lingyuan Continent is adjacent to Lingshu Continent and skirmishes among students of Lingshu Academy are commonplace. The magnitude of today's events is truly unprecedented. Countless individuals observe this clash with astonishment. After all, everyone present appears rather youthful, yet the power they exhibit is somewhat terrifying. Such prodigies, with Lingshu Academy enrolling nearly 10,000 every 30 years, are genuinely awe-inspiring. Some marveled at Lingshu's profound heritage, while others were wholly engrossed in the conflict at hand. The situation seemed amiss. The attacks from that 10-year-old boy compelled Itianchi to exert himself to the utmost each time. Wazati had stated that the blade was exceptionally fearsome. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that each time that boy swung his sword, Itianchi was forced to employ both hands to parry. Indeed, he is a cultivator of the divine realm, having transcended the limits of humanity. His physical strength must be formidable, so why does he struggle so against the strikes of a heaven-tier cultivator? Is it possible that this 10-year-old boy is also a divine realm cultivator? How could that be? It is unheard of for someone to enter the Heaven Gate realm at such a tender age, let alone reach the divine realm. Do you truly consider him a young emperor? However, if he is not a divine realm cultivator, could he be the spawn of a ferocious beast? How could someone possess such astonishing physical strength? In an instant, opinions began to diverge. Everyone recognized that the small figure relentlessly swinging his blade at Itianchi was indeed problematic. His physical power was terrifying. It even appeared that Itianchi relied on his divine realm strength to withstand the boy's formidable might. Cease at once. Just then, a commanding voice resounded through the heavens. The power of a sage surged through the crowd, and an overwhelming aura spread forth. The onlookers were taken aback, instinctively retreating upon hearing this call. Itianchi seemed to discern the identity of the newcomer and dared not continue his assault, opting instead to withdraw. Yun Shenhong and the others were similarly taken aback, hastily retracting their weapons and distancing themselves from Itianchi. Only Yun Qing, recognizing the voice instantly, remained unfazed. However, upon witnessing Itianchi retreat, he acted without hesitation, continuing his advance with a blade aimed forward. Itianchi was startled, nearly exclaiming in frustration, instinctively reaching for his weapon to block the attack. Boom! Itianchi's strike was effortlessly neutralized by an inexplicable force, sending him hurtling backward. Amidst the thunderous clash of laws, a graceful figure appeared between the two. Observing this, Yun Qing gritted his teeth and invoked the sacred step technique. In the span of a breath, spiritual energy entwined with the powers of dragon and phoenix around his legs, allowing him to steadfastly remain in place, while the speed of his slashing blade surged to its zenith. Subsequently, he released it. Itianchi, caught off guard by the sudden intervention of the law's power, barely had time to react before the blade, radiating a terrifying light, was upon him. Pfft. The blade struck true, piercing his shoulder and severing bone in an instant. Agonizing pain surged through Itianchi, his vision flickering as he nearly succumbed to unconsciousness. That I commanded you to stop. Did you not hear me? The voice of the Imperial Tier powerhouse resonated between them, laced with a hint of ire. Reporting to Elder Yi, my senior brother, he possesses profound cultivation, effortlessly managing both spiritual and physical strength. As I have yet to commence formal training, I am naturally somewhat sluggish. I hope Elder Yi will pardon my transgression. Yun Qing wore an innocent expression, his hands clasped behind his back in a gesture of deference. The blade that had struck Itianchi's shoulder vanished in an instant, dissolving into the void. Almost immediately, a surge of pain followed as blood gushed from the gaping wound on Itianchi's shoulder. The latter hastily mobilized his internal spiritual energy to staunch the flow of blood. The individual referred to as Elder Yi was none other than Yi Zizhu. Her countenance appeared as if veiled by a thin layer of frost, radiating an icy severity. Yet, rather than pursue Yunqing further, she turned her attention to He Tianqi, inquiring, "Who is your master?" Reporting to Elder Yi, "My master's name is Zhang Yuan." "Very well. Inform him that he is to report to me at Kongqing Mountain tomorrow to receive punishment." Yi Zizhu's tone was calm, yet her words sent beads of sweat cascading down He Tianqi's brow. He would have to inform his master of his entanglement with Yi Zizhu. Would he not be flayed alive upon his return? Suddenly, He Tianqi felt his shoulder pain lessen, and he quickly interjected, "Elder Yi, it was this fellow who injured my younger brother first." "Is that so?" Yi Zizhu's gaze flickered, her beauty unmatched, yet silence enveloped the onlookers. She turned toward He Haoyin, whose resemblance to He Tianqi made identification effortless that moment. He Haoyin, having been healed significantly by the 9 turns pill, appeared unscathed externally. "You dare deceive me." Yi Zizhu's countenance shifted dramatically. Her fury erupting without restraint, He Tianqi and his companions were instantly enveloped by an overwhelming pressure, causing several to buckle at the knees and kneel upon the ground. By heavens, Elder Yi is fearsome. Yunqing felt a mix of astonishment and amusement, chuckling inwardly at the sight of their kneeling postures. "Elder Yi, we acknowledge our mistakes. Please forgive us." Just then, He Tianqi raised his gaze and noticed the expressions of Yunqing and the others. Instantly comprehending the situation, that Yi Zizhu was here to protect them. He was no fool. He promptly voiced his contrition. Even his master, Zhang Yuan, would act deferentially in the presence of this fiery-tempered Elder Yi, let alone himself. However, Yi Zizhu ignored He Tianqi, instead turning her gaze toward Yunqing. "Yunqing, what prompted this altercation?" As Yunqing began to respond, Yi Zizhu interjected, "Regardless of the cause, students must not harm one another. You all shall spend 1 day in confinement at Kongqing Mountain." With that, she waved her sleeve, and Yunqing and the others vanished without a trace that if Zhang Yuan fails to appear tomorrow, I will personally pay him a visit. With these parting words, Yi Zizhu's figure dissipated. For a long while, He Tianqi dared not rise, his expression conflicted. Ultimately, he turned away, leading He Haoyin and the others back toward the academy. After everyone had departed, the surrounding onlookers finally regained their composure. What an outrageous favoritism. One master faces punishment while the others are confined for a day. Indeed, who has ever heard of a confinement lasting merely a day? A single day, for cultivators, is but a fleeting moment, a mere blink, and time would have already passed at this moment atop Kongqing Mountain. Yunqing and the others gradually descended. Goodness, that frightened me. I thought we would be expelled from Lingshu for this brawl. Ji Shuer exclaimed, patting her chest and sticking out her tongue. Meanwhile, Yunqing turned his gaze downward, as if he could pierce through the miles to peer directly into Lingshu Academy. What's the matter? Ji Xian noticed Yunqing's unusual demeanor and approached with concern. Yunqing smiled lightly. It's a pity that Elder Yi intervened. Otherwise, I would have surely slain He Haoyin today. You bear resentment for my interference? A chilling voice echoed, causing Yunqing and Ji Xian to shudder. They stiffly turned to see Yi Zizhu's form materializing before them. No, we dare not. We dare not. We were merely lamenting He Haoyin's fortuitous survival, having drawn Elder Yi's protection. Indeed, indeed. I, too, express my gratitude to Elder Yi. Yunqing and Ji Xian broke into a cold sweat, fearful of provoking Yi Zizhu into action that I did not save him. However, if a brawl were to result in student casualties, all of you would be expelled from the academy. Yi Zizhu's voice remained frigid. Yes, yes. Thank you, Elder Yi, for guiding us back to the right path. Yes, I also thank Elder Yi. Observing Yunqing and Ji Xian's flattery, Yi Zizhu remained expressionless, merely turning to say, You all shall serve 1 day of confinement. The day after tomorrow, accompany me to participate in the teacher selection competition. The group nodded in agreement. Yunqing, come with me. After uttering this, Yi Zizhu strode away without looking back, prompting Yunqing to hastily follow. Accompanying Yi Zizhu, Yunqing swiftly reached the mountain summit. Yunqing, do you know why I called you here? Is it regarding the teacher selection? Yunqing ventured, that Yi Zizhu nodded. Indeed, You are not foolish. Yunqing was momentarily taken aback. Surely this was something anyone could deduce. Did Yi Zizhu truly consider him dim-witted? Little did he know, such acknowledgement was a high compliment in Yi Zizhu's eyes. Had any previous student at Lingshu Academy received such praise, they would have likely wept tears of joy. After all, Yi Zizhu is notorious for her fiery temper within the Lingshu Academy. However, Yi Zizhu remained oblivious to Yunqing's thoughts and continued, "Your master, the Qinji monk, despite his cynical demeanor and morally questionable character, presents himself with an air of righteousness." Yunqing was left speechless. Did it really require such a plethora of derogatory remarks? Wasn't T1 sufficient? Yet he dared not interrupt Yi Zizhu and merely nodded, as he found her observations quite accurate. The Qinji monk appeared to be a figure of great dignity, resembling a venerable sage. Yet in private, he behaved like a debauched monk. After Yi Zizhu had expounded extensively, Yunqing finally heard the turning point. However, his cultivation is exceedingly high, with few peers in this era. When discussing contemporary figures, one rarely considers the exalted heavenly emperor, who has remained aloof from the world for 1,000,000 years without making an appearance. Is that all? Yunqing was taken aback. Was his sole merit merely his high level of cultivation? What did that even mean? Yi Zizhu, confused, replied, Never mind. With his level of cultivation, there is no one in this world who can guide you. Thus, upon entering Lingshu Academy, you need not choose a master." Then Elder Yi, "What should I do about my shortcomings in cultivation? Surely, I can't be left without guidance." Although Yunqing possessed remarkable talent, he was not naive. The wisdom of past practitioners was a priceless treasure, and while self-exploration could lead to profound insights, sometimes it merely required the guidance of others. Earlier, Yi Zizhu had gently shaken her head and stated, "You shall reside on my Kongqing Mountain from now on. Feel free to consult me with any questions you may have." Upon hearing her words, Yunqing grew even more perplexed. Was she subtly suggesting he become her disciple? "I do not take disciples in this lifetime, that if you harbor any reservations about me, you may seek counsel from others within Lingshu Academy. Even before the other elders, I still have some influence." Seemingly sensing Yunqing's doubt, Yi Zizhu calmly elucidated her point and then fell silent. Yunqing understood her intention and nodded, stating, "Then I shall not choose a master." Seeing Yunqing's declaration, Yi Zizhu said no more and departed. Shortly thereafter, a jade token appeared in Yunqing's hand. With this token, you will possess the privileges of a terrestrial-level student, allowing you to borrow the majority of the texts and techniques from the Sutra repository. As her voice faded, her figure vanished without a trace. Yunqing stood in place, wearing a perplexed expression. What exactly constitutes a terrestrial-level student? At the mountainside of Kongqing Mountain, Yunhua had reunited with Ji Xian and the others. As Yunhua curiously inquired about the events that had transpired, Yunqing returned. Ji Xian immediately approached with curiosity, asking, "So, what did Elder Yi tell you?" "It was about choosing a master, but I have decided against it." Yunqing replied with an air of calmness. Why not?" "No particular reason. I will simply reside here on Kongqing Mountain, that if you need anything, you can come find me here." After saying this, Yunqing ceased further conversation. Ji Xuan nodded and remarked, "You have your own plans. That's commendable. However, those possessing golden badges will participate in a master selection competition. Since you are not choosing a master, does that mean you will not take part in the competition?" Yunqing was taken aback, then asked, "Is there a reward for winning the competition?" "The reward is the opportunity to preferentially choose a mentor, and the competition is an individual contest, conducted in a sparring format, thus precluding team collaboration." Understanding Ji Xuan's explanation, Yunqing nodded. "Then I shall not participate." "Well, in that case, you are no longer a consideration. Others will arrive shortly. I will share some recent intel I have gathered." She and Yunhua had been collecting information about various mentors within Lingshu Academy, so she was privy to quite a bit of knowledge. However, before that, Yunqing called out to Wu Guangyao while the others departed. "Do you recognize this herb?" In front of Wu Guangyao, Yunqing produced a pitch-black plant. The leaves of the herb were wrinkled and exceedingly unsightly. Wu Guangyao was taken aback, then nodded. "This is the Tianjia flower. It is said to be a treasure that unleashes a heavenly tribulation upon blooming. Though that is merely legend," as he spoke, Wu Guangyao took the Tianjia flower from Yunqing's hand. He rubbed his withered fingers against it with some force, causing a portion of the black substance on the surface to flake off. revealing a dark red core resembling desiccated blood. Cultivating this flower is immensely challenging. It requires irrigation with the blood of ferocious beasts. However, if it blooms successfully, it offers tremendous benefits for body refinement. Doesn't it unleash a heavenly tribulation upon blooming? Must it be consumed before it flowers? No, it should be ingested at the very moment it blooms. As he spoke, a hint of astonishment crossed Wu Guangyao's gaunt features. That at the moment it blooms? Yunqing questioned, perplexed. Yes, allowing the heavenly tribulation to erupt within the body. The power of the heavenly tribulation is filled with destructive force. Thus it can obliterate the fragile parts of the flesh, allowing for regeneration and the evolution of the physical body to a terrifying degree. That is the heavenly tribulation exploding within one's body. Noticing Yunqing's skepticism, Wu Guangyao chuckled. Unbelievable, isn't it? This is something consumed by the most formidable ancient beasts. Their formidable physical strength can withstand the heavenly tribulation. Upon hearing Wu Guangyao's words, Yunqing began to grasp the concept. However, as he examined his Ming Palace, he noticed that while his dragon and phoenix primordial spirits were indeed substantial, they were far from matching the size of his own body. This indicated that the dragon and phoenix spirits required nurturing by Yunqing to an extraordinary degree before they could fully develop to the level of the Tianmen realm. All right, I understand now. Yunqing nodded, and Wu Guangyao took his leave. Yunqing contemplated for a moment, then swiftly made his way up the mountain. Chapter 43, Eavesdropping Ferocious Beast Blood. What purpose does it serve? Yi Ziju's voice was devoid of discernible emotion as she sat cross-legged atop the mountain, her eyes remaining closed. Below, Yunqing cheerfully remarked, while ferocious beasts are indeed fierce, consuming their bodily essence is akin to indulging in rare treasures. As I am on the verge of a breakthrough today, I require some for body refinement, that if Elder Yi has any surplus, I would be most grateful for a portion of the essence blood. Yi Ziju slowly opened her eyes and gazed at Yunqing below. You truly have the audacity to ask. Ferocious beast blood is not enough for you, and you desire essence blood as well. Yunqing flashed an innocent smile. With a gentle wave of her hand, Yi Ziju conjured for vials before Yunqing. These contain the blood of 4 ferocious beasts. You may take them for your use. As for ferocious beast essence blood, not even I, nor the 5 highest elders of Lingshu, could produce that. Seeing this, Yunqing promptly stowed the 4 vials into his pocket with a grin. Thank you. Elder Yi, I shall take my leave. With that, Yunqing vanished without a trace. That Yi Ziju's expression remained unchanged as she gradually closed her eyes again. This should suffice, right? Yunqing patted the soil, propping the Tianjia flower upright. He then retrieved a vial of ferocious beast blood he had just acquired from Yi Ziju and uncorked it. The blood, imbued with the power of ferocious beasts, bubbled like molten lava, and one could faintly hear the roars of the beasts. Yunqing tilted the vial, using a thread of spiritual energy to guide the ferocious beast blood, which coalesced into a small stream and flowed gently onto the top of the Tianjia flower. As the ferocious beast blood nourished the flower, the parched beast blood upon it began to dissolve, turning to fine dust that the Tianjia flower absorbed. Oddly, the ferocious beast blood could not reach the flower's roots, being absorbed midway. However, the absorption was slow. Even with several streams of beast blood, there was no increase in speed. Could it be that this flower need not be planted in soil? With this thought, Yunqing reached out and pulled the Tianjia flower from the soil. The dried beast blood at the roots had already dissolved, revealing the true form of the Tianjia flower, though it had roots and tendrils. Yunqing discerned that this flower only absorbed ferocious beast blood. Thus it did not need to be planted in soil. Subsequently, he inserted the roots of the Tianjia flower into the vial. The flower absorbed the blood too slowly. It seemed there was no need to worry about it for the time being. Yunqing found a pristine stone slab and sat cross-legged upon it. He placed the flower beside him and subsequently took out a drop of Tianbao Spirit Spring, savoring it in his mouth. Thereafter, he closed his eyes and began to reminisce about the battles of the day. The series of fierce confrontations had deepened his comprehension of his cultivation realm. His encounter with Tianqi today had proven particularly enlightening in the past, when he engaged with practitioners below the Tianmen realm. Yunqing could easily overpower them with sheer strength, often without needing to exert his full power. However, Tianqi, having stepped into the divine realm, had transcended the limitations of humanity, resulting in a significant enhancement of both his spiritual and physical prowess. Consequently, Yun Qing, whose cultivation was inferior to his opponents, had to exert his utmost effort in every move and technique. Such a level of confrontation was indeed the most beneficial for his cultivation. As Yun Qing reflected, his understanding and application of spiritual energy ascended to new heights. The Tianbao spirit spring gradually dissolved in his mouth, and the abundant spiritual energy was absorbed by him, causing his primordial spirit within the Ming Palace to expand slowly. Moonlight cascaded down, illuminating 5 individuals seated in a circle that in the realm of Lingxiu. Teachers were not classified by rank. However, the least esteemed among them required at least the Longtai realm, while the most formidable could reach the Lingxiao realm, with rumors suggesting some even attained the imperial realm. Although such claims lack substantiation, Ji Shuer paused briefly before continuing. Thus, our objective is to become disciples of several powerful Lingxiao realm masters. At that moment, Wu Guangyao interjected, "But what if those masters do not deem us worthy?" Ji Xian dismissed his concerns, asserting, "How could they possibly overlook us? Without the abnormality that is Yun Qing among us, we can surely secure first place, and then they will all seek us out as their disciples." The others chose to disregard Ji Xian's remark that it all depends on luck, but if our performance is subpar, then it is certain that no Lingxiao realm master would take an interest in us. Upon hearing this, Wu Guangyao and the others fell silent, nodding in agreement. Inwardly, they felt a tinge of envy towards Yun Qing, who had been taken as a disciple by a mighty emperor-level figure from birth, and now found himself above seeking other mentors. Across the entire Xinhuang continent, few could rival him. Noticing the somber mood among the group, Ji Shuer rapped the ground lightly and raised her voice. "Now, we must discuss the most critical matter." Everyone snapped back to attention and turned towards her. Among the Lingxiao realm masters, each had their own specialties, so you must think carefully about your choices. With that, Ji Shuer rose and began. Elder Lu on Yushuan Peak is at the saint level, specializing in combat and entering the path through killing. Though he has few disciples, each is an elite, employing a terrifying array of offensive techniques. The saint on Taicang Peak is Elder Lu, whose cultivation speed is remarkably swift, making him, aside from Elder Yi, the youngest saint in Lingxiu Academy. Lastly, there is a teacher at the Divine King level, whom we have all encountered before, Teacher He Zudao, who previously appeared at Tianlan. Divine King level? Are we not only considering teachers at the saint level? Yun Shenhong asked, somewhat perplexed. Although Divine Kings are also in the Lingxiao realm, they pale in comparison to saints and even emperors. Crossing the Tianmen and entering the Divine Realm is further divided into the Divine Path. Longtai and Lingxiao realms, each with distinct characteristics. The Divine Path is for divine generals, while Longtai denotes divine sovereigns, and upon reaching the Lingxiao realm, one becomes a ruler, known as a Divine King, among those statues in the Lingxiao realm. Breaking through 20 earns the title of saint. Breaking through 40 grants insight into the cosmos, leading to the quasi-emperor realm, and breaking through 60 elevates one to the emperor realm, thus in the eyes of the others. A teacher at the Divine King level is far inferior to an emperor, and perhaps even to a saint. Yet Ji Shuer shook her head, stating, although He Zudao is not yet a saint, he is famously known by a rather peculiar nickname, the Lazy Taoist. The Lazy Taoist? The group expressed confusion, as the title did not seem particularly flattering. That it does not imply that he is idle. Rather, his teaching methods are extraordinarily relaxed, bordering on eccentric, that he advocates for students to solidify their resolve while providing minimal guidance on cultivation, Ji Shuer explained. Strangely enough, his students consistently achieve the fastest average speed in meeting graduation standards across the entire academy. Therefore, if none of you are chosen by a saint or emperor, I suggest you consider becoming disciples of He Zudao. After Ji Shuer's clarification, the group nodded in understanding. Regarding the teacher selection competition, there is another crucial aspect to consider. The higher the cultivation level of the teacher, the stricter their requirements for character. Thus, during the selection competition, you must exercise restraint. As she spoke, everyone turned their gaze towards Ji Xian. "What are you looking at me for?" he responded. "All right, I have said all that needs to be said, that if there are no further questions, please return and contemplate which teacher you wish to choose." The group, deep in thought, departed from the scene. Not far off, behind a massive boulder, two figures emerged. That a towering man, resembling an iron tower, remarked in admiration. These individuals are truly formidable. They have even investigated which teacher to choose. What's the big deal? Can't we also make our selection after listening? Replied a petite girl, her bright eyes and radiant smile enchanting under the moonlight. The tall man remained silent, turning to leave to you. Wait for me. Which teacher should we choose? The girl's voice quickly faded into the night breeze. After their departure, a young man stepped forth, grinning. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. The things of Li Tianming are not so easily taken. Today's information shall serve as your tribute. With that, Li Tianming left. However, he had not realized that he was not the oriole, but merely a slightly larger mantis that eyed the desolate surroundings. A cold-faced youth emerged from the shadows. Elder Lu, skilled in combat. It seems I shall choose him. Xiao Ba murmured to himself, walking further into the night, accompanied by the mountain breeze that ate tea that moment. The moonlight poured down, rendering the place eerily tranquil. And at this moment, there was truly no one left. Chapter 44. The Nine-Turn Pill. Acquired on the following morning, the 10 individuals in the Tianlan Divine Kingdom who held golden badges were each engaged in their cultivation. Suddenly, a loud roar reverberated through the sky. Zhang Yuan comes to the Kongqing Mountain to accept punishment on behalf of his inferior disciple. I beseech Elder Yi to mete out the punishment. The crowd atop Kongqing Mountain looked up, witnessing a robust figure striding through the air towards the mountain. He was a rugged-looking man, broad-shouldered and rotund, with a wild beard. His oversized Taoist robe hung loosely on his frame. This man had not even reached the saint level. Yun Qin concluded immediately. Zhang Yuan, do you have any objections? At that moment, a melodious female voice resonated from the heavens. That it was Yi Ziju's voice. As she spoke, the power of the laws manifested around Zhang Yuan, constraining the very space surrounding him. Zhang Yuan's expression shifted drastically, the previous bravado dissipating instantly. Elder Yi, I have come to apologize. There is no need for you to take action. If you are here to apologize, then walk up the mountain obediently. Yi Ziju's voice seemed to emanate from all directions. And in an instant, Zhang Yuan felt the surrounding world becoming desolate. His body was involuntarily drawn downward towards the earth. In the blink of an eye, he reached the foot of the mountain that a winding path, punctuated by several flights of stairs, lay before him. Zhang Yuan's face darkened, but upon recalling Yi Ziju's status, he gritted his teeth and suppressed his displeasure. He then began to ascend the mountain step by step at Lingshu Academy. Only saints who had made exceptional contributions were granted their own mountain, which no one could tread upon lightly without invitation. This was a tremendous privilege within Lingshu. Although Zhang Yuan had taught numerous students, his own strength was merely at the divine sovereign level. Thus he could only harbor his anger internally when faced with Yi Ziju, who possessed her own mountain. With his divine sovereign strength, ascending the mountain peak would be swift, even without employing any divine abilities. Yet this was a humiliation, a warning to Zhang Yuan. That damnable He Tianqi has truly put me in a bind. Zhang Yuan cursed He Tianqi 1,000 times in his heart as he finally reached the summit. Yi Ziju was seated upon a piece of azure stone, her eyes remaining shut. Her slender figure appeared exceptionally alluring in the morning sunlight. But Zhang Yuan did not dare to raise his head. Elder Yi, Zhang Yuan comes to apologize on behalf of my disciple He Tianqi. His voice was low, devoid of any hint of disrespect. Though Yi Ziju would certainly not harm him within the confines of Lingshu Academy, provoking her would ensure that he could never dare to offend her again within the academy, among the students. There was even a saying, better to pluck the crown from the heads of the 5 sovereigns than to steal a single pearl from Kongqing. These 5 sovereigns referred to the highest authorities within Lingshu Academy. While Kongqing signified Yi Ziju's Kongqing Mountain, this illustrates how formidable Yi Ziju was in the eyes of the public. Zhang Yuan, what are the regulations within Lingshu Academy regarding conflicts between students? The voice of Yi Ziju was exceedingly calm, yet it sent a jolt of anxiety through Zhang Yuan's heart. Regulations, indeed, mandated a complete expulsion from the academy, prohibiting any employment. Those whose actions had a particularly negative impact would face severe consequences as a warning to others. If that is the case, I wonder how you typically instruct your disciples. Zhang Yuan paused, realizing that petty skirmishes were often overlooked by most. This matter, while significant, was also trivial. Yet by some unfortunate twist of fate, It had come to Yi Ziju's attention. Your disciple enrolled 30 years ago and has now entered the divine realm. Yet he dares to publicly humiliate new students that is the essence of Lingshu Academy, to bully the weak and fear the strong. Upon hearing Yi Ziju's words, Zhang Yuan immediately panicked, sensing that Yi Ziju had no intention of letting the matter slide. Elder Yi, you speak the truth. I am willing to accept punishment. Please do impose it. Zhang Yuan lowered his head, hoping Yi Ziju's reprimand would be lenient. However, upon hearing his words, Yi Ziju's expression darkened, and she retorted sharply, Zhang Yuan, do you take me for an unreasonable person? Zhang Yuan was taken aback, uncertain of Yi Ziju's true meaning. While conflicts among juniors might not be deemed grave, the fact that your disciple leveraged his status to bully others and left several new students in a state of unconsciousness is quite serious. My supply of elixirs is limited. You need only ensure their recovery. The Yi Ziju's tone suddenly softened, yet remained frigid. Injured? Those who are injured? I will certainly do my utmost to heal them. I request Elder Yi to lead the way. This matter is not difficult. I merely lack sufficient elixirs for treatment. After Yi Ziju spoke, she lapsed into silence. It was then that Zhang Yuan finally comprehended the situation. Suddenly, for words flashed through his mind. The end of the road reveals the dagger. I possess 2 spirit fungi aged 100,000 years. I wonder if that will suffice? Yi Ziju remained silent. Additionally, I have a single plant of Wanling grass. Zhang Yuan looked up to see Yi Ziju with her eyes closed, seemingly in a meditative state. He understood that she was not yet satisfied. With a determined bite of his teeth, he solemnly stated, I possess 4 nine-turn elixirs. As soon as the words left his mouth, he noticed Yi Ziju nodding in acknowledgement, saying, in that case, those individuals should regain consciousness before the master selection competition. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Yuan retrieved several items from his storage space. Having accepted my punishment, I shall return to discipline my wayward disciple. Upon receiving a slight nod from Yi Ziju, Zhang Yuan promptly turned to leave. However, even as he departed, he did not dare to utilize his divine powers but rather hurried away. Once Zhang Yuan exited Kongqing Mountain, Yi Ziju waved her hand that in an instant, Yun Qing, who had been practicing on a nearby stone, appeared before her. How did I end up here? Yun Qing was taken aback. The force of the laws had swept him away too swiftly for him to prepare. Yet upon seeing Yi Ziju, he immediately inquired, Elder Yi, what brings you to summon your disciple? Yi Ziju remained silent and gestured to the sky. The items Zhang Yuan had just presented materialized before Yun Qing. The spirit fungi and Wanling grass were renowned for their ability to nourish the body. While they may have seemed rare to some, for Yun Qing, who had been infused with the essence of the heavenly treasure spirit spring since childhood, they were quite commonplace. However, the 4 golden-hued elixirs caught his attention, as he had previously witnessed He Tianqi administering one to He Haoyan. The same He Haoyan, who had nearly met his end, had returned to vitality after consuming that very pill. Although it was the exceptional energy from the heavenly treasure spirit spring that had played a significant role, the elixir's ability to revive a dying individual in such a brief period astonished Yun Qing. In an instant, he recalled Zhang Yuan's earlier visit to atone for his actions, yet the man was nowhere to be seen. And Zhang Yuan, after all, was He Tianqi's master? As Yun Qing pondered this, Yi Ziju spoke. This was found by Zhang Yuan during his earlier ventures in ancient ruins. This elixir could save your life in a critical moment. Yun Qing smiled and accepted the offering. The Qi monk had previously mentioned that those from Lingshu Academy were foes, yet now it seemed merely slanderous. Master, you have returned. He Tianqi's voice trembled as he gazed at the furious Zhang Yuan. His heart filled with trepidation that he had always been Zhang Yuan's most favored disciple, even receiving a 9-turn elixir for protection. Yet today he sensed impending doom. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuan's other disciples stood silently by, too apprehensive to speak. Seeing He Tianqi, Zhang Yuan's anger flared, and he seized He Tianqi by the collar, scolding, What kind of misfortune did I endure in my previous life to have you provoke her? Fortunately, she only demanded treatment for those new students. Otherwise, I would have returned to ruin you. Afterward, he released He Tianqi, calming himself before continuing, At least you didn't bring shame upon me. Nearly incapacitating those new students is no small feat. A few elixirs are inconsequential. You have brought me honor. Zhang Yuan rambled on, While Yi Qianqi grew increasingly bewildered that he had gained no advantage in dealing with those new students, how could he have nearly incapacitated them? Just as he contemplated asking, the words lodged in his throat. Was he to confess that he had failed to gain the upper hand against the newcomers and had instead been wounded by a mere 10-year-old child? Though he still felt some pain in his shoulder, Yi Qianqi was acutely aware of the situation. Ultimately, he chose to remain silent. Chapter 45. The Master Selection Competition. Familiar faces. Yunqing was preoccupied with tending to the heavenly calamity flower. Though it was still far from blooming a tea present, he placed it into a second vial. Nearly 2 days had passed, and the heavenly calamity flower had only just completed absorbing the blood of the first ferocious beast. As the dried blood was consumed, the flower finally revealed its true form, a verdant bud. The vibrant green exuded life, bearing no resemblance to the death and destruction typically associated with calamity. In fact, the earlier dark appearance seemed more indicative of something that could summon a catastrophe. However, despite the fading darkness, the petals of the heavenly calamity flower remained somewhat wrinkled. After absorbing an entire vial of beast blood, they appeared slightly more plump, yet still fell short of their potential. Yunqing worried that even after exhausting all 4 vials of beast blood provided by Yi Zizhu, he might not be able to fully unfurl even a single leaf of the flower. This was indeed a costly endeavor. Yunqing could only ruefully pout. Initially, when Wu Guangyao mentioned that this flower would unleash calamity upon blooming and should be consumed at that moment, he had no intention of utilizing it. However, after Wu Guangyao remarked that this was a method employed by powerful beasts to temper their bodies, his interest was piqued. After all, he was akin to a humanoid ferocious beast. What would be a significant boon to others held negligible effects for Yunqing's physique. And the heavenly calamity flower could very well be the key to perfecting his dragon phoenix dual spirit. Yunqing carefully stowed the flower away. Just then, Yun Chenhong arrived. Qing'e, today Elder Yi is taking us to the Master Selection Competition. Will you be attending, me? Yunqing pondered for a moment before nodding. I have no pressing matters at the moment. I can go to observe. All right, good. The two then departed together. Upon reaching the mountainside, they found Ji Xian and others already gathered. Among them were also a Li, a Yu, the unfortunate Li Tianming, and the elusive Xiao Ba, who had not been seen for over 10 days. Yunqing cast a curious glance at Xiao Ba. Yun Chenhong nodded. This fellow is elusive and prefers to avoid interaction. We tend to keep our distance when speaking with him. Yunqing couldn't help but scrutinize him further. It seemed Xiao Ba sensed Yunqing's gaze and merely turned away, clutching his sword tightly. Before long, Yi Zizhu appeared. Noticing Yunqing's presence, she did not inquire further and led the group away. Saints can effortlessly tear through the void and traverse continents. So in the blink of an eye, Yi Zizhu brought everyone to a martial arts arena within Lingxiu Academy. This arena was vast, at least 10 times larger than the initial grounds used for the entrance examination. There were no fewer than 100 platforms within. Upon Yi Zizhu's arrival, numerous elders and instructors came forth to pay their respects, underscoring her esteemed position within Lingxiu. Before long, the new students bearing golden badges arrived. The Xinhuang continent boasted 3,000 divine kingdoms, many of which were occupied by ferocious beasts, rendering them forbidden zones. Among the remaining divine kingdoms, aside from a few perilous locales, the rest were inhabited by humankind. Thus, even if each divine kingdom only admitted 100 students, over 100,000 would enroll. Even the recruitment of students is an exceedingly tedious affair. Consequently, Lingxiu Academy dispatches 600 groups, each tasked with overseeing 3 to 5 divine realms, in hopes of abbreviating the enrollment process. However, each divine realm's assessment period spans 10 days, consuming nearly 2 months in total. Even at a relentless pace, coupled with travel time, the completion of a single group's recruitment easily extends to half a year. It is precisely for this reason that individuals such as Yunqing have found themselves idly waiting on Kongqing Mountain, merely biding time until everyone has gathered. The commencement of the Master Selection Competition serves as a testament. Lingxiu Academy's triennial recruitment has reached its conclusion. The throngs of over 10,000 gathered in the martial arena represent the most extraordinary young talents to emerge from the entire Xinhuang continent in the last 30 years. While some may possess lesser cultivation or lack combat experience, the possession of a golden badge signifies their exceptional nature. Naturally, there exists one exception within the Tianlan divine realm. Yunhua. The golden badge she holds was bestowed upon her by Yunqing after his victory over Sun Xing. Nonetheless, the mere fact that she is participating in the master selection competition already distinguishes her from the remaining 9,000, that holding a golden badge allows her to select a master before those with silver badges. With this thought in mind, Yunhua takes a few deep breaths and clutches her golden badge a little tighter. Though what's wrong? Feeling nervous. Yunhua turns to find Yunqing smiling at her. In response, she shakes her head with a smile. Yunqing, I will do my best. Brother Chenhong has been guiding me a lot lately, and I am confident, despite his youth. Yunqing is quite perceptive and refrains from saying more. Instead, he retrieves a small vial from within his robe. This contains a drop of Heavenly Treasure Spiritual Spring. I hope it proves useful to you. He hands the vial to Yunhua, who receives it with astonishment. Although the Yun family gained a drop of Heavenly Treasure Spiritual Spring with Yunqing's birth, she, due to her status, has never been afforded the opportunity to access it. Yet today, Yunqing has directly gifted her a drop. Go for it. Yunqing smiles, and Yunhua falls silent, simply nodding earnestly that he also wishes to give a drop to Yun Chenhong and the others. But their strength is relatively commendable, that if they were to receive the Heavenly Treasure Spiritual Spring, they might become overly reliant and fail to demonstrate their true capabilities. In contrast, Yunhua's inherent strength is lacking, and she is aware of this. Thus, this drop serves to bolster her confidence. Alas, if only I were a member of the Yun family, perhaps I could also obtain a drop of Heavenly Treasure Spiritual Spring. At that moment, Ji Xian spoke in a neutral tone, that he deliberately leaned closer to Yunqing, towering over him by half a head, and bent down. If you wish to join the Yun family, I might consider putting in a good word for you. Yunqing turned his head, regarding Ji Xian with an indifferent expression, unimpressed by his ploy. How dull. Ji Xian's countenance immediately fell as he straightened up and gazed into the distance. Subsequently, Yunqing also directed his attention towards the arena. Suddenly, he sensed a gaze upon him. Following the source of that gaze, he beheld a familiar face, a rather handsome young man whose eyes, however, brimmed with malice as they fixated on Yunqing. He Huiyan's expression is rather amusing. Yunqing remarked lightly. Upon hearing this, Yun Chenhong followed Yunqing's gaze and spotted Huiyan as well. What a pity. Otherwise, I could have dealt with that fellow back then. There's nothing to lament. He will inevitably meet his demise. Yunqing replied with an air of calmness. Yet Yun Chenhong discerned an undercurrent of something different in his tone, silently nodding in agreement. Thereafter, Yunqing turned his attention elsewhere, allowing Huiyan's scrutinizing gaze to traverse his face. After all, it was inconsequential. Soon after, Yunqing spotted another acquaintance, Han Feng, who was trailing behind Zhu Dao. Upon feeling Yunqing's gaze, he immediately beamed and waved. Yunqing acknowledged him with a nod. That fellow also a new student. Ji Xian inquired at that moment. In response to Ji Xian's question, Ji Shuai remarked, he should be like Yunqing, having already chosen a master. She gestured towards Zhu Dao beside Han Feng. That is the Zhu Dao I mentioned. If you haven't pledged allegiance to a sage yet, you should consider becoming his disciple. As the crowd continued to move about the arena, the time for the competition drew near. An even more intense battle than the entrance examination was about to unfold. Chapter 46. The commencement. In ancient times, within the Xinhuang continent, a human emperor emerged. He led the human race with unparalleled might, dominating the myriad clans on the battlefield and achieving the status of celestial emperor. Yet the human race had long languished in weakness. Even the human emperor grew strong amidst countless bloodshed and flames, gathering the fortune of humanity to produce this singular individual. More, however, faded into obscurity on the path of contention. Even with the might of the human emperor, it was impossible to govern the entire cultivation world, and thus, considerations for future generations were paramount. Hence, the human emperor, under his own name, commanded the human race to establish Lingxiu Academy. Selecting the strongest from among the celestial realm, it is said that this emperor, named Ling, buried his legacy within the academy as his lifespan waned, thus the name Lingxiu. From that point onward, Lingxiu Academy embarked on its mission to cultivate prodigies for humanity. Within Lingxiu Academy, powerful individuals also took on disciples to impart their teachings. This is the very reason countless cultivators are drawn to it. Today, nearly 1,000 geniuses are eager to showcase their talents in the master selection competition. Should they successfully become disciples of Celestial Realm experts, their future achievements could be boundless. The competition is organized based on the sequence numbers of the badges held. Those with higher numbers can challenge those with lower numbers after claiming victory. As Ji Shuer explained, the group turned their attention to the solitary figure of Xiao Ba, who, holding the 10th badge from the Tianlan Divine Realm, would face the most challenges ahead. Xiao Ba paid no heed to the gazes of the crowd, instead leaping forward with determination, ultimately landing upon a stone platform in the martial arena. "That fellow is truly cold-hearted," Wu Guangyao remarked, and Ji Xian nodded in agreement. Following this, more individuals ascended the martial arena. Yunqing observed the arena, and the competition commenced as a powerful aura descended from the sky. The spiritual energy within the arena surged with agitation. All eyes turned to Xiao Ba. Before him stood an exceptionally burly man, brandishing 2 meteor hammers, his expression radiating arrogance. "A little shrimp like this? I could probably crush several with just one hand." The giant, brimming with confidence, began to critique Xiao Ba, who appeared quite frail in stature. However, Xiao Ba remained unresponsive, merely holding his sword and gazing coldly at the man, that a chill emanated from his eyes, causing the burly man to shudder internally. None who have reached this point are fools. The giant mused, having initially sought to test Xiao Ba, only to find him unyielding. That in the past, such arrogance would have provoked someone to charge at him, and that would have been the moment to strike. But Xiao Ba remained as still as a statue, devoid of even the slightest sound. Thus, the two remained locked in a stalemate upon the stage for some time. "What is the matter? Are they going to fight or not?" A young girl's playful voice chimed in. Without needing to turn around, the crowd knew it was Ollie. Yun Shenhong, however, turned to Ollie and stated, "This Xiao Ba is quite peculiar. He typically acts in a low-key manner. I suspect that when he finally strikes, it will signify the end of the battle." "Then why hasn't he made a move yet?" Ollie queried, observing the martial arena with curiosity, while others engaged in fierce combat. Some even determining victors, these two had yet to move. Aside from the initial taunt from the burly man, there had been no further exchange between them. At this juncture, Yunqing spoke up. "He is waiting." "Waiting? For what?" "If I am not mistaken, both of them possess means of counterattacking. Hence they each desire the other to make the first move." Yunqing articulated this. Yi Zizu's gaze lingered on him momentarily. "And just how long must they wait? Are they to duel until their lifespans wane?" "That won't happen. Once someone makes a judgment, they will act." Yunqing's focus remained fixed on Xiao Ba and the burly man. The two, though drastically different in appearance, shared a common observation. Xiao Ba, despite his cold demeanor, had not averted his gaze from the burly man, while the latter, even amidst laughter and banter, kept his eyes trained on Xiao Ba. They were assessing each other, gauging each other's strengths, seeking out weaknesses. Should one discover a flaw in the opponent, they would naturally strike. However, should one misjudge, defeat would follow. Suddenly, Xiao Ba made his move. His previously upright figure swayed unexpectedly. And then it appeared as though he melded into the surrounding environment, becoming ethereal. His footsteps lightly touched the ground as he floated towards the burly man. His movements could be described as exceedingly slow. Yet the formidable giant remained ever vigilant. Step by step, Xiao Ba drew closer to the man, who tightened his grip on the iron chain connected to his meteor hammer, ready to spring into action. With a decisive step, Xiao Ba's foot struck the ground. Just a few more strides, and he would be within striking distance. However, at that moment, his body vanished and a sword thrust emerged before the burly man, who instinctively attempted to block it. Clang! How swift! Yunqing was taken aback. Just as the giant managed to deflect Xiao Ba's strike, he saw Xiao Ba draw his sword again for another thrust. A smirk crept onto the burly man's lips as the meteor hammer in his right hand sprang into motion, coiling around Xiao Ba's sword like a venomous serpent. "Now that my meteor hammer has ensnared you, prepare for defeat." In the audience, Yunqing shook his head at this unfolding scene. Xiao Ba had already won down on the arena. The giant, confident that he had deciphered Xiao Ba's strategy, was reveling in his triumph when he suddenly heard a crisp sound. Crack! The weight of the meteor hammer vanished instantly, the iron chain snapping into 2 segments, causing the weapon in his right hand to plummet to the ground. Before he could react, a cold object pressed against his neck. "You have lost." Xiao Ba materialized before him, his expression as impassive as ever, yet his eyes instilled fear in all who beheld them. The burly man's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be? My, if you had chosen to confine me, you would have triumphed, but you made the wrong choice. After uttering these words, Xiao Ba advanced the blade once more that a droplet of blood oozed from the burly man's neck, trickling down the sword's tip that I concede. Xiao Ba retracted his sword, the droplet of blood falling to the ground, that he quietly sheathed his weapon, cradling it in his embrace. The giant glanced at the severed chain in his hand, and then at the meteor hammer that lay on the ground, as if coming to an understanding before departing the stage. Meanwhile, in the audience, Wu Guangyao appeared puzzled and inquired, how did Xiao Ba win so swiftly? The opponent seemed to have the upper hand at first, yet suddenly faced defeat. No one can ensnare the assassin's blade, Yun Qing replied slowly. Even he himself, if his weapon were to be trapped by the opponent, would instinctively retreat from its edge. However, Xiao Ba chose to confront it head-on, embodying a momentum of living towards death. All matches for the 10th rank concluded shortly after Xiao Ba's victory, with some victors exiting the stage while others remained in the arena, eager to challenge further. Among the victors, 7 descended but did not leave the training ground. They aimed to continue their ascent and challenges. Chapter 47. Defeat and consecutive victories simultaneously. The 9th rank competitors began to take the stage. Yunhua, do not be anxious. Simply unleash your full potential. Yun Chenhong encouraged her, while others cast supportive glances in her direction. Yunhua solemnly nodded before leaping onto the arena. As the aura of strong contenders descended from the sky once more, the matches among the 9th rank began. Before her stood a young man, who, upon seeing Yunhua approach, earnestly clasped his fists. Please. Yunhua gently nodded, her spiritual energy gradually enveloping her feet, that a long sword materialized in her hand. While the young man remained unarmed in an instant, she moved like a phantom. The young man, recognizing the urgency, did not dare to be careless, channeling his spiritual energy and resonating with the surroundings that moment. The two clashed, their spiritual energies clashing fiercely. The spectators observed in silence. Only Yun Qing, upon witnessing their engagement, spoke up. Yunhua is likely to be defeated. Others nodded in quiet agreement. Yunhua's cultivation was merely at the pinnacle of the Ming Palace, while the young man before her had presumably stepped into the heavenly stage, possibly nearing the threshold of the heavenly gate. Ultimately, Yunhua's cultivation fell short in comparison in the face of the elite from other divine realms. She seemed somewhat lacking, as predicted. After a few exchanges, the young man discerned Yunhua's insufficient cultivation, prompting him to unleash a more ferocious assault. Boom! The young man swung his fist, which Yunhua managed to intercept. However, the overwhelming force did not dissipate, continuing to press forward. Yunhua felt as though a colossal beast was charging at her, rendering her utterly drained. The long sword slipped from her grasp, tumbling to the ground below. Yet the young man pressed on, intent on striking her from the stage. Gritting her teeth, a resolute expression adorned Yunhua's delicate features as she crossed her arms in front of her. In that instant, she felt excruciating pain coursing through her arms, the bones protesting against the immense force. The wind from the punch surged through her body, exploding behind her. Yunhua could no longer endure and gradually fell to the ground. The young man, witnessing this, hastily pulled back. Yunhua struggled to rise, yearning to continue the fight, but the agony radiating from her body made her teeth chatter. Trembling, she retrieved the heavenly treasure spiritual spring given to her by Yun Qing. Contemplating for a moment before putting it away, with a bittersweet smile, she addressed the young man, I admit defeat. Subsequently, she leaped off the stage, fully aware that the heavenly treasure spiritual spring had been intended for her survival. Even if she consumed it to recover, it would only lead to her defeat once more. The disparity in power was insurmountable. Rather than squander the precious spring, it was better to concede swiftly. Despite her deep reluctance to do so, upon exiting the arena, she walked directly towards the audience, where Yun Qing and the others silently observed her approach, not knowing how to comfort her. As Yunhua reached them, she noticed their gazes laden with unspoken sentiments. Understanding their thoughts, she paused momentarily before stepping forward with a smile, saying, I apologize for causing everyone to witness such a spectacle. Seeing her demeanor, the others refrained from further comment, except for Yun Qing, who asked, why didn't you drink the drop of heavenly treasure spiritual spring to heal your wounds? Such a precious item should be reserved for critical moments. Yunhua replied earnestly. In contrast, a peculiar expression crossed Yun Qing's face as he leaned closer to her and whispered, "Our family's heavenly treasure spiritual spring flows abundantly. Feel free to use it without hesitation." Yun Hua remained silent, neither consuming the drop of the spring nor responding to at that moment. Wu Guangyao suddenly exclaimed, "Look, Xiao Ba has taken the stage." Everyone turned to see that Xiao Ba, who had previously lingered at the edge of the training ground, had somehow positioned himself on one of the arenas, the very one where Yun Hua had just competed. The opponent on stage was none other than the young man who had just triumphed over Yun Hua. "Are you challenging me?" the young man inquired seriously. Xiao Ba pondered for a moment before finally speaking. "You won earlier without much effort. Let us exchange a few moves." "What do you mean?" the young man questioned. Perplexed, but Xiao Ba chose not to elaborate further. Reluctantly, the young man assumed his stance, solemnly declaring, pleased that as he raised his gaze, it was then that he truly beheld Xiao Ba's visage, upon locking eyes with him. The young man was momentarily taken aback. Xiao Ba's eyes were exceptionally calm, yet that tranquility bore an unsettling coldness. This coldness was neither the frenzied cruelty of a hunter eyeing his prey, nor the inescapable malice. It was simply an icy detachment, as if nothing in the world could stir his heartstrings. Regaining his composure, the young man averted his gaze and began to circulate his spiritual energy, but he clenched his fists. And with an explosive leap, he soared high into the air in an instant. His spiritual energy surged violently around him, creating a swirling vortex as he ascended. Meanwhile, Xiao Ba slowly drew his sword, his body once again appearing weightless, swaying slightly in the whirlwind of energy that surrounded him. The young man, fists poised, descended with force as Xiao Ba swung his sword. He retreated explosively. Sword energy danced, forming a deadly array around the young man. Yet he remained undeterred, charging through the sword energy toward Xiao Ba. The sword energy struck him, seemingly inflicting no pain, as his fists relentlessly pursued the enemy. But just then, Xiao Ba's form abruptly vanished. The terrifying speed re-emerged. His sword transformed into a beam of light on the battlefield, traversing the infinite space towards the young man's throat. Moving with the speed of thunder, he aimed directly for the vital point. The young man's fist halted abruptly, refusing to advance another inch. Should he take another step forward, Xiao Ba's sword would pierce his throat. The two stood locked in a tense standoff, neither making a move. "I concede." The youth slowly articulated these words, and Xiao Ba sheathed his sword, departing without a backward glance. The youth, too, said nothing and left. There exists no conflict between contests of the same rank and challenges from lower-ranked individuals to those of higher rank. The youth had already triumphed over Yun Hua, and his defeat to Xiao Ba bore no consequence on his final standing. Furthermore, in the selection competition at Lingshu Academy, it is not strictly necessary to hold a high ranking. As long as one's performance dazzles, the likelihood of attracting the attention of formidable instructors increases significantly. Ultimately, Xiao Ba found himself once again in a corner of the martial arts arena, among the 6 other victors. 2 succeeded in their challenges, while the remaining 4 exited in failure. Among the victors of the 9th rank, 5 remained standing. These 8 individuals awaited the commencement of the 8th rank competition in silence at the edge of the arena. "Ah, it's my turn now. Wait for me, for I am undoubtedly the most outstanding individual of the Tianlan Divine Kingdom." Li Tianming chuckled, striding towards the stage, ignored by the others. Yun Qing, however, kept a watchful eye on 2 individuals, the undefeated Xiao Ba and the yet-to-appear He Haoyan. Initially, Yun Qing had no intention of participating, but upon seeing He Haoyan, he reconsidered that if He Haoyan were indeed the first-ranked contender, Yun Qing felt compelled to engage him. After all, with Yi Qianqi having previously saved his life using a 9 transformation pill, he was curious how He Haoyan would respond should Yun Qing decide to make a move. Chapter 48. The elderly cultivator. The contest for the 8th rank unfolded at a lengthier pace compared to the previous 2 ranks. As one's prowess escalated, the intricacies of combat became increasingly demanding, making it challenging to determine victory with just a few moves. Of course, there were instances where battles concluded instantaneously, yet those who emerged victorious often did so by sheer happenstance in acquiring a golden badge. Otherwise, while the talents among the various divine kingdoms may differ in strength, the fluctuations in their abilities are not excessively disparate. Gradually, most of the matches for the 8th rank concluded with clear victors. However, Li Tianming seemed to be experiencing ill fortune, encountering a formidable opponent. The two engaged in a protracted duel on the stage, with considerable time expended. Yet, throughout most of the bout, Li Tianming maintained dominance over his adversary. Ultimately, however, he faltered at a critical juncture and was defeated. What the devil? That fellow has remarkably good luck. It was but a hair's breadth from my victory, Li Tianming grumbled as he returned to the sidelines. Ji Xian couldn't help but chuckle. What are you laughing at? Li Tianming glared at Ji Xian. Ji Xian, still smiling, replied, after toiling to suppress your opponent for half the day, you still ended up losing. Ha ha. Seeing Ji Xian's unending laughter, Li Tianming rolled up his sleeves, preparing to charge at him. Are you looking for a fight? What are you going to do? Can you take me on? Ji Xian shot him a sidelong glance. Producing a dagger in hand, Li Tianming swallowed hard, abruptly halting his advance. In the end, he could only curse inwardly as he retreated. Meanwhile, Xiaoba and the others in the martial arts arena also made their moves. As the 10th-ranked contender, Xiaoba needed to continually engage in challenges beyond his rank, while the first-ranked individual, even in defeat, possessed preferential rights in selecting instructors over those of lower ranks, unless someone could successfully challenge and defeat the first-ranked competitor. Naturally, the power of the Golden Badge extends beyond this, though the others remained unaware for the time being. This time, Xiaoba struck swiftly. Once his opponent made a move, he lunged forward, aiming a sword thrust at their throat. Upon surrender, he resumed his quiet stance at the edge of the arena, cradling his sword. Observing this scene, Yunqing stroked his neck. His technique seems to involve a method of initially slowing his own speed, only to accelerate instantaneously. Such speed is indeed formidable among cultivators in the Celestial Realm and the Celestial Gate. Without employing the Sacred Step technique, I doubt I could evade his lethal strike. His attacking style is relentless, each strike aimed to kill. Having witnessed 3 of Xiaoba's battles, Yunqing began to comprehend some aspects, yet he remained uncertain if Xiaoba possessed any undisclosed abilities that he lay in wait. Poised to strike at the moment a flaw was revealed, executing a rapid draw to swiftly dispatch his opponent before retreating. Xiaoba resembled a seasoned assassin, an assassin. Yunqing paused, a flicker of Xiaoba's chilling gaze flashing in his mind. He indeed harbors many secrets. While he had discerned something, Yunqing chose not to dwell further. At the very least, Xiaoba was not a visible enemy, and a basic understanding sufficed that it's my turn to enter. Wu Guangyao remarked, subsequently making his way to the stage. Within Yunqing's small circle, Wu Guangyao was arguably the least gifted, and at his age, he lacked extensive combat experience. However, he possessed numerous advantages that others did not. Not only was he well-versed and knowledgeable, but he also exhibited exceptional composure, remaining unflustered even amidst battle. Unlike Ji Xian's rapid assaults or Yun Shenhong's grand gestures, each of Wu Guangyao's strikes appeared as a probing maneuver, ultimately leading him to victory through careful evaluation. This was why Yunqing had always been inclined to support Wu Guangyao. Perhaps his cultivation level was not particularly high, but his unhurried demeanor spoke volumes. Wu Guangyao ascended to a platform, wielding a long staff. The staff, a deep earthy hue, resembled wood, adorned with intricate black patterns that exuded a menacing aura. Yet the individual grasping the staff appeared somewhat frail. In the realm of cultivation, individuals like Wu Guangyao, who maintained an elderly appearance, were exceedingly rare. He wielded the staff like an ordinary person, unassuming and discreet. Before long, an opponent ascended to the platform. This young man paused upon seeing Wu Guangyao, glancing around to confirm that this elderly cultivator was indeed his adversary. "Are you also a newcomer?" the youth inquired incredulously. The sight of this staff-bearing figure hardly aligned with the notion of new. Wu Guangyao's mouth twitched at this remark as he swept the staff horizontally before him. "Enough with the idle chatter. Let us begin. Forgive my rudeness." The youth clasped his fists in greeting before assuming a combat stance that in an instant, spiritual energy surged within him, swirling outward. The youth brandished a spear, yet unlike the long spears wielded by Yun Shenhong and Yun Longqing. This one featured dual spearheads. With a surge of energy beneath his feet, the youth lunged forward. Wu Guangyao's expression remained serene as he gripped the long staff tightly. Bang! The spear's tip lunged forward but was effortlessly blocked by the staff. Spiritual energy erupted from the point of contact, spiraling around the staff, and lunging at Wu Guangyao, that Wu Guangyao hastily retracted the staff and sidestepped the attack. However, the previously blocked spearhead continued its advance. Rising upward, Wu Guangyao relaxed his right hand, releasing the staff to stand upright, yet the staff circled around his left hand, that in an instant. Wu Guangyao's right hand deftly avoided the spear's tip and swiftly pressed down upon the staff. In that moment, spiritual energy surged into his body, causing the staff to transform into a great blade, descending with force. The youth was taken aback. Though the staff lacked a cutting edge, its overwhelming might still descended relentlessly. As he raised the spear, gripping it with both hands, a resounding clang echoed through the arena. The youth felt his footing falter, astonished by Wu Guangyao's immense physical strength, which belied his frail appearance. Yet, the youth refused to yield, bracing himself before retreating swiftly. With the spear's tip touching the ground, he drew it forward. Instantly, a torrent of spiritual energy surged upon the stage, converging towards a singular point. Wu Guangyao, perceiving this, swung the staff to counter the incoming assault. Thus, the two engaged in an exchange of blows, the dual spearheads clashing against the long staff, spiritual energy erupting violently, and their physical prowess demonstrating terrifying might. However, it appeared that Wu Guangyao's cultivation was somewhat inferior to that of his opponent, and as the battle wore on, his attacks began to lose their potency. Observing the spear thrusting towards him, Wu Guangyao bellowed, gathering every ounce of strength to meet the challenge. Spear and staff collided, the roar of spiritual energy reverberating, drawing the attention of the onlookers. Countless fissures marred the stage, debris scattered, and dust billowed into the air. Yunqing and the others looked down, witnessing the terrifying energy still pulsating, the stirred dust lingering in the air for an extended period. Finally, the commotion on the stage began to subside as the tumult of spiritual energy waned. The dust gradually settled. The gazes of the spectators shifted to the arena, where one individual lay on the ground while another stood resolute, weapon in hand. As the dust cleared, Wu Guangyao stood visible to all. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, yet his gaze remained unwavering, that he had emerged victorious in this contest. Chapter 49. The storm after the seventh-ranked individuals took their turn. Wu Guangyao chose not to continue his challenges and exited the martial arts arena. Xiaoba, meanwhile, sought out a challenger, ultimately prevailing after several exchanges. This Lingshu Academy truly abounds with prodigious talents. Wu Guangyao, slightly breathless but smiling, remarked, I nearly lost that one. Jishuan and several others hurried forward to support him. The recent fierce battle had, in truth, taken many by surprise. That it was evident to all that, at the critical moment, Wu Guangyao's spiritual energy and physical strength had waned, yet driven by sheer will, he managed to vanquish his opponent. At that moment, Yunqing produced a drop of heavenly treasure spiritual spring and gently flicked it. The essence soared towards Wu Guangyao and subsequently exploded, flooding him with an overwhelming surge of vitality and spiritual energy. His eyes widened as the injuries within him were swiftly mended, and the exhaustion from the earlier clash was replenished. Moments later, the pain dissipated, and his wounds vanished entirely. Oh no! Wu Guangyao exclaimed, rising to his feet. The crowd looked on in confusion, questioning, What is the matter? I can still fight. I shouldn't have stepped down. Wu Guangyao lamented, regret evident in his voice. The others supporting him, including Jishuan, cast him disdainful glances before turning away. The next to take the stage was the sixth contestant, a towering figure hailing from the barbarian tribe. His opponent, however, proved to be somewhat weaker, and after a few exchanges, he was swiftly thrown off the platform. Remaining in the arena, Ayu continued to challenge those above him. The fifth contestant, the barbarian girl, Li, soon demonstrated her astonishing prowess upon entering the arena. Unfortunately for her, she faced an equally formidable adversary. And after a grueling half-hour struggle, she was defeated. The young girl returned, visibly sulking, and seated herself off to the side. Ayu, still relying on his immense physical strength, triumphed over the victor of the fifth match. To Yunqing's surprise, Xiaoba, who had surged up from the 10th position, fell short against the 5th-place winner. The victor wielded an imperial-grade divine weapon, and under the influence of its law power, Xiaoba's proud assassination attempts were thwarted twice, ultimately leading to his expulsion from the arena. Next up was Jishu, Her strength had always been a mystery, one even Jishuan could not ascertain. To go for it, Sister Shui, Jishuan encouraged. Gesturing towards her, Jishu shot him a glance of disdain before gracefully vaulting over the railing. Lightly stepping through the air as she entered the arena, "Oh, what a beauty has come to grace us!" exclaimed a young man facing her, his eyes lighting up at the sight of Jishu. Clad in a sleek black outfit, though merely a girl, her figure was accentuated, and her face could only be described as stunning, easily drawing attention. "Little beauty, why don't you step down voluntarily? Otherwise, I might be heartbroken if your lovely face gets marred." The young man sheathed his sword behind his back, feigning a mournful expression that if you're truly concerned for my well-being, perhaps it would be prudent for you to concede right away. Jishua retorted, unfazed by his bravado. "That could be arranged," he replied with a mischievous grin, stepping forward and extending his hand. "Just let me touch that pretty face of yours." "Impudent." As his hand drew near, Jishua shouted, brandishing a lake-blue longsword that sliced through the air. Instantly, a chilling aura surged forth, yet the young man remained unperturbed, retracting his hand. They had anticipated her sudden attack, thus sustaining no injury. "Quite the looker, but your temper leaves much to be desired," he remarked. Casting a regretful glance at her, with a cold smirk, Jishua advanced, her sword cutting through the air in an instant. The surrounding spiritual energy seemed to freeze, countless sparkling shards materializing and descending. The young man, recognizing the threat, wielded his sword to defend. Clang. The sound of metal meeting metal resonated, followed by the crackling of ice shattering in their ears. The spiritual energy enveloping Jishua's sword had solidified into ice, fracturing under the young man's assault. However, the relentless chill clung to his sword like a relentless specter. Suddenly, a frigid sensation coursed through his hand, compelling him to fervently circulate his spiritual energy within. Blood surged and spiritual energy reached his palm, barely resisting the encroaching cold. Yet in that moment, he sensed something amiss. The surrounding spiritual energy was gravitating towards the young lady's sword. If this continued, the sword's might would only escalate. Before him, the young girl's delicate features remained unchanged. Yet the young man could not entertain any thoughts of underestimating her, instead desperately channeling his energy to combat the frigid onslaught that as their blades clashed. The sound of ice shattering echoed once more, and his internal energy dwindled further. Jishur truly possesses formidable skills. No wonder she holds the fourth badge, Yun Hong remarked in admiration, observing the unfolding scene. Yun Qing mused, her opponent has been thrown off balance. Jishur is merely at the celestial realm, yet he, despite nearing the threshold of the heavenly gate, is wholly preoccupied with countering the chill from her sword, rendering him incapable of unleashing his true potential. That sword of Sister Schwerer is forged from a fragment of an emperor's weapon, though its power pales in comparison to an imperial-grade divine weapon. The icy essence it harbors is boundless and easily summoned. Jishuan proudly asserted that that's so. A fragment of an emperor's weapon. Yunqing inquired, intrigued. Indeed, legend has it that a certain emperor, wielding the prowess of 9 lifetimes, transformed into an arrow and shot down the 9 corpses of the Golden Crow. By fortunate chance, our family acquired a shard of that very arrow, Jishuan explained. Upon hearing this, Yunqing recalled the tale of the Golden Crow tribe, where 9 formidable beings emerged on the battlefield, only to be slain by a mighty figure of the human race, their bodies becoming the 9 suns that scorched the earth. It was said that this formidable being shot down the 9 suns, averting a cataclysm. To think that this great being was an emperor. Why then did his weapon not measure up to an imperial-grade divine weapon? Yunqing pondered, perplexed. Jishuan elaborated, in truth, the sword in Sister Schwerer's possession is merely a collaborative creation of our clan's elders, lacking the infusion of law power by an imperial powerhouse. However, its durability is still quite formidable. With Jishuan's explanation, Yunqing nodded in understanding. No wonder, as the most gifted individual, Jishuan wielded an imperial-grade divine weapon, while Jishuer held a sword crafted from an emperor's material. Although the sword was commendable in its composition, its lack of law power rendered it somewhat inferior. Nevertheless, given that it was fashioned from materials once utilized by an emperor, it surely bore significance. Yun Hong spoke, a hint of envy in his tone. Just then a voice rang out, "Look, Schwerer is about to win." The group leaned forward to observe that a vast expanse of white had manifested in the vicinity of Jishuer's platform. That was the chilling influence radiating from her. Even the edges of the arena were now adorned with frost. The young man was fervently channeling his spiritual energy to stave off the cold that threatened to freeze him. Yet the efficacy was waning. The frost began to creep inward, and his efforts became increasingly arduous. Wait, I should retreat. Suddenly, realization dawned on him. He had been engaged in a contest of spiritual energy with Ji Shuer. Yet the encroaching cold had rendered him miserable, leaving him in a defensive position. In an instant, he vibrated the energy on his sword, causing the frost to cascade down, that he stepped back. Now you've come to your senses? A smile graced Ji Shuer's youthful face. Too late. With that, the lake blue longsword became enveloped in a flurry of frost, and she slowly raised her sword, invoking the family's secret technique, Heavenly Step's 1,000 movements. The signature martial art of the Jishuan clan manifested uniquely in Ji Shuer, a young girl, wielding a massive ice sword, surged forward and with a sweeping motion, struck at her opponent. The young man had no choice but to pivot and defend, channeling every ounce of energy within him. Boom! The frost spread, the clash of cold and spiritual energy igniting a terrifying storm that swept across the arena. Chapter 50. Whose turn is it to be hit? The selection competition at Lingshu Academy was underway. In the midst of the martial arts arena, the combatants suddenly felt an unbearable chill. Everyone halted, turning towards the source of the icy onslaught. Yet in an instant, they were left speechless. The spectacle before them was beyond mere shock. The white tempest dazzled their eyes, illuminated by the sunlight during the day, rendering it extraordinarily brilliant down on the platform. The storm surged, transforming everything into a layer of ice. The clash of spiritual energy and frost tore apart at the sword's edge. The ice fragments enveloping Ji Shuer's longsword shattered and fell like tiny icicles onto the ground. The young man's longsword was being overwhelmed by the massive ice sword. Though the ice sword was disintegrating, his strength was waning as well. Bang! The ice sword exploded, revealing the true form of the lake blue longsword. The two combatants seemed to strike at each other from a distance. Although the ice sword fragmented, the terrifying force it harbored had yet to dissipate. The cold enveloped the young man's entire being. Swirling around him like a relentless tide, Ji Shuer gracefully retracted her sword. The turbulent spiritual energy settling, she advanced lightly towards him. The young man maintained his defensive posture, yet behind him, a blanket of frost covered the ground. Ji Shuer approached his side, leaning in to whisper, "You seem rather lacking." With a gentle push, the young man stumbled back, the sound of metal clashing ringing out. The body, enveloped in an icy chill, was as hard as iron, the sound of it crashing to the ground resonating with a crisp clarity. Suddenly, thunderous applause erupted from the crowd. Accompanied by numerous cheers, the Ji Shuer glanced around, realizing that all the onlookers had ceased their duels, many gazing in astonishment towards her, while others called out to her. The terrifying storm from earlier had entirely captured everyone's attention. The beautiful maiden executed each move with remarkable grace, causing many hearts to shudder. Amidst the resounding cheers, Ji Shuer sheathed her sword and returned to the stands. The frigid air dissipated at that moment, allowing the young man encased in ice to gradually regain his mobility. Although he had been frozen, he could still perceive everything around him, especially the last words Ji Shuer had spoken to him, which he heard distinctly. Instantly, feelings of grievance and frustration surged within him. From the moment Ji Shuer had initiated her attack, he had remained entirely passive, unable to employ his own techniques, and had succumbed to defeat beneath the relentless cold. Yet a loss is a loss, and regardless of his reluctance to acknowledge it, it was futile. "Well done, Sister Shuer, that kid lost before he even knew what hit him," Ji Xian exclaimed, patting her shoulder, his expression one of astonishment. However, Ji Shuer's countenance shifted, and she opened her mouth to exclaim, "Wow!" Before spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, the Ji Xian was taken aback, scratching his head and remarking, "Did I exert that much force just now?" Ji Shuer shot him a glare, choosing silence as she focused on using her spiritual energy to heal herself. Although victorious, she had faced a formidable opponent, making her triumph a challenging one just then. A powerful and immense surge of spiritual energy radiated around Ji Shuer. She looked up to find Yun Qing tossing a droplet of heavenly treasure spiritual spring her way, after expressing her gratitude with a glance. Ji Shuer closed her eyes to absorb the essence of the spring. "Hey, Yun Qing, if I get hurt later, can you just toss it down to me? I still want to challenge someone stronger. Ji Xian, standing beside Yun Qing, wrapped an arm around his neck and spoke with utmost seriousness. Yun Qing, momentarily displaying an expression of disbelief, quickly replaced it with a smile and replied, "How could you possibly get hurt with your strength?" "That's true." Ji Xian immediately released Yun Qing and gazed skyward, as if harboring ambitions of invincibility. However, to others, he still appeared rather foolish. Moments later, Ji Shuer, her injuries subsiding, stood up and approached Yun Qing, softly uttering, "Thank you, Deng." Yun Qing offered no further words, looking down in contemplation. At this juncture, the fourth match was drawing to a close. Below, a Yu chose to challenge as well, succeeding after a brief exchange. Next, it was Ji Xian's turn to take the stage. He continued to gaze skyward until Ji Shuer approached and playfully punched him, prompting him to finally avert his eyes from the heavens. With confident strides, Ji Xian ascended the platform, facing a youth who appeared to be of similar age. The boy, exuding a fierce aura, directly inquired, "Hey kid, what's your name?" "Huh, I didn't call anyone." Ji Xian was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by the boy's intent. Upon hearing Ji Xian's words, the boy initially stood stunned before loudly clarifying, "I asked for your name." "Your name?" "Oh, my name. You could have said that sooner. What do you want me to call myself?" Ji Xian pointed at the youth, adopting an elder brother tone. "After all this, what are you called?" "I already told you I didn't call anyone." On the platform, the surrounding matches had already commenced, while Ji Xian and the youth were still bantering. "So you want to know my name? You tell me yours first." "I'm Hong Lai. And you?" "I won't tell you." "Are you out of your mind?" "No, you are." As Ji Xian continued his antics, Hong Lai's temper flared, and naturally, Ji Xian was equally unwilling to back down. Strangely, neither of them resorted to blows. Instead, they engaged in a spirited exchange of words on the platform. The spectators, initially focused on their own bouts, were left dumbfounded by the peculiar atmosphere surrounding Ji Xian and Hong Lai. Even others began to take notice of the odd dynamics on this particular stage. The two youths' heated rhetoric suggested an intense rivalry, yet they did not engage in combat. Mere verbal sparring seemed insufficient. Observing this scene, many teachers in the stands began to murmur among themselves, astonished by the unprecedented display. "I've seen battles that lasted 3 days ending in a draw, and others who were defeated in a single strike, but this is my first time witnessing such a contest of words without any actual fighting. Could it be that these two are simply cowardly?" They speculated whether the two were attempting to exhaust each other with insults that Ji Xian and Hong Lai showed no inclination to engage physically, merely continuing their verbal assaults. Even Ji Shuer could not bear to watch, turning away to sit in a corner, embarrassed at being associated with Ji Xian. Yet Yun Qinghong watched with great interest. Remarking to Yun Qing, "Ji Xian is quite amusing. He shows no shame on this platform. Even more intriguing is his opponent. They seem evenly matched," Wu Guangyao chimed in. The two continued their banter, nodding in agreement with each other. From the stubbornness displayed by both, it was clear that while others were testing their strength, these two were competing to see who could endure the most punishment. For a full half hour, Ji Xian's platform remained devoid of actual combat, merely an unconventional contest of wills. Thankfully, they were both cultivators. Had they been ordinary individuals, they would have needed to pause for breath. Just like during Ji Shuer's match, many nearby battles had come to a standstill, leaving spectators wide-eyed at the spectacle. Some cultivators nodded along as if they were learning from the exchange. Though both hailed from the Ji family, their methods differed, yet they managed to attract considerable attention in this martial arena, leaving one to wonder if it was a form of unspoken synergy. Just as Ji Xian was getting carried away, eager to engage in a battle of wits with Hong Lai, a thunderous voice suddenly erupted from the heavens. "Ji Xian, are you done yet? Hurry up and fight." There stood Ji Shuer, who had previously captivated countless onlookers, now visibly furious atop the railing that Ji Xian froze. Before he could fathom the reason behind Ji Shuer's ire, he heard Hong Lai burst into laughter. "So your name is Ji Xian. You think you're something, huh?" Ji Xian retorted, displeased, unsure why this fellow was so fixated on learning his name. That moment, Hong Lai ceased laughing, placing one hand on his hip and pointing at Ji Xian, declaring, "Ji Xian, today you shall become my defeated opponent." The arena fell silent. After a prolonged bickering over a name, did Hong Lai truly say such a thing? Chapter 51. word warfare after a lengthy half-hour of verbal sparring. The contest concluded with Ji Shuai revealing Ji Xian's true name, drawing the curtain on their exchange of insults at this juncture. Both young men grew serious. Hong Lai retrieved a pair of battle axes from behind him, while Ji Xian gripped a dagger in his hand. Upon seeing the flowing energy emanating from Ji Xian's dagger, Hong Lai's expression darkened, but he glanced at the axes in his hands, a flicker of anger crossing his gaze. That Ji Xian sensed the fury in Hong Lai's eyes, but found it somewhat perplexing. "You actually possess an imperial-grade divine weapon," Hong Lai exclaimed, his voice ringing out as he summoned his spiritual energy. The axes blazed with divine radiance, and Hong Lai moved with lightning speed, closing the distance to Ji Xian in an instant. "This is outrageous," he bellowed, channeling his physical strength into the axes and delivering a powerful strike to Ji Xian. Seeing this, swiftly dodged aside. Boom! The energy from the axe surged forth, missing Ji Xian and leaving a deep crater in the platform. Simultaneously, Ji Xian launched a counterattack, executing the skyward 1,000 steps. The Ji family's signature movement technique manifested once more in the martial arena. However, Ji Xian's talent and cultivation surpassed even Ji Shuai's, rendering his execution even more formidable. Afterimages trailed behind him as his dagger seemed to possess a will of its own, propelling him forward with relentless momentum. The surrounding void shattered under his rapid movement, producing a cacophony of explosive sounds. Among the audience, Yun Qing was momentarily taken aback that Ji Xian has broken through again. His speed now exceeds that of when we battled, and he can shatter the surrounding void merely by moving. It seems the nurturing from the heavenly tribulation flower and his combat insights must accelerate. Though Yun Qing felt confident in overpowering Ji Xian now, he still disliked the sensation of being pursued. On the platform, Ji Xian's swiftness astonished even Hong Lai. He swiftly wielded his dual axes, attempting to counter Ji Xian's relentless assault. "Why are you so fast?" he exclaimed, still preoccupied with evading Ji Xian's strikes. Although Ji Xian was tempted to retort, he refrained, remembering Ji Shuai's earlier anger. Clang, clang, clang. The air was filled with the incessant sounds of clashing, as Ji Xian continuously wielded his dagger, his movements so swift that only afterimages remained. Yet every one of his attacks was deftly parried by Hong Lai's dual axes, resulting in a stalemate. It appeared that Hong Lai's agility was commendable, barely keeping pace with Ji Xian's remarkable speed. Yun Qing astutely observed this, prompting a look of confusion to cross Wu Guangyao's face. Could it be that Ji Xian is on the verge of losing? Yun Qing shook his head, offering an explanation. Not at all. While Hong Lai possesses likely the highest cultivation level in their realm, he lacks practical combat experience. As he spoke, he gestured towards the arena, noting that Hong Lai's defenses, though seemingly robust, were riddled with flaws. That Ji Xian was merely leveraging his speed to draw Hong Lai into a state of perpetual exhaustion. That if Hong Lai relied solely on his current tactics, it wouldn't be long before Ji Xian secured victory. At that moment, Hong Lai was relentlessly blocking attacks from all directions. Despite matching Ji Xian's speed, he could only manage to deflect Ji Xian's strikes, leaving him no time for a counterattack. "Damn it. Just wait," Hong Lai shouted, frustration evident in his voice. Each time he successfully parried an attack, Ji Xian felt a flicker of irritation rising within him. "What's this? Why has Ji Xian stopped?" Yun Qing suddenly remarked from the spectator stands, drawing the attention of those around him, who were puzzled. Having gained the upper hand, it seemed illogical for Ji Xian to cease his onslaught. Just as the crowd's curiosity peaked, Ji Xian's voice rang out from the arena. "Hey, are you annoying me? If we're going to fight, just fight. Stop your incessant chatter." This declaration plunged the arena into silence once more. The spectators had just managed to restrain Ji Xian's sister, Ji Shuai, who was ready to throttle him, when Hong Lai retorted, "What business is it of yours? Are you out of your mind? You re the one who is insane." The two resumed their verbal sparring. Yun Qing's lips curled into a smirk as he quietly suggested to Yun Shinhong, "Perhaps we should let Ji Shuai deal with him. This is quite the embarrassment for our Tianlan Divine Kingdom." Yun Shinhong turned away, unable to bear the sight. Fortunately, Ji Xian and Hong Lai's exchange of insults ceased after a brief duration. Otherwise, they might have created a legendary tale within the Lingxiu. Although perhaps it was already a legend in the making. Once again, it was Hong Lai who initiated the attack. Unlike his previous onslaught, he charged towards Ji Xian, but at the moment Ji Xian countered. He infused spiritual energy into his axes, bringing them down forcefully onto the ground. Boom! The spiritual energy surged into the arena, sending countless fragments soaring as the ground began to collapse. Amidst the chaotic eruptions of spiritual energy, the arena transformed into a pockmarked landscape littered with debris. Yet, Hong Lai did not relent. He continuously raised his axes to strike the ground. Quite a clever maneuver, albeit somewhat clumsy, Yunqing acknowledged, nodding in recognition. When speed fails, one must seal off the opponent's avenues of movement. As the ground erupted with spiritual blasts, Ji Xian was compelled to move. Each step he took risked triggering a terrifying explosion, with the attacks originating from beneath the surface, rendering them nearly unavoidable. Ji Xian exerted himself, leaping into the air. Though Hong Lai remained grounded, Ji Xian could evade the assaults of spiritual energy from above. He planned to strike once Hong Lai's energy waned. "Why are you up there? Come down. You think you're so tough up there? Come down, you come up." Predictably, the two resumed their verbal duel, one looking down from above and the other standing amidst the explosive chaos below. Their eyes locked, both bore expressions of disdain. Yet, an even greater disdain gathered upon them from onlookers. Rather than engaging in physical combat, those two seemed to prefer a war of words. One commented that a war of words. "Have you ever witnessed such a disgraceful display? It should be called a battle of wits. Indeed, a battle of wits. If these two were to attain enlightenment, it would surely be through their tongues." While those at a distance merely listened, intrigued despite their disdain, those closer felt the incessant bickering pierce their ears like an annoying melody, igniting a growing irritation. Had it not been for the stipulation that descending the arena would mean conceding defeat, many might have rushed forth to silence the two. As the two engaged in yet another round of stalemate, a sudden thunderous sound resonated from the sky. The void shattered. A supreme aura surged forth. And the force of the laws pulsed that a figure enveloped in radiant light appeared above the martial stage. A sovereign-level powerhouse. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. This sovereign-level figure must have originated from within the Lingxiu. But the reason for their appearance before the selection match concluded remained a mystery. The divine presence spoke amidst the blinding brilliance. "You two, cease your prattling and swiftly conclude this match. Should you continue your chatter, your golden badges shall be revoked." With that, the sovereign's figure vanished, and the laws of power that had descended upon them receded. The audience was momentarily stunned, but applause soon erupted. They've driven even a sovereign-level powerhouse to intervene. These two are utterly outrageous. If word of this spreads, our Lingxiu Academy's reputation will be tarnished. Indeed, where is the decorum in throwing a tantrum and hurling insults? The spectators in the stands and on the arena clapped and cheered, while Ji Xian and Hong Lai wore expressions of discontent. However, with the sovereign's edict issued, they had no choice but to fall silent. Losing their hard-earned golden badges would be an unbearable loss. In the heavens above, Ji Xian unsheathed his dagger. Initially, he contemplated declaring, "Your demise is imminent," but reconsidered, opting for silence. Infusing spiritual energy, the power of the heaven stage surged within him, subsequently channeling into the dagger. The sovereign-grade weapon shimmered as though infused with sentience. The Ji Xian then reversed his grip on the dagger, pulling it back before unleashing a strike. Heaven-splitting 1,000 strikes. In an instant, his figure transformed into a cascade of light, the dagger becoming the sharpest weapon within this realm, slicing through the onslaught of spiritual energy. Crack! The tumult of spiritual energy upon the arena ceased. With Ji Xian's decisive move, he dove from the heavens, targeting the arena where spiritual energy detonations had previously erupted. Victory or defeat hinged upon this singular strike. As he descended, Hong Lai raised his axes to defend, but the terrifying might of Ji Xian's physical prowess and spiritual energy erupted forth from the dagger. Even the mere axes, which were mundane weapons, shattered under the immense impact. The dagger's brilliance remained undiminished as it lunged towards Hong Lai, growing ever larger in his sight until it finally halted. The dagger delicately tapped the tip of Hong Lai's nose, emanating a terrifying aura of spiritual energy. With the surrounding spiritual energy settling, the outcome of this contest had been determined, a TO win with a single strike after wasting so much time beforehand. Yunqing Hong remarked on Ji Xian's performance, his tone revealing a hint of surprise at the ease of Ji Xian's victory. Yet, Yunqing was entirely unfazed, for had he not made his appearance, Ji Xian would undoubtedly have been recognized as the most gifted individual within the Tianlan Divine Kingdom, potentially rivaling Sun Xing, who had been defeated by Yunqing for the top position. However, while Sun Xing was already over 30 years of age, Ji Xian was merely 15, but their strengths were comparable. Thus, Ji Xian was indisputably the foremost contender. Regrettably, his presence had led many to underestimate him. In truth, Ji Xian would only face genuine pressure when confronting the champions of other divine kingdoms, for each would produce their own prodigy. Many others, such as Han Feng, the top contender from the Jin Huan Divine Kingdom, were likely slightly inferior in strength to Ji Xian. Yet, Yunqing's emergence had skewed everyone's judgments, though the others were oblivious. Yunqing understood fully. Hence, he was not surprised at Ji Xian's effortless triumph on the arena. As the victor was established, Ji Xian's form gradually descended, just as his dagger moved away from Hong Lai's nose. Hong Lai shouted indignantly, "You wield a sovereign-grade weapon to defeat me. How shameless can you be?" Whoosh! The dagger instantly returned to its prior position. Hong Lai attempted to voice further objections, but the dagger quivered slightly, resembling a predator poised to strike. Ultimately, he refrained from uttering another word, slowly retreating in frustration before exiting the stage. Meanwhile, Ji Xian, with a nonchalant air, sheathed his dagger and turned to depart from the martial arena's edge. He was determined to continue challenging higher ranks, for a third-place standing was far too low for his aspirations. Subsequently, challengers began to ascend the stage, including IU, yet most contenders soon found themselves defeated. After all, the closer one drew to the top position, the fiercer the competition became. Unlike the ranks further down, where disparities in strength were more pronounced, the contenders at the forefront were increasingly formidable. If one truly possessed strength, none would willingly concede their positions. This reality ensured that as one advanced, the caliber of these talented individuals only grew stronger. Within the divine realm of Tianlan, had it not been for Yunqing's presence, it is likely that Yunshenhong would have been suppressed by Ji Xian. Now, the time has come for Yunshenhong to take the stage. After exchanging a few brief words, Yunshenhong leaped gracefully onto the platform. At that moment, He Haoyin, whom Yunqing had been closely observing, also made his move that a sinister smile crept across his lips as he somersaulted into the martial arena. The injuries he sustained from Yunqing's blow a few days prior had seemingly healed completely. He landed firmly on a section of the platform, while Yunshenhong, already present, furrowed his brow. It was evident that the opponent had come seeking trouble. In the stands, Ji Shuer clenched her fists at this unfolding scene. While Yunqing maintained an expression devoid of emotion, He Haoyin raised his hand and made a throat-slitting gesture towards Yunshenhong, subsequently casting a cold, piercing gaze at Yunqing. A blatant provocation, however, for one who had tasted defeat. Yunqing's composure remained unshaken. It was merely a matter of finding the right opportunity to deal with He Haoyin. It would not pose a significant challenge that Yunqing's curiosity was piqued regarding the circumstances surrounding He Haoyin's divine realm. He Haoyin's prowess was on par with Ji Xian's, indicating a considerable talent, yet he ranked only second. This suggested that the standards of that realm were indeed quite high. Yunqing mused. Meanwhile, on the platform, He Haoyin, noticing Yunqing's tranquil demeanor as if he were being disregarded, felt a surge of humiliation. That moment, Yunshenhong spoke up. "Do not look. You are unworthy to be his opponent." He Haoyin's eyes turned venomous as he slowly turned to Yunshenhong and retorted, "What if I were to kill you? Do you think you would intervene?" With that, He Haoyin licked his lips, feeling a tumult of emotions within him, a frenzied desire to eradicate the person before him. The memory of being severely injured by Yunqing's punch on the street just days ago lingered vividly, accompanied by the mocking laughter of bystanders. Throughout his life, he had never endured such humiliation. Even He Tianqi's intervention had failed to avenge him. "He Tianqi, you worthless fool!" The thought ignited a fiery rage within. He Tianqi, his half-brother, had consistently outshone him, and had it not been for the noble status of their mother, he would have been the subject of ridicule within the He family. After being publicly beaten and left severely injured, He Tianqi had not even managed to eliminate Yunqing. Ultimately, it seemed the responsibility of avenging himself rested solely on his shoulders. Although Yunshenhong appeared calm on the surface, a thread of anxiety began to stir within him. His innate talent was not particularly high, rendering him incomparable to figures like Yin Qing and Ji Xian. Had it not been for Yunlong City teaching him the art of spearsmanship and guiding his cultivation, he might not have broken through to the celestial stage at the tender age of 19. As his combat experience grew, Yan Chenhong increasingly recognized Yunqing's extraordinary abilities. Regardless of the enemy he faced, Yunqing possessed both the courage and strength to combat them. With Yunqing by his side, Yan Chenhong felt emboldened. Nearly a month had passed since the commencement of their assessment, during which Yan Chenhong had advanced from the early to the mid-celestial stage. While his innate talent might pale in comparison to that of Yunqing and other prodigies, his progress was commendable. With a long spear in hand, azure lightning crackled around it, a testament to the teachings he had received at the age of 9 from Yunlong City. The Azure Thunder Overlord technique was unparalleled. Though it bore the risk of harming oneself, the path of cultivation was inherently defiant against the heavens that Dou dare to learn. Yunlong City had posed this question to him, understanding his limited potential. Yan Chenhong had resolutely replied, "I dare to learn." In that moment, he realized that despite lacking remarkable talent, he was not entirely forsaken by the world. Even the extraordinary figures of Yunlong City had never looked down upon him. Yunqing's talent was unprecedented, yet he still referred to him as Brother Chenhong. Thus, Yan Chenhong was determined not to lag behind. Gripping his spear tightly, the thunder roared around him. Facing him, He Haoyan unfurled his folding fan. The power of the laws swirling about them, as spiritual energy coalesced around the 2.1 was unwilling to be compared, while the other refused to be ordinary. Two individuals striving to prove themselves. Converging at this moment. Chapter 53. Yan Chenhong versus He Haoyan. Yan Chenhong and He Haoyan stood facing each other, their gazes locked, one filled with confidence, the other brimming with malice and rage. The atmosphere thickened as their auras surged. Yet it was evident that Yan Chenhong's cultivation was inferior to that of He Haoyan. The spiritual energy they amassed swirled violently around them. However, in the presence of the second-ranked individual from a divine realm, Yan Chenhong's mid-celestial stage strength was somewhat lacking. Boom, bang. Yan Chenhong remained still, but behind him, the lightning erupted, producing a resounding crackle in the void. Observing this, He Haoyan snapped his fan shut, the spiritual energy coiling around him. Before flinging it open once more, a fierce tiger materialized, seemingly poised to pounce forth from the fan. At that moment, Yan Chenhong sprang into action. The spear's tip swept from in front of him to behind, azure lightning igniting the ground in a shower of shattered stones. The terrifying might of the lightning left countless spectators in awe. Subsequently, He Haoyan waved his fan, the tiger lunging forward, while Yan Chenhong met its charge with a thrust of his spear. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the previously tranquil platform erupted in a cacophony of thunder, azure lightning and yellow debris scattering in all directions, spiritual energy colliding chaotically, impacting the tiger's form. Yet the tiger, seemingly impervious to pain, continued its relentless charge towards Yan Chenhong. Simultaneously, He Haoyan followed closely, his figure flickering, revealing his murderous intent. Roar! The tiger bared its jaws, but Yan Chenhong's expression remained unperturbed as he aimed his spear, entwined with azure lightning, directly at the beast's throat. The momentum was unstoppable. Splatter. Blood sprayed forth, but what fell to the ground was black ink. The tiger's head was pierced by Yan Chenhong's spear, yet it did not falter or retreat, continuing its desperate attempt to bite him. Just then, He Haoyan arrived, wielding his fan like a sharp blade, aiming a swift strike towards Yan Chenhong's right side. Get lost! Yan Chenhong bellowed, as the azure lightning on his spear erupted with fury, exploding violently. Instantly, black ink splattered everywhere. The fearsome azure lightning obliterated the fearsome tiger into fragments. Yan Chenhong withdrew his spear, pivoting to block He Haoyan's fan. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resonated as Yan Chenhong felt a jolt in his hand. The force transmitted from the fan nearly caused him to lose grip. Without having reached the Heavenly Gate realm, Yan Chenhong's physical strength was significantly inferior to He Haoyan's. Nevertheless, he managed to deflect He Haoyan's strike. In an instant, azure lightning coalesced on the spear, transforming into a streak of light that surged towards He Haoyan. Observing this, He Haoyan retreated several paces, his fan opening wide as the terrifying azure light collided with its surface. The light erupted once more, the tremendous force sending He Haoyan stumbling back a few steps. Yet that was all. His physical strength far surpassed Yun Shenhong's, allowing him to withstand the attack with ease. The fan closed again, then opened anew, revealing a different scene. A flower began to bloom slowly on its surface. The flower species was unrecognizable, yet its petals shimmered with a silvery sheen, reminiscent of some divine weapon. With a swift flick of his fan, He Haoyin unleashed the flower, which burst forth in an instant. Buzz, buzz, a constant vibration emanated from the flower. Yun Shenhong squinted, only then realizing that the flower was spinning uncontrollably. Its speed so rapid that it was nearly indiscernible to the naked eye. Even Yun Shenhong only recognized this after feeling the fluctuations of spiritual energy surrounding the flower. The spectators in the stands remained oblivious. How did that fellow conjure a flower from his fan? Wu Guangyao squinted, attempting to discern the flower's peculiarities, yet he saw nothing out of the ordinary. The only oddity was the silvery sheen upon the petals. Yunqing also focused intently, but the flower's velocity was too swift and the distance too great to perceive the fluctuations of spiritual energy, rendering him unable to distinguish its nature. Unlike the conjured tiger. This time, it was He Haoyin who made the first move that he snapped his fan shut, spiritual energy surging beneath his feet, his speed instantly accelerating. Behind him, the conjured flower began to exude spiritual energy. Following closely in He Haoyin's wake, He Haoyin's speed was astonishing. Yun Shenhong struggled to keep pace, yet he could clearly see the flower trailing him, swaying in the air but relentlessly pursuing him. He Haoyin's eyes gleamed with ruthless intent. The closed fan wielded like a blade, aimed directly at Yun Shenhong. Die! Seeing this, Yun Shenhong dared not hesitate, thrusting his spear forward. Clang! He Haoyin's strike met the spear once more. However, the spear was not limited to thrusting alone. It possessed another technique. With both hands gripping the spear, Yun Shenhong kept his left hand steady while forcefully pressing downward. All his strength converged and erupted as he lifted the spear upward in an instant. The azure lightning coursing along the spear surged upwards. He Haoyin sought to open his fan to defend, but the spear continued its upward trajectory, leaving him no time to react. Boom! The azure thunder, ignited by ethereal flames, swiftly enveloped He Haoyin's body, consuming him in an instant. Yun Shenhong's face lit up with joy, but suddenly, an ominous sense of danger flashed through his mind as he perceived something racing past him at breakneck speed. Had it not been for his quick reflexes, his skull would have been shattered by that object. Nonetheless, the spiritual wind generated by its passage still left a crimson streak across Yun Shenhong's face. Turning to glance behind him, he saw the flowers conjured by He Haoyin slowing down before they soared back towards him. The rapid rotation of those flowers brought with it tremendous lethality. Meanwhile, He Haoyin's assault completely captured Yun Shenhong's attention. At that moment, a thunderous explosion erupted from behind. The azure thunder on He Haoyin's body detonated, yet wielding an imperial-grade divine weapon, he effortlessly deflected its force. Although his garments were singed, a sly smile crept upon He Haoyin's lips. Soon after, ethereal energy surged into his feet, once more dead on the other side. The flower accelerated towards Yun Shenhong, dead in an instant. Both the flower and He Haoyin erupted into a fierce onslaught. This time, there would be no escape. In a fleeting moment, both the flower and He Haoyin stood before Yun Shenhong, their attacks converging simultaneously. Regardless of the source, Yun Shenhong could not withstand either. The overwhelming speed left him unable to evade. In that moment, he grasped the gravity of his predicament. Yet, with no time for contemplation, Yun Shenhong twirled his spear, unleashing the azure thunder behind him. He aimed his spear diagonally at the front, hoping to momentarily halt He Haoyin with the force of thunder before dealing with the terrifying flower. However, the disparity in their cultivation levels rendered him incapable of being distracted. Clang! The spear collided with the illusory flower. The violently spinning flower generated immense impact, pushing Yun Shenhong backward. Behind him, the threat loomed larger. The thunder posed no hindrance to He Haoyin, who struck down with his fan, his ethereal energy slicing towards Yun Shenhong's back. Splatter! A long arc of blood erupted, and Yun Shenhong felt an excruciating pain searing through him. At last, he managed to fend off the flower's tremendous force, halting his retreat. The ominous flower was sent flying backward, only to slowly turn around not far away. Meanwhile, having landed a blow, He Haoyin retreated once more. A cruel smile gracing his lips. Chapter 54. The indomitable will pat, pat, pat. Blood dripped onto the arena, the sound soft yet distinctly audible to Yun Shinhong. Although the arena lay pockmarked from the earlier thunderous devastation, the splatter of blood striking the ground resonated clearly, as if mocking some unseen source that I in the stands. Yun Qing clenched his fists tightly. Yun Shinhong's cultivation resided only in the mid-stage of the celestial realm, while He Haoyan was at least in the late stage. The disparity in their strength was palpable. Others fell silent, their eyes aflame with fury. Once again, it was He Haoyan. Ji Shuer and Yun Hua's disdain for this debauched scoundrel was evident. On the arena, the pain in Yun Shinhong's back intensified, a deep gash exposing bone. The ethereal energy within him surged chaotically, striving to mend the wound. Yet, He Haoyan had no intention of granting him that opportunity. Mere moments later, He Haoyan was on the move again. To Yun Shinhong, his speed was blinding. Not only was he injured, but he also had to fend off attacks from both sides. The Imperial-grade divine weapon bolstered He Haoyan, rendering the situation lethal for Yun Shinhong. The blood flowing from his back began to diminish. Yet He Haoyan's assault arrived before him once more. Buzz! A vibrating sound accompanied by the rush of wind reached Yun Shinhong's ears. He need not turn around to know that the flower was charging at him with terrifying velocity. There was no avenue for avoidance, no means of escape, in contrast to his previous choice. Yun Shinhong resolved to confront He Haoyan first. Should he succeed in repelling He Haoyan in the heat of battle, he would then have the energy to deal with the flower, which only pursued in a straight line. The power of thunder coalesced instantaneously. Yun Shinhong, at the mid-stage of the celestial realm, summoned his might to the fullest. He thrust his spear forward. He Haoyan's scheming smile reappeared as he opened his fan, the power of the laws swirling around him. The thunder could not penetrate the defenses of the fan, and even the spear tip that Yun Shinhong desperately thrust forth could not advance an inch against its surface. The Imperial-grade divine weapon was unyielding. At that moment, the sound of slaughter and assault resonated clearly in Yun Shinhong's ears. Buzz! Then a wave of agonizing pain struck him. Splatter! Blood sprayed forth as the flower, sharp as a blade, collided with Yun Shinhong's shoulder. Darkness enveloped his vision, yet he endured the horrific sensation of tearing. The scapula was severed under the flower's relentless slicing, and Yun Shinhong felt himself losing control of his left arm. Bang! The flower unleashed an ethereal explosion upon Yun Shinhong, propelling his body forward. The spear, resting on the fan, tilted, and Yun Shinhong was hurled away. Clang, thud, thud, thud. The spear bounced several times upon the arena, producing a clear sound. Yun Shinhong lay face down, blood flowing profusely from his shoulder. The scene fell into a hushed silence. Witnessing the horrific wound on his back, many felt a chill within. Ha ha ha! If you don't concede soon, I shall continue my onslaught. He Haoyan cackled, reveling in his triumph, but he envisioned the day he was bested by Yun Qing on the streets. However, that day, the spectators had largely been outsiders. Today, they were all the elite among the new students of Lingshu Academy. He intended to demonstrate to everyone that the He family had another prodigy. He Qianqi could not compare. Though he had not brought Yun Qing to his knees, this fellow was clearly of the same ilk. And Yun Qing would inevitably become his defeated opponent. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in He Haoyan's eyes. He yearned to render Yun Shinhong a cripple, ensuring he would forever regret provoking him. With that thought, He Haoyan turned his gaze to Yun Shinhong, who lay on the ground, blood seeping from his wounds, appearing utterly devoid of combat capability. Typically, such a scenario would lead to an automatic determination of victory. The victor would depart, while the vanquished would not dare to speak defiantly. Yet, He Haoyan had no intention of leaving the arena. He strode forward with purpose, prepared to inflict further suffering upon Yun Shinhong. Hey, Yun Shinhong, why are you lying there? Get up! At that moment, a youthful voice echoed from the corner of the training ground. He Haoyan turned to see Ji Xian watching him coldly, his eyes seemingly laced with a hint of menace. Your turn will come soon. He Haoyan paid no heed to Ji Xian, continuing his advance toward Yun Shinhong. However, at that moment, Yun Shinhong stirred, his head slowly turned, the effort arduous due to his prone position. Yet he was resolute in his determination that he fixed his gaze upon He Haoyan, blood trickling from his mouth and nose, yet his eyes burned with madness, devoid of any trace of pain or fear. He Haoyan was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter, saying, "What, do you wish to watch me kill you?" As he spoke, he quickly approached Yun Shenhong. Bang! He violently kicked Yun Shenhong, propelling him into the air. Yet, he did not land outside the arena. Instead, Yun Shenhong rolled several times on the ground before coming to a halt. The blood trailing from his back left a long crimson streak. Nevertheless, Yun Shenhong uttered not a sound. He grasped the ground with his right arm, slowly exerting force that in an instant, the veins in his right arm bulged, and he unsteadily rose to his feet. "Indeed, standing is more suitable for me to strike you. You truly are obedient." He Haoyan expressed his satisfaction, waving his hand as the flower surged once more toward Yun Shenhong. Simultaneously, he advanced to attack Yun Shenhong. Standing his ground, Yun Shenhong found his left arm rendered useless. Yet his right arm remained functional. Swiftly, his right hand swept through the air, and with a thunderous roar, the spear flew into his grasp in that moment. As he secured the spear, Yun Shenhong turned, clang, with only his right hand available for exertion. Yun Shenhong thrust the spear into the ground, the flower colliding violently against the shaft. However, He Haoyan was also upon him. The fan, wielding terrifying physical force, struck Yun Shenhong with tremendous impact. In that instant, a cacophony of anguish flooded Yun Shenhong's mind. He Haoyan's formidable strength transmitted through the fan, exacerbating the wounds upon Yun Shenhong's body. The flower retreated, and He Haoyan likewise withdrew. Yet again, Yun Shenhong's body suffered grievous injury. This time, even his right hand, which clutched the spear, began to tremble. Nonetheless, he did not fall. The spear propped him up. In the stands, countless spectators beheld this scene with astonishment. Even Wu Guangyao spoke at that moment. "He still stands. Why does he persist so stubbornly? This is merely a selection match for mentors. Why go to such lengths?" The voice of Ji Shuer was somewhat choked, as if she could hardly bear to witness the scene unfolding before her. Meanwhile, Yun Hua had already shed tears, covering her mouth to stifle her sobs. Though they were far above in the stands, the vivid crimson behind Yun Shenhong was unmistakable, and even his drooping left arm conveyed the dire state he was in. Yun Qing stood at the forefront, silent, his expression hidden from the crowd behind him. However, the railing at the edge of the stands had become alarmingly slender in his grip. "How much longer can you withstand my onslaught?" Behind him, He Haoyan's mocking voice rang out once more. With victory seemingly in his grasp, he found himself tempted to toy with Yun Shenhong, relishing the thought of the humiliation he had suffered being completely exposed. Soon, everyone in Lingshu would know of a certain Yun Shenhong who, in the master selection competition, was utterly powerless against He Haoyan's might. However, as He Haoyan's confidence swelled, the world before Yun Shenhong began to fade into darkness. Ji Xian's earlier words seemed to serve as a catalyst, drawing him back into a torrent of memories. The disappointment of his parents regarding his talents, the teachings he received in Yunlong City, the relentless days and nights of arduous training. All these moments flitted before his eyes like a revolving lantern. It was only at the age of 9 that he commenced his cultivation of the supreme technique, the Qing Lei Ba Jing. This was a practice so domineering that it could even shorten one's lifespan. The vitality of life was gentle yet immense, while the power of destruction was inevitably steeped in silence. A sense of unwillingness surged within Yun Shenhong's heart. Despite his cultivation of the Qing Lei Ba Jing, he was powerless to halt even a moment of He Haoyan's assault. The vast chasm of disparity between their levels rendered his efforts futile. Though he resented He Haoyan's arrogance, his mid-stage heavenly realm cultivation was ultimately too insufficient. "With my mind, I transcend the heavens. With my lifespan, I dominate the world." These words, inscribed by the author of the Qing Lei Ba Jing on its final page, had previously gone unnoticed by Yun Shenhong. Yet now they echoed ceaselessly within his mind. That moment of distraction, He Haoyan's attack surged forth once again. The vitality within Yun Shenhong swiftly ebbed away, his body teetering on the brink of collapse. Yet in that critical instant, he sensed something extraordinary. A flicker of azure lightning flashed through his consciousness. This lightning appeared feeble, so fragile that it might dissipate with a mere breath. Lightning should have been formidable. Why was it so weak? The thunder of the heavenly tribulation ought to embody divine authority, instilling fear in countless cultivators. Yet, why could this azure lightning not vanquish an adversary? The azure lightning in his mind vanished, but countless bolts began to dance around Yun Shinhong, crackling. As the Qing Lei Ba Jing demanded, it must be overwhelming in its might. In an instant, Yun Shinhong's aura began to rise, the azure lightning around him growing increasingly frenzied. Boom! 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 Thunder erupted from his body, leaving He Haoyin momentarily stunned. Did this boy intend to self-destruct out of shame? Even those in the stands, including Yun Qing and others, were taken aback by this spectacle. Yet soon, the explosions emanating from Yun Shinhong subsided. The lightning still roamed his body, and he bore numerous terrifying wounds, but the azure lightning had suddenly grown somewhat subdued, like a ferocious beast that had calmed after a furious rampage. Yun Shinhong's body appeared precarious, as if the recent lightning had inflicted a devastating blow upon his already injured form. Nevertheless, he drove his long spear into the ground, bracing himself against the impending collapse. The sound of rushing wind resonated again, a deafening roar echoing in his ears at this moment. He Haoyin sensed a shift in the atmosphere and aimed to end Yun Shinhong's life once and for all. If he refused to concede, then he would meet his demise. The spiritual energy swirling around his folding fan prepared to tear apart everything before him, while the flower seemed to bloom into a mocking grin amidst its rapid spin. The clarion call of victory had already sounded, and He Haoyin's heart was even prepared to witness the demise of Yun Shinhong. In an instant, an explosion of spiritual energy collided with the wind created by the folding fan and the flower, enveloping Yun Shinhong in a tempest. Countless spectators closed their eyes at this sight. Yunhua threw herself into Ji Shuer's embrace. Unable to bear witnessing the tragedy, the Ji Shuer gritted her teeth, her eyes bloodshot. Wishing she could obliterate He Haoyin with her gaze alone. Seeing Yun Shinhong make no move, He Haoyin smirked. Yet in the next moment, as he made contact with Yun Shinhong's body, his smile froze in place. A terrifying force was pulling at him, effortlessly nullifying his overwhelmingly powerful attack. Was it the lightning? In an instant, a multitude of possibilities flashed through He Haoyin's mind, all swiftly dismissed. The gap in cultivation between him and Yun Shinhong was insurmountable. There was no way Yun Shinhong could neutralize his attack. Crack! Just as he pondered, a thunderous explosion erupted from the direction Yun Shinhong faced. The spiritual energy detonated, forming a terrifying gale, accompanied by a swirl of black liquid around Yun Shinhong. A few droplets struck He Haoyin's face, releasing a waft of ink-like fragrance. It was the flower he had conjured that had been obliterated. With no time to contemplate what had occurred, He Haoyin witnessed the azure lightning that had previously adorned Yun Shinhong's body surge forth like a blood-scented beast, racing towards him with reckless abandon. This is bad. He Haoyin hastily retreated, attempting to block the lightning with his fan. The might of the imperial-grade divine weapon manifested once more, yet the azure lightning struck it without leaving a trace. At that moment, He Haoyin heard a cold snort. The sound emanated from Yun Shinhong. His closed eyes slowly opened, fixing their gaze upon He Haoyin. The latter found himself ensnared by Yun Shinhong's gaze, which was now bloodshot and filled with an intense frenzy, with azure lightning flashing ominously within. With a powerful grip, Yun Shinhong yanked the long spear from the ground. Swish! The long spear quivered, azure lightning re-emerging. A perilous aura radiated from Yun Shinhong. He Haoyin sensed that something within Yun Shinhong had shifted. He had effortlessly shattered the flower he had conjured. No, this fellow's cultivation is inferior to mine, and he is already gravely injured. There's no reason for me to fear him. With this thought, a sinister expression crossed He Haoyin's face. Since Yun Shinhong could still stand, he had every justification to eliminate him. Instantly, abundant spiritual energy coiled around him, as He Haoyin prepared to deliver the final blow to Yun Shinhong. Simultaneously across from him, Yun Shinhong raised his long spear. With his left shoulder injured, he could only wield it with his right hand, which would undoubtedly compromise his strength. Yet Yun Shinhong exhibited no sign of pain. His eyes were filled solely with unbridled madness. He Haoyin's figure flickered as he condensed the laws and charged towards Yun Shinhong. The long spear traced a graceful arc through the air. Yet Yun Shinhong was unfazed, advancing resolutely towards He Haoyin. Both combatants surged forward with unwavering momentum. Boom! A violent explosion resonated as Yun Shinhong's long spear clashed with the folding fan from afar. Yun Shenhong felt as though his internal organs had been struck with great force, blood spewing from his mouth and nose. That I have cultivated the Qing Lei Ba Jing. I shall willingly sacrifice my life. He exerted himself, striving desperately to block the incoming folding fan. With the release of Azure Thunder, all beings trembled before it. Under the enhancement of Yihaoyan's cultivation, the formidable force transmitted to Yun Shenhong, and he heard the sound of his bones cracking under the pressure, as if his life were being extinguished. Gathering the azure lightning upon the spear, he pondered, why not assist me in vanquishing my foes? A hoarse voice echoed through the heavens, and the azure lightning rapidly converged. Above Yihaoyan's head, bolts of azure lightning descended from the sky. Concurrently, countless azure lightning bolts surged forth from within Yun Shenhong, carrying a dreadfully potent aura as they surged forward. Yihaoyan, having previously demonstrated his impressive might, now found himself filled with trepidation as he faced the oncoming azure lightning. Desperate to evade, he suddenly realized that Yun Shenhong was fixated upon him, unyielding in his pursuit. With no time to spare, Yihaoyan retreated. Yet for every inch he retreated, Yun Shenhong advanced a corresponding inch between the long spear and the lightning. Yihaoyan's momentum was increasingly suppressed. Azure lightning, when unleashed, would dominate and subdue all adversaries. Yun Shenhong roared, and instantly, a multitude of lightning erupted forth that Yihaoyan could not evade. Although he opened his fan, it could not shield him from the azure lightning appearing from every direction. With his power, he dismissed the threat of the azure lightning. Yet in that very moment, the myriad bolts of lightning enveloped him. The essence of destruction erupted instantaneously. In the stands, countless faces paled. The power of annihilation. This is the heavenly tribulation. Boom! Without a cloud in the sky, countless bolts of thunder rained down upon the figure on the arena. At this moment, even blood began to trickle from Yun Shenhong's eyes. Nevertheless, his expression remained resolute, refusing to yield even an inch. Azure lightning continued to surge violently from his spear, while the figure cloaked in azure lightning was enduring the ultimate trial. Who dares to undergo tribulation here? Suddenly, a presence imbued with sanctity manifested in the sky. Heaven above, could it be that he has truly summoned the heavenly tribulation? Has he truly stirred the attention of a saint? Is this genuinely the authentic heavenly tribulation? The power contained within the thunder is utterly terrifying. Many are left in awe, and as that formidable figure of imperial rank appears in the heavens, several others follow suit, with the laws of power swirling at the hem of their garments. Everyone can discern that they are all formidable beings of the Lingxiao realm. Is this the thunderous force of a cultivation technique? One sage gasps in astonishment, while others also begin to notice the clues. Initially, they believed someone was undergoing tribulation in the martial arena and had come to investigate. However, they were taken aback to realize that it was indeed a manifestation of thunderous might. Within that thunder, there is an aura of destruction and an eerie stillness of death. Within the arena, as the lightning dissipates, Yun Shenhong remains poised with his weapon drawn. At this moment, every bone in his body is shattered, rendering him utterly incapable of exerting any force. The terrifying thunderous power has completely drained him of all his spiritual energy. Once the lightning fades, Yihaoyan's figure becomes visible at this point. His body is entirely charred, with only the fan in his hand remaining unscathed. While not a single part of him is left intact. 1 can even faintly hear the resounding echoes of thunderous energy. His body is riddled with gaping wounds deep enough to expose bone, yet no blood flows forth. Under the overwhelming force of destruction, even the blood that might have spilled from his body is instantly vaporized. Gazing at Yihaoyan's face, which was once quite handsome, it is now unrecognizable. His eyes have lost all glimmer, remaining open yet vacant. The remnants of destruction linger upon his body, refusing to dissipate. Thud! Yun Shenhong, unable to withstand the pressure, collapses to the ground. Yet Yihaoyan does not fall. Alas, if only Yun Shenhong had just a bit more strength, victory would have been as Ji Shuer sighs deeply. Naturally, she ardently hoped for Yun Shenhong's triumph, but he has succumbed, completely losing the ability to fight. No, Brother Shenhong is WON at that moment. The previously silent Yun Qing finally speaks. He promptly grasps the railing, leaps down from the platform, and rushes to Yun Shenhong's side. Without delay, he retrieves a ninefold pill and administers it to him, subsequently carrying the now unconscious Yuan Chenhong back to the platform that a crowd gathers around them. Yun Qing then pours 2 drops of Heavenly Treasure Spirit Spring, igniting them beside Yun Chenhong. Instantly, the vitality contained within the ninefold pill explodes within Yun Chenhong, while the life force of the Heavenly Treasure Spirit Spring envelopes him. Every garment on his body is soaked with blood, yet as the ninefold pill and the Spirit Spring take effect, all of Yun Chenhong's injuries begin to heal. Thereafter, Yun Qing gently lays Yun Chenhong down, patiently awaiting his recovery. However, despite the potent efficacy of the ninefold pill and the rejuvenating powers of the Spirit Spring, Yun Chenhong's injuries are grievously severe. Even upon regaining consciousness, it may take several days for him to fully recover. Yun Qing, did you just say that Yun Chenhong won? At that moment, Ji Shuer inquires. Yun Qing nods slowly and replies, He Haoyan is dead. What? Upon hearing this, the crowd is momentarily stunned, quickly rushing to the edge of the platform to gaze at the arena that He Haoyan still stands there, motionless. Just then, a slight ripple of spiritual energy from the ongoing battles around the arena is felt, subtle yet perceptible. However, this minuscule fluctuation passes through He Haoyan's body. Thud. He Haoyan collapses, the imperial weapon in his hand clattering to the ground. The onlookers exhibit expressions of horror. At that moment, several individuals on the opposite platform seem to catch on, and the 2 youths who had previously fought alongside He Haoyan descend from the platform. Approaching He Haoyan, they attempt to lift him, but upon getting close, their faces shift dramatically. Trembling hands, one picks up the broken fan, while the other hoists He Haoyan's body and heads back to the platform. There, a few more individuals surround He Haoyan, their expressions shifting from shock to panic. Soon, some rush away from the martial arena, while others resembling teachers arrive, seemingly to assess He Haoyan's condition. Ultimately, one of the teachers merely stands, shaking his head. Observing this, Yun Qing and his companions come to a realization. Turning their gazes toward Yun Chenhong, their eyes are filled with astonishment, while Wu Guangyao's eyes reflect deep admiration that in no time. The news of He Haoyan's demise spreads like wildfire, prompting gasps of disbelief from numerous spectators. The 4th place, Ji Shuer, and the 2nd place, Yun Chenhong. What is the situation within the Tianlan Divine Kingdom? Both the 2nd and 4th ranks possess relatively low cultivation levels, yet they have fought beyond their means. What, then, of the 1st place? It is utterly terrifying. With He Haoyan's death, the Tianlan Divine Kingdom begins to draw the attention of many. Numerous gazes turn toward Yun Qing, and countless individuals start to question his strength. After all, among the top 10 of the entire Tianlan Divine Kingdom, he is the only one who has yet to make his move. Amidst the astonished exclamations, Ji Xian concludes his battle, but he is engaged in a fierce struggle with the 2nd-ranked contender for an entire hour before achieving victory with a single strike. At this point, 10 hours have elapsed since the start of the selection competition. However, there seems to be a peculiar aspect to this martial arena. Despite the subtle changes in light and shadow above, it remains perpetually day. Next, the 1st-ranked individuals from various realms are to ascend the stage. Yet, Yun Qing has no intention of participating in the selection, that he has remained here solely for the sake of He Haoyan, who, being the 2nd rank, has already been slain by Yun Chenhong, thus negating any necessity for Yun Qing to intervene. The 1st-ranked contenders take to the arena. Yun Qing remains indifferent to Ji Shuer. Intrigued, asks Yun Qing, Are you truly not going to join? Indeed. Yun Qing replies with a gentle nod, his eyes directed toward He Haoyan's remains. Just then, a figure appears, landing near He Haoyan. He Tianqi arrives swiftly, his face etched with shock. He gazes at the charred remains of his brother and stands frozen in place. Crouching down, He Tianqi cradles his brother's lifeless form, yet his demeanor is unnaturally calm. Slowly, he turns his head to meet Yun Qing's gaze. Chapter 57. Pointing fingers, his eyes burn with fury. Yet Yun Qing perceives an unusual sentiment within that rage. It is akin to the anger of a child whose beloved toy has been damaged. Infused with a touch of relief, it seems that the relationship between these brothers is not as harmonious as it appears on the surface. Yun Qing muses silently. At that moment, He Tianqi seizes the imperial weapon previously wielded by He Haoyan, the folding fan. In an instant, his figure flashes, executing several kicks in midair, deftly maneuvering towards Yun Qing and his companions. The intent is clearly hostile. In response, the immortal-slaying blade appears in Yun Qing's hand. Just then, a commanding voice resounds. Who dares to disrupt the competition? Subsequently, an inexplicable force propels He Tianqi back, returning him to the platform. He raises his head, clutching the folding fan tightly. Then, the Imperial-level expert who had first appeared in the arena re-emerges. Still enveloped in divine radiance, rendering his true form indiscernible, as light cascades down, the aura of the sage descends. Who are you? Reporting to Elder Lu, Yun Shenhong of the Tianlan Divine Kingdom has harmed my younger brother He Haoyin upon the stage. I implore Elder Lu to take action. He Tianqi kneels and shouts into the air. Upon hearing this name, Ji Shuer and the others are taken aback. This is Elder Lu. Have you heard of him? Yun Qing inquires that Ji Shuer nods. Elder Lu is renowned for his killing prowess. I never expected him to appear so resplendent. From their perspective, they envisioned Elder Lu's entrance to be accompanied by a scene of bloodshed. Yet he appears as a divine being radiating brilliance. That I in agreement with this realization. Yun Qing nods, reflecting on his own master, the Qingquan monk, who, though appearing dignified, harbors a rather roguish nature. At this moment, Elder Lu in the heavens slowly speaks. In the arena, death and injury are inevitable. However, the Academy has decreed that any harm inflicted upon fellow students shall result in expulsion. Preposterous! Elder Lu's voice thunders with anger. He Haoyin, due to his elevated cultivation, grew complacent and was ultimately defeated by Yun Shenhong. Where is the notion of harm in this? The supreme aura of the sage envelopes the platform, and He Tianqi, sensing Elder Lu's wrath, bows low, burying his head to the ground. Yet no one perceives his expression, which oscillates between sorrow and amusement, a rather peculiar sight. Nevertheless, it is true that Yun Shenhong's actions were excessively severe, leading to He Haoyin's demise. That as punishment, he shall be sent to my Yushuan Peak to guard the mountain for 10 years. With that, Elder Lu vanishes from sight. The entire arena falls silent. This is no mere punishment. It is an invitation to apprenticeship, though it is said he will guard the mountain for a decade. It is clear he will be taken under their wing for guidance. It appears that Brother Chenhong's sacrifices have indeed earned him the recognition of a powerful figure. A smile graces Yun Qing's face. As a disciple of Yunlong City, Yun Shenhong's performance has undoubtedly met with his approval. Casting a glance back at the still unconscious Yun Shenhong, Yun Qing felt a genuine joy for him. He then turned his attention to He Tianqi, only to find that the latter had fallen silent, rising from the ground to carry away the lifeless body of He Haoyin, departing the scene. This fellow is surprisingly decisive. It appears that the punishment of Lingshu is indeed fearsome. Wu Guangyao, having witnessed the entire affair, couldn't help but voice his thoughts. Yun Qing shook his head gently, choosing not to comment. In truth, if He Tianqi truly wished to dispute the matter, there would have been plenty of room for debate. Considering that Yun Shenhong's act of slaying He Haoyin would undoubtedly stir considerable uproar. However, He Tianqi opted to leave just like that, which was rather puzzling. Nevertheless, Yun Qing decided not to dwell on it further. Although He Tianqi's strength was commendable, it hardly warranted his concern. Yun Qing was confident that as long as one of his 3 primordial spirits integrated into his corporeal form and ascended to the divine realm, He Tianqi's prowess would pose no threat. That he then cast his gaze towards the martial arts arena, where one platform was occupied by a solitary figure, who looked around in confusion, seemingly perplexed as to why no one had come to challenge him. Eventually, Ji Xin leapt onto the platform. The individual on the stage glanced at the golden badge, inscribed with the number 1 in his hand, and with a hint of bewilderment, inquired, "Why have you come up now? Shouldn't the first-rank participants compete first? You need not wait. Your opponent will not be coming," Ji Xin replied nonchalantly. "Why not? He was frightened by me and dared not show up," Ji Xin declared, producing a dagger from behind him. "Achoo!" On the spectator stands. Yun Qing sneezed, pondering. How curious. Could it be that someone is slandering me? He directed his gaze towards Ji Xian's platform, distant enough that without the use of spiritual power, he could scarcely discern their conversation. Then he observed Ji Xian move, causing fissures to appear on the platform beneath him. In that instant, his opponent launched an attack. Truly, this was a confrontation befitting the top contenders, and the overall spectacle was markedly superior to the previous bouts. Yun Qing surveyed the surrounding platforms, nodding in satisfaction that in the earlier matches, only Ji Shui and Yun Shenhong's ascension beyond their ranks had been particularly thrilling. The duels of the others had hardly made an impression. Of course, this assessment excluded the verbal sparring between Ji Xian and Hong Lai. Meanwhile, those surrounding Yun Qing found themselves at a loss for words as they observed his demeanor, while others were striving desperately for a coveted pre-examination apprenticeship opportunity. This fellow, brandishing the first-place badge, seemed utterly indifferent, not even needing to participate in the apprenticeship competition. Originally, Yun Qing ought to have been on the platform himself, yet here he was critiquing others, which only fueled his irritation. However, Yun Qing was blissfully unaware of their thoughts, perhaps too enraptured by the brilliance of the contest to notice, as he excitedly offered commentary. With Ji Xian's celestial tier strength, it's astonishing that he is being pressured by that individual. These first rankers are truly formidable. How did that Han Feng descend the platform after just 2 exchanges? No, wait. Why do those 2 in the northwest corner create such a ruckus yet fail to shatter even a platform? Over there, it appears to be a clash of Imperial-grade divine weapons. That fellow possesses considerable physical strength, but alas, lacks a proficient movement technique, resulting in somewhat sluggish speed. Yun Qing spoke animatedly, his eyes darting rapidly, mentally cataloging the characteristics of each combatant. These were the prodigies of the human race. Every move they made held extraordinary significance. A glimmer of admiration flashed in Yun Qing's eyes as he observed each individual's techniques. While the experience might not match that of personally participating, the sheer number of encounters was invaluable. As the champions from various divine kingdoms began their duels, Yun Qing subtly sensed the presence of formidable auras. Additionally, numerous divine realm experts made their appearance, presumably among the Academy's instructors. They had likely been observing from the shadows, but the first-rank matches compelled them to take a more active interest. Among the nearly 100 individuals, it was conceivable that 2 or 3 might have the opportunity to ascend to the Lingxiao realm. The prospect of nurturing even one Lingxiao-level expert would be an immense stroke of fortune. Naturally, they had also witnessed the previous matches, forming a general consensus. Though their focus remained on the most outstanding of these talents, the prodigies unleashed their powers. Platforms erupted with spiritual energy, and nearly every genius found themselves embroiled in arduous battles. Their strengths were closely matched, and their pride forbade them from conceding, resulting in each individual striving with all their might. Victory not only pertained to their honor, but also to their future prospects. Logically, more powerful instructors tended to produce stronger disciples. Not only were the champions on the platforms engaged in fierce competition, but the instructors emerging were also embroiled in subtle machinations. Elder Yi, why has the disciple of the 1,000 mechanisms monk not participated in the apprenticeship competition? Inquired an elder draped in divine radiance. Others nodded in agreement. Among them were instructors of the dragon stage, though the majority were of the Lingxiao realm. Who among you dares to accept him as a disciple, lest he come seeking retribution? The voice of Yi Zizhu was elegant yet frigid. Upon hearing this, those cloaked in divine radiance ceased their inquiries. However, some others were unwilling to yield, speaking up, while it is not mandated to take on a master to enter Lingxiu. He is undeniably a genius. What if he lacks guidance? Indeed, he is a genius, but if he practices alone, he may stray from the path. That is of no concern to you all, Yi Zizhu replied, unwavering. Seeing this, the other instructors had no choice but to relent at a few silently observed Yun Qing from afar, their gazes returning to the arena. Among them was Yi Tianqi's master, Zhang Huayuan. In truth, he had previously arranged with Yi Tianqi to take Yi Haoyan under his wing. For Yi Haoyan's talent was also remarkable. However, he had not anticipated that Yi Haoyan would be slain by Yun Shenhong, who was merely at the mid-stage of the celestial realm. Zhang Yuan's heart seethed with resentment. Given his own cultivation level, he could only recruit lesser disciples that Yi Tianqi had lost due to carelessness during the apprenticeship competition, which was why he had selected Zhang Yuan. Consequently, Zhang Yuan had doted on Yi Tianqi, even giving him a 9 transformation pill. Yet it now seemed that these two shared a similar fate. He fixed his gaze on Yun Qing, the individual who had piqued the interest of numerous instructors. Feeling a surge of animosity that Yi Zizhu had taken the last 4 9 transformation pills from him, Yun Shenhong had eliminated Yi Haoyan, and even Yi Tianqi had suffered at the hands of this Yun Qing. As Zhang Yuan seethed with indignation, he suddenly felt a cold gaze upon him, He slightly turned his eyes, discovering it was Yi Zizhu observing him, her eyes seemingly filled with a hint of menace. Zhang Yuan immediately forced a smile, redirecting his attention elsewhere. Meanwhile, in the martial arts arena, several matches on various platforms had concluded, with the victors remaining on stage while the defeated exited temporarily. Some of the winners bore injuries, retrieving medicinal pills to heal, while others, having exhausted their energy, began to meditate and assimilate their experiences. Those in relatively good condition were keenly observing the duels occurring on the surrounding platforms, although the majority were at the celestial realm and at the initial stage of the heavenly gate. It was evident that they, like Yun Qing, were in need of combat experience and insights. After all, they were all young, and it was rare for them to possess ample battle experience that as time gradually passed. The outcome of Ji Xian's match was finally determined. Though Ji Xian wielded an imperial-grade divine weapon and had reached the celestial realm, it was evident that his opponent belonged to a particularly formidable category. In truth, Yun Qing was somewhat surprised by Ji Xian's defeat. This fellow, despite his seemingly foolish demeanor, possessed strength that was undeniably among the most formidable of the celestial realm that Yun Qing had encountered. However, this only served to underscore the hidden talents within each divine kingdom. With this thought, Yun Qing felt a surge of anticipation that a tiger among sheep would only serve to weaken its minions. Yet amidst this gathering of prodigious youths, Yun Qing sensed a modicum of pressure. "Hey, how could you lose?" Upon hearing this voice, Yun Qing turned to see Ji Shui addressing Ji Xian, that Ji Xian replied with a nonchalant expression. "I was merely third. The first from Tianlan has yet to make an appearance that I performed quite well." Upon hearing Ji Xian mention him, Yun Qing silently turned away. "If you can't defeat him, why mention me?" Yet, though he ignored the pair of siblings, Ji Xian leaned in closer, suggesting, "How about you go down and give him a good thrashing?" Ji Xian's eyes sparkled with mischief, completely unbothered by his earlier defeat. Yun Qing appreciated this trait in him, his boldness and confidence. However, he certainly wouldn't fall for his goading. "I cannot defeat him." Yun Qing's response was utterly calm, leaving Ji Xian momentarily taken aback. Then, with an odd expression, Ji Xian remarked, "Well, then it's not surprising that I lost to him. You do have a knack for finding excuses for yourself." Ji Shui approached with a frown. Meanwhile, Wu Guangyao stepped forward, glancing at the individual who had bested Ji Xian, and remarked, "This fellow seems to hail from the same divine kingdom as He Haoyan." Yun Qing narrowed his eyes, based on his own experiences. He assessed that He Haoyan's strength was roughly on par with Ji Xian's, yet He Haoyan had only ranked second. This implied that the individual below was indeed stronger than He Haoyan, and the fact that Ji Xian had engaged him for so long suggested an equal distribution of strength to Ji Xian. "Does he possess an imperial-grade divine weapon?" Yun Qing inquired, to which Ji Xian shook his head, responding, "No, this fellow appears to possess strength comparable to yours. Yet he has surpassed He Haoyan, who wields an imperial-grade divine weapon, to claim the top position." Yun Qing continued his analysis. Upon hearing this, Ji Xian remarked, "Indeed, our realms seem similar, but his physical prowess is extraordinarily formidable. Each of his punches leaves my arms numb with pain." So that is the case to the glint of insight shown in Yun Qing's eyes. It is evident that not everyone in this world follows a conventional path in cultivation. His acquisition of dragon and phoenix essence blood, which has fortified his physique to rival that of a young ferocious beast, suggests that others may possess equally unique methods. The individual who triumphed over Ji Xian must also have employed some extraordinary strategy. This piqued Yun Qing's curiosity. He wondered what level of physical strength he might attain if he were to consume that heavenly tribulation flower before breaking through to the divine realm. He gazed upward, filled with anticipation. After Ji Xian departed, the remaining contests on the platform swiftly reached their conclusions that an increasing number of instructors took their places in the stands, with the challenge between the second and first place concluded. The selection competition officially came to an end. Then, a majestic imperial aura descended upon the martial arena, mending the various shattered platforms in the blink of an eye. A colossal golden figure appeared in the sky. Chapter 59. Conclusion of the selection competition. Upon witnessing this, all the teachers and elders clasped their fists and bowed in unison, declaring, "We pay our respects to Tai Shangfang." Yun Qing regarded the figure in the heavens. Sensing an aura reminiscent of the Thousand Mechanisms monk, this an imperial-level powerhouse. He felt a sense of judgment forming within. The Tai Shangfang spoke slowly, his grand voice resonating throughout the martial arena. Today, the selection competition concludes. Those who placed first step forward. As his words fell, dozens of victors from the first place contest emerged, and the teachers turned their attention to them. These nearly 50 individuals represented the Sea Army de las Army of genius accrued by humanity over the past 30 years. You may choose your mentors. The voice of Tai Shangfang gradually faded, as golden light enveloped the entire sky. At this moment, many new students seemed to have made their decisions, promptly producing their badges, which soared into the air toward their desired mentors. Those receiving the badges were all teachers who had already reached the Lingxiao realm. Notably, Elder Lu, who had previously appeared, astonishingly received 4 golden badges. However, he accepted only 2, dismissing the others with a wave of his hand. The 2 rejected badges returned to their owners, who, undeterred, continued to offer their badges to other teachers. Some instructors did not accept any badges at all, seemingly unimpressed by any of the candidates. However, a few teachers at the Longtai and Divine King levels did receive some. Thus, the mutual selection between new students and teachers concluded swiftly. The first-place loser and challenger made their selections. Subsequently, a radiant light enveloped Ji Xian, lifting him into the sky. Unsurprisingly, he chose the sage, Elder Lu. However, Elder Lu didn't even glance at him, returning his badge instead. Ji Xian stood dumbfounded, unable to comprehend why Elder Lu's face was filled with disdain. While several other Lingxiao realm teachers treated him as if he were a plague, refusing to accept his badge and sending it back, that it appears these teachers fear being ridiculed for accepting Ji Xian. When Wu Guangyao commented, Yunqing nodded in agreement, while Ji Shuer turned away, unwilling to watch any longer. Ultimately, only He Zudao accepted Ji Xian's badge, to which Ji Xian responded with an expression of mutual understanding before returning to the stands. Strangely, he mused, my ranking is not poor. Why do these sages and emperors not even spare me a glance? Upon returning to the stands, Ji Xian voiced his dissatisfaction. The others ignored him, treating him as if he were invisible. He had already become etched in the memories of all the new students and teachers possessing golden badges. It would be wise to keep his distance from them in the future. Otherwise, he would be unfairly perceived as a fool. Following this, Yun Shenhong was penalized by Elder Lu, and everyone understood the implications. Thus refraining from participation, Ji Shuer, due to her outstanding performance, received reminders from several sages, but ultimately chose a female elder named Mo Hanyu, whose strength was only at the initial stage of the sage level. Yet she resided for extended periods upon an icy mountain, suggesting her cultivation method was rather unique. Ji Shuer had already gathered considerable information, leading her to ultimately apprentice under Mo Hanyu. Although Wu Guangyao's talent was not particularly remarkable, he surprisingly caught the attention of Elder Lu from Taicang Mountain, who was reputed to be the youngest sage in Lingxiu Academy. While unexpected, everyone was pleased for Wu Guangyao, of course. Even more surprising was the fact that Hong Lai, who had previously battled Ji Xian, was ultimately accepted by He Zudao as well. Instantly, countless individuals began whispering about He Zudao. And even Han Feng felt a bit awkward, standing there at a loss for words. Ji Xian, brimming with excitement, rushed over to He Zudao, eager to engage in a discussion with Hong Lai. Meanwhile, Yin Hua, despite her average talent, nonetheless secured a mentor in a divine respect stronghold, albeit her teacher, while a divine respect powerhouse, was evidently weaker than He Zudao. The divine realm, following the Tianmin realm, represents a stage where humanity breaks free from constraints, gaining the potential for limitless growth. The subsequent Longtai realm, and even the initial stage of the Lingxiao realm, all fall within the divine spectrum. Divine generals, divine respects, divine kings. Each realm marks a transformative leap in cultivation and can be considered terrifying. To attain sagehood, one must undergo countless transformations within the divine realm, transitioning from mastering oneself to mastering an entire domain. Yun Hua's teacher was at the Longtai realm, a divine respect, while He Zudao had already stepped into the Lingxiao realm, thus achieving the status of a divine king. Though sages do not frequently emerge, their strength is sufficient to dominate a territory. Yet, despite only being at the divine respect level, one should not underestimate such a position. Yun Hua felt immense joy at having secured a mentor of the divine respect caliber. In the end, among the remaining individuals, Only Xiao Ba successfully apprenticed under Elder Lu, while a Yu and a Li opted for a Divine King mentor. Yun Qing even overheard a Li lamenting to a Yu. I listened for an entire night, thinking this selection of mentors would be a breeze. After all, having the talents of the entire human race present, securing a Divine King mentor is no small feat. A Yu appeared quite nonchalant. Despite his superior performance compared to a Li, he seemed unperturbed. However, Yun Qing grew curious about what they meant by listening for an entire night. Noticing their less-than-pleased expressions, he decided against asking further. Meanwhile, the unfortunate Li Tianming ultimately also apprenticed under a Divine King, expressing a sentiment akin to a Li's. What bad luck! I listened for an entire night. And it turned out to be utterly useless. Subsequently, Yun Qing approached him with curiosity, asking, "What do you mean by listening for an entire night?" Huh. Li Tianming, realizing Yun Qing was part of the same group as Ji Shuer and the others, quickly laughed it off, saying, "It's nothing." Seeing his reluctance to elaborate, Yun Qing sighed and walked away. Thus, the selection competition concluded, with all but 3 of the new students bearing golden badges successfully selecting their mentors. One was Yun Qing, who did not participate in the contest. Another was Yun Shenhong, who lay unconscious nearby. And the last was the deceased He Haoyan. In this manner, the selection competition unfolded over 3 full days. Drawing to a close, participants from the Tianlan Divine Kingdom undoubtedly stole the spotlight, be it the exceptionally talented Ji Shuer, the exceptional Yun Shenhong, or the contrasting figure of Ji Xian, all deeply etched in the memories of the crowd. Even Yun Qing, who did not compete, was the subject of speculation regarding his true strength, with many eager to test their mettle against the foremost genius of the Tianlan Divine Kingdom. However, that was a matter for another day. For now, another topic captured everyone's attention: the rewards following the completion of the selection competition. Yet, these would only commence once the new students bearing silver badges had also selected their mentors. This, however, did not dampen the enthusiasm of the new students, who eagerly engaged in discussions about it. Chapter 60. The Guardian of the Tower. What? Each of the top 10 from every Divine Kingdom receives an opportunity to train at the pinnacle of the Spirit Emperor Tower. Ji Xian exclaimed, rising abruptly from the ground. The individuals around him shot him disapproving glances, clearly displeased with his outburst. Realizing his faux pas, Ji Xian sheepishly sat back down. Yun Qing then spoke up. What exactly is the Spirit Emperor Tower? Is it by any chance related to the founder of Lingshu, the Spirit Emperor? Ji Shuer nodded in affirmation, saying, I inquired with Yun Hua, and it is said that those who enter the Spirit Emperor Tower receive rewards comparable to the finest treasures. Some have even advanced their cultivation directly from the heavenly stage into the Tianmin realm, directly enhancing one's cultivation. Wu Guangyao's eyes lit up at Ji Shuer's words, and he promptly inquired, given his age and slow progress in cultivation, he would be more than willing to accept any opportunity for advancement. However, Ji Shuer shook her head, stating, it likely isn't that straightforward. That IT seems to be akin to a body refining and marrow cleansing effect. It is said that each individual only has one chance to enter the highest level of the Spirit Emperor Tower. Any subsequent attempts yield no further cultivation benefits. What are the other levels? Yun Qing has noticed the phrase top level. As a reward, the top level's benefits must be substantial. However, as a tower, it cannot be built to such heights if only the top level proves useful. Can it? The other levels are abundant in spiritual energy, with restrictions in place. Apart from the saints who may enter, all others will have their cultivation suppressed. Nevertheless, through practice within, one can gradually unlock these restrictions, and the pace of cultivation will exponentially increase. At this point, Ji Shuer produced her golden badge. The first rank golden badge allows entry into the Spirit Emperor Tower 30 times a year. The second rank 28 times, the third rank 26 times, and the 10th rank 10 times. For those ranked from 11th to 20th, entry is permitted 9 times a year, and from 21st to 30th, 8 times annually, and so forth. Does that mean that beyond the 91st rank, one can enter only once a year? Wu Guangyao's eyes widened. Theoretically, yes, but the Academy has added certain elements to this rule to stimulate students' competitive spirit. Ji Shuer must have invested considerable effort within the Academy, as she was able to elucidate even some of the regulations. Each month, the Academy issues tasks and ranks competitions. Completing tasks can increase the number of entries. And if 1S ranking points rise, additional opportunities to enter the Spirit Emperor Tower can be earned. Upon hearing this, Yunqing clicked his tongue in realization. Now he understood why Lingshu Academy has produced countless prodigies. The selection of students is one aspect, but the method of cultivation is indeed formidable. The previously terrifying competition for badges during the entrance assessment was already daunting, yet it seems such fierce contests occur monthly within the academy. Were it not for the prohibition against causing harm, it would hardly differ from the brutal world outside. By the way, Yunqing, shouldn't Yun Chenong be waking up soon? Ji Xian recalled something and inquired. Yunqing nodded, stating that Chenhong's body had nearly recovered, and he would awaken by tomorrow at the latest. He wondered what expression Chenhong would wear upon learning that Elder Lu had assigned him to guard the mountain. Ji Xian relished in the thought, while the others remained speechless, as it seemed some had not perceived Elder Lu's intent in punishing Yun Chenhong to guard the mountain. The next day, upon Yun Chenhong's awakening, Ji Xian was delighted to witness the astonishment on his face. Yet, as Yun Hua recounted the details, a slow joy began to blossom on Chenhong's countenance. "What are you so pleased about?" Ji Xian queried. His face filled with suspicion, until Ji Shuer helplessly dragged him away. That a day later, the newcomers with silver badges completed their master-apprentice ceremonies, and the rewards for the golden badge newcomers were about to be distributed. 959 individuals assembled neatly at the boundary between Lingjin Continent and Lingshu Continent. There a magnificent, colossal treasure tower stood. This tower radiated a faint, white divine light, with strands of law's power cascading from the heavens above. As if chains were binding this tower. Around the tower, Yunqing distinctly sensed a heightened abundance of spiritual energy. However, what puzzled everyone was that the tower could not be seen from afar. It only materialized within 1S line of sight upon entering a certain proximity. Present your golden badges. Upon entering, you will be transported to the top level. How long you can endure is contingent upon your innate talent, said several teachers accompanying the crowd before departing. The holders of golden badges excitedly surged into the grand entrance of the Spirit Emperor Tower. Yunqing and the others exchanged glances before stepping through the grand doors as well. "Stop! Let me see your golden badges," an elderly voice boomed, causing Yunqing and the others to halt in their tracks. Following the sound, they beheld an elderly man stooped over in a grand armchair. His eyes were closed, yet beside him stood a sign that read Guardian of the Tower. The handwriting on the sign was uneven and unrefined, yet possessed a vigorous quality that seemed to draw 1's gaze in. "Do not stare too long. Beware of straining your eyes," the elderly voice intoned once more as the Guardian of the Tower spoke slowly. Seeing this, Yunqing and the others produced their badges. But the old man did not even glance at them and merely waved his hand. "All right, proceed." In an instant, the companions beside Yunqing vanished, seemingly transported to the top level, leaving Yunqing alone. "Ah!" Yunqing was taken aback, glancing towards the old man in the armchair. "What does this mean? Come here, young one." The old man slowly beckoned, and Yunqing found himself inexplicably drawn closer. This man must be at least a saint. Subsequently, the tower guardian sat up, his previously closed eyes gradually opening. However, they appeared hollow, akin to two black voids. Yunqing was startled by this sight, yet the guardian chuckled. "Ah, this 1,000-machine monk has a keen eye. He has taken on a fine disciple. Senior, do you know my master?" "Of course." The guardian's hollow eyes closed again as he reclined back into the armchair. "Da-da. In the old days, Yi Zizhu and Li Changxing." "Oh. Your master was once called Li Changxing. It was I who facilitated their union." "What? Elder Yi and my master?" Yunqing was astonished, feeling he had stumbled upon an incredible secret. "Ha ha ha, did not expect this." "Did you? It is only because my cultivation is high that I dare speak. The others do not have the courage." Quick, quick, senior, continue." Yunqing urged the guardian to elaborate, his excitement palpable. However, the guardian suddenly produced a small wooden stick from nowhere and tapped it against Yunqing's head. "Little one, do not be so inquisitive. Just know that many elders have their eyes on you. Do not bring shame to the 1,000-machine monk." Yunqing pondered for a moment before asking, "Senior, what mysteries lie within the top level of the Spirit Emperor Tower?" "Oh, you wish to know that? I was just about to inform you. As a disciple of the 1,000-machine monk, this small secret must be shared with you." The guardian began to speak at length, causing Yunqing's expression to darken. Surely, This old man was not deliberately wasting his time on cultivation. Finally, the Guardian began to disclose information about the Spirit Emperor Tower. The top level of the Spirit Emperor Tower offers a chance to alter one's constitution. And the longer you endure, the more significant the improvement to your constitution. What is the maximum duration? The longest, you ask? Let me think. I believe it was 4 months. It was achieved by Yi Ziju's father. Unfortunately, that old fellow was. Yunqing perked up, eager to hear more about the matter. Yet the Guardian abruptly ceased speaking, a triumphant smile crossing his face. Almost let that slip. Never mind, the grievances of the older generation are not for you to meddle in. Focus on your cultivation. With a wave of his hand, Yunqing's figure vanished. Chapter 61. Spiritual energy tempering. Yunqing felt his golden badge growing warm, but in an instant, it returned to normal. And the golden light before him shifted that he found himself in a rather dim corridor, surrounded by numerous torches, their light faint yet sufficient to illuminate the corridor. Many people were present, and Yunqing could vaguely recognize them as fellow newcomers. "Qing, you're over here!" Yun Shenhong's voice called out. Yunqing turned to see several individuals gathered together, seemingly waiting for him. "Where did you go just now?" Yun Shenhong inquired. "Nothing much, just had a few questions for the Guardian." Yunqing replied. "What did he say?" Ji Xian chimed in, curiosity evident. The Guardian's words were similar to what Ji Shuer knew. The top level is for cleansing marrow and improving one's constitution. And the longer one persists, the greater the effect. It is said the longest anyone has endured was 4 months. Yunqing spoke earnestly, and the others nodded in agreement. Soon, they noticed numerous rooms within, each accommodating a maximum of 2 individuals, prompting them to disperse. Though some were overly cautious, to prevent unforeseen circumstances, Yunhua paired with Yunqing, Ji Xian with Ji Shuer, while Yun Shenhong teamed up with Wu Guanyao. "Just wait. I will endure for 5." Before he could finish, Ji Xian was dragged away by Ji Shuer. Yun Shenhong and Yunqing exchanged encouraging glances before entering their designated room. Yunqing and Yunhua wasted no time and stepped inside. Bang! The doors, made of a special stone, closed with a loud thud. Inside, the room was exceedingly bright, though the source of light remained unknown. It seemed as though the surrounding spiritual energy was aglow. How does one begin cultivating in here? Yunhua cast a peculiar glance at Yunqing, observing the emptiness of the room. Apart from 2 meditation cushions, there were no precious medicinal artifacts or magical tools in sight. Yunqing, equally perplexed, gently shook his head. Subsequently, the 2 chose a cushion each and settled down. Yunqing immediately began circulating his spiritual energy throughout his body, while Yunhua, after a prolonged moment of contemplation, commenced her cultivation. However, the formidable effects they had envisioned failed to materialize. The luminous spiritual energy in the air felt oppressively heavy, rendering it impossible to draw it into their bodies. Yet after an hour of cultivation, they suddenly opened their eyes, exchanging a knowing glance that conveyed mutual understanding. The glowing spiritual energy seemed to have increased in quantity, yet it had become even denser. This change instilled a profound sense of pressure upon them, revealing the nature of this reward. In an instant, Yunqing grasped the situation. Although the specifics eluded him, he recognized that the only alteration in the room was the intensified luminous spiritual energy. Subsequently, both closed their eyes again, and as time flowed, the second hour commenced. At this juncture, Yunqing felt a further increase in the quantity of spiritual energy, alongside a corresponding rise in the oppressive weight pressing upon them. The once ethereal spiritual energy now felt tangible. If this glowing energy continued to grow heavier, the pressure on their physical forms would become increasingly burdensome. If it remained thus, it would yield only a feeble effect on body tempering. Contemplating this, Yunqing began to ponder deeply. In the next moment, realization dawned upon him. Yunhua should attempt to absorb this spiritual energy. With that, Yunqing also began to repeatedly circulate the spiritual power within him. Soon, the spiritual figure within him opened its eyes, attempting to draw in the heavy spiritual energy surrounding them. However, the energy proved too weighty to attract, instead draining Yunqing's vitality. Nevertheless, Yunqing remained convinced that his approach was correct. Suspecting that the issue lay in the inadequacy of the energy's density, as anticipated, with the luminous spiritual energy growing heavier, Yunqing's physical form began to endure significant pressure. Yet under this weight, the dense energy was forcibly compressed into his body. Although it was but a trickle, it validated Yunqing's theory. Simultaneously, that trickle of energy remained burdensome within him, circulating at a lethargic pace. Yet, Yunqing felt no urgency, that he continued to circulate that sliver of heavy, luminous energy, while simultaneously attracting other spiritual energies around him. Before long, a second strand of energy was drawn into his body. Concurrently, the spiritual energy within the room continued to grow denser, causing both Yunqing and Yunhua to experience overwhelming pressure on their physical forms. By the 5th hour, fine beads of sweat appeared on Yunhua's forehead. When the 20th hour arrived, she could no longer endure. Her meditation cushion emitted a faint glow, and with it, both she and the cushion vanished, presumably teleported away. Throughout this ordeal, Yunqing remained oblivious, as the suffocating density of the spiritual energy severely hindered his perception. His robust physicality, however, shielded him from any discomfort that at this moment several strands of that heavy, luminous energy had already found their way into his body. Yunqing endeavored to accelerate their circulation, but the energy remained obstinate, inflicting pain as it traversed his meridians. Yet, with his formidable physique, he was able to withstand it. Moreover, he discerned that the flesh and blood traversed by the energy had suffered varying degrees of damage. However, under the resilience of his powerful body, such damage could be easily mended to be prudent. Yunqing retrieved 10 drops of heavenly treasure spring and consumed them. Thereafter, he began to endure the terrifying pressure while absorbing the heavy spiritual energy. Time passed slowly, and the quantity of energy he absorbed gradually increased. Yet, without exception, all the energy was exceedingly dense, causing Yunqing's body to strain under the weight that the energy circulated within him. His injuries began to worsen. Nevertheless, he noticed that with each injury to his meridians and flesh, a sliver of the heavy energy would integrate into his body, that if the energy passed through again, the subsequent injuries would be less severe. Through this process of body tempering, it seemed that his physique could now withstand even more violent spiritual energy, and the resilience of his meridians had significantly improved. Yunqing now comprehended how to utilize this method to enhance his strength. As time trickled by, the concentration of spiritual energy continued to intensify. And under the overwhelming pressure, Yunqing no longer needed to actively guide the energy into his body. The immensely heavy energy was being forced into him by the colossal pressure. Meanwhile, the earlier spiritual energy within him was gradually depleted due to the relentless assault of the denser energy. Simultaneously, his 4 senses were being slowly sealed off. Apart from utilizing his spiritual figure to propel the energy circulation, he had severed all connection with the external world. Yet Yunqing felt no panic. Instead, he turned his focus inward. The spiritual figure was seated in a luminous palace, continuously circulating energy to actively refine Yunqing. Gradually, the pressure intensified, and the sensation of pain began to surface that a month slipped by unnoticed. The majority of the students had already exited the Spirit Emperor Tower. Upon discovering that Yunqing had yet to emerge, the old guardian of the tower opened his pitch-black eyes, a faint smile gracing his face. Li Changsheng, your disciple is truly extraordinary. I wonder how long that lad can endure. With that, he closed his eyes again, reclining leisurely in his armchair. Meanwhile, in a chamber atop the Spirit Emperor Tower, blood droplets began to seep from Yunqing's surface. Chapter 62. The balance of destruction and rebirth. Have Yunqing and Yunshenhong not yet emerged? At the base of the Spirit Emperor Tower, Ji Xian, pale and gasping for breath, stepped out to find Ji Shuer and others awaiting him. It had been over 2.5 months since they entered the tower. Ji Xian had emerged today, while Yinhua followed the next day, Ji Shuer on the 12th day, and Wu Guangyao on the 15th. Ji Shuer then explained to Ji Xian, Yunshenhong came out a day earlier than you, but he likely overexerted himself previously and sustained serious injuries, so he is currently recuperating on Yushuan Peak. Only Yunqing remains unaccounted for. Ji Xian let out a sigh of relief. It was acceptable if he could not surpass Yunqing, but he would be disheartened if he fell short of Yunshenhong. He appeared weary, likely suffering from injuries himself. Ji Xian then produced a medicinal pill from his robe and consumed it. It was utterly terrifying. I felt as if I were drowning. The pallor on Ji Xian's face began to ease, and he addressed those around him. Wu Guangyao nodded in agreement. Indeed, when I emerged, I felt heavily restricted that if you and Yunshinhong managed to endure this long, it must have been quite arduous. Not just that. The physical torment was tolerable, but within that spiritual energy, I lost all sense of time. Ji Xian shuddered at the recollection. Clearly unsettled, he then turned his gaze toward the pinnacle of the Spirit Emperor Tower. From a distance, the tower was invisible, yet as one approached, it loomed larger, exuding an enchanting aura that I wonder how long that fellow can hold out. Ji Xian thought, clenching his fists in determination. Meanwhile, Yunqing remained unaware of the happenings around him. Under the dual torment of body and spirit, he found not despair, but a peculiar enjoyment in the experience. Patience was a virtue he possessed in abundance. However, the relentless pressure of the heavy spiritual energy was beginning to take its toll on his physical form. The concentration of energy had reached a terrifying level, and the pressure that had once been easily resisted was now increasingly difficult to bear. His body, continuously compressed, had suffered significant depletion of vital energy. Had it not been for Yunqing's foresight in consuming 10 drops of heavenly treasure spring, he might have already succumbed. Drawing upon the immense vitality contained within a single drop of heavenly treasure spring, Yunqing's blood and energy began to regenerate, fortifying his physique. However, as the concentration of spiritual energy in the room escalated, Yunqing sensed that the rate of his regeneration was lagging. Fortunately, the life force within a drop of heavenly treasure spring was vast, and Yunqing was judicious with its use. Thus far, he had consumed only 2 drops. Yet, the depletion of heavenly treasure spring would only accelerate with the rising energy density, and it was unlikely that he could endure for another 2 months. Could it be that Elder Yi's father had access to heavenly treasure spring in his day, or perhaps even more potent medicinal treasures? Yunqing pondered, baffled. 10 drops of heavenly treasure spring were already coveted by those at the pinnacle of the divine realm, indicating its extraordinary efficacy. Yet it was clear that these 10 drops would not last for 4 months. Following his instincts, Yunqing retrieved a vial of heavenly treasure spring. With a resounding crash, the vial shattered under the pressure. Fortunately, Yunqing reacted swiftly, circulating a sliver of heavy spiritual energy to draw in the hundreds of drops of heavenly treasure spring into his mouth, preventing a wasteful loss. Once again, a drop of the celestial treasure spring dissolved, and the vitality within Yunqing surged forth with remarkable speed. His meridians and every sinew of flesh within him succumbed to a cycle of destruction and rebirth under the relentless pressure and impact of spiritual energy. They were shattered, resurrected, and fortified anew, only to be broken again as the intensity of the spiritual energy escalated. By the time 3 months had elapsed, the terrifying pressure of the spiritual energy had entirely surpassed what Yunqing's physical form could endure. It is worth noting that Yunqing's body was already exceedingly close to that of a ferocious beast, as his true dragon and true phoenix souls grew in strength within the realm of the Celestial Gate. His physical prowess had once again broken through. Though he had not conducted precise tests, Yunqing could trade blows with the divine realms He Tianqi several times, a testament to his formidable physical strength. The father of Elder Yi was undoubtedly an extraordinary individual, managing to endure for 4 months. His physical power must far exceed my own. Yunqing was astounded. He had confidence in his own physical strength, believing that none beneath the divine realm could rival him. After all, he had feasted on heavenly treasure since childhood, and with the infusion of dragon and phoenix blood since birth, he had consumed tens of thousands of pounds of ferocious beast meat. Such treatment was unparalleled in the entirety of the cultivation world. It had forged his terrifying physique. Yet at this moment his body was beginning to falter. No, if others can achieve it, then I too shall succeed. Yunqing gritted his teeth, though the sensation of determination was considerably dulled by the excruciating pain. Crack, crack. Yunqing's body swayed, and he felt within him that the dreadful pressure had already fractured several of his finer bones. The agony of broken bones was unbearable, yet Yunqing silently swallowed another drop of the celestial treasure spring. The life force erupted within him, allowing him to awkwardly straighten his posture once more. However, the spiritual energy grew dense and heavy yet again, causing several more bones to snap. Must it be so merciless? A little time to recover would be appreciated. Yunqing silently lamented, yet he did not succumb to despair. The oppressive spiritual energy moved sluggishly within him, Yet he tirelessly endeavored to direct this weighty energy toward the fractured bones. Only when the rate of repair provided by the spiritual energy could not keep pace with the speed of bone fractures would Yunqing then draw upon the life force from the celestial treasure spring to heal himself. The same principle applied to his flesh. Yunqing would not resort to using the celestial treasure spring unless absolutely necessary, for he had come to temper his body, not merely to engage in a battle of attrition. If he continually relied on the celestial treasure spring, it would likely yield suboptimal results. Thus, amid the collapse and rebirth of his body, Yunqing felt the passage of time. At last, he slowly approached the 4-month mark. Though he could not ascertain the exact time, Yunqing could estimate it fairly well. Half a month prior, due to the excessively high concentration of spiritual energy surrounding him, Yunqing discovered he could no longer open the pouch at his waist. Fortunately, the storage space of that pouch resided in the void. Otherwise, the supplies he carried would have been obliterated. At this moment, the heavy spiritual energy within Yunqing had also increased significantly. The spiritual energy once contained within the celestial treasure spring would be directly dispersed and extinguished by the weighty energy as it coursed through him. However, through Yunqing's relentless efforts over the past 4 months, the operation speed of the heavy spiritual energy within him had doubled compared to before, although still slow relative to normal spiritual energy. Yunqing was thoroughly satisfied that he could distinctly sense that the strength of his meridians, flesh, and bones had all seen significant enhancement. Yet, the rapid fluctuations in spiritual energy concentration outpaced his ability to recover and endure. It was precisely for this reason that Yunqing gradually grasped the method to sustain his physical tempering for a longer duration. He needed to continuously accelerate his own recovery capabilities, ensuring that the speed of his physical restoration kept pace with the destructive force of the concentrated spiritual energy. However, as the celestial treasure spring was consumed, Yunqing was taken aback. Elder Ye's father was truly extraordinary. Even his terrifying physique required the celestial treasure spring to keep up with the speed of its degradation. Could it be that Elder Ye's father was akin to a fully grown ferocious beast? Chapter 63. Not yet departed. Half a year swiftly passed. Beneath the Linglong Tower, students frequently entered and exited. Within the Lingshu Academy, the Linglong Tower was the favored training ground for many students. The topmost level harbored dense, heavy spiritual energy, which was also present in the lower tiers. The Linglong Tower comprised 101 levels. Apart from the pinnacle, there were 100 levels available for student cultivation. From the 1st to the 100th level, the concentration and weight of spiritual energy increased progressively. Every student must begin their journey in the Linglong Tower from the 1st level. If they endure for a full day, they may ascend to the 2nd level on their next visit. Only those who reach the 33rd level or above may partake in assessments for human-level students. Those who attain the 66th level or higher may participate in evaluations for Earth-level students, and if they succeed, they are permitted to graduate. Furthermore, if one conquers the 99th level, they may undertake the heavenly level assessment. The 100th level is said to host the mythical void level assessment, a rank that no one has ever reached. This method of evaluation is dubbed tower climbing, for those bearing a golden badge. There are over 10 opportunities to climb the tower annually, especially for the top-ranked students, who possess a staggering 30 chances. Conversely, those with silver badges receive fewer than 10 opportunities per year, a pitiful amount. Should fortune not favor them, and they fail to endure long enough on 1 or 2 occasions, they may find themselves unable to ascend even a few levels in an entire year. Thus, the Lingshu Academy has begun to issue tasks, granting students additional chances to enter the Linglong Tower upon completion. Naturally, there are also monthly ranking competitions, and those who place within the top 40 earn 2 tower climbing opportunities, while those ranking from 41st to 100th receive 1. However, these monthly competitions are conducted among all students of the same cohort, meaning that nearly 10,000 individuals vie for the top 100 ranks each month. Following the completion of this month's evaluations, numerous students gained additional chances to enter the Linglong Tower. Consequently, at the beginning of the month, the number of individuals visiting the Linglong Tower surged dramatically. At this moment, an elderly man stood at the entrance of the Linglong Tower, leisurely keeping his eyes closed. Every student entering the tower must raise their badge as they pass before the guardian of the tower. Should the guardian not halt them, they may proceed onward to the level recorded on their badge. Hey look, those new students are back again. They seem to come here several days each month. I wonder what they are waiting for," remarked a student who had just exited the Lingwang Tower, gesturing toward the four standing at the tower's front. "That I heard that one of their friends entered the top of the Lingwang Tower, and hasn't he come out yet?" "What?" exclaimed a student, only to quickly lower his voice as he attracted curious glances from those around him. What nonsense! A new student entering the top of the Lingwang Tower to receive rewards was 6 months ago. Right? How could anyone still be inside? I find it hard to believe too, but I inquired with several acquaintances, and that is the news I received. Those acquaintances of yours should refrain from associating with you. It must be false information. How could anyone endure so long at the top of the Lingwang Tower? Exactly. It sounds far too alarming. With that, the group departed. Meanwhile, the new students bore expressions of confusion. Among them, a seemingly ordinary girl said, "What on earth has Yunqing been doing for so long?" A handsome young man replied, "Why worry about that guy? He is incredibly strong." As he spoke, the young man took a couple of steps forward. Grinning mischievously, "This month, I gained 2 additional chances to enter the tower. He is probably just lingering inside. By the time he comes out, I might be graduating." Behind him, a girl in black nodded in agreement and also entered the tower. Following that, the remaining youth ruffled the hair of the girl who had spoken initially, chuckling as he said, "Don't worry. Qingzi might be gaining some significant opportunity inside. That is for you and Wu Guangyao. You should also put in the effort to cultivate diligently under our master and aim to break into the top 100. Dealt with that, the youth entered the tower as well. The girl, feeling somewhat resigned, nodded and then turned to leave. This moment, at the summit of the Lingwang Tower, an eerie silence prevailed. Within a certain chamber, a vast expanse of whiteness filled the room, although the spiritual energy emitted a faint glow. The overwhelming accumulation rendered it exceptionally bright. Strangely, at the edges of this chamber, a luminous orb existed. The light emitted by this orb was brighter than that of the surrounding spiritual energy upon closer inspection. The light from the orb appeared to be flowing slowly, and the patterns of its movement resembled a humanoid form. Peering deeper, a youth enveloped in blood-red hue, shrouded by the white light emanating from within, was seated in meditation. Countless arcane symbols flickered across his surface, with various patterns manifesting in succession, that if one listened closely, the sounds of explosive detonations echoed from within his corporeal form, as though a cataclysmic battle raged inside him. This youth was none other than Yunqing, who had sat down 6 months prior. In the past 6 months, the ethereal energy within the room has incessantly thickened and grown heavier. Under this terrifying oppressive aura, Yunqing has persevered until now. Within him, the energy that has been forcefully compressed has accumulated to an overwhelming extent. Conversely, the pressure exerted both internally and externally on Yunqing's body has also been relentlessly increasing. Amidst such a formidable environment, Yunqing's cultivation has surged at an astonishing pace. Within the Ming Palace, the celestial gate stands complete, wide open. Now, all that remains is for Yunqing to step through the celestial gate and enter the divine realm. In comparison to his cultivation, Yunqing's physical strength has become even more formidable. Since entering this room, his body is transformed into a vessel, albeit one that possesses the capability for automatic self-repair. Bang! A crisp sound emanated from Yunqing's tightly shut mouth, signifying that the last drop of the celestial treasure spirit spring he held within had been consumed. Vitality surged throughout his body in an instant. However, Yunqing had long since grown numb, unable to feel the coolness or pain. Flesh and blood regenerated, yet Yunqing now faced a grave dilemma. The celestial treasure spirit spring had been nearly depleted, and the repair speed of his body could not keep pace with the destructive force of the energy assailing him. Moreover, over 2 months ago, Yunqing's storage pouch had become inaccessible, rendering him unable to retrieve the spirit spring stored within to replenish his reserves. Must it be that the next time I reach my limit, I shall be forced to depart? Yunqing felt a twinge of unwillingness. Although his progress in cultivation had been excruciatingly slow, he could sense that his physique had received significant enhancement. Perhaps now he could withstand the lethal techniques of divine realm powerhouses. Though it may not sound particularly impressive for a practitioner at the celestial stage, it was nothing short of a fantastical notion. Even Yunqing, starting from such a high point, had previously struggled to secure a complete victory against the weakest of divine generals. This was a matter of entirely different realms of cultivation. Even He Qianqi, with the aid of several allies and the terrifying power of an imperial-grade divine weapon, had only managed to stall for a brief moment. Yet now, amidst the countless cycles of destruction and rebirth, Yunqing's physical form had undergone tremendous enhancement. He was confident that if he could continue to endure, he would eventually keep pace with the destructive speed of that oppressive energy. And when that day arrived, he would confront divine realm powerhouses with a celestial gate cultivation. The terrifying energy continued to swell, its weight pressing down upon Yunqing, just as he was devising every possible means to endure. No one noticed the fine cracks appearing on the heavy stone door within a room at the pinnacle of the Spirit Emperor Tower. Soon, those cracks rapidly expanded. Chapter 64. The anomaly at the summit of the Spirit Emperor Tower in the vast expanse of the Great Thousand Divine Kingdom where the Lingshu Academy is located. There exist only 3 continents. Among them, the Lingshu Academy occupies a considerable area, encompassing both the Lingshu and Lingzhen continents. The Lingshu Academy serves as the residence for students and teachers, while the Lingzhen continent is home solely to the elders and the 5 supreme beings of the Lingshu Academy. The most powerful individuals in the entire Great Thousand Divine Kingdom are gathered here. That on the Lingzhen continent stands a resplendent hall, sprawling across miles, rivaling the heavenly courts of all realms. All students of Lingshu are aware that this vast and magnificent hall is known as the Wufang Pavilion, where reside the 5 individuals of the highest status and cultivation within Lingshu Academy. At this moment, the usually tranquil Wufang Pavilion was filled with voices emanating from the Grand Hall. What? He hasn't emerged yet. A figure, entirely enveloped in shadowy apparitions, spoke with astonishment. Surrounding him were 4 similar figures, all radiating a brilliant light that obscured their true appearances. One among them stood at the center of the hall, holding a small wooden staff. This was an elderly man with closed eyes, whom the students would undoubtedly recognize as the guardian elder of the Spirit Emperor Tower. Reporting to the Supreme Tai Chi, "That lad has been within for over half a year." The guardian elder responded to the one who had spoken. Could it be that someone is truly on the verge of breaking the formation set by the human emperor? The voice of the Supreme Tai Chu trembled, seemingly stirred by the guardian elder's words. Present among them were the 5 supreme beings: Tai Yi, Tai Chu, Tai Shi, Tai Su, and Tai Chi, all of whom had lived for countless years. And now they displayed such a remarkable reaction that if this were to reach the outside world, it would undoubtedly provoke a tremendous uproar. Meanwhile, the one responsible for all this commotion, Yunqing, remained utterly oblivious, though he continued to struggle against the destructive speed of the oppressive energy surrounding him. His vital essence was depleting day by day, that if one were present, they would see the once vibrant youth now resembling a withered elder. His body was marred by bulging veins, and his flesh had begun to desiccate. Even his bones appeared to have thinned considerably under the relentless torment of each passing day. Yunqing understood that this was due to the recovery rate of his bones failing to keep pace with the destruction. Each time his bones were mended, they would be crushed again in the next moment, leaving him no time to fully heal. Damn it, this power is too terrifying. Must I truly reach my limits here? Yunqing felt a simmering discontent within. His vital essence was further waning, yet he continued to fight against the overwhelming pressure. To give up would merely require him to relax completely, transferring all the pressure he bore onto the cushion beneath him, which would then transport him away. However, Yunqing was loath to do so. That if he could persist, even mastering the manipulation of the heavy, ethereal energy within him, he would become immensely powerful. Just as he resolved to continue, he suddenly sensed a swift reduction in the pressure upon him. What is happening? Yunqing was taken aback, yet the ethereal energy around him remained oppressively heavy, his senses shrouded, rendering him unable to open his eyes. At that moment, countless individuals climbing the Spirit Emperor Tower suddenly heard a series of explosive sounds from above. Simultaneously, an immense rumbling reverberated continuously. Within the Spirit Emperor Tower, everyone was at a loss as to what was occurring, prompting them to hastily vacate their respective rooms. Many who were about to enter the tower witnessed a peculiar scene below. The once tranquil Spirit Emperor Tower now resembled a colossal chimney, with milky white ethereal energy radiating a soft glow, slowly overflowing into the surroundings. Heavens, what has transpired? Could it be that an external enemy has invaded? An anomaly has occurred at the summit of the Spirit Emperor Tower. Those at the base of the tower were left in a state of shock. Meanwhile, the Guardian Elder, far away in the Wufang Pavilion on the Lingjin continent, suddenly changed countenance. This is bad. Something has gone awry. He then vanished, reappearing a moment later beneath the Spirit Emperor Tower. Though his eyes remained shut, he lifted his head, as if able to perceive something. The Spirit Emperor Tower has been compromised. The Guardian Elder swiftly made this assessment before entering the Spirit Emperor Tower. The five supreme beings in the Wufang Pavilion seemed equally unprepared for this situation, and they quickly followed the Guardian Elder, arriving at the Spirit Emperor Tower in the blink of an eye. Upon reaching the summit, they found the Guardian Elder already present. The chaotic currents of oppressive ethereal energy surged wildly within the corridor, yet as they passed by the five supreme beings and the Guardian Elder, they were effortlessly repelled. What is happening? It seems that Lad has stirred too much true ethereal energy, resulting in a leakage, the Guardian Elder explained, following the direction of the ethereal currents. Before long, he came upon several shattered stone slabs, remnants of the previously intact stone door. Not far from those broken slabs, within a room, countless streams of ethereal energy surged outward. That is the source. The Guardian Elder hastened to the doorway of that room. Within, the true ethereal energy surged frantically under the high pressure, and not only had the stone door been cracked, but the walls of the room were also riddled with numerous fissures. This was the reason the ethereal energy was leaking into the outside world. All supreme beings joined forces to seal off the leaking true ethereal energy. The Guardian Elder commanded, his hunched form suddenly straightening as he plunged into the room. The five supreme beings, upon hearing this, immediately took action. The Spirit Emperor Tower is the foundation of the Lingshu Academy and must not be compromised. Subsequently, those outside the tower witnessed beams of golden light erupting from the base, gradually converging to form a golden cage, locking the Spirit Emperor Tower within. The previously overflowing true ethereal energy was now firmly contained within the room. Inside the room, the Guardian Elder's eyes remained closed. Yet the tidal wave of ethereal energy surrounding him formed an immense pressure that proved ineffective against his saintly presence. Soon, he laid eyes upon Yunqing. At this moment, Yunqing was entirely unaware of what was transpiring. He merely felt the sudden alleviation of pressure around him, and the rate of his bodily destruction had begun to slow, and he was fervently urging the true ethereal energy to repair his form. What a remarkable lad, still practicing, the Guardian Elder realized immediately. However, as long as Yunqing remained seated upon that cushion, the true ethereal energy would continue to manifest, necessitating that he take Yunqing away. The Guardian Elder extended his hand, grasping Yunqing's shoulder, and in a flash, they were outside the door. Suddenly, the chaotic and turbulent true spirit energy that had just been rampant began to dissipate, seemingly merging with the surrounding walls that moment. Yunqing slowly opened his eyes, sensing that the pressure around him had completely vanished. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld 6 individuals standing nearby. Apart from the old tower guardian, the remaining 5 were enveloped in an endless divine radiance, rendering their features indistinguishable. However, Yunqing paid them no heed. Instead, he grasped the collar of the tower guardian with fervent anger, demanding, what cultivation level did Elder Ye's father possess when he entered the peak of the Spirit Emperor Tower? The surrounding individuals were momentarily taken aback. At that juncture, the figure above, Taichu, spoke. I entered this place back in the day at the realm of Divine Sovereign. What do you mean by I? Yunqing, impatient, turned his head away, his dry palm releasing the old guardian's collar. Yet in the next instant, he realized that the person before him was indeed Yi Ziju's father. It was then that he noticed the 5 individuals around him, all of whom exuded an intimidating presence. Well, I haven't yet claimed my reward. I shall take my leave. Yunqing attempted to slip into a nearby room, only to be seized by a large hand. Behind him, the old tower guardian wore a helpless expression, saying, What, do you intend to completely destroy the Spirit Emperor Tower? At that moment, Yunqing noticed that the walls of the room he had just occupied had shattered completely, with light streaming in through the cracks. Had it not been for a few beams of golden light supporting them, those walls would likely have collapsed entirely. Did I do that? Yunqing was taken aback. His senses had been sealed, and he had been oblivious to the events that transpired. The old guardian nodded grimly, then pressed down on his shoulder. In the blink of an eye, Yunqing found himself outside the Spirit Emperor Tower. A resounding voice proclaimed, "From this day forth, the Spirit Emperor Tower shall be closed for 3 days." The grand announcement echoed around, swiftly spreading throughout the entire spirit abode. Chapter 65. True Spirit Energy Boom. Boom! Several massive walls crashed down, and all of it was witnessed clearly by the thousands of students gathered around. What on earth had transpired at the pinnacle of the Spirit Emperor Tower? Surely, the actions just witnessed were the result of the 5 figures above. Some were perplexed, comprising both fresh students who had only arrived half a year prior, and those who had been there for decades. Yet, without exception, they had never encountered such a spectacle. What left them even more bewildered was the sudden appearance of an individual at the entrance of the Spirit Emperor Tower. This person was tattered and worn, their flesh seemingly dried and withered, as if their lifespan was nearing its end. However, before anyone could begin to speculate, Yunqing seemed to notice his own ghastly appearance and promptly patted his storage pouch at his waist. A vial of heavenly treasure spirit spring materialized, from which he swiftly extracted 2 drops and ingested them, that a surge of vital energy erupted within him, rapidly flowing to every injury within his body. Yunqing's vitality rejuvenated, and soon his flesh became robust once more. The youth's figure gradually regained its form, but unlike before entering the tower, Yunqing had grown significantly taller. The cycle of being shattered and reborn had nearly replaced his entire physique. Even the bones within his body had become extraordinarily resilient due to the relentless fortification. Perhaps due to the immense pressure his body had endured, the rebirth of his flesh emitted thunderous sounds, startling the crowd behind him. What on earth is that? It sounds like drums. Drums? No, that is the sound of flesh being reborn. Could it be that he was gravely injured and is now being reborn? Perhaps he was crushed by the true spirit energy of the Spirit Emperor Tower and is only now beginning to recover after exiting. The noise was terrifying, akin to the awakening of a primordial beast. Some faces turned pale. Yet, someone suddenly recalled, turning to their companion, "Do you remember that new student who entered the peak of the Spirit Emperor Tower and hasn't come out yet?" "Of course. How could I forget? Is it possible that he truly has been up there all this time? Could it be 7 months? Back in the day, Tai Chu entered at the realm of Divine Sovereign and only remained for 4 months. When Tai Chu joined the academy, had he already reached the realm of Divine Sovereign? No, Tai Chu only arrived in the spirit abode 3,000 years ago. The previous Tai Chu took him in when he was already a century old and at the Divine Sovereign realm. Then does that mean this fellow is even more formidable than Tai Chu? In that moment, those who heard this were left astounded. Among the new students, none had ever heard of anyone who had crossed into the divine realm. Thus, it was likely that this young man had spent 7 months at the peak of the Spirit Emperor Tower with a cultivation level beneath the divine realm. As the crowd behind him marveled in shock, Yunqing suddenly felt a sweetness in his throat. Cough. With that cough, a pool of black blood erupted from his body. Simultaneously, some foul-smelling substances began to seep from beneath his skin. Those materials flowed directly to the ground, and Yunqing felt a wave of lightness wash over him. Those were the stagnant blood and waste that had accumulated during the constant cycle of injury and rebirth, now expelled from his body. Upon introspection, Yunqing discovered that his primordial spirit had expanded significantly, now closely matching the size of his body, while the dragon and phoenix primordial spirits remained the same size as before. However, curiously, the 3 primordial spirits were no longer entirely red. Instead, they shimmered with strands of white light. Did I ask this due to my absorption of the dense spirit energy? Yunqing pondered for a moment. Within him, the luminous spirit energy began to circulate, moving at a speed that was now half that of normal spirit energy. Yet one troubling aspect remained. The dense spirit energy was excessively domineering, instantly shattering the spirit energy contained within the heavenly treasure spirit spring, preventing any further refinement. Must I abandon these spirit energies? Yunqing contemplated, shaking his head. Forget it. I shall return to Kongqing Mountain first. With that, Yunqing turned and departed, disregarding the gazes of those around him. Recalling the path he had traversed half a year earlier, he soon arrived at the foot of Kongqing Mountain, to that moment. Atop the mountain's stone platform, Yi Zizhu, who had been meditating, abruptly opened her eyes. That a flicker of astonishment crossed her face, followed by a faint smile. "Back, are you?" With a wave of her sleeve, Yunqing, who had just been at the foot of the mountain, instantly appeared before Yizu at that moment. Her expression had settled into complete tranquility. Noticing the changes in the surroundings, Yunqing quickly reacted, respectfully addressing Yi Zizhu. I have returned, Elder Yi. Indeed, you have grown considerably taller. Yi Zizhu remarked, her demeanor cold, her voice laced with an icy tone. Yunqing pondered for a moment, then released a wisp of spirit energy from within. Elder Yi, do you recognize what this is? The spirit energy glimmered softly. Though it was but a trace, its weight could be felt, and even Yunqing struggled to release it. However, Yi Zizhu, seated above, suddenly appeared taken aback. True spirit energy. She then extended her jade hand, and the wisp of spirit energy floated toward her. However, before it could come close, it dissipated into thin air. You managed to bring this true spirit energy out of the Spirit Emperor Tower's peak. A hint of surprise appeared on Yi Zizhu's serene face. Yunqing, perplexed, inquired, what is true spirit energy? Seeing his confusion, Yi Zizhu contemplated for a moment before explaining. Cultivators, without exception, rely on spirit energy to wield their powers. Very few engage in combat using pure physical strength. The do you know where spirit energy originates? Between heaven and earth, the essence of flora and fauna, the cycle of life and death, spirit energy flows perpetually. Yunqing replied solemnly. What if a cultivator's spirit energy were to be depleted? Yi Zizhu continued to question. Yunqing considered this and replied, refine the spirit energy of heaven and earth for one's own use. Precisely, Yi Zizhu nodded. Thus, a cultivator's life is intertwined with spirit energy, that a place devoid of spirit energy not only hampers the progress of cultivation, but also compels cultivators to avoid conflict. Yi Zizhu then gazed at Yunqing. However, there was one individual who never utilized the natural spirit energy of the world. Instead, they created spirit energy from their own power, and with that as their foundation, they defied the heavens and ultimately achieved the title of Human Emperor. But that would be the Spirit Emperor? Yunqing queried. Indeed, Yi Zizhu's eyes sparkled with admiration, as if recounting the tale of a great figure. When the Spirit Emperor emerged, they bore physical imperfections, their dantian obstructed. Yet with immense determination, they mastered the scriptures and self-created the true spirit power to self-created. Yunqing was astonished as he sensed the spirit energy within him. Through this method, the Spirit Emperor attained the title of Human Emperor, becoming invincible for an entire lifetime. However, because this type of spirit energy is unlike ordinary spirit energy, countless individuals have tried but have never succeeded in circulating this energy within their bodies. Yunqing was momentarily taken aback, initially believing that this reward consisted solely of the spiritual energy. However, he soon realized that this energy was meant for body refinement. Due to his proactive absorption, the spiritual energy surged wildly within him, clashing incessantly with the external spiritual energy, which ultimately led him to such a predicament. Later, under immense pressure, he found himself unable to refrain from absorption. A multitude of true spiritual energy was forcibly infused into his body, resulting in his current condition. Now, with an understanding of the nature of this spiritual energy, Yunqing faced two choices. Firstly, to relinquish the true spiritual energy, as the purpose of body refinement had already been achieved, and he had become quite formidable. Secondly, to retain the true spiritual energy, which would allow his meridians and flesh to be incessantly tempered, thereby augmenting his physical prowess. However, the latter choice had its drawbacks. While possessing this true spiritual energy, Yunqing would be unable to absorb any additional spiritual energy, as the true spiritual energy would dissipate every strand of energy he attempted to absorb. In that moment, Yunqing found himself in a dilemma. Chapter 66. I am actually at the bottom. After listening to Yi Zizhu's account, Yunqing began to comprehend. Throughout the annals of human history, every emperor had been an extraordinary individual, and the most recent spiritual emperor had left behind countless legends. Yet, few were aware that he was born with inherent flaws, rendering him incapable of cultivating spiritual energy. In a desperate bid, the spiritual emperor had devised his own method, thus forging a path unlike any other. Yunqing felt a burgeoning admiration for that spiritual emperor. Nevertheless, admiration aside, Yunqing still needed to make a choice. After much contemplation, he opted to retain the spiritual energy within him. The human race's primordial spirit within him had nearly reached the size of his physical form, with a breakthrough imminent that if Yunqing could fully integrate the true spiritual energy within his body, the strength of his primordial spirit would undoubtedly be unparalleled. Subsequently, Yunqing departed from the mountain peak and returned to the cave abode arranged for him by Yizhu. He retrieved a bouquet of flowers that were nestled in an empty vase. Previously, this vase had been filled with beast blood, but now it had been entirely absorbed by the heavenly tribulation flower. While at the pinnacle of the spiritual emperor's tower, Yunqing had occasionally worried that the heavenly tribulation flower might bloom. The flower could only be consumed the moment it blossomed. Should it bloom in his absence, it would be an egregious waste. However, it appeared that Yunqing had overthought the matter. The leaves of the heavenly tribulation flower had indeed unfurled considerably. Yet it was still some distance from flowering. At least 2 vials of beast blood were still required. Should he ask Elder Yi for more? Yunqing pondered but quickly dismissed the thought. Yi Zizhu would certainly disdain to deceive him. There were only a few vials, and despite the passage of 7 months, even if Yunqing were to request more, it would undoubtedly be in vain. He resolved to be self-reliant. As Yunqing stored the flower away, he suddenly sensed someone outside the cave that in the blink of an eye. He stepped outside to find a young man peering curiously inside. Ji Xian. Yunqing recognized him and called out that Ji Xian, upon seeing Yunqing, displayed a hint of surprise. You've changed significantly. The current Yunqing was utterly different from the mischievous boy he had been 6 months ago, although his striking features remained unchanged. What brings you here? Yunqing inquired, somewhat perplexed at Ji Xian, with a smug grin, replied, I heard that the spiritual emperor's tower exploded today, so I immediately guessed it was you. Pretty clever, right? Observing Ji Xian's foolish demeanor, Yunqing felt somewhat speechless. He then asked, What about the others? Are they well? Ji Xian nodded. Not bad aside from Yunhua and Wu Guanyao. We often rank within the top 100. Top 100? Yunqing was taken aback, then recalled something, exclaiming, The ranking competition? Exactly. In 10 days, the rankings for this month will be finalized. Now that you're out, do you want to take a look? Ji Xian grinned mischievously. Yunqing, unsure of what this fool was laughing about, felt no suspicion and simply replied, Let's go. The two swiftly departed the area. By the way, don't you have to follow your master for training? Yunqing queried. Not at all. He only wants to see me when there's an issue. Otherwise, I hardly need to meet him, that I'm free to roam the spiritual origin continent every day, Ji Xian boasted, evidently pleased with his newfound freedom. However, his expression soured as he continued, But that Hong Lai fellow is infuriating, always claiming that my previous victory over him was solely due to the imperial-grade divine weapon, insisting it was an unearned win. Yunqing was speechless. It had been over half a year, yet these two clowns were still bickering over the selection competition. Before long, the pair arrived at a venue within Lingshu Academy. It was a martial arts arena, reminiscent of the selection competition, where spiritual energy was continuously erupting. Prominently displayed at the center of the arena was a stone tablet, densely inscribed with numerous golden characters. Upon closer inspection, Yunqing discerned that these were names, each followed by a numerical score. Ma Yuan, 21, for 22, Quan Mo, 19, 931. Lan Fiyu, 19, for 44. As Yunqing scrutinized the names and numbers, confusion clouded his mind. Upon reaching the 12th name, he saw Ji Xian, 15, 743. That's me. Ji Xian puffed out his chest proudly, then wiped his nose, adding, If my cultivation were a bit higher, I would have long since broken into the top 10. What does this mean? Yunqing was puzzled. How are these rankings determined, and what do those numbers represent? Oh, just look below. Ji Xian pointed to the arena's conditions, explaining, Each participant starts with 2 points, and during ranking matches, one can earn a tenth of their opponent's points. Wait, if everyone starts with only 2 points, then how can there be over 20,000 points in total? Oh, the Academy issues various tasks for students to complete, and upon completion, one can earn substantial points. Ji Xian replied, glancing at the bottom of the stone tablet, as if attempting to direct Yunqing's attention there. But Yunqing continued to press. Tasks? Yes, like offering rewards for certain rare materials or techniques. Upon hearing this, Yunqing's eyes brightened. Rare materials and techniques? I wonder if I can offer a bounty for beast blood. Students must use their own points to offer rewards. So you want to be able to, Ji Xian said. Why not? Yun Qing was taken aback. "At this." Ji Xian wore a triumphant grin and slowly pointed to the bottom of the stone tablet. "Where would you get points from?" Yun Qing was momentarily stunned, but the characters at the bottom of the stone tablet were too small to decipher, and he leaped beside the stone tablet, crouched down, and brushed aside the weeds sprouting from its base. Then, he understood the meaning behind Ji Xian's earlier smug expression. Yun Qing, too, that this name was solitary, inscribed at the very bottom of the stone tablet. Moreover, due to his failure to register, the name was written in gray. This meant that Yun Qing was indeed at the very bottom. "I can't believe I am at the bottom." Don't be disheartened. As long as you participate in matches gradually, you'll catch up to me one day." Ji Xian beamed with pride, causing Yun Qing to feel an overwhelming urge to give him a good thrashing. If it weren't for his 7-month absence in the spiritual emperor's tower, would this fellow even have the audacity to mock him? However, Yun Qing's expression brightened as he seized Ji Xian's shoulder. "What are you doing?" Ji Xian asked, showing no resistance but maintaining a wary demeanor. "That I need to borrow some points from you." Not a chance. To prevent point theft, challenges can't have a difference of more than 10 ranks. And if it exceeds that, both parties must agree. Ji Xian quipped playfully, "I certainly agree. I can't possibly defeat you." Yun Qing's face darkened. Was there such a ridiculous regulation? Furthermore, it was even more troublesome that if no one within 10 ranks of you was on the stage, you couldn't force a match, Ji Xian cheerfully explained. So, unless you forcibly drag someone within 10 ranks onto the stage, others can simply choose not to fight. Upon hearing this, Yun Qing found himself puzzled. What if someone becomes first and then stops competing? Wouldn't they secure the top spot indefinitely? After considering Yun Qing's question, Ji Xian slapped his forehead and remarked, "That seems to be the case, but who would be so shameless? If someone challenges them and they refuse to fight, wouldn't they be ridiculed by everyone in the academy?" Yun Qing was at a loss for words. Shortly after, Ji Xian led him to the points management office to register. Chapter 67. One move to defeat the enemy registration. A golden badge was slapped onto the table of the points management office, startling the elder seated there. He looked up to see 2 young men standing before him. Go away. Who would be registering at a time like this? The elder felt a sense of indignation. How could it be that, after more than half a year since the arrival of the new students, there were still some who had not registered for the ranking competition? However, the young man who presented the golden badge explained, "I was unable to emerge from the top of the Spirit Emperor Tower in a timely manner, which is why I have yet to register." The Spirit Emperor Tower? The elder was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in realization. "Is it you, young man?" The elder from the points management office immediately recognized who Yun Qing was, and thus he was somewhat astonished. Today, the 5 esteemed officials issued a temporary lockdown of the Spirit Emperor Tower. It must certainly be related to you. Not quite, Yun Qing replied. That it was merely that some spiritual energy leaked from the top of the tower, which led to my expulsion. Spiritual energy leakage. After staying inside for half a year, can it not be attributed to you? The elder puffed his cheeks, clearly skeptical. Yun Qing wished to say more, but was interrupted by Ji Xian, who spoke up. "Elder, you are making baseless accusations without evidence. Please proceed with our registration." The elder from the points management office picked up the golden badge and tapped a few times. Not far away, a glimmer of golden light flickered at the bottom of the stone tablet. Subsequently, he tossed the badge to Yun Qing and mockingly addressed Ji Xian. "What do you know, after all these years? Do you think I am unaware of the situation at the top of the Spirit Emperor Tower?" "Hey, that is not correct," Ji Xian retorted, visibly displeased, and began to argue with the elder from the points management office. Observing this, Yun Qing quietly stepped back, returning to the training grounds, which remained as lively as before, with fierce battles taking place on each platform, but he had forgotten to inquire how to conduct the matches with Ji Xian. It dawned on him, but he thought it of little consequence that he approached a few individuals wandering nearby to casually ask for information. Although they were surprised that a student was unaware of such details, they still promptly informed Yun Qing that as long as one ascended the platform, if any of the 20 qualifying individuals possessed a badge, it would signify participation in the competition. However, for Yun Qing, only 10 individuals would be able to see him, as he was the last in line, with no one ranked lower than him. Subsequently, Yun Qing casually walked onto an empty platform. Yet, after waiting for quite some time, he saw no one approaching. How odd, Could it be that all 10 individuals above him happened to be unavailable? Yunqing pondered. It should be that those ranked lower would be the most eager to compete for points at this moment. Right? He stepped down from the platform and walked towards the stone tablet. Upon seeing the points of the 10 individuals above him, he understood, even if those 10 were at the very bottom, they still had dozens of points, while he only had 2. According to the rules that dictated that a defeated competitor must forfeit 1/10 of their points, even if they won against Yunqing. They could only claim 1 point. Conversely, should they lose, they would have to surrender 10 or even dozens of points. That it was obvious even to a fool that this was not a worthwhile endeavor. Realizing this, Yunqing found himself in a predicament that he was trapped in a vicious cycle. He needed to compete to earn points, yet with so few points, no one was willing to face him. Without points, he could not compete to earn more. Was he to take on tasks to accumulate points? Yunqing was not keen on wasting copious amounts of time to earn points. After contemplating for a long while, a sudden idea struck him that he pulled out a precious medicinal herb from his pocket and placed it on an empty platform before stepping onto it himself. Moments later, a plump young lad with a clear objective climbed onto the platform. What does this medicinal herb signify? The young lad scrutinized Yunqing for a while before inquiring. Yunqing smiled and pointed at the herb, stating, "If you defeat me, not only will you receive points, but I will also give you this herb." His confidence was palpable, yet the young lad's expression betrayed skepticism. This all seemed like a trap. "How many points do you possess?" At that moment, Yunqing posed the question. The young lad was taken aback. I have 114, that if I lose, I will only receive 11 points for this herb. Surely, it cannot be worth that much." Yunqing was confident. The herb's properties were gentle, making it most suitable for individuals with lower cultivation levels. Evidently, the young lad was intrigued, which was why he hesitated. "How about this? If you win, I will only provide you with points. If you lose, I will take the herb." After a moment's thought, Yunqing suggested. The young lad hesitated, but after considering that he had no fear of Yunqing reneging on the deal, he nodded, "All right," though he did not comprehend why Yunqing would engage in such a disadvantageous transaction. To Yunqing, this herb, which might seem precious to others, was utterly commonplace. Even upon his birth, he would have turned his nose up at consuming such a thing. I am called." The young lad began to introduce himself, but was abruptly cut off as he felt his vision darken. And in an instant, he was forcefully pushed off the platform. Before he could even react, a radiant light emanated from the silver badge on his chest. Soon after, Yunqing's name on the stone tablet flashed rapidly, shifting to a new position, and his points increased to 13. Following this, Yunqing announced, and the herb landed securely in the young lad's hands. Given that the young lad's strength was comparable to that of Yunhua, Yunqing only needed a single move to subdue him. The young lad, clutching the herb, sat on the ground in a daze. After a moment, he finally regained his senses, expressed his gratitude, and departed. Meanwhile, Yunqing stroked his chin. Now possessing 13 points, he figured he should be in a good position. He stepped back onto an empty platform. Before long, another figure ascended the platform. "Shall we begin?" Yunqing nodded, observing the young man before him. Without further ado, Yunqing did not even need to channel his spiritual energy. He effortlessly threw the young man off the platform. 5 points secured. This continued in a similar fashion. Most of those with similar rankings were wielding silver badges. To them, even Yunqing's movements were imperceptible. After a series of encounters, Yunqing's points soared to 145. Remarkably, this 145 points catapulted him up by over 1,000 ranks. This indicated that those ranked lower possessed very few points. It seemed that the real rewards lay above. Yunqing licked his lips and continued to ascend the platform, as his name rapidly climbed. His points surged at an astonishing rate. Those students who had been overly confident in their ability to earn points from Yunqing found themselves, without exception, losing 1/10 of their scores. Yunqing's meteoric rise gradually garnered attention. After all, after such a long period, most rankings would not fluctuate significantly. Each time the rankings changed, the names would shift positions on the stone tablet. Initially, only a few individuals idly watched the rankings. Suddenly, they noticed a name ascending. Just as they caught sight of the Karakian, the name flickered and soared even higher. He ascended so quickly. Someone exclaimed in astonishment, their gaze fixated on Yunqing's name as it climbed higher. As if witnessing a miracle. Chapter 68. Hurry, hurry! Quickly, let us go. I heard there is a formidable contender at the training grounds. What is unusual about a formidable contender? If someone from the top 10 is battling, then call me. I heard someone rose 20,000 ranks in just 1 hour. What? They can't be serious. Let us follow them to find out. In an instant, the new students of Lingshu Academy began to spread rumors of a certain extraordinary individual. Today, the Spirit Emperor Tower was sealed off, and many who intended to enter for cultivation were forced to turn back. Upon hearing of someone rising 20,000 ranks consecutively, they naturally flocked to see for themselves. Of course, many dismissed it as a jest, chuckling in disbelief. Can anyone truly ascend 2,000 ranks in an hour? If they possess such skill, where have they been all this time? Could it be that someone has suddenly gained enlightenment? They were skeptical. However, as more and more people arrived and witnessed the name flashing continuously on the stone tablet, their disbelief turned to belief. That name now occupied a position around 100,000. My heavens, there truly exists such a formidable person. Could he really have surged up from over 120,000? 120,000? I recall he started from over 150,000. When I first saw him, he seemed to be well beyond the 200,000 mark. What is this formidable individual's name? Did anyone catch it? I just saw it. It seems to be Yun Qing. Someone answered, and the person at the forefront furrowed his brow upon hearing that name. Yun Qing? ISNT, the top contender from the Tianlan Divine Kingdom. Why is he only now surging from below? What? It's him. This person seemed to have been absent since the rewards from the Spirit Emperor Tower, while Ji Xian from the Tianlan Divine Kingdom frequently hovered around the top 10. Additionally, there was Yun Shenhong, who, although slightly less powerful, was also a prominent figure from the Tianlan Divine Kingdom, consistently remaining within the top 100. The direction of the discussion continually shifts, yet ultimately returns to Yun Qing. Speaking of which, I have heard that he seems to have remained at the pinnacle of the Spirit Emperor Tower without ever emerging. Nonsense. I have heard that the longest anyone has persevered at the top of the Spirit Emperor Tower was merely 4 months. If he has been inside without coming out, it must have been at least 7 months, right? Strangely enough, there is indeed a possibility. He appeared today, and the Spirit Emperor Tower is temporarily sealed today as well. Upon hearing this, many individuals suddenly found their breaths quickening. Two peculiar events occurring simultaneously cannot help but be connected in one's thoughts. Could it be that he has truly broken the 4-month record? Someone voiced this thought, their tone filled with disbelief, that if they were to know that the person who set the 4-month record had entered the Spirit Emperor Tower at the level of a divine sovereign, they would undoubtedly be even more astonished. However, despite the astonishment of those below, Yun Qing remained oblivious that he was merely calculating his own points. He recalled that Ji Xian had accumulated over 15,000 points, ranking 12th. Yet his own points stood at a mere 2,000, a considerable disparity. As Yun Qing tossed his opponent out of the arena, he glanced at the points on his badge, shaking his head in dissatisfaction. Nonetheless, the opponents he faced next all possessed at least 1,000 points, and for each victory, Yun Qing would earn over 100 points. Compared to the initial meager gains, this was nearly a multiple of dozens. However, similarly, as his rank increased, the strength of his opponents also escalated. Yet, Yun Qing was able to suppress these challengers solely with the power of his physical form. Good heavens, he had already entered the top 1,000. And his speed in defeating opponents had not diminished in the slightest. I believe he is certainly aiming for the top 100. It is highly likely that today we will witness him challenging the top 100 individuals consecutively. The top 100? I believe his target is the top 10. Some marveled at Yun Qing's speed. However, the higher one ascends, the greater the disparity in points becomes. Although Yun Qing was accumulating points at an increasing rate, the speed of his rank ascension ultimately slowed down. Meanwhile, in the points management office, Ji Xian, who was embroiled in a heated argument with an elder, suddenly noticed a crowd rushing towards the martial arts arena. Both paused and looked outside. Strange, it's not even the end of the month. Why are there so many people at the arena? Ji Xian scratched his head, puzzled. The elder shot him a disgruntled glance and replied, "Even in previous months, there weren't this many people. Something extraordinary must have occurred." With that, the elder waved his hand, and the power of the sage surged, revealing the scene outside within the small room of the points management office. Ji Xian and the elder gazed together. They saw that those who had arrived at the martial arts arena were not heading towards the ring, but rather towards the center of the arena. At the core stood the stone tablet inscribed with the rankings. What could be so fascinating about that stone tablet? The elder questioned in confusion. Soon after, the external scene began to rapidly zoom in. As they passed through the throngs of people, the names on the tablet became clearer. Oddly enough, could it be that something was amiss with the tablet? The elder pondered, perplexed. Meanwhile, Ji Xian suddenly spotted a familiar name and froze. Yinqing, he uttered in disbelief, observing that Ji Xian should now be ranked around 800. That old man. How long have we been arguing? A day. Who are you calling old man? Address me as elder. Such disrespect. The elder of the Points Management Office retorted, his face darkened. Having dealt with students, he usually did not put on airs and was known for his good temper. Though dissatisfied with Ji Xian's address, he still responded, "It has probably been less than 3 hours since he entered point 3 hours, and he has ascended from over 200,000 to 800. Ji Xian's expression was one of disbelief. Given that Yinqing had initially ranked last due to his prolonged stay in the Spirit Emperor Tower, Ji Xian was aware of Yinqing's formidable strength, yet the pace of his rank ascension was something he found hard to accept. It is worth noting that nearly 90% of the points are held by the top 10,000, and those ranked beyond 1,000 possess only a pitiful amount of points. As for those ranked in the 8 or 9,000 range, their points generally hover around a few hundred due to Yinqing's low rank and the fact that he could only earn 1/10 of his opponent's points. Even with continuous victories, the points he could accumulate were minimal. Yet, Yinqing, in less than 3 hours, had surged from 200,000 to around 800. Suddenly recalling his earlier provocation of Yinqing, Ji Xian felt that his own points were in jeopardy. If he were to challenge me, and I dared not respond, would I not become a laughingstock? Ji Xian found himself in a predicament. Meanwhile, Yinqing was steadily climbing the ranks. However, as he could not utilize spiritual energy, he sensed that his opponents were becoming increasingly formidable. I wonder how far I can ascend relying solely on physical strength. Yinqing felt a thrill of anticipation. Not only was his physical strength formidable, but he had also enhanced his resilience within the Spirit Emperor Tower, that he believed he could now truly be considered a juvenile beast in human form. Chapter 69. The Top 200. Within Lingshu Academy, the martial arts arena designated for newcomers was bustling with activity. The catalyst for this commotion was a certain individual whose ranking had skyrocketed unexpectedly, unfazed by the gathering crowd around him. This individual merely focused on the opponent before him. "It seems we've never crossed paths before." The youth across from him bore a stern expression, somewhat incredulous. Yinqing waved his hand dismissively. "Not having met before does not hinder our duel. Prepare yourself. I'm about to begin." With that, he shifted his stance slightly. "Wait." The youth's words had yet to escape his lips when Yinqing moved. His foot struck the ground with tremendous force, causing the arena to sink beneath him. And in an instant, Yinqing was before the youth. Then, with a single punch, he struck. The youth sensed the ferocity of the blow and immediately crossed his arms to shield his face. Crack! The sound of shattering bones was drowned out by the force of the punch. Yet it resonated all too clearly in the youth's ears. Pain followed swiftly, and the youth felt his body lift off the ground. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself with shattered arms. Landing outside the arena, the silver badge shimmered twice, and 1/10 of the points were claimed by Yinqing. That moment, Yinqing stepped down from the arena, having earned over 4,000 points from his opponent, which propelled him from over 600 to 490 to now. He descended to see what was happening by the stone tablet. For half an hour, he had noticed a growing crowd gathering there. "Classmate, what is happening over there?" Yinqing grabbed a passerby who was rushing toward that direction and inquired. The person replied eagerly, "I heard that a fierce competitor has surged from last place into the top 1,000. Hurry over to check it out." With that, he dashed off to the stone tablet. Yinqing was momentarily stunned, but quickly realized that the last-place competitor was none other than himself. It seemed his rapid ascent might soon attract attention. "I must hurry. If everyone discovers my identity, who would be willing to duel with me?" With that thought, Yinqing leaped onto an empty arena. Not long after, a slender figure wielding a long staff appeared. The individual was slight in build, somewhat withered, yet exuded vitality, his face brimming with confidence. However, that confidence turned to astonishment upon recognizing Yinqing's face, and finally morphed into delight. "Yinqing?" Although Yinqing had undergone some changes in appearance, the old cultivator Wu Guangyao recognized him at once. "When did you emerge?" Yinqing smiled at the old cultivator, Wu Guangyao, who was now putting away his long staff, seemingly preparing to catch up, that we can discuss that later. I need points right now. With that, Yunqing advanced toward Wu Guangyao, that Wu Guangyao hesitated, the long staff reappearing in his hand, that a hint of a smile spread across his gaunt face. Let us see your abilities then. All right, Yunqing replied with a grin, applying force to his legs. Without the support of spiritual energy, he could not employ the sacred step technique, significantly reducing his speed. However, his training within the Spirit Emperor Tower had brought his physical strength to a terrifying level. Just relying on the power of his legs, he could reach remarkable speed, albeit slower than with the sacred step technique, that the same moment Yunqing departed his position, Wu Guangyao also moved. The yellow staff in his hand darted about like a dragon. Blocking Yunqing's approach, that Wu Guangyao understood that Yunqing's physical strength was far beyond that of ordinary celestial realm or even Heaven-S Gate cultivators. Hence he could not allow him to close the distance. Yunqing smiled, not halting his pace in the slightest, merely offering a slight grin at Wu Guangyao's staff. Ultimately, his body collided directly with the staff. A tremendous force, imbued with spiritual energy, surged from the staff. Yet its impact on Yunqing was remarkably minimal, somewhat lacking. As Yunqing spoke, he exerted force beneath his feet once more, propelling himself directly before Wu Guangyao. Observing the situation, Wu Guangyao could not afford to ponder why Yunqing had seemingly withstood his strike unscathed. He swiftly retracted his long staff into a defensive stance. The black patterns brushed past Yunqing's ears as the staff loomed before him. With a smile, Yunqing seized the staff, and a tremendous recoil erupted from the weapon in his grasp. Yet he did not relinquish his hold. Instead, he exerted himself further, that Wu Guangyao felt an overwhelming force emanating from the staff, and soon it slipped from his control. Reluctantly, Wu Guangyao let go, and the staff was effortlessly claimed by Yunqing. Subsequently, he released his hands, ceasing any resistance, surrendering. Though familiar with Yunqing, he was astounded by the sheer might of Yunqing's physical form, having subdued him without even a hint of spiritual energy fluctuation. It has been a while since I last saw you. You seem to have grown stronger, Wu Guangyao exclaimed, a twinge of envy stirring within him. Having been honed by the heavy spiritual energy atop the Spirit Emperor Tower for so long, surely no one beneath the divine realm stands a chance against you now. Having once entered the Spirit Emperor Tower himself, he understood the grueling refinement it offered for the physical body. Though few could endure its trials, given the time Yunqing had spent within, his physique must have been tempered to a terrifying degree. It has been some time, and your strength has certainly increased. Yet it seems your cultivation has not progressed significantly. Yunqing felt that aside from Wu Guangyao's changes, his own talents were rather ordinary, forcing him to advance at a slow pace, unable to compare with him or Ji Xian. Yunqing fell silent. Soon after, Wu Guangyao stepped down, transferring 1/10 of his points from the golden badge to Yunqing. Presently, Yunqing's points reached approximately 4,500 following a few more monotonous battles. His points climbed to 7,000, and he finally broke into the top 200, turning to glance at the names inscribed on the stone tablet. The top 100 stood out prominently. It was not a slow ascent, yet the upcoming challenges would undoubtedly be formidable. Despite Yunqing's unparalleled physical prowess, he was acutely aware that the next opponents he faced would be the top talents of the human race from the past 30 years, each one formidable in their own right. Yunqing could not afford to underestimate them, especially since he could not utilize spiritual energy, rendering many of his techniques, including the immortal slashing blade and other equipment, unusable, that he was left to rely solely on his fists. With closed eyes, Yunqing sensed that within the bright palace, the human race's primordial spirit had nearly filled the entire chamber. Only a fraction remained before it would occupy the entirety. Once that threshold was crossed, he would ascend into the divine realm. As for the dragon and phoenix primordial spirits, they currently measured only half the size of his bright palace, that it seemed only after the heavenly calamity flower bloomed and was consumed by Yunqing would his dragon and phoenix spirits undergo a qualitative transformation. At present, Yunqing needed points to exchange for the blood of fierce beasts to nourish the blooming heavenly calamity flower. Chapter 70. I shall meet you into the 500. Now into the 200. Do you think he might actually break into the top 100 in one go? Top 100. He dispatches each opponent in mere moments. His strength must surely place him within the top 10. Why are we all fixated on his ranking? Is there anyone who knows which arena he is competing in? After one person posed the question, realization swept through the crowd, and many yearned to witness this ferocious fighter in action. Though there were over 100 arenas in the martial stage, it wasn't long before someone identified Yunqing's location. A previous opponent of his, upon hearing the discussions in front of the stone tablet, realized that Yunqing was indeed his adversary. In an instant, a significant portion of the crowd dispersed towards the arena. At that moment, Yunqing, ranked 165th, was engaged in a glaring contest with Ali, who stood one rank above him. The girl, clad in animal hide, youthful and vibrant, had not changed in her lively demeanor. However, upon spotting Yunqing, a look of discontent crossed her charming face. That I worked so hard to earn these points. You must lose to me. Ali's mischievous antics held no sway over Yunqing, failing to stir even the slightest ripple. Defeat me, and you may have them. Ali, filled with ire, pointed an accusing finger at Yunqing, yet found herself powerless. Nevertheless, Yunqing granted her the courtesy of a few words. Otherwise, she would have been left alive beneath the arena by now. All right, I shall indulge you in a duel. It's been a while since we last met. Perhaps your cultivation has waned compared to mine. Ali continued, rolling up her sleeves. Yunqing remained bemused by her confidence, but since combat was imminent, he aimed for a swift resolution. Boom! As his foot struck down, debris flew from the arena. Were it not for the automatic repairs after each match, Yunqing might have shattered several arenas by now. Amidst the rubble, the gale from his punch surged forth. That Ali's expression shifted. The playful girl now bore a look of seriousness. She formed her palm into a hand and thrust it forward. The wind from her punch dispersed, and her small hand intercepted Yunqing's fist. However, contrary to expectations, the anticipated domination did not materialize. Yunqing's fist was halted by Ali's defense. That a radiant smile graced her face as she exclaimed, "Surprised, are you? I possess great strength as well." Following that, she balled her other fist and struck forward. Yunqing smirked, retracting his fist to retaliate. Their fists collided, sending ripples through the surrounding AI in a flash. Yunqing extended his other hand, grasping Ali's wrist. The girl, once beaming, instantly paled as she felt herself being pulled. Soon, Ali's body could no longer resist and was drawn towards Yunqing. Rapidly, he leaned back. That Ali only glimpsed the smile on Yunqing's face before she felt the grip on her wrist loosen. Immediately, she channeled her spiritual energy to halt her fall midair. Yet before she could make her next move, a figure appeared behind her. Yunqing extended his palm and pushed forcefully. The girl's delicate form halted for but a moment before she was cast from the arena, crashing to the ground. Perhaps due to his excessive force, Ali's face left an imprint in the earth. The golden badge flickered, and 1/10 of her points were transferred to Yunqing. That Ali slowly rose from the ground. Her face unscathed yet covered in dust, her fair complexion now resembling that of a calico cat. Witnessing this spectacle, many onlookers burst into laughter. How infuriating! I'll have your head. The once cheerful Ali now resembled a ferocious beast, leaping onto the arena in a fury. Yet merely a few heartbeats later, Yunqing, expressionless, sent her crashing back down. However, wary of her potential wrath, Yunqing allowed her to land on her feet this time. Ali, still simmering with rage, attempted to re-enter the arena, but her golden badge flickered once more, and another 1/10 of her points were claimed by Yunqing. Her anger dissipated instantly, leaving her in a daze. Then it dawned on her that her earlier leap into the arena had been interpreted as a challenge, resulting in Yunqing seizing another portion of her points. In an instant, Ali found herself torn between the urge to confront him and the realization that doing so would only serve to further enrich Yunqing. Ultimately, reason triumphed over fury. "Just you wait. I will have my revenge," the girl threatened vehemently while using her spiritual energy to brush off the dust from her face. Finally, she shot Yunqing a fierce glare before departing. Yunqing, on the other hand, wore an expression of innocence. The spectators, after sharing a laugh, began to recognize Yunqing's formidable strength. Having defeated Ali, ranked 155, twice in a row, it was evident that Yunqing's prowess far surpassed hers by several tiers. Moreover, those of considerable strength noted that Yunqing had not even utilized a trace of spiritual energy in those bouts, relying solely on his physical might. This fellow is truly terrifying. I would rather face the first rank than contend with him. The first, you couldn't possibly defeat him. Yet he is undoubtedly stronger than the first. That's debatable. It's hard to say. If his physical strength is this exceptional, I've heard he wields an imperial-grade divine weapon. Should he employ spiritual power, he would surely be unmatched. That makes sense. The crowd buzzed with discussions, their scattered remarks reaching Yun Qing's ears.